The origin continent is a vast boundless land, the true extent of which has never been clearly recorded in its history. Even the mightiest god-kings dared not attempt the insane task of measuring the origin continent's exact size. Those who did either gave up or perished from unknown perils along the way. As the origin of the 3,000-dimensional worlds, the origin continent was profoundly mysterious. In the distant depths of the void, two colossal celestial bodies, the sun and the moon, orbited each other, providing light to the land. The sun and moon were legendary even to the god-kings, who could not fathom their true size or distance from the origin continent. The god-king realm could not even reach the sun or moon. On the origin continent, towering peaks rose, their heights measured in thousands or even millions of light-years. Most peaks resembled normal mountains, but on a colossal scale others were like towering stone pillars around which massive celestial bodies orbited. Each one tens of thousands of times larger than a normal star. Mount Yu was such a pillar-like peak. Around it 10 enormous celestial bodies revolved, each over 1,000,000 times the size of the sun. This was the core of the renowned Yu Mountain Empire, a powerful dominion on the origin continent. The territory within a radius of over 100 billion light-years belonged to the empire. 300 billion light-years from Mount Yu lay a vast wilderness. This area was part of the Kanglan sector of the Yu Mountain Empire. The wilderness was a giant mining field of the Kanglan sector, filled with towering slag heaps. Mechanical robots and humanoid alien miners busied themselves in an orderly fashion. Numerous surveillance devices, like wireless cameras, were installed around the mining field, monitoring all activity. Hovering in mid-air above the mine, two humanoid alien figures, each 20 meters tall, surveyed the site below. One was burly, the other lean. They resembled humans in form. One head, two arms, but had red scales on their heads, cold cyan eyes, pointed ears, no nose, and notably long arms like those of a gibbon. The two figures wore dark red armor, standing in mid-air, exuding an intangible aura. After 10 epochs, the blue molybdenum crystal here is almost exhausted. I'll probably be transferred soon. Once that happens, we brothers may never meet again. The burly alien's voice was deep and rough. He glanced at the lean figure beside him. Brother, I'll be honest with you, the family is getting dissatisfied. You've been a mine inspector for too long. You should focus more on cultivation and break through to the true god realm as soon as possible. Once you do, you'll regain your freedom. Then we can join the army together, win glory for our Mengan tribe. The An family is one of the proudest clans of the tribe. The lean alien paused for a moment before speaking. True god. The burly Anruiki also showed a flicker of longing. I want to break through too. But he had already been a law sovereign for over 20 reincarnation cycles. Could he still break through? The hope was slim. Brother, believe. Suddenly Ants and Anruiki sensed a violent spatial fluctuation, less than 100 kilometers directly ahead. Their eyes changed in unison. They looked toward the source of the spatial fluctuation. In an instant, the space there seemed to twist, forming a spatial vortex about 200 meters in diameter. A fist-sized 9-story miniature tower flew out of the vortex. Then the vortex vanished, the tower disappeared, and two figures, one in white, one in black, each about 2 meters tall, appeared floating in midair. Is this the origin continent? Patriarch Yuan, having just felt a strong summons from the reincarnation channel, Luo Feng suddenly found himself in a new world. He instantly sensed his surroundings, and detecting no danger emerged from the star tower. But as Shanke had said, he and Patriarch Yuan were separated. After crossing the reincarnation, landing points were random anywhere on the origin continent. Luo Feng's gaze fell on Ants and Anruiki 100 kilometers away. He nodded inwardly. The strongest 2-1 law sovereign, one true god. It was safe for now. While in the star tower, Luo Feng had sensed everything around him. The strongest beings were merely a true god and a law sovereign. The gravity and suppression are truly strong. Luo Feng felt it. As the origin of the 3,000-dimensional worlds, the suppression here was so intense that even he was amazed. In the primal universe and even the cosmic sea, sensing hundreds or thousands of light years was easy. Here the farthest natural perception range was only about 1,000,000 kilometers. Of course this was natural perception, not active domain detection. Still, it was less than 1/10,000th of the cosmic sea. An extreme suppression of perception. Even more extreme was the gravity. Under such force, even venerable level beings could barely maintain flight. The space here was as stable as the cosmic sea, but without chaotic currents, the binding force of space was stronger. Flight speed would be severely reduced, likely less than 1/10 of the cosmic sea. No wonder it's the origin of the 3,000-dimensional worlds. Luo Feng sighed inwardly. Arriving at the origin continent felt like stepping from the primal universe into the cosmic sea. The only difference was the strong spatial suppression, limiting both perception and divine power to a fraction of the cosmic sea. But this suppression applied to everyone on the origin continent, not just him. Luo Feng could infer this from the two alien figures flying toward him. Logically, a law sovereign and a true god could teleport instantly over 100 kilometers, but these two could only fly. They seemed unable to teleport. Luo Feng also felt he couldn't teleport directly unless he used one thought void or one thought universe. Within his domain, teleportation might be possible. The two aliens soon arrived. May I ask, are you two seniors? Ans and Anruiki sensed the vast but restrained aura of the two figures, suspecting they were void true gods. They shrank their bodies to about 2 meters to show respect. When they appeared before Luo Feng and Morosa, they spoke respectfully. Luo Feng did not recognize the language. It was not recorded in the Duandong He lineage, but he understood the meaning. We are adventurers who stumbled into a dangerous place and were teleported here. Could you tell us where this is? Luo Feng spoke in a language recorded in the Duandong He inheritance. The language was different, but through the fluctuation of thought the meaning was conveyed. Adventurers, Ans and Anruiki exchanged glances, both seemingly believing this answer. They looked at Luo Feng and the other with reverence. They would never suspect that Luo Feng and his companion had crossed the reincarnation channel from the 3,000 cosmic seas. They knew little about the cosmic sea, and such a scenario had never occurred in their experience. But when they heard Luo Feng claim to be an adventurer, they felt deep respect. Adventurers were not something just anyone dared to attempt. Long ago, adventurers had come to their Mengan tribe. They were both young then, and the stories they heard filled them with longing, even inspiring them to become adventurers when they grew up. Now one was a law sovereign and the other a true god, but the tribe still forbade them from going on adventures. This world was far more dangerous than they imagined. The lean aunts secretly glanced at Luo Feng's eyes. Boom! Suddenly he felt a dizzying, disorienting sensation, and instantly lost his wits. When he came to, he found Luo Feng smiling at him, sending a shockwave through his heart. What a terrifying gaze! Aunts felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, Luo Feng harbored no killing intent, or else a single glance might have finished him. And Ruiki beside him was also startled and quickly withdrew his gaze. Senior, this area belongs to the Kanglan sector of the Yu Mountain Empire. We are from the Mengan tribe. I am Aunts, and this is my brother Anruiki. Luo Feng nodded thoughtfully. Yu Mountain Empire, Kanglan sector, Mengan tribe. His mind quickly scanned the records of the Duandong He lineage. There was indeed mention of the Yu Mountain Empire, but very little. The Yu Mountain Empire was an ancient kingdom in the history of the origin continent, existing long before the Wu Kingdom. Because of the great distance, the Wu Kingdom had little understanding of the Yu Mountain Empire, only knowing by hearsay that its founding emperor, Yu Mountain God King, was an extremely ancient and formidable existence. Thinking this, Luo Feng realized his luck was not so good. His landing point on the origin continent was likely extremely far from the Wu Kingdom. However, the Duandong He lineage also recorded that every God King nation built a super-large spatial teleportation array. Nations could be reached instantly via these arrays, though the cost was high. Even saint-level beings might hesitate. Luo Feng dared not think of traveling to the Wu Kingdom now. Two seniors, if you don't mind, Aunts, would like to invite you to our Mengan tribe. Our tribe will entertain you warmly. That would be fine. We were accidentally teleported here, and are unfamiliar with the area. Learning about different customs is something adventurers enjoy. Luo Feng nodded. Having just arrived at the origin continent, the Duandong He records barely covered the Yu Mountain Empire. Perhaps at the Mengan tribe, he could learn more about this empire. More importantly, through his inadvertent soul-searching of Aunts and Anruiki, Luo Feng knew that the strongest in the Mengan tribe were only two void true gods. No threat to them. But void true gods likely knew far more than these two brothers. Within the Kanglan domain, the Mengan tribe was a small clan with a population of over 100,000, two void true gods, over 100 true gods, and the rest were lords of laws and below. At that moment, inside the Mengan tribe, Ansei's divine power incarnation had long appeared in the residence of the tribal leader Meng Milihua. You say those two adventurers emerged from a spatial vortex? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes, along with Anruichi. Ansei nodded. Meng Milihua nodded and said with a smile. Ansei, you have done well, inviting them to our Mengan tribe as guests. This was well done. You may withdraw now. I will personally welcome them when the time comes. Meng Milihua instructed. Yes. Ansei's divine power incarnation retreated, feeling puzzled by the leader's reaction. Ansei did not know Luo Feng's origin, but Meng Milihua had some guesses. Meng Milihua knew far more secrets than Ansei. They should be survivors from the cosmic sea who have passed through reincarnation. Two at once transcending reincarnation is no small feat. If they are true geniuses, then our Mengan tribe will have rendered a great service. I must report this to the domain lord. Meng Milihua thought to himself, and a communication token appeared in his hand. The Kanglan domain was governed by the domain city Kanglan City. The city lord's mansion of Kanglan City was the residence of the domain lord. The domain lord of the Kanglan domain, also the city lord of Kanglan City, held the highest authority within the domain, and was also its most powerful, being rumored to be on the verge of reaching the Chaos Dominator level. However, living within the Yushan Empire was relatively stable. The Kanglan City lord rarely acted, and outsiders' guesses about his strength remained mere speculation. Inside a grand hall of the city lord's mansion, on a throne 9 kilometers high, a humanoid creature clad in blood-colored armor leaned idly. Beneath the golden blood armor, black currents resembling black hair emanated, exuding a sinister aura. His head was barely discernible, shrouded by the sinister black currents. He was the domain lord of the Kanglan domain, Xiayen domain lord. Meng Milihua. Xie Domain Lord sensed the fluctuation from the communication token, and said indifferently, Meng Nalhuo, what is it? Xie Domain Lord listened quietly, then suddenly sat upright. Transcending reincarnation. A glint flashed in Xie Domain Lord's eyes, as the black currents covering his head surged. Meng Nalhuo confirmed their identities. If they are truly reincarnation transcendents, bring them to Kanglan City. I will record a great merit for the Mengan tribe and reward you handsomely. In an instant the black currents were completely absorbed into his head. On Xie Domain Lord's face a ferocious mouth was visible. Surprisingly he had 3 eyes on his head, all deep black without pupils, and the 3rd eye on his forehead glowed with a blood-black light. Those who transcend reincarnation have immense potential. I hope you won't disappoint me. Xie Domain Lord anticipated inwardly. Meanwhile on the other side, Luo Feng and Morosa boarded Ensei's mechanical stream spaceship, and were rapidly heading toward the Mengan tribe. In the origin continent the fastest flight speed of a true god was only about the speed of light in the original universe, far slower than a mechanical stream spaceship which could achieve speeds tens, hundreds, or even thousands of times the speed of light in the original universe. Unlike the original universe, the origin continent, like the cosmic sea, had no dark universe. Even reaching the speed of light in the origin continent meant staying within the original space, so spaceships with higher speed limits were exorbitantly priced. Luo Feng learned from the Duandonghe lineage that the speed of light in the origin continent was 10,000 times that of the original universe. Only those at the God King level could break this speed limit. Mechanical stream spaceships breaking this limit were extremely rare and costly, sometimes comparable to a God King weapon. Even a void true god or an eternal true god might not be able to afford such a spaceship with all their wealth. The blue molybdenum crystal mine was also over 1 trillion kilometers from the Mengan tribe. Traveling at 20 times the speed of light in the original universe, it took about 7 or 8 days by Earth Standard Time to finally reach the Mengan tribe. The Mengan tribe was located within a vast ancient forest. According to Ensei and Enweichi, most of the trees in this ancient forest were primitive, but one particular tree was the plant life, stone bone divine tree, cultivated by their leader Meng Nalhuo at great cost. This tree possessed strength comparable to a true god limit, and could even withstand attacks from a void true god, sheltering generations of the Mengan tribe within the forest. Luo Feng gazed from afar at the immense ancient forest where each tree soared thousands, or even tens of thousands of kilometers, some exceeding 100,000 kilometers. Within the forest many tribesmen resembling Ensei and Enweichi could be seen. At the front of the tribe, the massive figure of the Mengan tribe leader Meng Nalhuo seemed to have been waiting for some time. Seeing the spaceship appear, he quickly approached. I, Meng Nalhuo, welcome the 2 adventurers. Meng Nalhuo's voice was gruff. Seeing Luo Feng and Morosa emerge from the spaceship, he expressed goodwill. Our Mengan tribe has always been hospitable, disliking conflict. Every adventurer who arrives receives the highest welcome ceremony. As he spoke, Meng Nalhuo waved his hand, and a golden path composed of countless golden lights extended from him to the feet of Luo Feng and Morosa. Ensei and Enweichi were stunned, especially Ensei, who had no idea that welcoming adventurers required the highest ceremony of the Mengan tribe. Luo Feng was also somewhat shocked. This was indeed extremely hospitable. Call me Milky Way. This is my friend Morosa. Luo Feng introduced himself. After several days of contact, he had learned the language of the Mengan tribe. Morosa looked honest and even a bit shy. Ha ha ha, Milky Way Morosa, please follow me to my residence. Meng Nalhuo laughed heartily. Meng Nalhuo's residence was located deep within the forest. Sensing the aura Luo Feng guessed it was transformed from the stone bone divine tree. He was not worried about the plant life harming him, and followed Meng Nalhuo into the residence without hesitation. He entered without hesitation. Meng Nalhuo was secretly shocked. This plant life had cost him nearly all his wealth, and its strength could barely reach the void true god level. If a void true god were trapped inside, they might not be able to break free quickly, leaving them at his mercy. 2 young ones who just passed through reincarnation. Are they naive or fearless? Could they really be adventurers? Meng Nalhuo mused. However, he did not know that Luo Feng and Morosa were only disguised as ordinary void true gods. In reality, they had reached the eternal true god level, and Morosa was even close to the saint level chaos dominator. Why would they fear a void true god? Even an eternal true god might not frighten Luo Feng. Come, please sit. Meng Nalhuo shrank his body to Luo Feng's size. In an instant, an exquisite table and bowl-sized wine cups appeared before them. Luo Feng and the others sat down. This is a vintage aged for 10 reincarnation cycles made by our Mengan tribe. Please have a taste. Meng Nalhuo said casually. Reincarnation cycle. Luo Feng was intrigued. 1 reincarnation cycle equaled 36 trillion epochs, and 1 epoch was 10081 years. The leader Meng Nalhuo used the term reincarnation cycle in conversation, suggesting he knew about reincarnation and the cosmic sea. Indeed, 10 reincarnation cycles was deliberately mentioned by Meng Nalhuo to test Luo Feng's reaction. Luo Feng nodded with a smile, took a sip, and found it indescribable. Not unpleasant, but not particularly good either. How does it taste? Meng Nalhuo pressed. A bit different from my homeland, but it's okay. Luo Feng replied. Oh! Meng Nalhuo was surprised. Milky Way's homeland. Which country do you two come from? Luo Feng looked at him then smiled lightly. My homeland is an extremely distant place. It is called Earth. Earth. Meng Naluo murmured, then his expression changed. After coming to his senses, he looked at Luo Feng with utmost reverence and admiration. Luo Feng waved his hand. Enough, tell me everything you know, including all about the Yushan Empire. By now Meng Naluo had become Luo Feng's sole slave. Back when Luo Feng had just become a true god, he could enslave 5th stage world beasts which were stronger than true god limits and close to void true gods. World beasts had incredibly powerful souls with an absolute void true god level will. Now that Luo Feng was at the eternal true god level, enslaving a void true god was effortless. Meng Naluo dismissed the other attendants and began to slowly recount what he knew. The Yushan Empire was founded by the ancient Yushan God King, who had 3 God Kings, and over 10 saint-level beings under him. The exact number Meng Naluo did not know. The Yushan Empire was divided into 9 domains, each vast beyond measure, composed of countless tribes, and the main city the domain city. The Mengan tribe was only a small tribe with a population of over 100,000, and its strongest being a void true god. Medium and large tribes were abundant in the empire, though not as numerous as small tribes. They had larger populations and stronger forces. A medium tribe had a population of over 1 million, while large tribes had tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, producing more powerful beings. A medium tribe likely had an eternal true god, while large tribes might have several. As for saint-level beings, there might be some tribes, but the probability was low. Out of 1 million eternal true gods, perhaps only a few could become saint-level. Of course, tribes were common small forces, while domain cities were the core of each region. Each domain city spans several light-years, housing a vast population and many super-powerful beings. Most eternal true gods in the empire lived within domain cities. The domain city of the Kanglan domain was Kanglan City, and its strongest was the domain lord, Xiayen Domain Lord. Xiayen Domain Lord. Luo Feng silently memorized this name. From Meng Naluo he learned that the city lord of Kanglan City, Xiayen Domain Lord, had long been paying attention to news of reincarnation transcendence, and would report any suspicious cases. Yet, over the course of hundreds of reincarnation cycles, not a single reincarnation transcendent had been encountered until the appearance of Luo Feng and Morosa. What level is the Evil Eye Domain Lord? Luo Feng interrupted Montana Luo. Master, the Evil Eye Domain Lord was already a powerful being among eternal true gods dozens of reincarnation epochs ago. His current strength is unknown. Montana Luo mused, however, since the Empire hasn't recruited him into U Mountain, he should still be trapped at the eternal true god level. With your current strength, Master, you are likely far from his match. Luo Feng smiled. If he hadn't reached the Saint Realm or Chaos Dominator, then there was nothing to fear. Morosa also gave a simple smile. Master, as long as the Evil Eye Domain Lord hasn't become a Chaos Dominator, he shouldn't pose much of a threat. No threat? Montana Luo was stunned for a moment. Since Luo Feng didn't reveal his true strength, Montana naturally assumed he was merely a void true god. Tell me everything you know about the Evil Eye Domain Lord, Luo Feng commanded. Yes, Master. Montana Luo, still in shock, slowly began. The Evil Eye Domain Lord rose to fame 39 reincarnation epochs ago. His close combat prowess isn't exceptional, but he is extremely skilled in soul attacks, particularly illusions. He had no notable achievements during his void true god phase. It was only after becoming an eternal true god that he gradually began to make a name for himself. Upon his emergence, he directly challenged the reigning Kanglan Domain Lord. That battle was his claim to fame. Back then, Montana Luo narrated slowly. His close combat wasn't strong, but his illusions were terrifyingly powerful. The Domain Lord at that time had 1 foot through the threshold of the Saint Realm, and was incredibly formidable, yet he still fell to the Evil Eye Domain Lord's 4th eye. The Evil Eye Domain Lord has 4 eyes, 3 on his head and 1 hidden on his chest. The eye on his chest is the most fearsome, likely his ultimate trump card. It was with this 4th eye that he killed the previous Domain Lord's soul, directly seizing the throne for himself. During his reign, several eternal true gods, specializing in soul attacks, challenged him, but all failed. Since then his reputation has only grown, and no one dares to challenge him anymore. Luo Feng's expression turned serious. Even eternal true gods who specialized in soul attacks were killed. Usually those who excel in soul attacks possess incredibly strong willpower, often a full level higher than their own realm. This meant that the Evil Eye Domain Lord, through his soul illusions, could potentially even kill some saints with weaker willpower. Luo Feng guessed the Evil Eye Domain Lord's willpower was at the mid-saint level, possibly even the peak level. At most it could be at the pinnacle of the saint level, but reaching the limit of the saint level was unlikely. Achieving a God King level will was essentially impossible. At the Eternal True God stage, reaching a willpower comparable to a God King is even harder than becoming a God King yourself. With a mid-saint level will and powerful innate secret techniques, he could indeed kill Eternal True Gods with saint level wills or even weaker saints. However, Luo Feng's will was already at the pinnacle of the saint level. Coupled with the defensive properties of the Star Tower, he could easily block soul attacks at the saint limit level, though perhaps not a God King level attack. On the offensive side, he possessed the supreme Lai Yuan technique. Combined with his peak saint level his soul attacks were in no way inferior to the Evil Eye Domain Lord's innate secret technique. If the Evil Eye Domain Lord lacked powerful soul defense methods, Luo Feng might even be able to kill him. Do you know why the Evil Eye Domain Lord is looking for those who have transcended reincarnation? Does he have any such beings by his side? Luo Feng frowned. Luo Feng was also puzzled as to why the Evil Eye Domain Lord sought those who had transcended reincarnation. However, his intuition told him it wasn't for anything good. The Evil Eye Domain Lord intended him harm. Master, I do not know that. Montana Luo shook his head. But as for whether he has those who transcended reincarnation, yes, he does. Under the Evil Eye Domain Lord, there is an eternal true God, who is rumored to have transcended reincarnation from the cosmic sea. However, he followed the Domain Lord before he became the City Lord, when he was merely a void true God. Luo Feng nodded. The fact that little was known about the Evil Eye Domain Lord outside meant he was even more formidable. Having just arrived at the origin continent, Luo Feng had to be extremely cautious. Such an unknown enemy was extremely dangerous. It had been less than a year since he broke through to Eternal True God. Even with the 10,000-fold acceleration of the inheritance space, it wasn't even a full epoch. His realm wasn't yet consolidated, and he still had significant room for improvement in the short term. More importantly, he could still attempt to seize the primordial universe. If successful, he would experience another massive leap, making becoming a saint effortless. The Duandong River lineage might have had information about seizing the primordial universe, but it had been erased by the primordial universe itself. If not for Shanke, Luo Feng would never have known about this. Report this to the Evil Eye Domain Lord first. Tell him we are just adventurers, not beings who have transcended reincarnation, Luo Feng instructed. As for seeking out the Evil Eye Domain Lord himself, Luo Feng felt the time was not yet right. Within the Yu Mountain Empire, the 9 Domain Lords held their positions through challenge. If anyone defeated the reigning Domain Lord in a challenge, they would automatically be recognized as the next Domain Lord. Since the Evil Eye Domain Lord had set his sights on him, it was somewhat fated. He might as well go with the flow and take over his position. Yes, Master, Montana Luo replied. Luo Feng nodded and said, I will stay in your residence for the time being. Make sure no one disturbs me. Yes, Master, it is my honor, Montana Luo responded repeatedly. You may leave now, Luo Feng commanded. Yes. Montana Luo bowed and left, leaving only Luo Feng and Morosa inside the room. As soon as Montana Luo exited the residence, he saw a dense crowd of Mengan tribe members gathered together. At the forefront was a burly figure clad in black battle armor. Meng Kawan, what is the meaning of this? Montana Luo frowned. Meng Kawan was the only other void true god in the tribe, second only to Montana Luo himself. Meng Kawan was extremely warlike and would not hesitate to fight any opponent of the same level. Big brother, are those 2 adventurers inside? Why didn't you let the big tree open the door earlier? I was dying to get in there and challenge them to a fight. Meng Kawan was full of fighting spirit, even holding his staff weapon in hand. The surrounding true gods, lawmasters, and even venerable level tribesmen also stirred up a ruckus, shouting, Yeah, let the deputy chief fight the adventurers. The deputy chief is invincible. How dare you? Montana Luo erupted in anger, his aura spreading out as he glared at Meng Kawan. Meng Kawan, stop this nonsense here. Those 2 lords are not to be trifled with by the likes of us. I am no match for them, let alone you. You are far from their level. Meng Kawan was stunned, unable to believe it. Are the adventurers really that strong? I said I am no match for them. You should just drop this idea. If you really want to fight, go to the neighboring Xingwen tribe and challenge Sanir. If you can beat him, I'll give you my position as chief. Montana Luo looked at Meng Kawan with a cold expression. Big brother, you. Meng Kawan started to say something but stopped, feeling that the Montana Luo before him was somehow different from before, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. The Xingwen tribe was an old rival of the Mengan tribe, and Sanir was their strongest warrior. Even though he was the only void true god there, he could suppress the entire Mengan tribe, which showed just how powerful he was. Usually he was forbidden from causing trouble at the Xingwen tribe, but now he was being told to go and challenge Sanir. Meng Kawan shook his head. Everyone disperse. The fight is off. But he still felt an itch. He wouldn't be satisfied until he had a good fight. These 2 adventurers are certainly unusual, even the chief is being so polite to them. Some other true gods murmured as they also left. Aunts and Anruiki, who were present, exchanged a glance. With such a high-level welcome and now this outburst of anger over them, even a fool could see these 2 adventurers were extraordinary. In the cosmic sea, Shanke's miniature universe. Boom! The previously calm membrane of the miniature universe suddenly generated an immense suction force, pulling the surrounding chaotic airflow violently towards it. Streams of chaotic airflow were frantically devoured by the vortex forming on the surface of the miniature universe. At this moment, the small universe began to expand rapidly. 100 million light-years, 200 million, 400 million. A Bug Clan universe master named Hangmu Master happened to be passing by, and his eyes widened in shock. Whoosh! He instantly teleported closer. This is Shanke's miniature universe is expanding. He was stunned. He knew that another sacred universe was likely about to be born. I must spread this news immediately. The third sacred universe of our second cosmic era is about to be born. Hongmu Master felt both excited and envious. Why wasn't it the Bug Clan's ancestor who had achieved this? He also wished his Bug Clan could have a sacred universe, so they could become an eternal existence like the Dong Emperor Sacred Land, the Galaxy Sacred Land, and the Primordial Sacred Land. Inside the Bug Clan ancestor's miniature universe, Hongmu Master's avatar went directly to the Bug Clan's ancestral land. Ancestor, I have important news to report. Our second cosmic era might be about to produce a third sacred universe. Shanke's miniature universe is expanding rapidly. Hongmu Master struggled to contain his excitement. What did you say? The Bug Clan Empress was visibly shaken, rushing immediately to Hongmu Master. Just now my true body passed by Shanke's miniature universe, and discovered it was expanding rapidly. It has already reached a diameter of 400 million light-years. Hongmu Master replied. This Shanke has certainly been hiding his true strength. It seems a fourth sacred land is about to be born. The Bug Clan Empress's eyes gleamed with sharp light, her voice filled with endless allure. Even with 2 more reincarnation cycles, I lack the confidence to transcend. Shanke is a loner, and there's a chance he might accept our Bug Clan. Keep this matter secret for now. I will go and meet this Shanke. As she spoke, her true body instantly arrived at the edge of her miniature universe. With a teleport she left it, and sped towards Shanke's miniature universe. The miniature universe of mountain-seated guest was frantically devouring the chaotic streams of the cosmic sea, expanding ceaselessly. Outside the miniature universe, the Insect Empress and the Lord of Hongmu watched from afar, their hearts filled with both envy and awe. Having witnessed the expansion and evolution of Luo Feng's and Primordial Ancestors' miniature universes, the process of cosmic evolution was nothing novel. Yet witnessing it happen to mountain-seated guest was something they could never have anticipated. If the cosmic sea were to birth a fourth sacred universe, the most likely candidate would undoubtedly be the human race who had inherited the ancient legacies. After all, the various races of the cosmic sea had never seen mountain-seated guest enter the Jinji world. Seeing him break through first, the Insect Empress felt a pang of deep unwillingness. She too had obtained some inheritances and treasures from the Jinji world, yet she still couldn't see any hope of breaking through. How exactly did mountain-seated guest manage to break through? The Insect Empress also yearned to break through and transcend the cycle of reincarnation. Below, the miniature universe had been expanding for nearly half a month. Its size now rivaled that of the Dong Di sacred universe, reaching 3 billion light-years in diameter, and it was still expanding. 7 billion light-years. 9 billion light-years. At this moment, a universe master of the Hongming Lord Lishan was flying past this location. Suddenly, he stared at the colossal miniature universe before him, utterly stunned. This seems to be mountain-seated guest's miniature universe, 9 billion light-years in diameter and still expanding. Lord Lishan was dumbfounded. He teleported closer, gazing at the universe, frantically absorbing chaotic streams, his eyes filled with shock. The cosmic sea is about to birth its fourth sacred universe. Lord Lishan understood that mountain-seated guest's miniature universe was evolving into a sacred universe. Though excited, he felt no envy, for he was attached to the primal sacred universe of the human race existing eternally. He had few worries. Witnessing the expansion of mountain-seated guest's miniature universe, he only felt this would be earth-shattering news. The various races haven't reacted yet. They probably haven't heard the news. Excited Lord Lishan immediately disseminated the news. In an instant, the news of the birth of the cosmic sea's fourth sacred universe swept through the races like a hurricane. The demonic race. What? Both demonic ancestors Zhen Yaozhu and Meng Yaozhu found this utterly absurd. Ancestor, it's absolutely true. A universe master of our race has confirmed it. Mountain-seated guest has broken through. The reporting universe master of the demonic race hastily added. This mountain-seated guest. Inconceivable. Meng Yaozhu murmured softly. After confirming the news, these two ancestors of the demonic race made the same choice as the Insect Empress, rushing directly to the outskirts of mountain-seated guest's miniature universe. Although our demonic race has several true gods, even I and Meng Yao have no confidence in transcending reincarnation, let alone the others. In the future, when 2 reincarnation eras pass, we'll be forced to attempt it. Failure means extinction. If we can attach some of our clansmen to mountain-seated guest's miniature universe, we can preserve part of our bloodline. Zhen Yaozhu thought secretly. Attaching to the human race's miniature universe was hopeless. During the Primordial Universe era, the demonic and human races were mortal enemies. Though the demonic race had long abandoned ambitions of dominance, the deep-seated hatred was indelible. Should the true gods of the demonic race fail in their attempt to transcend reincarnation, the race would face extinction in the cosmic sea. The emergence of mountain-seated guest's sacred universe offered a glimmer of hope for the demonic race's survival. Simultaneously, the father god of the mechanical race reacted similarly to the insect and demonic races. The Crystal Race Prison Race Star Beasts Northern Frontier Alliance Ancestral God Sect and other forces also learned of the news. They were utterly astounded by the news. The emergence of the fourth sacred universe in the cosmic sea was a monumental event. This mountain-seated guest has hidden his depth well. Is it the ancient legacy? Even if Luo Feng provided the ancient legacy, breaking through this quickly seems impossible. The star ancestor fell silent. He had some friendship with mountain-seated guest, having contributed to Luo Feng's upbringing. Now that Luo Feng shone so brilliantly, having created a legend in the cosmic sea, mountain-seated guest's breakthrough made him seem even more unfathomable. A dazzling existence like Luo Feng couldn't be nurtured by just anyone. Chaos City Lord was also Luo Feng's teacher, but in the star ancestor's eyes Luo Feng had elevated Chaos City Lord to his current status. Only mountain-seated guest seemed to be a crucial factor in Luo Feng's success aside from Luo Feng's own comprehension. Attached to mountain-seated guest's miniature universe. Influenced by mountain-seated guest in the past, the star ancestor was reluctant to abandon his hope of transcending reincarnation. Contemplating attachment to another's sacred universe meant forsaking that hope. If one doesn't believe in oneself, how can one truly succeed? He had also obtained important inheritances in the Jinji world. The star ancestor still yearned to transcend reincarnation. Even if he lacked confidence, he could seek attachment later. Of course, while the star ancestor thought this way, most others did not. At least for some true gods from the Crystal Race Prison Race and the Northern Frontier Alliance who had little confidence in transcending reincarnation, they naturally sought a lifeline for their races. The human race was of course also astounded. In their eyes, if a fourth sacred universe were to emerge, it should have been from them. Despite already possessing two sacred universes for a race mastering ancient civilization, legacies too were far from enough. Within two reincarnation eras, the human race still hoped to produce several more sacred universes. Many even believed the fourth sacred universe would be the Chaos Sacred Universe, Chaos City Lord's miniature universe. Yet it was the mountain-seated sacred universe that broke through first. Mountain-seated guest broke through after all. Not surprising though. Chaos City Lord murmured. He felt that with Luo Feng's rise, he as the teacher couldn't provide much help. Instead, he benefited greatly from Luo Feng's strength. As the most ancient true god, mountain-seated guest was inherently mysterious, and his elusive tracks made him impossible to fully comprehend. He knew that mountain-seated guest was also one of Luo Feng's teachers. Luo Feng had obtained the inheritance of the Duandong, He lineage, and might have shared a copy with mountain-seated guest. Of course, the human race felt only shock, not much envy. On the contrary, mountain-seated guest's breakthrough seemed to offer a glimmer of hope to many human true gods. Among the human true gods, it was no secret that Luo Feng was mountain-seated guest's disciple. They believed mountain-seated guest's breakthrough was due to the inheritance and guidance from Luo Feng. Since mountain-seated guest could break through with the inheritance, why couldn't they? Having become true gods, they possessed their own pride. With the same guidance, they believed they too could break through. Veteran true gods like Peng Gong, Dark Qing Dong Huang, Jian Bingfeng, and Huan Xian were secretly invigorated. Having become true gods early, their aptitude couldn't be poor. Now, with the guidance of ancient legacies and nearly 2 reincarnation eras of time, it was enough for them to transcend reincarnation. The Galaxy Sacred Universe 9 Realms Mountain. News of mountain-seated guest's breakthrough had naturally reached Luo Feng long ago. Of course, Luo Feng was the calmest about it all. He had known mountain-seated guest would break through. Teacher's breakthrough to a sacred universe has caused such a stir. But it won't be long before things get even more shocking. Luo Feng knew that once mountain-seated guest transcended reincarnation, he would use his rebirth technique to be reborn in the origin continent. At that time, his current body would be considered deceased, and his miniature universe would also collapse, causing an even greater shock than now. Transcending reincarnation and still dying. The sacred universe collapsing. Regarding the transcendence of reincarnation, the races of the cosmic sea knew very little. They always believed sacred universes were eternal. The Yen God race. After the primordial universe era, their leader Emperor Yen, despite his mental flaws, had also broken through to the true god realm. Emperor Yen was highly ambitious, but reality had crushed his ambitions layer by layer. He resented mountain-seated guest's favoritism, keeping the best for Luo Feng. In Emperor Yan's eyes, Luo Feng owed everything to mountain-seated guest. He was insanely jealous and resentful of Luo Feng transcending reincarnation, even wishing Luo Feng had perished with the world beasts. Now, with mountain-seated guest breaking through, he felt no joy, only deeper resentment. Luo Feng had transcended reincarnation, and now mountain-seated guest was about to as well, leaving nothing for him. He felt he was being abandoned. Teacher mountain-seated guest, why are you so biased? Where do I, Emperor Yen, fall short? Where? Emperor Yen roared. Being cast aside, he was unwilling, deeply unwilling. Once Luo Feng was someone he could crush with a flick of his finger, but now he had grown into an existence he had to look up to. Even his most despised senior brother Puti had surpassed him with mountain-seated guest's help. He hated it, not for his own inadequacy but for mountain-seated guest's blatant favoritism. He too yearned to transcend reincarnation, for only then could he exist eternally. Otherwise, after 2 more reincarnation eras, he would be erased from the cosmic sea. Ah! A furious roar echoed. Boom! A violent aura erupted, startling even the reporting universe master of the Yen god race, who was blasted away. Elsewhere, unlike Emperor Yan's Fury Mountain, seated guest senior disciple Pu Ti waited quietly outside the miniature universe, watching its evolution. He was delighted by his teacher's breakthrough. Mountain-seated guest was like a father to him. Without him, Pu Ti would have nothing. Thus he harbored no resentment even over what Luo Feng had received. All races in the cosmic sea were shaken by mountain-seated guest's breakthrough. Outside his miniature universe, lone travelers and true gods, or universe masters of various races, watched the evolution with envy. The cosmic evolution now seemed to be nearing its end. The rate of expansion slowed and eventually stopped. The membrane of the miniature universe ceased absorbing the surrounding chaotic streams, and everything became calm. Mountain-seated guest's miniature universe is even larger than the human race's primordial ancestors, reaching 6.7 billion light-years in diameter. 6.7 billion light-years. Everyone was in awe. Luo Feng was a miracle, but how could mountain-seated guest also achieve such a colossal miniature universe? Inconceivable. Teacher can also transcend reincarnation now. Pu Ti looked at the colossal miniature universe, his heart surging with excitement. 6.7 billion light-years. This figure completely surpassed all expectations, and even Dong Di marveled at the power of the second cosmic era. Times create heroes. It is a matter of timing and fate. With his talent, had he received the guidance of the ancient heritage back then, his miniature universe would likely have far exceeded its current 3.2 billion light-years. Within his miniature universe, Shanke sensed its expansion had ceased, and shook his head. The foundation is still lacking. Shanke sighed. Under the constant surveillance of the prime universes, Shanke dared not reveal too much. His attainment of true godhood was based on a relatively inferior comprehension of the laws. However, the structure of his miniature universe was more perfect than most, enabling it to reach a diameter of 6.7 billion light-years. Had he chosen the path of divine power, while he wouldn't have been confident in reaching the same perfection as Luo Feng, he was over 90 certain he could have broken through at the third level of the divine body. Ah well, Shanke knew that breaking through to void true god was merely a step to brave the reincarnation cycle. His sacred universe was but a fleeting bloom. Gazing through the boundless void of his miniature universe, Shanke saw experts from various races of the second reincarnation era surrounding it, and shook his head. Honestly, Shanke held these people in contempt. Those who deny themselves before even starting are destined never to become true powerhouses. Were it not for the Jinji world, most of them would never have broken through to true god or universe master. Pu Ti, come in. Shanke sent a telepathic message only to Pu Ti. Yes, master. Receiving the message outside the universe's membrane, a passageway opened before Pu Ti, and he entered without hesitation. Instantly, the power of the universe's origin teleported Pu Ti before Shanke. Looking at his eldest disciple, Shanke felt a pang of nostalgia. The disciples he truly nurtured were Yan Di and Luo Feng. Yan Di had disappointed him deeply, which led to Luo Feng's rise. Luo Feng's current achievements were far beyond his expectations. As long as Luo Feng did not fall, surpassing him would be an easy feat. As for Pu Ti, while not truly nurtured, he had been by Shanke's side the longest. Regardless, there was a bond of affection there, even surpassing that for Yan Di. Master, Pu Ti said respectfully, you are far more outstanding than your second junior brother, and you even have hope of transcending the reincarnation cycle in the future. Shanke smiled. In terms of talent, Pu Ti was inferior to Yan Di and even more so to Luo Feng. But in terms of mental fortitude, he could rival even Luo Feng and far surpass Yan Di. Why did he create the Earth lineage? It was to cultivate a stronger mental fortitude, enabling them to claim the Stellar Tower. The Earth lineage was exceptionally strong in this regard. Luo Feng and Hong were prime examples. Hong's innate talent wasn't high, but his mental fortitude was immense. His powerful willpower constantly drove him towards his goals, and he eventually became the first true god of the Earth lineage. If not for Luo Feng, Hong would undoubtedly be considered a top-tier genius. Pu Ti's mental fortitude was equally excellent. With enough time, transcending the reincarnation cycle wasn't impossible. This was why Shanke believed his disciple had the potential to advance further. Whether he could transcend depended on his own opportunities. Please guide me, master. Pu Ti's body trembled slightly. Shanke waved his hand, saying, I say you have hope, and so you do. But that hope lies within yourself. I once said that among my 3 disciples, your third junior brother Luo Feng had the greatest potential, followed by Yan Di, and you had the least. Now I believe your potential is actually greater than your second junior brother's. Your second junior brother has already developed an inner demon. Until he eliminates it, he will remain stagnant and unable to transcend the reincarnation cycle. You are far better off than him. Your mental state is closer to that of the Earth lineage. The heart is the compass that guides a powerhouse forward, and it is the very foundation of your hope. Pu Ti listened intently. The heart. He seemed lost in thought. You know I poured my heart and soul into guiding the Earth lineage, and the key lies in mental fortitude. Take Hong from the Earth lineage for instance. His mental fortitude is no worse than Luo Feng's, but his talent and opportunities were far inferior. Yet he still became a true god and rose to the top ranks. Zhuo Shanku said, "Whether you can achieve it depends entirely on yourself." He looked at Pu Ti. "I will do my utmost, master, and I will not disappoint you." Pu Ti's voice was filled with unwavering conviction. Zhuo Shanku nodded. "Among my 3 disciples you are the most diligent, yet I have left you the least. I will soon brave the reincarnation cycle, and some things are of no use to me anymore. So I casually forged a supreme treasure armor for you, perfectly attuned to you. It should greatly enhance your strength enough to roam the cosmic sea unhindered." As he spoke, Zhuo Shanku's hand turned over, revealing a football-sized pearl. It shimmered with iridescent colors, light, swirling with and emanating a powerful pressure. The pearl flew out and landed in Pu Ti's hands. "Thank you, master. This disciple will not disappoint you." Pu Ti immediately knelt trembling as he accepted the pearl and quickly bound it with a thought. As with everything Zhuo Shanku produced, there was no inherent information, but Pu Ti could clearly feel the armor's immense power. "Give it a name," Zhuo Shanku said calmly. Pu Ti pondered for a moment, then said, "Today, master is transcending the reincarnation cycle. I hope this armor will aid me in transcending it as well. I shall call it the reincarnation armor." Reincarnation armor. Zhuo Shanku nodded. "Then I hope this reincarnation armor helps you transcend the cycle. Your matters are settled, and I have no regrets. I will soon brave the reincarnation cycle. If you have any questions in the future, you can seek out your 3rd junior brother. I won't keep you longer, I will send you off now." Zhuo Shanku waved his hand, and a surge of cosmic origin power enveloped Pu Ti, sending him out of the miniature universe. "Thank you, master." Pu Ti was immensely grateful, and soon appeared outside the universe's membrane. Watching Pu Ti leave, ripples stirred within Zhuo Shanku's heart. His profound gaze pierced the endless void, as if seeing the embodiment of the prime universes while watching him unblinkingly. "Rest assured, since I have broken through, I will soon brave the reincarnation cycle. There's no need to keep watching me." Zhuo Shanku shook his head and smiled softly. Since Luo Feng had already braved the cycle, his wish in the cosmic sea was fulfilled. What came after transcending the cycle was his true purpose. Having wandered the cosmic sea for endless ages before being reborn in the prime universe, it was now time to leave. There was nothing left to hold on to. Zhuo Shanku looked at the constant fluctuations from his communication token, his emotions undisturbed. He had little connection with the races of the cosmic sea and would have none in the future. He couldn't be bothered to respond. Yan Di had been abandoned, and his last wish concerning Pu Ti was fulfilled. "It's time to leave." Zhuo Shanku casually flipped out a token. Luo Feng had sent a message. "Master, are you about to brave the reincarnation cycle?" It was Luo Feng's voice. "Haha, my disciple, you are quite timely. Your senior brother was just here and left." Zhuo Shanku laughed heartily. "Since you are over there as well, I have no lingering concerns here. Naturally, I will brave the cycle. Remember to look after your senior brother a bit for me. See you over there." Within the Milky Way sacred universe, inside the 9 Realms mountain. Standing before the babbling waters, Luo Feng gazed into the boundless void and murmured softly, "Master is also going to brave the reincarnation cycle. I wonder when we will meet again." The origin continent was immensely vast. Perhaps their next meeting would be far in the future. Outside Zhuo Shanku's miniature universe, the strongest experts of various races were growing anxious. Their messages had gone unanswered. Was Zhuo Shanku ignoring them, or was he in deep comprehension? And what about Pu Ti, the true god who was seen entering and then leaving the 4th sacred universe? That was an eternal existence. If they could allow some of their clansmen to reside within the Zhuo Shan sacred universe, then even if their own true gods failed to brave the reincarnation cycle after 2 eras, their race could still continue. They might not care about their own life or death, but they desperately wished to see their race endure. Other independent powerhouses like Shihua Island Master Suzhen Demon God and Yihua True God, who had some acquaintance with Zhuo Shanku, had come hoping to exchange for useful insights on breaking through. However, they too seemed to be ignored. "What is Zhuo Shanku up to?" Shihua Island Master muttered. Suddenly, whoosh! A black palace-type treasure flew out from the miniature universe. It was Zhuo Shanku's supreme palace treasure. "Look at Zhuo Shanku's palace treasure. Zhuo Shanku is coming out." Someone was the first to notice, their voice booming out with divine power. "Zhuo Shanku, I am willing to trade a supreme treasure for some guidance on breaking through. Would you be willing to exchange?" "Zhuo Shanku, our demon race is willing to offer 4 supreme treasures for a space to house our clan, and we will honor you as our ancestor." "Zhuo Shanku, our bug race is willing to offer 6 supreme treasures." "Zhuo Shanku." A barrage of telepathic messages reached Zhuo Shanku's ears. "I have noted your intentions. Let us discuss this after I have braved the reincarnation cycle." Zhuo Shanku left only these words before performing an ultra-long distance teleport. The Jinwang Palace vanished, heading towards the reincarnation passage in Qingfeng realm. Soon he arrived at the entrance to the reincarnation cycle. In the vast cosmic sea, while all races were still marveling at the emergence of the fourth sacred universe, the fourth one, Shanke, had already entered the cycle of reincarnation. At the Nine Peaks mountain in the galaxy's sacred universe, Luo Feng gazed through the endless void, looking beyond the universe. Now that my teacher has embarked on the path of reincarnation, I have nothing left to fear. Luo Feng had been wary of Shanke's intentions to seize the primal universe, especially while he was still within the cosmic sea. His true body couldn't be suppressed in the origin continent, but if the primal universe's will were to act against Shanke, violating the supreme rules, the consequences would be disastrous. Even though the probability was low, Luo Feng didn't want to take that risk. Shanke was his teacher. Without him, Luo Feng wouldn't be where he was today, nor would countless beings in the cosmic sea. Among his four teachers, in terms of emotional bond, Jin Yen ranked first with Hun Dun and Shanke tied for second, and Hu Yen Bo last. However, in terms of sacrifice and contributions, Shanke was foremost, followed by Hun Dun, then Jin Yen, and finally Hu Yen Bo. The opportunity to become the primal universe's will was a great fortune, a gift from Shanke. Near the primal universe in the cosmic sea, the primal universe's will was almost omnipresent. Only at the far end, close to the origin continent, did it temporarily recede. For beings within the cosmic sea itself, the primal universe's will couldn't attack proactively. It could only defend passively. To achieve its goals, it had to act through beings within the primal universe. Hence, every primal universe established the ancestral god religion, which served as the external embodiment of the will. When the Lord of Hung-Ao brought a strange object into the primal universe, the will could only use the ancestral god religion to erase it. When the origin ancestor tried to seize it, the will could only suppress him passively, unable to kill him outright. Of course, if Luo Feng hadn't resolved the world beast calamity and freed the origin ancestor, the latter would have eventually returned to the source during the universe's great extinction under the will's eternal suppression. Though it couldn't attack directly, it could manipulate everything in the cosmic sea to achieve its aims. This was the primal universe's will. Luo Feng's divine power avatar teleported, instantly arriving outside the cosmic membrane. Primal universe's will. He looked up at the boundless void above, where he seemed to perceive an infinite phantom. His own figure was like a sesame seed facing the endless ocean. As for the method of seizing the body, Luo Feng had learned from Shanke's illusory consciousness, kill it, then take its place. The primal universes will possessed only instinct with low intelligence and not overwhelming strength. Back then, when the origin ancestor was still a true god, his will was comparable to a void true god's, yet he managed to almost succeed by merging with the primal universe's source using his virtual universe technique. Only because the will could control boundless source power was it able to suppress him. With Luo Feng's current peak saint-level willpower, according to Shanke's, success was highly likely. The previous cycle's prosperity had peaked, consuming too much source energy. The current primal universe, newly born from the Great Destruction, was in a fragile state. Luo Feng, provoke, die. The primal universes will seem to sense Luo Feng's anomaly, transmitting a series of will waves into his ears. Are you afraid? Luo Feng murmured softly, gazing at the endless phantom above with utterly emotionless eyes. Luo Feng, provoke, die. The infinite phantom formed by the primal universes will churned violently, as if to devour Luo Feng below. But bound by the supreme rules, it could do nothing. It dared not strike first, for a proactive attack would allow the supreme rules to erase it entirely. You are afraid. Luo Feng grinned. The primal universes will had no emotions, only instinct, and it feared death. Provoke her, shall die. The will's message reached Luo Feng's ears as the vast phantom quaked violently. At that moment, one could easily sense the turmoil of the cosmic sea's source power, with waves of primal pressure radiating from the endless void. What's happening? What's going on? What is occurring? The universe venerables, true gods and universe masters, roaming the cosmic sea, could faintly sense the fluctuations of the primal universes, well, especially the strongest among them. They were already somewhat suppressed by it, but now they could clearly perceive its violent undulations from above the cosmic sea. Could another great calamity be approaching? Many universe venerables sensed something ominous, as they could vividly feel the turmoil of the primal universe's will. What's wrong with the primal universe's will? The two-faced ancestral god, one of the leaders of the ancestral god religion in the second reincarnation era, wore a grave expression. As the former spokesperson of the primal universe's will, he understood it better than anyone. In the chaotic universe city, Lord Hun Dun also teleported outside his miniature universe, gazing solemnly at the endless chaotic airflow. One by one, the human true gods, Huan Xin Huang Jian Pengong Hua Qiong Shimo and others, appeared outside their miniature universes. The human miniature universes were mostly clustered in the same region of the cosmic sea, not too far apart. The epicenter of the primal universes' will fluctuation was above the galaxy sacred universe, and even from within their miniature universes the powerful undulations were unmistakable. Come to me immediately. City Lord Hun Dun sent a message to the human true gods. As one of humanity's former leaders, he was a pillar of strength, second only to the ancestors of the two sacred universes. Hun Dun, what's happening? Hun Dun. Grandmaster, what's going on? Figures materialized beside him one after another. Hun Dun's expression was grim. Did you all sense it? The source of the primal universe's will fluctuation seems to be near the galaxy's sacred universe. I've tried contacting Luo Feng, but there's no response. To prevent any unforeseen events, we must head to the galaxy's sacred universe together. Agreed. The others nodded, and one by one they vanished via teleportation. Within the galaxy sacred universe, true gods like Zhu Shuelon and Heng Xing Emotion, along with universe masters, all sensed the intense fluctuation of the primal universe's will, and immediately teleported outside the sacred universe. They were utterly horrified by the immense pressure emanating from above. What is this? The galaxy and the primal universe's will. It's Ancestor Galaxy. Ancestor Galaxy and the primal universe's will. They stared at the distant figure, seemingly a sesame seed, facing the boundless ocean, completely stunned. Compared to the infinite primal universe's will, Luo Feng's form was minuscule, yet in their eyes it stood towering and earth-shaking. This was a sight destined to be etched into their souls forever. Standing alone against the infinite primal universe's will made him far more formidable than the origin ancestor of old. And the one achieving this was none other than the ancestor of their galaxy's sacred universe. Above the galaxy's sacred universe, the source power grew increasingly violent, the phantom churning like endless storm clouds. Luo Feng tried to pinpoint the source's location, only to find it was everywhere. The entire cosmic sea was connected to the primal universe's source space. Kill the primal universes will then merge my own will into the source, and I can take its place. The source of Luo Feng's miniature universe represented his will, and the primal universe was no different. By erasing its will and integrating his own, he could succeed in the seizure. Die! Luo Feng's eyes transformed into colossal, rapidly spinning celestial bodies emanating immense and boundless power. Suddenly a will of unparalleled sharpness shot forth from the giant star, materializing into a phantom greatsword that tore through space at speeds exceeding 1 billion times the speed of light, thrusting directly at the infinite phantom above. At that moment, the primal universe's will was enraged. The boundless source power it commanded erupted in chaos, sending violent fluctuations across the entire cosmic sea. Though its intelligence was limited, it faced Luo Feng with far more ferocity than it had shown the origin ancestor, unleashing its full might. The raging source power coalesced into a colossal dragon, surging forth to suppress the phantom greatsword. Yet the greatsword, formed of pure will, was formless and immaterial, untouchable by mere source power. The greatsword pierced straight through the dragon of source power and plunged into the endless phantom. Luo Feng, I want you dead. The primal universes will struggle desperately, letting out a final piercing cry of will before falling utterly silent. The dragon of source power, having passed through the phantom greatsword, was on the verge of reaching Luo Feng when it abruptly dissipated into nothing. The true gods and universe masters outside the galaxy's sacred universe had felt utter despair upon seeing that source dragon. But its sudden dissolution left only the chaotic source power, now devoid of a master's control, and ancestor galaxy in the distance. They were utterly awestruck, unable to believe their eyes. This scene, witnessed by City Lord Hun Dun and the others who had just teleported and left them equally shaken to the core. Luo Feng watched the origin power, now bereft of its will, turn turbulent. He paid no heed to the shock of the others, and his will immediately reached out to the origin of the primordial universe, permeating into it. The origin of the primordial universe. This was Luo Feng's second time entering it. The first time was a reward for when the primordial universe was destroyed. This time it was to successfully erase the original will of the primordial universe's origin. With the original will gone, Luo Feng's will effortlessly merged with the origin of the primordial universe. In an instant, Luo Feng felt an inexplicably wondrous sensation, far more magnificent than the feeling of merging with the universe's origin to witness its great destruction. The origin of the primordial universe was the greatest existence in the cosmic sea, pervading every corner of it, even reaching the edges of the distant origin continent. However, the closer one got to the origin continent, the weaker the control of the primordial universe's origin became. The moment his will merged with the origin, Luo Feng felt as if he had become the entire cosmic sea, including the primordial universe itself. Bound by certain rules, only the miniature universes of true gods or sacred universes required him to yield. Within the primordial universe, new stars were being born while old ones self-destructed. Birth outpaced destruction, and the universe thrived towards greater prosperity. Weak lives were born, and old ones passed away, with creation and extinction occurring every moment. New species continuously appeared under certain rules, providing the primordial universe with more diverse development. Every life within the primordial universe was within Luo Feng's perception. He was like a god, observing from a higher perspective with every action of every being within his senses. Within the primordial universe at this time, the strongest remained the innate beast gods, who appeared with the power of universe masters, beings born from the rules of the primordial universe's origin. The countless other lives were all too weak. Not even an ordinary immortal had appeared. The innate beast gods were the gods of the primordial universe, and it was unlikely that anyone would surpass them for eons. When prosperity reaches its peak, decline follows. The primordial universe of the previous cycle had reached its ultimate culmination, causing the primordial universe of this cycle to be exceptionally weak. Outside the primordial universe, Luo Feng could clearly sense Qingfeng realm universe boat Lucheng Mountain and even the reincarnation passage. He could also clearly pinpoint the locations of the supreme treasures lost in the perilous lands. At this moment, many powerhouses of the cosmic sea were venturing through its perilous lands, and Luo Feng could easily sense their presence. However, Luo Feng had a feeling that there was a supreme rule in the unseen depths of the cosmos. He could only watch and sense but could not act. If he dared to act, the supreme rule could strip him of his control over the primordial universe's origin. This was like the original will of the primordial universe's origin, which could only use guiding methods to release inheritances and treasures. Luo Feng's perception continued to advance deeper into the cosmic sea. In the far depths, where no powerhouse of the cosmic sea had ever reached natural perilous lands, existed many even comparable to Qingfeng realm universe boat and Lucheng Mountain. Rare flora from the origin continent, even treasures of true gods and void true gods drifted from the boundless depths of the cosmic sea. The world of Jin. In the endlessly distant depths of the cosmic sea, Luo Feng saw a colossal corpse, the body of the god king of Jin. Here in the cosmic sea, perilous lands abounded. Natural forces alone could easily obliterate eternal true gods or even saint realm beings. For those below the god king level, coming here was fraught with endless danger. No wonder even my teacher was forced to use the art of reincarnation. Luo Feng sighed. In the infinitely distant depths of the cosmic sea, although he could not act directly, he could disguise perilous lands as safe zones or create misleading guides, easily trapping any god king who ventured into the cosmic sea. However, as he delved deeper, Luo Feng found that his will's influence became minimal, even negligible. Luo Feng's will could easily reach every location in the cosmic sea, but the closer to the depths of the origin continent, the more it exceeded his control. The cosmic sea was vast, boundless, and endless. Even the range Luo Feng could perceive was despairingly immense. Traveling at speeds trillions of times the speed of light, it would take countless trillions of epochs to reach the end. If the cosmic sea is this inconceivable, then what about the origin continent? Luo Feng suddenly felt that the origin continent was probably millions of times more miraculous than the cosmic sea. Withdrawing his thoughts, Luo Feng immersed his consciousness into the origin ocean, feeling the endless source laws. Various laws easily manifested before him. The essences of the 10 basic laws. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, space-time, wind, lightning, and light were easily perceived. In the origin ocean, different origins transformed into different law powers. How each major law was formed fully revealed its essence, comprehensible at a glance. Luo Feng felt that comprehending laws before was like solving difficult problems requiring understanding of every step to arrive at the answer. Now there was no need to understand at all, simply memorizing was enough to naturally master it. Two completely different concepts. One required more time and felt difficult, the other required almost no time, as simple as eating a meal. How peculiar! Luo Feng marveled. In the origin ocean, the 10 origin powers, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, space-time, wind, lightning, and light, were separated into distinct oceanic regions. They neither clashed nor merged with one another, each region clearly demarcated. Among them, the 5 origins of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were the most abundant, occupying the majority. Space and time came next, followed by the 3 origins of wind, lightning, and light. As the origin of life, wood origin was the most abundant, serving as the primary source for nurturing life. Destruction origin. Luo Feng's mind stirred. In the origin ocean, the destruction origin occupied only a very small portion, like a single scoop from a lake. The destruction origin only activates when the primordial universe enters its final phase, or when other origins are threatened, driving the primordial universe to destruction. Luo Feng understood. When the primordial universe reaches its end, as dictated by the supreme rule, the destruction origin takes effect, actively destroying the primordial universe to nurture a new one. When the universe's origin is devoured by the beast gods, to a certain extent, the will controlling the origin can also release the destruction origin, proactively triggering the primordial universe's destruction prematurely. Everything must operate under the supreme rule. Luo Feng inwardly sighed. The supreme rule was the order governing the cosmic sea and even the origin continent. Yuan. Luo Feng couldn't help but think of the legendary Yuan, a being beyond god kings. I wonder if the level of Yuan can surpass the supreme rule. Yuan art was known as the supreme secret art. Legend said that Yuan could formulate the supreme rule, but whether it was true could not be verified from the records Luo Feng had access to. However, Luo Feng dared not think too far ahead for now. He was merely an eternal true god, still infinitely far from God King, let alone the level of Yuan. According to the words of the mountain-sitting guest, for those who seize the primordial universe, reaching the saint realm should not be difficult, with even a certain chance of becoming a god king. But this was only for ordinary geniuses. Luo Feng was different. With his perfect genes at the 3rd level of the divine body, he had become a true god, and even the supreme rule had come to congratulate him, representing boundless potential. Becoming a god king was only his minimum goal. He aimed to reach the legendary level of Yuan, or even surpass Yuan, standing at the very pinnacle of the origin continent. The Primordial Stele. With a thought as the controller of the primordial universe's origin, Luo Feng naturally knew the information. At the bottom of the origin ocean lay an independent space within which was a bare stone island. In the center of the island stood a towering stone stele. The stele was mountain-shaped 181 million meters tall, entirely black, covered with dense pale golden secret patterns. Luo Feng's consciousness easily penetrated the spatial membrane and entered. The primordial stele was formed from the chaos laws, bearing countless profound and mysterious secret patterns. Within these patterns were recorded various secret arts. Among the beings nurtured by the primordial universe, some possessed innate secret arts, gifts bestowed by the universe. The will of the primordial universe's origin bestowed them under the permission of the supreme rule. Every secret art granted to those beings was one recorded on the primordial stele. For instance, the I am the universe that Luo Feng had obtained was a secret art recorded on the stele. But I cannot arbitrarily bestow these secret arts upon others. What a pity! Luo Feng inwardly shook his head. Everything had to follow the supreme rule, and it was predetermined that only beings permitted by the supreme rule would receive these secret arts. The origin ocean and the primordial stele were the very foundations of the primordial universe's existence. Luo Feng could use them for comprehension but could not overstep the supreme rule. Comprehending the universe's origin and the chaos laws is the greatest wealth. I should be content. Luo Feng smiled without the slightest dissatisfaction. Outside the galaxy sacred universe. As Luo Feng's will replaced the original will of the primordial universe's origin, the turbulent origin power returned to normal, and the void above the galaxy sacred universe had long since been restored. Although they had witnessed Luo Feng defeating the original will of the primordial universe's origin Chaos City Lord, and others waited anxiously. Their messages to Luo Feng went unanswered, and they worried whether something had happened to him. At the Nine Realms Mountain in the galaxy sacred universe, Luo Feng's divine power incarnation materialized once more. This time even Su Exine Luo Hai Luo Ping Jinyen and others were there waiting anxiously. Feng. Seeing Luo Feng's incarnation materialize, Su Exine joyfully approached. Father! Luo Hai and Luo Ping shouted in surprise. Luo Feng. Jinyen also smiled. Master! Father God! Haha, it's all right, don't worry. It's good news indeed. Luo Feng laughed heartily. With a thought, a massive cosmic passage formed leading beyond the universe membrane. Master, I'm fine. Everyone come in. Figures gathered at the Nine Realms Mountain. Those who came were essentially the strongest elites of the human race except the origin ancestor who did not come. Everyone, you must have seen it. Just now it was indeed I who contended with the original will of the primordial universe's origin, and I won. Luo Feng smiled lightly. There are some things I cannot speak of due to restrictions, but they are all for the protection of everyone. Hearing Luo Feng's words, everyone set aside their inner doubts, replaced by shock and admiration, to contend with the original will of the primordial universe's origin and win. Back then, the origin ancestor was suppressed for contending with the original will of the primordial universe's origin. Now it was Luo Feng's turn. These two powerhouses of the human race were likely beyond their reach. What a blessing for the human race! Seeing Luo Feng's smiling face, Chaos City Lord inwardly sighed, his mind wandering through thoughts. The fall of Giant Axe had become an eternal scar in his heart. The origin ancestor was like a father, Giant Axe like an elder brother. Now the human race was prosperous and strong, but the more perfect things were, the more they highlighted the scar within. If Giant Axe could see all this, he should be happy too. Chaos City Lord thought quietly. After Luo Feng exchanged a few words with the various human powerhouses, they gradually departed one after another. Only Chaos City Lord True God Huan Xian Hong True God, Hua Qiong True God Shima Jinyen, and a few others important to Luo Feng remained at the Nine Realms Mountain. Even Luo Hai and Luo Ping had left earlier. Master! Luo Feng looked at Chaos City Lord. Do you have some plan? Chaos City Lord smiled. Haha, as expected of my master. Luo Feng also smiled and said, I want to bestow a great opportunity upon the human race to help it birth several more sacred universes. A great opportunity, the sacred land universe. All those present stared at Luo Feng in shock. I am now the will of the primordial universe's source. Luo Feng's voice was not loud, yet it exploded within everyone's hearts. What? Luo Feng, you are the will of the primordial universe's source. Chaos City Lord was utterly dumbfounded. The others were equally stunned. Could the source of the primordial universe even be replaced? Just how powerful was Luo Feng? He could actually replace the source's will. Waves of shock crashed within their minds, overwhelming their doubts. Today I fought against the will of the primordial universe's source and took its place. Luo Feng spoke softly, but his words struck each listener like thunder. Only Luo Feng in the entire cosmic sea could speak of replacing the source's will so effortlessly. Seizing the primordial universe was something only the number one genius of the cosmic sea could achieve. The others recovered from their shock, feeling not envy but reverence. Our human race's true gods still have nearly 2 reincarnation eras of time. In the coming years, I will have them merge their consciousness into the source of the primordial universe in batches. Within the source, they can most directly perceive the laws of the universe's origin, which I believe will greatly aid their breakthroughs. Luo Feng stated, Of course you are the top priority. As for the others, I'll leave the order and timing to you, master. Luo Feng looked at Chaos City Lord. Though his emotions were still stirred, Chaos City Lord had regained his composure. For Chaos City Lord, if he could personally merge his consciousness with the source of the primordial universe, his chance of breaking through would greatly increase. Luo Feng, the human race is truly fortunate to have you. Chaos City Lord was deeply moved. He had dedicated himself to the prosperity of the human race, but it was Luo Feng who had truly led them to glory. Luo Feng, this teacher has benefited too much from you. Jinyan laughed heartily. Third brother. Hong looked at Luo Feng, his heart filled with gratitude. Teacher, Father God. Huaqiong and Xiamo felt sincere gratitude and reverence for Luo Feng. At this moment words failed them, but Luo Feng had truly become the god of the human race. Haha, if you truly want to thank me, then transcend reincarnation. Luo Feng didn't think much of it. It was merely a trivial act. Opportunities are given, but true fortune depends on the individual. Luo Feng then looked at Zhenyan and teased. Teacher Zhenyan, you need to break through to become a true god first. Haha, with you here, I'm not afraid of failing to break through. Zhenyan laughed heartily. The others joined in the laughter. Then I'll leave this matter to you, master. Luo Feng looked at Chaos City Lord. This matter is of great importance. For now we cannot reveal the truth to the others lest it weaken their resolve. Moreover, this opportunity cannot be unlimited. For now let's give them one chance each for 10 eras. As for those who truly cannot break through, we'll see at the end of the next reincarnation era. Chaos City Lord said. I will arrange an order and give it to you, and you can schedule accordingly. The others nodded in agreement. Having things too easy isn't necessarily good, and the same goes for cultivation. If everyone expects such favorable conditions, they will naturally slack off. Let's follow your plan, master. Luo Feng looked at Chaos City Lord and nodded. I can arrange for you to enter the source ocean of the primordial universe now. Why not go in and try it first? Perhaps you can break through. Me. I'm in no hurry. Jinyan and Huan Xian are both at the bottleneck of their realms, so let them go first. You can place me after them. As for Xiamo and Huaqiong, you too should accumulate more experience over time, which will make your breakthroughs easier in the future. Chaos City Lord said. All right. Luo Feng nodded, then looked at Jinyan and Hong. Xiamo and Huaqiong also nodded. Let your teacher go first. I'm not in a hurry. Hong smiled. Then it's your turn, master. Luo Feng smiled at Jinyan. You're all being so hesitant, but I won't decline. Jinyan said with a laugh. Who knows, maybe I'll come out as a true god. The others chuckled at his words. In the end, it was decided Jinyan first, then true god Huan Xian Hong, followed by Chaos City Lord Huaqiong Xiamo. Although the will of the primordial universe's source is omnipresent, merging consciousness into the source requires going beyond the primordial universe, where one can easily enter the ocean of the universe's source. After sending Zhenyan's consciousness to merge with the source, Luo Feng turned his focus to his own cultivation. Having just broken through to eternal true god, and successfully seizing the primordial universe, Luo Feng felt it was time to further develop his blade techniques. Though he had tried creating eternal true god level blade techniques in the inheritance space, he hadn't yet reached a level he was satisfied with. Origin Continent Mengan Tribe. Within the inheritance space, Luo Feng's divine power avatar, under 10,000-fold time acceleration, comprehended the source laws of the primordial universe. To become an eternal true god, there are two paths. One is to completely comprehend the 10 fundamental laws: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, space-time, lightning, and light. The other is to comprehend the mysteries of the source, such as the source of water, the source of fire, the source of destruction, like the primordial universe's source of life and destruction, or the source of destruction of the world beasts. An eternal true god can create a universe with a single thought. Comprehending the 10 fundamental laws can form a universe, and the power of the 10 laws can also form a universe. Luo Feng broke through to the eternal true god realm by comprehending the source of destruction. Above the eternal true god is the Chaos Sovereign. Breaking through to Chaos Sovereign is far more difficult. It requires the actual fusion of the 10 fundamental laws, ultimately achieving the Chaos Law. After fusing into the Chaos Law, the true god's heart can evolve into a chaos space. In terms of law comprehension, Luo Feng had never lagged. He had essentially comprehended all 10 fundamental laws, and had even completed the fusion of some laws. However, fusing them into the Chaos Law would still require a long time. In the source ocean of the primordial universe, where the source laws are externally manifested, comprehending all 10 fundamental laws is effortless. But fusing them into the Chaos Law is immensely difficult. Metal, wood, spacetime, metal, earth, spacetime, water, earth, spacetime, earth, fire, spacetime, fire, earth, lightning, light. Luo Feng had completed fusion across 4 law dimensions through mutual verification. But fusing 5 or more laws increased the difficulty significantly, especially when trying to completely fuse metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Problems arose. For instance, the laws of water and fire, or fire and wood. Common sense dictates that water and fire are incompatible. Fusing them is immensely difficult, and the final fusion increases the difficulty exponentially. In the past, Jiafanzi, with his profound insights into the laws of water and fire, created the ultimate technique, source of water and fire. Within it he had already initially fused the water and fire laws. Its power was so great that it granted Jiafanzi merely a true god top-tier 10th level combat power. Source of water and fire is a true god technique, but the ability to fuse two completely different laws also inspired Luo Feng. His light of water and fire benefited from source of water and fire. Of course, the most important thing for fusing the chaos law is the primordial stele. The primordial stele is manifested from the chaos law covered in countless complex patterns containing the ultimate mysteries of the chaos law. The fusion of laws and the chaotic patterns of the primordial stele imprinting upon each other can greatly expedite the path of fusion. Back in the mini-universe of the Starry Sky ancestor Luo Feng observed the 8 Beast God secret patterns and managed to create an ultimate technique at the universe master level. The Beast God secret patterns were indispensable. The Beast God patterns themselves are a manifestation of the laws. If one doesn't understand the laws but knows the patterns, the effect is the same. By understanding the laws through the patterns, comprehension becomes much easier. However, fusing into the chaos law is far more difficult than comprehending a single law. Even with the primordial stele, the inheritance space, and the various secret methods collected by past Duandong, Luo Feng felt it was incredibly challenging. In the source ocean space, Luo Feng observed the primordial stele. In the inheritance space, Luo Feng studied the law fusion secret methods collected by past Duandong, he constantly analyzing and verifying. Then he created new blade techniques. Luo Feng's current blade techniques. In the Blood Shadow Blade as a universe master, he had inscribed 3 moves: Rebirth from Nirvana, Light of Water and Fire, and Path of the 9 Heavens. At the True God stage, facing countless world beasts, he created Curved Blade, under immense pressure fusing the laws of metal, water, space, light, and part of the source of destruction. With this single move, Luo Feng managed to withstand the onslaught of 6,000 world beasts. Gate of Life, a top-tier 12th level secret technique, was comprehended from observing the destruction and reincarnation moves of the world beasts. It was the strongest secret technique Luo Feng comprehended during the world beast calamity. In the endless years that followed, Luo Feng comprehended laws and the mysteries of the source of destruction. His low realm reached the void level, and he even created several 13th level blade techniques, including 2 top-tier 13th level ones, Gorgeous Guardian and Light of Hope. Gorgeous Guardian was a move Luo Feng realized when he thought about the significance of his battle with the world beasts, and saw the peaceful, beautiful life that had been restored, hence the name. Light of Hope was created after the world beast calamity. Whether due to Luo Feng's power or the ancient heritage, the human race grew stronger. Especially the Earth lineage and the Deep Sea lineage, their status within the human race rose higher and higher. Luo Feng seemed to see a future of an even stronger human race, a stronger Earth lineage, and a stronger Deep Sea lineage. The human race, the Earth lineage, and the Deep Sea lineage were all his expectations and hopes. Hence he named his strongest blade move, Light of Hope. However, Luo Feng didn't rush to inscribe these 2 moves into the Blood Shadow Blade. Firstly, there was nothing in the cosmic sea that required him to draw his blade. Secondly, after his breakthrough, he could create even stronger techniques. After breaking through to Eternal True God, he was forced to traverse reincarnation. In that extremely short time, Luo Feng hadn't yet created a satisfactory blade technique. His realm was barely stabilized, but his combat power still had significant room for improvement. For example, creating stronger blade techniques. In the inheritance space, Luo Feng simulated opponents of varying strength, most of whom were past Duandong He. Whoosh! A silent slash was unleashed. Taking the blade's edge as its body, it continuously expanded and enlarged. Within the expanding blade light, there were also streaks of expanding blade light cycling endlessly. The blade lights were simultaneously slow and fast, each one different. Some paused in time, some accelerated abruptly, some even jumped through space, erratic and eerie. The blade lights were sharp and carried a heavy aura of destruction. At the tip of each blade light was the absolute sharpness of the metal law, combined with the violent nature of the fire law. The blade light itself was like an immensely heavy star, and what's more terrifying was the thick aura of destruction emanating from each one. Within the endless blade light, there was even a hint of endless lingering intent. This move fused the 6 laws of metal, fire, earth, time, space, and water along with the power of the source of destruction. Luo Feng had finally made progress beyond the 5 fundamental laws, creating a move that fused 6 laws and the source of destruction. Boom! In the distance, a simulated Duandong He Liao Ju Wu, struggled to defend against this blade, but was instantly engulfed by the endless blade light. In an instant, Duandong He Liao Ju Wu was reduced to nothingness. It's done. Luo Feng was overjoyed. Duandong He Liao Ju Wu was the 143rd Duandong He, a saint realm existence. Although Luo Feng simulated him at only the 4th level Eternal True God stage, his skill was still at the saint level. This simulated Duandong He Liao Ju Wu possessed the combat power of a 5th level Eternal True God. In the Eternal True God stage, levels 1 to 3 are the ordinary level for those just entering the realm. Levels 4 to 5 are the mid-level. Level 6 is the peak. Level 7 is considered top-tier Eternal True God. Level 8 represents the absolute limit of Eternal True God power, and level 9 is half a step into Saint. Although Luo Feng had just entered the eternal true God realm, he had chosen the path of comprehending the source, and his law comprehension was extremely high. Combined, these factors allowed Luo Feng to naturally create blade techniques far surpassing those of a newly advanced eternal true God. This blade move was estimated to be at the top-tier 5th level. Having fused 6 laws, plus the source of destruction, I finally created this move. Luo Feng was thrilled, but this move still lacked a name. I'll call it First Arrival, my first blade technique masterpiece after arriving at the origin continent. Luo Feng created First Arrival. And only a year and 2 months had passed in the outside world. Calculated within the inheritance space, it had taken roughly 12,000 years. Peak 5th stage, yet Luo Feng was still dissatisfied. Eternal True God 5th stage was merely the average level among Eternal True Gods. Most could reach this standard. First Arrival was the advanced version of the blade art, Nirvana Rebirth. Luo Feng's plan was naturally to integrate more laws into Nirvana Rebirth: Radiance of Water and Fire, Path of the Nine Heavens, Gate of Life, Resplendent Guardian, and Light of Hope, and deduce them all to the eternal level. Gate of Life was the perfected blade art of curved blade. Radiance of Water and Fire was primarily based on the water law and fire law, which complemented each other. When other laws were incorporated, its power became extremely terrifying. Luo Feng used Radiance of Water and Fire as a mirror, but he could not completely follow its line of thought. Using Radiance of Water and Fire as a prototype with water and fire as the core, he integrated other different laws. Fire served as the spear, water as the shield, highlighting fire's violence and water's unending continuity. Such a technique was best suited for defensive offense, also capable of trapping enemies while not lacking explosive power. Of course, the most powerful was still the Source of Destruction. The Source of Destruction was the foundation of Luo Feng's current strength. It suppressed all forces. Unless facing absolute overwhelming power, the Source of Destruction would always hold the upper hand. Without the fusion of the Source of Destruction, First Arrival might only be an ordinary 5th stage Eternal True God blade art. But after integrating destruction, it became a top-tier 5th stage blade art. The gap between the two was immense. Relying on his own insights and referencing the primordial boundary steel and the ultimate techniques of past Duandongha, Luo Feng continuously integrated them into his blade art. Through repeated sparring with the past Duandongha, he refined his techniques. It lacks the charm of the water law. Too violent. The blade is not fast enough, the power is insufficient. Luo Feng constantly summarized learning from each failure, then perfected his art and sparred again. Years passed one by one. Unknowingly, over 30 years had elapsed in the outside world. In the cosmic sea at the Zhuoshan sacred universe. Whoosh! Suddenly the cosmic membrane began to crack on a large scale, peeling off in pieces. The chaotic airflow of the cosmic sea no longer permeated and was absorbed steadily through the membrane. Instead, it violently flooded inside. At the same moment, all living beings within the small universe died silently and instantly. Continents, galaxies, and planets no longer sustained by the universe's source instantly lost their original trajectories. Swept by the endless violent chaotic airflow, it was like doomsday, a great destruction. Everything was lifeless. Vast expanses of land, fragments of celestial bodies, and corpses of living beings floated about. At the same moment, the membrane of the Zhuoshan sacred universe cracked. Bizarre events once again unfolded in the cosmic sea. Lord Chodan, I truly envy you. I never thought that, in the blink of an eye, you would become an eternal existence. If I had heeded your advice back then, and led my race to pledge allegiance to Zhuoshan, my days ahead would have been carefree. Outside the cosmic boat, 3 universe masters were leisurely sitting and chatting, waiting for treasures to emerge. Ha ha ha, it was also luck. The universe master known as Lord Chodan smiled. At the end of the primordial universe, facing the great annihilation, his attempts to pledge allegiance elsewhere had failed. Finally, Zhuoshan had taken him in. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Zhuoshan had also passed through reincarnation, creating the 4th sacred universe in the cosmic sea. This matter caused many of Lord Chodan's friends to be immensely envious. Being sheltered within a sacred universe meant eternal existence. If Luo Feng had not proactively attacked the ZUS sacred universe, all the powerhouses in the cosmic sea would have unanimously believed that the ZUS sacred universe would never be destroyed. I don't have your luck. Another universe master was about to speak but stopped mid-sentence, suddenly discovering with shock and terror that Lord Chodan beside him had silently fallen, completely devoid of life aura, yet his divine body was completely unharmed. Lord Chodan! Lord Chodan! The other 2 universe masters instantly rushed to Lord Chodan's side, horrified to find that he was completely dead. At the same time, several universe masters sheltered within the Zhuoshan sacred universe silently fell at various locations in the cosmic sea, their life auras completely extinguished. All those who were traveling with the universe masters of the Zhuoshan sacred universe were horrified by this sight. Such a silent death meant either one of their avatars was soul-killed, causing all avatars to perish, or the universe they were sheltered in had encountered a problem. However, some had no avatars and still died during their travels. For instance, Lord Chodan had no avatars. 3 universe masters were in the same area. The other 2 were fine, only Lord Chodan died. This defied common sense. Lord Chodan is dead. Could it be that something went wrong with the Zhuoshan's sacred universe? The other two universe masters were unwilling to believe it, as they had never heard of a sacred universe being destroyed after passing through reincarnation. Lord Banch, were you together with Lord Chodan? Not long after Lord Chodan's death, the universe master Lord Banch, who had been with him, received a transmission. Yes, Lord Banshee replied. But he is dead. There was a moment of silence on the other end, then a reply: Lord Taman is also dead. Following that, several other universe masters confirmed this matter with Lord Banshee. All the universe masters who had emerged from the Zhuoshan sacred universe were dead, and all in the same manner. No matter how unwilling they were to believe that the sacred universe could be destroyed, it was already a fact. Rush to the Zhuoshan sacred universe and plunder the treasures. After confirming that the Zhuoshan sacred universe was most likely destroyed, the universe masters, who learned of this matter, first either rushed there personally or informed their fellow clansmen or the strongest beings. This explosive news also swept through the entire cosmic sea like a hurricane. Especially when those who rushed to the Zhuoshan sacred universe confirmed it, the doubters were instantly stunned. Sacred universes can also be destroyed. The destruction of the ZUS sacred universe back then was caused by Luo Feng. This automatic destruction was a completely different matter. No one in the cosmic sea knew how many reincarnations the ZUS sacred universe and the Dongdi sacred universe had existed through. They only knew these two sacred universes were eternal, having existed for countless cycles of reincarnation. The destruction of the Zhuoshan sacred universe shattered their perceptions. Sacred universes were not eternal. All races were shaken, some sighed, some secretly rejoiced, and some were gloating. Back when Zhuoshan Ku had just broken through, all races had tried every possible way to curry favor with him, hoping to gain the qualification for their race to be sheltered in the sacred universe. Unexpectedly, in just over 30 years, the sacred universe was destroyed. If Zhuoshan Ku had agreed back then, they would likely have perished as well. Whoosh! A giant figure teleported outside the Zhuoshan sacred universe. Watching the endless chaotic airflow flowing into the universe through the cracks in the membrane, this figure shed tears. It was true God Pute. Master! Pute found it difficult to accept this fact, his mind in turmoil. Scenes involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Master! Pute murmured. At the same time, Emperor Yen of the Yen god race also appeared outside the Zhuoshan sacred universe. Looking at the cracked cosmic membrane, he burst into frenzied laughter. Compared to Pute, Emperor Yen was clearly more maniacal. Ha ha ha, you biased old man, you too have a day of falling. So what if you transcended reincarnation? Didn't you still fall? Ami Emperor Yen not living well. Ha ha ha. Emperor Yan's frenzied laughter rolled through the endless chaotic airflow. What joy! Emperor Yen felt incomparably joyful at this moment. He had also feared Zhuoshan Ku. Even though Zhuoshan Ku was biased, he dared not show the slightest disobedience, and could only act according to Zhuoshan Ku's wishes. Now that Zhuoshan Ku was dead, all the resentment deep in his heart was finally vented. Ungrateful wretch! From afar, hearing Emperor Yan's voice, and seeing his crazed laughter, Pute could barely contain the murderous intent within him. Boom! Divine power burned directly as Pute suddenly teleported in front of Emperor Yen, wielding an ancient-looking long staff and smashing it fiercely towards him. With the enhancement of the reincarnation armor, the power of the strike had reached the pinnacle of the 10th stage, which was the limit level of a true god. What? You old bastard! Emperor Yen was greatly shocked and couldn't react in time. It was all too sudden, causing instinctive terror. Not to mention it was a sneak attack. Even facing such a powerful blow head-on, he had no confidence in blocking it. Bang! The staff directly struck Emperor Yan's body, sending him flying like a cannonball. What? I lost 31% of my divine body in an instant. Emperor Yen was terrified. When did this old man become so strong? The power of the strike is definitely the pinnacle of power in the entire cosmic sea. In an instant, Emperor Yen felt he was invincible. He was warlike, but he also feared death. Pute clearly wanted his life. One strike had severely wounded him. Flee! Emperor Yen made his decision instantly, directly summoning his palace-type true god treasure and hiding inside. The surrounding void was frozen by Pute, making teleportation impossible. He could only slowly fly while hiding within the palace treasure. Pute also had a palace-type true god treasure, but since both were of a similar level, it naturally couldn't be used to suppress a treasure of the same grade, so Emperor Yen wasn't afraid of being suppressed. This old man is too strong, he really knows how to hide. Seeing Pute still pursuing through the treasure, Emperor Yen felt a wave of lingering fear. With one strike losing over 30% of his divine body, it would probably take no more than 4 strikes to kill him. Ungrateful wretch, you can hide today, but can you hide forever? Pute was filled with boundless killing intent. With another strike, he sent Emperor Yan's tower-type treasure flying. Emperor Yen, hiding inside the treasure, was completely unharmed, and breathed a sigh of relief. Old man, you want to kill me? With just you? Though feeling aggrieved, Emperor Yen sneered inwardly, thinking, there are no dangerous zones nearby, so I don't need to fear him. Let him keep hitting. After several consecutive strikes, Pute realized he couldn't do anything to Emperor Yen hiding inside the treasure, and had to give up. "Humph, you ungrateful wretch, you'd better hope I don't run into you in a dangerous zone, or that will be the moment of your death." Pute's voice boomed. If it were in a dangerous zone, he was quite confident he could kill a true god with a palace-type supreme treasure. After all, that was how Lord Haolei had been killed by Luo Feng back then. "With just you?" Emperor Yen sneered. Feeling the spatial lockdown lifted, he feared death, and immediately teleported away, vanishing in an instant, afraid that Pute might suddenly change his mind. The human deity Pute utterly overwhelmed the Flame God clan's Yen Emperor, leaving him helpless. Yet this was but a minor ripple in the cataclysmic collapse of the sacred universe, barely stirring a wave. The destruction of the sacred universe continued to ferment among the races of the cosmic sea, making everyone realize that the sacred universe was not truly eternal. Its eternity was merely relative, and it too could face extinction. Within the Dongji sacred universe, the collapse might be a hard truth for its universe masters to accept, but to Dongji himself it was only natural. The origin continent is no cosmic sea. Even exalted god kings can fall, let alone a newly ascended void true god. Dongji shook his head inwardly, for he had survived in the origin continent only by treading with utmost caution. The human race, even the high echelons of humanity, grew unsettled. The collapse of the Zhuoshan sacred universe made them realize that passing through reincarnation did not guarantee true eternal safety. Many human true gods even couldn't resist consulting Luo Feng and the ancestor. However, even though Luo Feng had replaced the original universe's will under the supreme rules, certain information was beyond what they could reveal. They could only say, "Everything will be known once you pass through reincarnation." As for the collapse of the Zhuoshan sacred universe, it was all within Luo Feng's expectations. Zhuoshan Ku was originally at the God King level. Upon arriving at the origin continent, even with a void true god body, he could likely contend with eternal true gods, especially with the God King level treasure Jin Wang Palace. The chance of mishap was extremely low. The collapse of Zhuoshan Ku's mini-universe indicated that he had executed the art of reincarnation, being reborn on the origin continent. Among his 3 disciples, only Luo Feng knew the truth. Neither Pute nor the Yen Emperor was aware of this matter. "Third junior brother, you must have already guessed. Master has fallen." Pute's voice carried a hint of sorrow. He thought of Luo Feng, who had also passed through reincarnation and might know some truths. Luo Feng sensed the fluctuation of the message token. He genuinely admired his senior brother. All his life, he had been diligent and obedient, fully following Zhuoshan Ku's arrangements. In his eyes, everything he had was granted by Zhuoshan Ku. The master's fall must have struck him a heavy blow. "Senior brother, master has not fallen." Luo Feng replied with a smile, a hint of wistfulness in his tone. "Not fallen?" Pute jolted. "You say master hasn't fallen? But why then his mini-universe?" He naturally trusted Luo Feng's words, yet he voiced his doubt. "If not death, why would the mini-universe collapse? Some things I am bound by rules not to speak of, but master truly hasn't fallen. His abilities are beyond your imagination. If you wish to know the truth, then pass through reincarnation. Once you do, you'll have the chance to learn all." Luo Feng continued to reply with a smile. Sensing no deception in his words, Pute gradually calmed down. If master hadn't fallen, yet his mini-universe had collapsed, there must be secrets involved. So he didn't press further. After a brief exchange, Pute and Luo Feng ended their communication. The collapse of the sacred universe would eventually fade with the passage of time. The cosmic sea's days ahead were relatively peaceful. Universe masters and true gods of various races roamed as usual, while Luo Feng occasionally lectured his disciples, guiding their cultivation. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, 100 years passed, while in the inheritance space 1,000,000 years elapsed. Now Luo Feng finally elevated Waterfire Light to the eternal level, giving birth to the peak 6th stage eternal true god blade art, Waterfire Ashes of Heaven. Before creating Waterfire Ashes of Heaven, Luo Feng had already devised several 6th stage blade arts and elevated Waterfire Light to the 6th stage, yet he remained unsatisfied. After hundreds of thousands of years, he finally forged Waterfire Ashes of Heaven. Initial arrival was a peak 5th stage blade art. After over 1,000,000 years, Waterfire Ashes of Heaven stood as a peak 6th stage art. Peak 6th stage indicated that Luo Feng now possessed peak eternal true god combat power in close combat. However, Luo Feng's strongest asset was not close combat but the Lai Yuan technique. The Lai Yuan technique was a supreme secret art that even god kings would fiercely vie for. With it, one could briefly incapacitate or even knock out opponents of the same will level. For those with weaker wills and insufficient soul defense, it could even shatter their souls outright. Previously, when Luo Feng's will had just reached sanctification, he slew the world beast Mo, whose will was at the eternal true god level. Now with his will at the peak of the saint realm, Luo Feng could even kill saint-level beings using the Lai Yuan technique. Of course, the Lai Yuan technique had its limitations. It consumed immense mental energy. The greater the power unleashed, the greater the drain. Even with peak saint level will, Luo Feng could likely only use it at full strength 3 times at most. The universe is fair, with the greater the power, the more pronounced the drawbacks. Being formidable in both close combat and soul attacks is truly terrifying. If one is only strong in soul attacks but weak in close combat, encountering an opponent with a God King level soul treasure would expose glaring weaknesses. Similarly, walking on two legs with one longer than the other won't get you far. Luo Feng understood this principle well, so he used his time to shore up his close combat shortcomings. Creating Water Fire Ashes of Heaven also gave him more confidence against the Evil Eye Domain Lord. The Evil Eye Domain Lord's illusion attacks were terrifyingly potent with formidable willpower and soul defense, and as an ancient monster surviving countless cycles of reincarnation, his close combat was likely exceptional. If Luo Feng couldn't kill him with the Lai Yuan technique, he would end up on the defensive. Morosa was strong, but he was still an incomplete world beast king. Luo Feng dared not fully expose this trump card. Once revealed, even God Kings might stoop to enslaving him. Caution toward the unknown is wise. With a peak 6th stage Eternal True God Blade art, I have more confidence to survive on the origin continent. Luo Feng thought to himself. Waterfire Ashes of Heaven was the strongest move he had realized from his current law insights. To create a 7th stage Eternal True God art peak Eternal True God level 1 would need to fuse at least 7 laws plus the mystery of destruction's origin. If relying purely on law fusion, one would need to integrate 8 laws to a relatively perfect degree. Something Luo Feng couldn't achieve yet. But Luo Feng, who comprehended the origin of life and destruction, could compensate with the mystery of destruction. It's time to head to Yufu City. His primary consciousness returned to his main body, and after 100 years of motionless meditation, Luo Feng's main body finally opened its eyes. The burly, simple-looking Morosa, standing nearby, noticed Luo Feng's awakening, and his eyes lit up. Master, have you finished your cultivation? Morosa asked with anticipation. Staying here to cultivate had been rather dull for him. Haha, sorry to keep you waiting. You've waited for eons, a few more years won't hurt. Luo Feng chuckled. After just over 100 years of cultivation, for beings with such long lifespans, it was but a blink. Master, having just arrived at the origin continent, everything is new, so naturally I want to see more. Morosa said shyly. True enough. Luo Feng nodded with a smile. He was equally eager. With a thought, the servant Magnetalo, who had been waiting outside the residence, entered. Magnetalo, I plan to head to Kanglan City in the coming days. How is the information I asked you to gather? Luo Feng inquired. Master, this contains intelligence on Kanglan City, the Evil Eye Domain Lord, and the entire Yongshan Empire. A memory crystal appeared in Magnetalo's hand. Luo Feng infused his divine power into it and quickly absorbed all the information. Not bad. A faint smile crossed his face. Having spent over 100 years, he was fairly satisfied with the collected intelligence. At least the details on Kanglan City were quite comprehensive. The Eternal Grade Mechanical Stream Starship you requested is also ready, capable of reaching 15% of light speed. From here to Kanglan City without a wormhole, it would take over 3 million years. Through a wormhole, only about 50 years. Magnetalo reported. The speed of light on the origin continent was 10,000 times that of the original universe, equivalent to 1,500 times the original universe's light speed. From here to Kanglan City, the straight line distance was over 500 million light years. At 1,500 times light speed, it would still take over 3 million years, far too slow. The origin continent was like the cosmic sea. There was no divine kingdom teleportation. Travel relied solely on flight space wormholes and space teleportation arrays. Beings born on the origin continent had a cultivation system different from those born in the original universe or mini-universes. True gods, void true gods, eternal true gods, and even saint-level beings couldn't possess mini-universes, and universe masters and below lacked divine kingdoms. Only upon reaching God King could one open a universe within one's body. The cultivation system for a God King's inner universe was similar to the original universe, allowing divine kingdoms and mini-universes, but these existed within the cosmic origin space, and they couldn't enter their own divine kingdoms or mini-universes nor use divine kingdom teleportation. Thus, on the origin continent, divine kingdom teleportation was impossible. It was unique to the original universe. Wormholes and space teleportation arrays were means for ultra-long distance travel. Places without them could only be reached by slow flight. Without the dark universe, and with speed suppressed, traveling on the origin continent without wormholes is a real hassle. Luo Feng sighed. The boundless origin continent had vast regions without wormholes, unreachable for those below Void True God. Only those above Void True God who could control a spatial domain and use continuous teleportation could traverse such distances. Even an eternal grade mechanical stream starship only reached a few thousand times light speed. Without wormholes or teleportation arrays, travel became unimaginably difficult. Fortunately, along the route to Kanglan City, there was a wormhole that could save millions of years of travel time. The only complication was that the wormhole was fully controlled by a force called the For Divine Heavens, which charged exorbitant tolls for passage. However, Luo Feng believed that the strong need not pay tolls. The Four Divine Heavens occupied a vast region spanning millions of kilometers around a spatial wormhole. They had unilaterally sealed the space within the entire wormhole's reach, and passage was only permitted after exorbitant tolls were paid. After roughly 5 years of flight from the Mengan tribe, Luo Feng and his companions finally arrived at the outer fringes of the wormhole. In the distance, the fabric of space for millions of kilometers was warped, resembling a colossal collapsed spatial vortex, the natural wormhole leading to Kanglan City. Luo Feng and the others halted. The space directly ahead was already enveloped by a powerful formation. The four divine heavens have truly spared no expense. Sensing the fluctuations of the formation, Luo Feng marveled inwardly. Even an ordinary eternal true god would find it nearly impossible to move within it. Even he force his way in would require considerable time to break free. In an instant, as their vessel came to a stop, the surrounding void was seized and four figures of disparate forms materialized before the ship. Clearly of different races. "Are you two seeking passage through the wormhole?" A thunderous voice boomed. Indeed, Luo Feng's voice replied. "Call forth your four leaders or grant us passage. I have no patience for idle words." Simultaneously, an invisible pressure radiated from Luo Feng. An eternal true god. The four alien beings felt an immense weight pressing down upon them, their expressions shifting. The pressure was comparable to and even greater than that of their own leaders. The strong demanded no tolls lest they be insulted. These four aliens dared not provoke Luo Feng. His stance was clear, and any further foolishness would cost them their lives in an instant. Yet they also dared not let him pass without authorization. The best course was to notify their leaders and let them decide. "My lord, we have informed our leaders. Please wait but a moment." The lead alien spoke with some trepidation. Luo Feng was in no particular hurry. A moment later, the surrounding heavens and earth transformed into a miniature universe. Chaotic energy currents drifted, and an overwhelming pressure filled the entire space. Nothing. I can't even sense him within my own universe. This is a tough one. The miniature universe that had just manifested vanished instantly. "Let them pass." A command echoed into the minds of the four aliens. Upon receiving the order, they hastily dismantled the spatial formation. "Please proceed, esteemed ones," the lead alien said, still subdued. Luo Feng frowned slightly. With a single thought, a universe materialized. One far more profound and powerful, enveloping the entire wormhole region. A terrifying pressure descended, causing the four aliens to lose their balance and plummet from the sky. Simultaneously, the four eternal true gods, who had been cultivating in their residences, found themselves trapped within this miniature universe, subjected to a pressure so immense it was almost inconceivable. Within it, they could barely exert a tenth of their power. What was most horrifying was that the miniature universe was saturated with the primordial power of destruction, quashing any thought of resistance. "Consider this a gift in return." One eternal true god, the one who had just extended his own universe, muttered grimly, daring not to respond. The other three leaders also wore grim expressions, but they were consumed by silent fury. They had shown disrespect first, and this was merely a reciprocal gesture. A minor lesson. Realizing these four eternal true gods were nothing but soft targets, Luo Feng shook his head inwardly. Leveraging his spatial perception within the universe, he wrapped his mechanical vessel in divine power, teleporting directly to the wormhole's entrance before vanishing into it. What terrifying power! Who in the world was that? We've never encountered him before. I tried to seize control of this space-time to investigate, but I couldn't sense him at all. His strength far surpasses mine. No wonder he was so bold. This is our territory. Second brother, you were too rash. Thank goodness he bore no murderous intent, or the four divine heavens would have ceased to exist. We must be more cautious next time. If we encounter someone with a temper, our good days would be over. As the miniature universe dissipated, the four consciousnesses communicated rapidly, a hint of lingering fear in their exchange. The other end of the wormhole connected to a desolate region of the Kanglan domain. From there, it was still nearly 70000 light-years to Kanglan City. The moment he emerged, Luo Feng clearly sensed a spiritual scan sweep across him. The origin continent was a complex web of factions, and bandits were a common scourge in every region, preying on travelers. The four divine heavens were one such bandit organization, and another force occupied this end of the wormhole. This side, however, was noticeably weaker, boasting a mere 7 void true gods. It would be a joke for void true gods to rob an eternal true god. A single warning sweep of Luo Feng's spiritual sense was enough to stay their hands, and they could only watch his vessel depart silently. Over 40 years passed in the blink of an eye. Within the inheritance space, more than 400,000 years had elapsed. Yet Luo Feng still had no insight into the third stance of his eternal true god technique. Fusing a seventh law after mastering 6 proved exponentially more difficult. Even a million more years might not suffice. Kanglan City was a renowned metropolis within the Yushan Empire, perched like a mighty lion upon a vast expansive plateau. The city was immense, spanning over 2 light-years in both length and width, and teeming with countless living beings. Beyond the city lord's mansion, Kanglan City was dominated by 8 ancient powers. These factions predated the arrival of the evil Eye Domain Lord and were long established. Even he dared not oppress them too heavily, for a united front from all 8 would make his position untenable. Kanglan City. Luo Feng gazed at the colossal city in the distance, its majestic aura striking him like a physical force. He couldn't help but marvel. A city of such scale was beyond anything he had ever seen. Various ships and flying figures were common sights outside the city walls, yet above the city itself not a single vessel or silhouette could be seen. Within Kanglan City, flight was prohibited in most areas, with violators being instantly slain by the city's protective formation. Luo Feng knew the entire city was shrouded in a supreme formation crafted by a god king of the secret pattern school. Even a saint would not dare to force their way unless they suffer severe injuries or death. The primordial universe and the cosmic sea had no concept of formations. It was a significant branch of the secret pattern school. Kanglan City was their first major destination, a melting pot of countless races. Humans existed there, but were a rare sight compared to the myriad alien species. Among the countless figures Luo Feng saw outside the city, those resembling humans could be counted on one hand. The human race did not seem to be a major power in Kanglan City. Let's enter the city first. Luo Feng stowed his vessel, a sense of nostalgia washing over him. It felt like his first foray into the universe, everything fresh and new. The simple-minded Morosa stood beside him, also filled with anticipation. It seems world beasts aren't solely driven by slaughter, Luo Feng mused with a wry smile. It appeared this world beast king was even more eager than he was to experience these novelties. Entering the city required a fee for those without established identities. On the origin continent, the most universal currency was a crystal known as source crystal, similar to cosmic crystals. It was a mainstream currency used to restore divine power. Another mainstream currency was soul crystal, which allowed for the rapid recovery of one's mental energy. In regions lacking wormholes or teleportation arrays, constant teleportation for travel could rapidly deplete this energy, severely impacting one's combat effectiveness. Since mental energy couldn't be recovered quickly by normal means, using soul crystals for rapid recovery was crucial. Thus most were willing to accept soul crystals, and they gradually became a standard currency. 1 cubic unit of soul crystal was worth 100 cubic units of source crystal. Soul crystals were rarer, so source crystals were typically used for transactions, with soul crystals being less common. Luo Feng had amassed nearly 100,000 cubic units of soul crystal and trillions of cubic units of source crystal from the Mengan tribe, so he wasn't short on funds. After paying an entry fee of 20,000 cubic units of source crystal, Luo Feng and Morosa were allowed into the city. A city regulation required all beings to compress their physical forms to under 100 kilometers in height. There was no limit on how small one could be, but exceeding that limit was forbidden. Thus those with divine bodies spanning millions of kilometers or even light years had to shrink themselves to gain entry. Luo Feng was accustomed to an earthling stature, but he would be utterly insignificant at that size here. He expanded his divine form to nearly 100 kilometers, finding it more balanced. Upon entering the city, his gaze was met by towering, magnificent structures stretching from near to far. Each building was extraordinarily tall, appearing as meticulously crafted works of art. Exquisite aesthetic and diverse in form and style. Luo Feng, a newcomer, was seeing such sights for the first time, and he was utterly awestruck. What's more, these buildings seemed almost alive, capable of morphing and changing their appearances according to their owner's whims. Remarkable. Every structure feels like a masterpiece. He had expected these places to be crude, but he had been profoundly mistaken. Having endured for eons, the origin continent had seen countless civilizations collide and fuse. Its understanding of aesthetics was simply incomparable to that of the primordial universe. Come, let's first visit the Thousand Treasures Pavilion and see if we can find something to help you evolve to the saint level. Luo Feng had a plan before he arrived. First, find materials to help Morosa, who was at the peak of the eternal true god realm, break through to the saint level. A saint-level enforcer would allow Luo Feng to act with impunity in many parts of the origin continent. Thank you, master, the simple Morosa said cheerfully. The Qianbao Pavilion, a merchant consortium directly administered by the Yushan Empire, spanned every major city across the realm. It held an absolute monopoly over the empire's treasure market, for it alone possessed the imperial sanction to trade in such rarities. Within the Qianbao Pavilion, one could find virtually anything imaginable, from treasures of the true god rank to the most peculiar and precious oddities of the origin continent, and even artifacts worthy of a deity king. If one could pay the price, almost anything was within reach. Every 10,000 years, the pavilion's numerous branches across the nation would stagger their grand auctions. Each auction was a spectacular visual feast, with a dazzling array of items gracing the auction stage. Every single one a treasure rarely encountered. Beyond the branch auctions, each cosmic epic heralded an even more frenzied grand auction in the imperial capital of the Yushan Empire. It was said that every item presented there could drive eternal true gods to madness, and some treasures even made the saint realm covetous. The profound depth of the Qianbao Pavilion's heritage was beyond imagination. In every city, its establishment always drew the largest crowds. The Qianbao Pavilion in Kanglan City was a peculiar 9-tiered tower. From the outside it appeared ordinary, standing barely 1,000 kilometers tall with a modest footprint. Yet upon stepping inside, Luo Feng felt as if he had been transported into an entirely different dimension. The space within was immense, spanning tens of millions of kilometers in diameter. Towering racks stood in orderly rows, displaying items via holographic projections or physical exhibits. Quite a lot here, Luo Feng couldn't help but marvel. The items on the first floor were relatively common and inexpensive, a place for venerables, and below including lawmasters and true gods to browse for bargains. It was from the 7th floor upward that true treasures lay, each one capable of stirring the hearts of void true gods. However, only those at or above the void true god level could ascend there. Luo Feng didn't linger, heading straight for the 9th floor. In the Qianbao Pavilion, one's access was determined by two things: aptitude and strength. The greater one's aptitude or power, the higher one could ascend. The 7th and 8th floors were generally reserved for void true gods and above, while the 9th floor was the domain of eternal true gods and higher. Of course, if one lacked strength, aptitude could compensate. As long as one could demonstrate sufficient purchasing power, access to higher floors was possible. The treasures on the 9th floor were enough to make any eternal true god's heart race. Upon reaching the 9th floor, the space was considerably smaller and more sparsely populated, with barely a soul in sight. The items were few, perhaps a few hundred in total, and mostly displayed as three-dimensional holograms rather than physical objects. Yet even these holographic projections flawlessly replicated the aura of the originals. Had it not been for the discerning senses of an eternal true god, one might have mistaken them for the real artifacts. These projection techniques were marvels of technology. In the primordial universe, the machine race's technology was considered cutting-edge, but compared to the origin continent, it was utterly outclassed. All treasures. This one. Luo Feng was stunned, his gaze drawn to an arm-shaped treasure. Its aura was so potent it nearly rivaled his own chaos golden wings. Clearly this was also an eternal-grade mechanical treasure. Such an item would make any eternal true god's heart skip a beat. Even Luo Feng couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. And this single floor represented merely a fraction of the pavilion's treasures. How extraordinary must the items at their grand auctions be? Master, I want to devour so many of these treasures. Morosa, usually so reserved, couldn't help but utter. I have no money. Come on, let's take a look first, Luo Feng said, walking towards the nearest display stand. The 9th floor of the Qianbao Pavilion didn't even have a single sales attendant. The treasures were simply left on display for one to peruse at leisure. No sales pitch was needed. They had no fear that you wouldn't want them. Nor did they fear anyone daring to steal or plunder. They simply left them there. A primary time heart. Luo Feng approached the display stand. The hologram showed a crystal the size of a rugby ball, perfectly ellipsoid, and of a resplendent azure hue. Its surface was covered in countless tiny facets, each etched with golden mystic patterns. Faintly, the flow of time around the time heart seemed to differ from its surroundings. The Stellar Sand River. The Stellar Spirit Race. It's actually a time heart from the Stellar Spirit Race. Luo Feng caught the key phrases. The Duandu River lineage had records concerning them. The Stellar Sand River was a marvel of the origin continent, as wondrous as the Sun Star and the Moon Star. It wasn't a true river, but rather a celestial river suspended high in the void of the continent sky. The river was 1 trillion light-years wide, composed of countless bizarre spatial sand currents and planets, hanging eternally over the eastern reaches of the origin continent. The Stellar Sand River was endless. No one knew its origin or its destination. Its length, like the vastness of the origin continent itself, was beyond comprehension and record. Within the river, the spatial sand currents were the most treacherous. Some were death zones capable of annihilating true gods, with the most powerful even able to destroy deity kings. Others carried planets within their flow, nurturing the wondrous stellar spirit race, and even more miraculous treasures. The stellar spirit race was one of the most miraculous races on the origin continent. They were born as prodigies of space or time, or even the union of both. Each stellar spirit was born from a planet within the stellar sand river, and each planet could only birth a single one. Upon their birth, they received the acknowledgement of the origins of space-time, or both. They possessed the strength of a lawmaster from the moment of birth, and would reach the void true god, or even eternal true god level upon adulthood. Once a planet birthed a stellar spirit, the planet would merge into the spirit's body, becoming their heart. As the stellar spirit grew, so too did this heart. When a stellar spirit reached the eternal true god level, this heart would transform into a space heart, time heart, or space-time heart, each possessing an incomparable affinity with the laws and origins. Take the time heart, for instance. Upon refining it, one's comprehension of the time law and time origin would accelerate 1,000-fold or even 10,000-fold. The more powerful the original owner of the time heart, the greater the benefit and the higher the price. A saint-grade time heart could drive the saint realm insane, while a deity king-grade time heart would spark bloody storms, driving even deity kings to madness. However, killing a stellar spirit of the deity king level within the stellar sand river was practically impossible, and a deity king-grade time heart was almost never seen. Luo Feng gazed at the time heart. Although it was only a primary one, his heart stirred with longing. After fully comprehending the laws, the next step was to comprehend the mysteries of the origins. Most eternal true gods had only grasped all the fundamental laws, and could not perceive the mysteries of the origins at all. Those who became eternal true gods by comprehending these mysteries were truly considered geniuses. Thus, anything that could offer an eternal true god a chance to comprehend the mysteries of the origins was a supreme treasure. An item like the time heart would entice any eternal true god. This price. Is absolutely brutal. Luo Feng saw the tag, and immediately dismissed the thought. The price of this single time heart was a staggering 2000 Chenkuan units of source crystals. 100 trillion cubic units of source crystals equaled a single Chenkuan. This meant the time heart was priced at 20 quintillion cubic units of source crystals. Spending so much for a mere chance would give even the most eager pause. Besides, Luo Feng simply didn't have the money. Luo Feng had scoured nearly all the liquid assets of the Mengan tribe, totaling around 1 trillion units, which wasn't even 1/200,000th of the time heart's price. An average eternal true god possessed assets of about 1,000 Chenkuan units. The wealthier ones had between 5,000 and 20,000. Those with assets exceeding 20,000 were typically ancient beings who had lived through countless epochs. I'll come back for it when I have enough money. Luo Feng shook his head, reluctantly abandoning the time heart for now. He then walked over to the arm-shaped mechanical treasure he had noticed upon entering. Star Picking Hand, eternal grade high-tier mechanical treasure, wielded by eternal true gods of the 6th rank, and above it is invincible in close combat below the Saint Realm. The brief description left Luo Feng breathless. Invincible below the Saint Realm. What did that mean? It meant dominance at the eternal true god level, a realm only achievable at the 9th rank. Luo Feng could currently create a saber technique of the 6th rank. With the primordial deity embryo blood shadow saber, he could unleash a peak 7th rank burst of power. Yet this single eternal grade mechanical treasure could elevate a 6th rank user across 3 major ranks to the 9th. One could only imagine how formidable the Star Picking Hand was. The 5th layer of the Chaos Golden Wings should be able to achieve something similar, Luo Feng mused silently. The Chaos Golden Wings were also an eternal grade mechanical treasure. The 4th layer, One Thought Universe, could be activated at the Void rank. He believed the 5th layer, unleashable at the eternal rank, would grant him even greater power. Yet to this day Luo Feng had been unable to activate the 5th layer's mystic patterns. What's the price? He looked at the tag. 108000 Chenkuan units of source crystals. Luo Feng was stunned. That was over 50 times the price of the time heart. It was simply outrageous. Could any eternal true god possibly have such wealth? Good thing I have the Chaos Golden Wings. Luo Feng shook his head and turned away. He walked to the next display stand and checked the price. Can't afford it. Can't afford it. Luo Feng wandered past several more displays only to find the prices all exorbitantly high. The cheapest was 1000 Chenkuan units, while the most expensive was a staggering 200000 Chenkuan units, for a mere fragment of pitch black metal. There were several items that could evolve Morosa to the saint level, but each one cost no less than 2000 Chenkuan units. At such prices Luo Feng would have to sell the Chaos Golden Wings just to afford one. So expensive. Luo Feng shook his head. He had thought the wealth he'd scrounged from the Mengan tribe was considerable, but coming here he realized how wrong he was. His entire fortune wouldn't even match the assets of the poorest eternal true god. I should have killed those 4 divine heavens when I had the chance, Luo Feng silently regretted. Coming here had made him realize just how desperately poor he was. Once in the city there were plenty of ways to earn money, but the quickest was the bet battles prevalent in Kanglan City, which were somewhat akin to paid sparring. In a bet battle, one party would set the stakes and challenge another. If the opponent accepted, a duel would commence with the victor claiming the wager. If one achieved a streak of 100 consecutive victories, one would earn the right to challenge the domain lord of the region. The domain lord would be obligated to accept the challenge without delay. In Kanglan City there were 3 primary tiers of betting battle zones: the True God tier, the Void True God tier, and the Eternal True God tier. Each tier's betting battles took 2 fixed forms. One was a life and death battle wagering one's life, and the other was a betting battle with other forms of stakes. Within Kanglan City, fighting was forbidden in most areas, and personal grudges were settled on the battle stages of the war zones. To progress rapidly, most would also choose to challenge those slightly stronger than themselves. Furthermore, some old-timers who had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time would also choose betting battles or even life and death battles to stimulate and push their own potential. Thus, betting battles gradually became an extremely popular pastime in Kanglan City. The city's 3 major war zones were the most frequented places in the entire city, always packed to capacity whenever a battle was held. For those with long lifespans, spectating or personally stepping onto the stage became a source of amusement in their endless years. Leaving the Qianbao Pavilion, Luo Feng and his companion flew directly towards the Eternal True God tier war zone. Kanglan City was too vast and teleportation was prohibited. Aside from no-fly zones, specific flight corridors were reserved for travel. The Eternal True God war zone spanned an area of hundreds of millions of kilometers in radius. Built in a stadium-like form, it was surrounded by tens of millions of spectator seats. Besides watching in person, one could also purchase a realm stone, similar to a sensory space, officially issued by the Yushan Empire to watch the events. The realm stone contained a peculiar space that could map and replicate reality with perfect fidelity, even flawlessly reproducing many laws and fluctuations, providing a fully immersive experience. As long as the owner refined the realm stone and projected a sliver of consciousness into its space, they could feel as though they were physically present at the viewing site with virtually no difference. The space within the realm stone could map reality almost perfectly. Law fluctuations of true gods and void true gods could be reproduced with near 100 fidelity, and even eternal true god laws or source fluctuations could be mapped to over 90, making the difference from watching in person less than 10. At the eternal true god war zone, directly in front of the entrance stood an exquisitely crafted gray stone, steely hundreds of thousands of meters tall. At its top were 3 dazzling golden characters, Kanglin ranking. The Kanglin ranking was not a ranking of battle frequency or win rates within the war zones, but rather the overall strength ranking for all of Kanglin City listed in descending order of power, containing a total of 100 names. Those who made the list were all recognized as the top 100 powerhouses in Kanglin City. Ranked first was none other than the city lord of Kanglin City Xiayan. Ranked second was Zhan Tianqing, the master of Tianqing Pavilion, the leader of the city's 8 major powers. Third was the Qingming Demon Lord. Fourth was the Blood Witch Lord. Fifth was Bran the Flame Man. 99th was Ban Ming True God. 100th was the Lust Demon Neoaldo. Anyone not on the list, provided they had the strength, could challenge the 100th ranked individual at any time, and that individual could not refuse. If the challenger succeeded, they would replace the name on the list. Consequently, the 100th rank was also known as the Kanglin Ranking Quality Inspector. However, to prevent the 100th rank from being excessively provoked, the war zone had established a specific rule: anyone outside the list wishing to issue a challenge must do so either as a life and death battle or a high-stakes battle wagering either their life or their entire fortune. The initiative for the stakes rested with the 100th ranked individual. They decided the primary form of the betting battle and the size of the bet, provided it was no less than 100 Shenyuan units, and did not exceed what the challenger possessed. Therefore, anyone outside the list had to think carefully before challenging. Of course, those ranked lower on the list who wished to challenge those ranked higher followed the same rules as outsiders challenging the 100th. The higher-ranked individual could not refuse, but they could choose the battle format or the stakes. Thus, the Kanglin ranking was hailed as the least inflated list, universally acknowledged as the most accurate strength ranking. The top 100 haven't changed. Luo Feng looked at the list. It had remained unchanged for decades, matching the information Montenero had given him. Montenero's information had included detailed dossiers on these 100 individuals, so Luo Feng had a certain understanding of them. Even the weakest on the list, the quality inspector Lust Demon Neoaldo, possessed strength at the pinnacle of the Eternal True God 4th stage. As for the top-ranked Xiayan, he had been able to slay existences at the Eternal True God limit dozens of reincarnation epochs ago, and his current power was unknown to all. The top-ranked Xiayan might not be the strongest in close combat, but his illusion arts were the most terrifying. For dozens of reincarnation epochs, no one had been able to shake his position as City Lord. Beside the Kanglin ranking, there was a medium-sized large screen that usually displayed ongoing battles. At this moment, however, it showed no information clearly indicating there were no battles today. It seems battles in the Eternal True God Zone are indeed rare. Luo Feng shook his head and walked towards the registration area. Every True God, Void True God, or Eternal True God wishing to participate in a battle needed to register within the war zone first. Only with registered status could one issue or accept challenges. At the registration office, Sir, registration requires a divine power verification first. Learning of Luo Feng's and his companion's intentions, an alien elder looked at them with a rare smile. Newcomers to the Eternal True God war zone were few and far between, and 2 arriving at once was quite unexpected. He quickly guided them with a smile. "Please follow me, honored sirs." Luo Feng nodded. Led by the elder, they arrived before a stone stele that was only about 10,000 meters tall. "Sir, please infuse your divine power into the stele." The elder smiled. "All right." Luo Feng casually sent a stream of divine power, which instantly vanished into the stele. A series of faint ripples spread out, followed by a burst of dazzling golden light. The golden light gradually dimmed and the stele returned to its normal state. The golden light signified approval. Divine power verification passed. "Sir, you may proceed as well." The elder looked towards Morosa. "He doesn't need to. Just take us to register." Luo Feng smiled slightly. Morosa, being perceptive, bowed respectfully to Luo Feng. "Very well. Please follow me, both of you." The elder was momentarily surprised, but asked no further questions. The elder led Luo Feng and quickly completed the registration procedures. Thus Luo Feng became the 283rd registered Eternal True God in Kanglin City, under the name Inha. Luo Feng still preferred using his old moniker Inha. It rolled off the tongue, and the name carried his aspirations. He hoped the name Inha would resound throughout the origin continent. Inha. Luo Feng looked at a token in his hand upon which the 2 Chinese characters Inha were displayed. Every registered individual within the war zone possessed an exclusive identity token serving as an identification mark akin to an ID card. This token contained basic information about the other 282 registered experts. Internally, it was somewhat like a realm stone space, or by projecting consciousness into the token, one could enter a virtual world which functioned essentially the same as the virtual universe of the human race in the original universe. All betting battle invitations and acceptances were conducted through this identity token. Through the token, Luo Feng could now challenge anyone outside the top 99 of the Kanglan ranking provided they accepted the challenge, which would then initiate the scheduling process. Of course, if someone wanted to challenge Luo Feng, he could also accept. I wonder if anyone will challenge me. Luo Feng muttered to himself. According to the staff, news of every new registrant was immediately sent to all existing registrants. Once someone new joined the war zone, others would know right away. Moreover, the elder working there had also mentioned that newcomers typically received quite a few challenges. He had even deliberately reminded Luo Feng, if you don't wish to fight, you can refuse the challenges. In Kanglan City, not every reincarnation epic produced a new Eternal True God, so newcomers to the Eternal True God war zone were rare. Most newcomers in the past had just recently broken through, naturally making them relatively weaker. Seeing a soft target, the old-timers would naturally not pass up the opportunity. They certainly wouldn't assume a powerful Eternal True God had suddenly appeared. They knew the names of all Eternal True Gods in the Kanglan region, or even the entire Yushan Empire, who weren't registered in the regional capitals' war zones. So upon encountering an unfamiliar newcomer, they would simply issue a challenge. And indeed that was the case. Just as Luo Feng finished muttering, his token vibrated. A challenge. From Guangyan True God, wagering 30 Chenyuan units of source crystals. Luo Feng smiled. This was like a money-delivering boy. Two at once. Both wagering 10 Chenyuan units of source crystals. The token vibrated again, and Luo Feng's smile grew even wider. Indeed, newcomers were easy targets. However, Luo Feng was not afraid of being bullied. The more challenges, the better. Luo Feng felt the token vibrating continuously. 20 already. In just a moment, 20 challenges. Why does this situation feel familiar? Luo Feng laughed, reminded of his days in the ancestral god cult in the original universe. Luo Feng felt the token continuing to vibrate and couldn't help but freeze. Was this Eternal True God also this exaggerated? Indeed, in the endless eons past, those who had long since broken through to Eternal True God status would have registered in the Kanglan City war zone long ago. In other parts of the Kanglan region, they already had a clear picture of which notable powerhouses had reached the Eternal level and knew who they were. Yet the name Galaxy had never been heard of. It was 9 times out of 10 a fresh breakthrough from Void True God. Most Void True Gods hadn't caught their attention either, so never hearing the name Galaxy was normal. Most of the veterans felt it was just some newly ascended Eternal True God. Inside a very upscale tavern in Kanglan City, all kinds of beings from various races came to indulge, for with their long lifespans, having a drink was a way to pass the tedious time. At this moment, one figure was burly with 2 hands and a pair of legs covered in silver fur like a wild man. The other was slightly gaunt humanoid with dark golden scales covering his entire body, including his head and face, strange yet full of aesthetic beauty. The 2 alien powerhouses chatted and drank merrily. Barbarian, have you heard of the newcomer Galaxy? The gaunt dark golden alien named Kadison was of the 3-handed race, and one of the 283 Eternal True Gods of Kanglan City. The 3-handed race, though appearing humanoid with only 2 arms, had a hidden arm on their back used only when unleashing certain innate techniques. It should just be some newly broken through newcomer. Do you 3 hands need to be so cautious as to not dare challenge him? The wild man called Barbarian grinned, unconcerned. Just a newcomer, I'm not afraid. I'm more worried he won't dare to accept the fight. You're still as cautious as ever. Back when you first joined, you fought me, the weakest one, first. After you lost, you turned down the others. How long has it been, and you're still afraid of a newcomer? The wild man Barbarian, real name D-Man, had become friends with 3 hands Kadison through their fight. Several cycles ago, Kadison, as a newcomer registering for the Kanglan City Eternal True God War Zone, received many challenges. He only chose to fight D-Man, who was publicly known as the easiest to bully, but he still lost that battle. D-Man's comprehension of laws was weak, and his technique was considered the worst, relying purely on brute force. Others could easily overpower him, except his defense was abnormally monstrous. Those newly ascended to Eternal True God couldn't break through it at all. Kadison's own defense was strong, but D-Man's was even stronger. His attacks couldn't harm D-Man, couldn't kill him, and in the end he was worn down to defeat. Their fight set the record for the longest in Kanglan City's history, and they eventually became good friends. If it weren't for my caution, I doubt I'd have survived to this day. Kadison muttered. If I had your defense, I wouldn't be afraid either. My scales look tougher, but they're far inferior to your fur. Kadison lamented. His defense was also top tier, his body scales comparable to void-level armor, but compared to D-Man's they were far off. D-Man's defense was the truly monstrous one. With just that defense, few outside the rankings could do anything to him, hence his audacity. My fur can be as hard as armor or as soft as water. Your scales are too rigid. Strong in defense but poor at deflecting force. You don't know illusions, so physical attacks are just a tickle to me. But when I hit you, I can make you spit blood. D-Man devoured meat, heartily glancing at Kadison. If you're scared, I'd be ashamed for you. You barbarian, would I 3 hands be afraid of a newcomer? Kadison glared, immediately sending a challenge application as well. Watch how I'll crush him. He probably can't even break my scales. Meanwhile elsewhere, Luo Feng's identity token kept vibrating without pause while he leisurely sipped drinks in a tavern. Those challenging him had surpassed 100 and new applications came in from time to time. The vast majority of challenges had low stakes, only 10 cosmic units. A few reached over 20 cosmic units, with the highest being 50 cosmic units set by only one person. A guaranteed minimum of 1,000 cosmic units. Tisk, that's pretty insane. Luo Feng smiled. He didn't care much about it. His target was the evil Eye Domain Lord. Luo Feng knew that in the 9 major regions of the Yushan Empire, becoming a Domain Lord meant skipping all procedures, becoming a high-ranking official directly appointed by the Empire, and receiving the Empire's corresponding cultivation support. Simply defeat the previous Domain Lord to claim the Domain Lord token, and one becomes the new Domain Lord governing a region. The Yushan Empire maintained a brutally competitive system, preserving the Domain Lord challenge mechanism. As long as one met certain conditions, they could challenge the Domain Lord. No matter who lived or died, the Yushan Empire wouldn't interfere. In their eyes, only those who continuously grew stronger could enjoy power and resources. The one who finally became the Domain Lord was certainly the stronger. After that, any Domain Lord who attained sanctity in their position would directly become a core member of the Yushan Empire summoned to the imperial capital under its protection. Becoming the Domain Lord of the Kanglan region could only benefit Luo Feng, never harm him. The forces in the origin continent were complex. Without sufficient backing, obtaining resources was extremely difficult. In the Primordial Universe era, there were racial conflicts. In the Cosmic Sea era, there were clan conflicts. In the vaster origin continent, there were racial, national, and factional conflicts. But the ultimate root of it all was the struggle for resources. The Yushan Empire was a highly renowned divine kingdom in the origin continent. From what Luo Feng understood, it was at least a level higher than Teacher's Wishan's Jin Kingdom. If he could have the Yushan Empire as backing, he'd have more confidence in future resource disputes. For now, these eternal true gods challenging him were merely stepping stones for his fame. Before challenging evil Eye, a mere contrast to highlight him. 142 applications. Time to accept. Luo Feng clearly saw the count of the application list, which seemed to be slowing down now. Accept. Accept. Luo Feng replied to all, refusing none. In the tavern, D-Man and Kadisan were leisurely drinking when they suddenly felt their tokens vibrate. Oh, he accepted. D-Man grinned. He accepted mine too. Is this newcomer Galaxy ignorant or truly capable? 3 hands. Kadisan frowned. Regretting it. D-Man laughed. A newcomer, nothing to fear. I was even afraid he had no money, so I set 20 cosmic units. If he accepts too many and loses it all, he'll have to risk his life. A young lad. However, if they knew Luo Feng had accepted all challenges, they might think otherwise. A newcomer he may be, but he knew everyone's capabilities. Daring to accept all meant he had his own confidence. Regret? Not at all. 10 cosmic units is worth it, even for a practice match against a strong opponent. Kadisan shook his head. He could just concede if he was outmatched. In the official work area of the Eternal War Zone, Luo Feng's received challenge applications were expected. They didn't think much of it as every newcomer went through this. But when each challenge was accepted by this newcomer named Galaxy, they were stunned. Over 100 applications, all accepted. Is this newcomer stupid or genuinely strong? A staff member wondered. Stupid? You, a law master, calling an eternal true god stupid? I think you're the stupid one. Another beside him laughed. Tanny, you always pick on me. The staff member retorted angrily. Reaching the eternal true god realm is beyond your imagination. Since he dares to accept, he must have his own confidence. It looks like a ruthless one is coming to the Eternal True God War Zone. Quick, spread the word. Thus the news that the Eternal True God War Zone newcomer Galaxy had accepted over 140 challenges quickly spread throughout Kanglan City. Within barely a day, the circles of all 3 war zones were discussing the matter. The veterans on the roster weren't foolish, but they knew nothing about the newcomer, assuming he was just a newly ascended Eternal True God. Most initiating challenges was normal, but the newcomer wasn't foolish either, and he knew the veterans on the roster almost inside out. Galaxy, daring to accept all challengers, showed he had his own confidence. Thus many eagerly anticipated the performance of the newcomer Galaxy. Unlike the Void True God Zone and True God Zone, which had battles almost daily, the Eternal True God Zone had fewer registered members, so battles were pathetically rare, sometimes once every few hundred years. The arrival of the newcomer Galaxy had revitalized the desolate Eternal True God War Zone. The news spread so fast that many of the Eternal True Gods who had initiated challenges began to sense something wrong, especially those at the bottom. They regretted it, feeling they were about to pay money to get beaten up. Of course, those who considered themselves capable had their own confidence and naturally weren't afraid. Instead, they looked forward to it. Having lived for eons to make breakthroughs, one had to improve through battle. Inviting those strong old-timers to spar was exorbitantly priced. They wouldn't accept if the stakes were too low. Fighting the weak was boring, and challenging the weak would invite ridicule. If one could challenge a strong opponent for a few dozen cosmic units, it was actually a bargain. The official promotion didn't let up. The hype kept rising, which actually caused Luo Feng's challenge count to increase again. Suddenly it went from 142 to 162. That meant out of 182, 162 had sent challenge applications to Luo Feng. After the promotion challenges are still increasing. Luo Feng chuckled, wryly shaking his head. A few days later, finally as the excitement reached its peak, the battles commenced. In the first match, Luo Feng was set to face the white-faced True God Kong Ke. In the Eternal True God battlefield, the tens of millions of spectator seats were already filled with figures awaiting the entrance of today's main combatants. Luo Feng felt a sense of novelty here and arrived early. As for Morosa, he had been stored within the Star Tower. There are truly many spectators, mostly void true gods and lawmasters. Most are likely here to comprehend the laws. Luo Feng thought to himself. Battles at the Eternal True God level offered profound insights for those below the void level. The Yushan Empire's creation of this betting battle system was likely also to cultivate more powerhouses. This betting system had been operating for countless epochs, accumulating generation after generation. It was no wonder the number of powerhouses in the entire Kanglan city had reached such an astonishing level. Over countless epochs, the entire Kanglan city had likely tens of millions of void true gods, and nearly 10,000 eternal true gods had emerged from here. The current 200 or so were merely a small fraction who remained. Many more had left to explore the outside world. With the human race's current nearly 100 true gods, if they could regularly witness battles of eternal true gods, Luo Feng believed that producing a few more void true gods would not be difficult. The human race's foundation was far too lacking compared to the major powers of the origin continent. Luo Feng turned his head and saw a strange alien figure walking in from afar. The white-faced true god Kong Ke. The white-faced true god Kong Ke possessed an exceedingly pale visage. By previous human comprehension, he resembled a ghost. A face of near-pure white devoid of any trace of blood. On his face were a pair of small eyes and a large mouth with no nose. When he grinned, his teeth were so white they seemed almost invisible unless one looked closely. Aside from his white face, everything else about the white-faced true god appeared black, giving him a rather bizarre appearance. Black hair, a black body, black armor, and black arms and legs. Only his face was white, which earned him the name White-Faced True God. Kong Ke excelled greatly in speed and movement techniques, but his offensive power was relatively weak, only at the third-order level. However, with his movement and speed, he could engage in a drawn-out fight with a fourth-order eternal true god. Yet, compared to those on the ranking list, he was far inferior. You are Galaxy. The white-faced true god looked at the human in silver armor before him, his voice somewhat shrill. I am Galaxy. Luo Feng smiled, looking at this white-faced true god Kong Ke. This was the first time he had encountered such a race. Very well. Since you dare to accept all challengers, it shows you are confident and possess the strength. I hope you will defeat me using your strongest technique. The white-faced true god Kong Ke found that he could not see through the human before him at all. He looked like an ordinary person, but precisely because of this, Kong Ke felt that Luo Feng was unfathomably deep. My strongest technique. I'm afraid you die. Luo Feng grinned, looking at the white-faced true god, and said, so there's no need. Kong Ke fell silent. He suddenly realized that this human before him was terrifying. He even dared not look into Luo Feng's eyes, for a single glance seemed to draw him in. It must be the path of illusion. If I don't look into his eyes, I still have a chance. The white-faced true god Kong Ke consoled himself. A simple conversation had already made him, the white-faced true god, contemplate retreating. He could only speculate that the other party had extremely high attainments in the art of illusion. Both of you, since you have arrived, place your wagers and prepare to begin. In front of the entrance to the battle platform area, there was a stone platform for inspecting and placing wagers. Both combatants needed only to place their wagers on the stone platform. Once the requirements were met, they could enter the battle platform. For a deathmatch, no wager was needed. They could enter directly until one side killed the other. Luo Feng placed a world ring containing his eternal true god-level mechanical fleet starship onto the stone platform. It was the starship obtained from Monetalua, worth around 15 cosmos units, easily meeting the requirement. Indeed, a force swept over the world ring on the stone platform, and it displayed, approved. Immediately an entrance to the battle platform materialized before Luo Feng. Without a word, Luo Feng stepped into it. Following closely, the white-faced true god's wager was approved, and he also entered the battle platform area. Once both sides entered the battle platform, it signified that the battle had begun. With his overwhelming strength, Luo Feng remained calm, adopting no defensive posture. Fully aware of Luo Feng's unfathomable depth, the white-faced true god did not hesitate. Seeing Luo Feng at an extremely close distance, he struck first. Since entering the battle platform area meant the battle had started, this could not be considered a sneak attack by the white-faced true god. It was simply seizing the initiative. A miniature universe descended instantly, with chaotic energy currents drifting everywhere, suppressing the entire space. It was the miniature universe of the white-faced true god Kong Ke. A curved blade appeared in the white-faced true god's hand, and his figure transformed into a gust of wind, swift and eerie. The distance between him and Luo Feng was extremely short, almost instantly crossed. In his eyes Luo Feng had no room to dodge. For Luo Feng, the moment the miniature universe descended, he sensed the white-faced true god's move. However, this posed no threat to him. Luo Feng instantly and precisely judged Kong Kei's attack trajectory. Not wanting to bully the white-faced true god too much, he casually flicked out a palm blade which transformed into a terrifying blade light that instantly engulfed the direction of Kong Kei's attack. Kong Kei also used a blade, but his blade technique was too crude in Luo Feng's eyes, barely reaching the third-order level of an eternal true god. Not even worth a glance. Luo Feng's casual palm blade possessed peak fourth-order power. How could it be compared to Kong Kei's lackluster third-order blade technique? How could someone merely at the third-order level of eternal true god withstand it? This is no. The moment Luo Feng's palm blade was unleashed, Kong Kei's expression changed drastically, terror gripping his heart. He only felt the blade light engulf him, instantly impossible to block. In just an instant of contact, Kong Kei's miniature universe vanished, and the blade light that had just appeared on the battle platform also disappeared. The human galaxy showed no change in his aura, standing steadily in his original position. In contrast, the white-faced true god Kong Kei reappeared from over 100,000 miles away. His divine body seemed to have consumed too much energy, his aura far weaker than when he had entered. I concede. The white-faced true god's shrill voice rang out. How could he not concede? A single simple palm blade had cost him nearly 60 of his divine body. He even felt that if Luo Feng wished, he could have annihilated him with a single strike. The human before him was simply too powerful. In his eyes, he was an unassailable peak, utterly beyond his ability to contend with. Not conceding meant waiting for death. At the spectator stands, what happened? Most of the spectators hadn't even had time to see what occurred before it was all over. In less than a breath's time, how could the battle have already ended? Those who had come to observe and comprehend the laws felt immense disappointment. In matches where the gap in strength was too vast, battles could end too quickly, rendering them utterly meaningless. The eternal true gods who had challenged him, upon witnessing Luo Feng's casual palm blade, instantly lost all confidence in fighting him. The power of that palm blade was definitely at the level of those on the ranking list. But how could it appear on a newcomer no one had ever heard of? Could it be that this galaxy was not a newly ascended newcomer? If Galaxy wasn't a newcomer, why had no one heard of him before? Anyone with such strength was renowned and famous. How could they be an obscure nobody? Fight what? Just concede directly. One move took out over half of the white-faced true god's divine body. If it were me, I'd probably lose even more. This kind of match is just throwing away money. It's meaningless. Most of those who had challenged Luo Feng lost their confidence. They had been fools once but didn't want to be fools again. Losing money was one thing, but losing divine body was difficult to recover. Brute, my 10 cosmos units are as good as gone. You've got thick skin and can take a hit, so you might still have a chance to exchange a few moves with him. Cadison pulled a long face, looking quite helpless. This galaxy's strength is truly formidable. Just where did this monster come from? The savage Emperor D-Man had also lost his earlier bravado. Although he was tough facing such overwhelming strength, he didn't dare to keep taking hits. A few more strikes would also cost him a significant amount of divine body. Luo Feng's simple display had caused most challengers to lose their confidence. Many of the weaker ones were even considering conceding outright. The officials were also helpless about this outcome. Although all tickets had long been sold out, they would have preferred battles between evenly matched opponents for a better effect. However, it all depended on Galaxy's mood. If he didn't want to fight, the battle would end quickly. Indeed, with such a vast gap in strength, the subsequent matches, as everyone expected, had little to watch. They either conceded directly or conceded after enduring one move. No one could withstand two moves. Even the savage Emperor D-Man, renowned for his defense, chose to concede after enduring just one move. That time Luo Feng's single move had reached the peak 5th order level. Just blocking it once had cost D-Man over 50 of his divine body. Terrified, he hastily conceded. Galaxy strength was elevated to another level now, compared with at least the top 50 on the Kanglan ranking list. According to the battle arrangements, with one battle each day, the opponents either conceded directly or after enduring a single move. Even those skilled in illusion techniques conceded in frustration before they could even make a move. After more than half a year, those who had bought tickets for later matches were dumbfounded. If the challenger was too weak, the audience couldn't even be bothered to watch, treating their tickets as wasted money. They're money-giving boys, and so are we. The spectators were also helpless. Soon all 162 battles were concluded. The battles had lasted for over 160 days, and most people had become numb to it. The challengers couldn't survive a single move. Galaxy's strength was now being compared to the top 20, and the name Galaxy was deeply etched into their memories. They had every reason to believe that this name would soon appear on the Kanglan ranking list. However, just as everyone thought Galaxy would first challenge the rank 100 quality Inspector the Lust Demon Naruto before climbing higher, an even more shocking message exploded from the Eternal Battlefield officials and spread like wildfire throughout Kanglan City and beyond. The human galaxy would not challenge the rank 100 Lust Demon but rather the number 1 on the Kanglan list, the City Lord of Kanglan City, the Evil Eye Domain Lord. Galaxy had completed 100 consecutive victories, granting him the qualification for this challenge. Madness, sheer madness. The entire galaxy must have lost its mind. Countless beings upon learning of this confirmed news were struck with overwhelming shock and disbelief. The Kanglan Domain Lord Evil Eye had occupied his throne for an immeasurably long time. Throughout his reign he had faced only 2 challengers. One was slain on the spot, and the other became his most loyal subordinate. After those 2 across countless epochs that followed, no one dared to challenge the might of Domain Lord Evil Eye. Whether Evil Eye's power had grown in the ages since he last fought, none could say. What all knew was that his strength was immense enough that he stood but a single step away from attaining sainthood. And now, after an unknowable number of epochs, someone had finally dared to challenge Evil Eye's divine authority. Though none held much faith in Galaxy's chances, everyone was eager to witness Evil Eye's power once more. Even if Galaxy could only withstand a few strikes, that alone would justify the spectacle. They anticipated this battle, yet doubt lingered in every mind. This Galaxy dares challenge the City Lord. Could he truly possess such strength? Galaxy is far too arrogant. Does he truly believe himself invincible? Where did this Galaxy even come from? So presumptuous. I've never witnessed the City Lord in combat, but I've seen Brand ranked 5th on the Kanglan list. A being who has comprehended the mysteries of the fire origin. His power is so overwhelming that even the barbarian famed for defense would be incinerated to nothing. Yet Brand ranks only 5th. What kind of strength must the first possess? Even if he could defeat us with ease, he cannot compare to the City Lord. Among eternal true gods, the gaps can be as vast as chasms. No matter how strong he is, he cannot surpass the City Lord. The current City Lord is undoubtedly invincible beneath the Saint Realm. Even Zhan Tianqing, master of the Star Pavilion, and second on the Kanglan list, is far from the City Lord's match, let alone this Galaxy. Galaxy is simply seeking death. Still, I hope we get to see them fight. Galaxy has already achieved 100 consecutive victories. Though they're only at a lower tier, it satisfies the requirements to challenge the City Lord. The City Lord is obligated to accept. Come. Let's wager which strike will be Galaxy's end. I bet he won't survive the first. The news of Luo Feng's challenge to Domain Lord Evil Eye spread throughout the circles of eternal true gods, void true gods, and true gods alike. Many who had entered the virtual realm gathered in small groups to discuss it. They were unanimous in their verdict. Not a single one favored Luo Feng, nor saw any reason to. Every one of the top 5 on the Kanglan list was a renowned super powerhouse, yet in the City Lord's eyes they were essentially negligible. He had grown so powerful that none dared to challenge him recklessly. The 2 challengers from ages past, if placed in the present day, would each possess strength rivaling the top 5 of the Kanglan list. Yet one was effortlessly slain, and the other was thoroughly subdued into servitude. Galaxy's challenge to the City Lord in their eyes was nothing more than an ant trying to shake a mighty tree. At the Star Pavilion, the foremost of Kanglan City's 8 major powers, occupying a prime position second only to the City Lord's residence. At this moment, the Star Pavilion Master was lecturing to many disciples within a grand martial arena. Very well, that concludes today's session. Return and diligently cultivate and contemplate. Bring any questions to our next gathering. The Star Pavilion Master's magnetic voice was filled with warmth. Thank you, Master. The disciples departed one after another, leaving only Zhan Tianqing and his servant upon the stage. Zhan Tianqing bore the closest resemblance to the human race, with features of absolute handsomeness. A true paragon of beauty. Yet differing slightly, he possessed a crest of 7 colored feathers atop his head, strikingly beautiful to behold, and a pair of enormous white wings upon his back like the wings of an angel. Galaxy, a human. Zhan Tianqing murmured, having also received the news that the human Galaxy had challenged Evil Eye. Uncle Lu, what is the background of this newly emerged human named Galaxy? Do we have detailed information? Zhan Tianqing rose, turning to his servant, who also appeared to be human. Young master, this old servant has recently heard some of his deeds and had people investigate. I can only claim a partial understanding. The elder, addressed as Uncle Lu, spoke respectfully. According to the information we've gathered, this Galaxy arrived in Kanglan City not long ago. There were no records of him before. As for where he came from and what his identity is, we have yet to uncover. Zhan Tianqing nodded and asked, do you know his current whereabouts? I wish to meet him. Young master, you wish to see him? This old servant can simply bring him here. Uncle Lu quickly offered. Zhan Tianqing smiled and said, to challenge Evil Eye. Failure means only death. Do you think someone who dares challenge Evil Eye would lack any ability? This old servant will arrange to confirm his location and inform you shortly. Uncle Lu acknowledged. At the same time, the other figures in the top 5 of the Kanglan list also received the news. A nobody popping out of nowhere daring to challenge Evil Eye. How amusing. The Nether Demon Lord grinned. A human named Galaxy challenging Evil Eye. The Blood Witch Lord and the Firebrand also received the news. Dispatch orders. Find out the origins of this human. As the news spread swiftly, it not only engulfed all of Kanglan City, but also began to radiate outward from it, reaching across the entire Kanglan domain. The Kanglan domain was immensely vast, spanning over 10 billion light-years. Besides Kanglan City, there were other great cities, each with a city lord whose strength was nearly on par with the Kanglan domain lord, some even surpassing Zhan Tianxing. They had long coveted the position of domain lord, and would challenge Evil Eye the moment they believed they had the power. For these ancient city lords, any challenge to the Evil Eye domain lord was a momentous event. Jing City, the greatest city in the Kanglan domain after Kanglan City itself, was named after a super powerhouse, known simply as Jing, who was thus called City Lord Jing. City Lord Jing was a supreme being of extraordinary power. According to rumors, he had reached the pinnacle of the 8th tier of eternal true God, the limit of that realm. Aside from those half-step into sainthood or those with supreme mastery in illusion or soul attacks, he paid little heed to anyone else. The most central mansion of Jing City was the cultivation abode of City Lord Jing. Inside a chamber, Jing, who cultivated year-round, suddenly opened his eyes. He had learned of the news some time ago. My will has actually broken through not long after hearing this news. This human galaxy is truly my lucky star. Jing was a special life form of immense stature with 2 arms, and 4 legs, a bulky body, and a head resembling a mountain. Legend had it that his divine body spanned hundreds of millions of kilometers. My will has achieved sainthood. From this point onward, I no longer fear that Evil Eye. Jing's heart was filled with unprecedented elation. Previously, he had always been deeply wary of Evil Eye and dared not challenge him because his will had remained at the limit of eternal true God. Even with his void-level soul treasure, he knew he could not withstand the power of Evil Eye's 4th eye backed by a saint-level will. To challenge would mean certain death or enslavement. But now, with his will elevated to sainthood, he finally possessed some confidence. In close combat, he believed himself to be in no way inferior to Evil Eye. He could even suppress him. His only weakness was his fragile soul and will. Against someone like Evil Eye, who possessed powerful innate techniques targeting the soul, he previously lacked even the courage to fight. His soul and will were both his shortcomings. My will had already reached its limit, needing only a spark of stimulation. I never expected this human galaxy's appearance to be the one to fulfill me. If you fail in your challenge and perish, I Jing shall surely avenge you. City Lord Jing knew the terror of Evil Eye, and in his heart, he too did not favor Galaxy's chances. Even he now, with his will sanctified, only just barely found the resolve to face him. Beyond City Lord Jing, the other great cities gradually learned of the human galaxy's challenge to Evil Eye. The news had nearly spread throughout the entire circle of powerhouses in the Kanglan domain. Investigate this human's information, and keep a close watch on the movements of Domain Lord Evil Eye. This galaxy, who had emerged from nowhere and was never heard of before, dared to directly challenge Evil Eye. Of course they wanted to uncover his origins, and naturally they would all be watching that battle. In Kanglan City, within a grand hall in the City Lord's mansion, upon a throne 9 kilometers tall, sat a humanoid creature clad in blood-colored armor. Beneath the crimson gold armor, black currents resembling dark hair emanated, carrying an eerie, sinister aura. His head was completely shrouded by that sinister black energy. This was none other than Domain Lord Evil Eye. A human named Galaxy challenges me. Evil Eye was perfectly at ease, paying the matter no mind at all. Those who had challenged him before were either dead or enslaved. But my true body is still out on a mission. It'll take about an epoch to return. I hope you're a rough gem worth polishing, otherwise death awaits. Daring to provoke me, humph. Still, I've never heard of this Galaxy. I'll need to look into his identity. Shortly after Evil Eye accepted the human galaxy's challenge, though since his true body was away on a mission, the duel was set to take place after 1 epoch. The news of Evil Eye's acceptance reached Luo Feng without delay. After 1 epoch, Luo Feng's brow arched slightly, and he couldn't help but smile. Time was precisely what he needed most right now. For Luo Feng, a single epoch was equivalent to over 10,000 epochs of opportunity. Within 10,000 epochs, he could likely elevate his power even further. Soon the news that Domain Lord Evil Eye had accepted the challenge also spread from the City Lord's mansion. However, since the Domain Lord's true body was currently away on a mission, the battle would be postponed until 10,000 years later. News of the Evil Eye accepting the challenge began to ferment throughout Kanglan City, and even the entire Kanglan region. Luo Feng, as the protagonist of the event, remained quite at ease, paying little heed to the external discussions. He first went to the Qianbao Pavilion and spent 2,000 universe units to purchase that low-grade time heart. The time heart was primarily meant to see if he could gain insights into the mysteries of the source of time. 2,000 universe units for a chance akin to an investment was a price Luo Feng was willing to pay. After obtaining the time heart, Luo Feng returned to his residence in Kanglan City and began a period of cultivation. Morosa, I need to refine the time heart over the next few days. No one must disturb me during this time. Luo Feng instructed. Yes, master. Morosa replied. Morosa was a soul slave, so Luo Feng felt at ease. Once inside the residence, he entered the Star Tower and sat down cross-legged. The time heart, roughly the size of an American football, was a perfectly ellipsoidal azure crystal. Its surface was covered in countless tiny facets, each etched with intricate golden secret patterns. The time heart hovered before Luo Feng. At such close proximity, he could easily sense that the flow of time on its surface differed from its surroundings, sometimes faster, sometimes slower. This time heart is truly miraculous. Luo Feng marveled, experiencing its wondrous effects firsthand, was far more intense than any textual description, making him eager to refine it. The time heart, space heart, and space-time heart all share the same refining method, which is very simple. One merely needs to wrap them with soul power, and let it permeate inside, gradually refining it, until fully absorbed, upon which the crystal itself will disintegrate into powder. Luo Feng carefully formed his soul power into a giant mouth, and enveloped the time heart in one go. Strands of soul power began to seep into it. In an instant, sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Luo Feng could clearly feel a strange force passing through his soul power and slowly merging into his very soul. This force was extremely sensitive to the fluctuations of time, even actively triggering variations in the flow of time around his soul. Luo Feng felt his perception of the time law improving at a noticeable rate. Miraculous, wonderful! Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim. This sensation was even more peculiar and intense than when he had fused with the spatial source treasure in the primordial universe's ancestral god's secret realm. The fluctuations of time were incredibly powerful. During the refining process, Luo Feng's main body felt as if his consciousness was in the primordial universe's source sea. The time law appeared externally manifested, allowing him to easily perceive its essence. Luo Feng had long since fully comprehended the time law. The next step was to perceive the mysteries of the source of time. However, the source was far more complex and profound than the law. The law was merely the external display of the source. Observing it externally only revealed its form and nature, but not its internal essence. Analyzing its internal essence was tens of millions of times more difficult. Luo Feng didn't believe he could unravel the mysteries of the source of time with just one time heart, but it increased his chances of enlightenment, making the investment well worth it. As time passed, strands of the time heart's strange power continuously integrated into Luo Feng's soul. Finally, just as the third day began, the last wisp of strange power emanated from the time heart and merged into Luo Feng's soul. A cracking sound came from the time heart and cracks appeared on its surface. Then with a bang, the football-sized time heart shattered into countless particles and dissipated into the air. Luo Feng opened his eyes, a satisfied smile on his face. As expected of the time heart, this feeling is like the innate affinity the Masha race has with space. It feels incredibly natural. Luo Feng was astonished. He had a feeling that even if he hadn't comprehended the time law, he could still utilize it just like a fish in water. However, despite feeling his soul was perfectly attuned to the time law, Luo Feng still felt that comprehending the mysteries of the source of time remained a formidable challenge. Fusing the time heart only increased the probability of enlightenment, yet he still couldn't find any clue. The mysteries of the source. It seems one time heart is not enough. Luo Feng shook his head. Back then he had been able to comprehend the mysteries of the source of destruction through two means. One was the reference of the source technique from the world beasts, and the other was personally witnessing the great destruction of the primordial universe up close. The destruction was primarily driven by the source of destruction, which was akin to coming into direct contact with its mysteries. The source power within the primordial universe's source sea merely maintains the existence of the primordial universe. It can manifest as law power to sustain the universe's operation, but understanding the intrinsic mysteries of its source is incredibly difficult. The primordial universe's source can manipulate source power, not because it understands the source's mysteries, but because it's an ability granted by the supreme rules. Similarly, Luo Feng, who had now replaced the primordial universe's source, could also manipulate source power, but to truly comprehend its essence was billions of times harder. Comprehending the mysteries of the source is extremely difficult. Taking over the primordial universe's source will, and reaching the saint realm is not a difficult task, but becoming a god king is vastly more challenging. To become a god king, one must comprehend the mysteries of all 10 great sources. Only by comprehending the source mysteries is it possible to evolve the chaotic space within one's body into a miniature universe. Without the source there is no universe. Behind every universe lies the support of the 10 great sources within the source space. For now, Luo Feng had refined the time heart, but he still felt that comprehending the source was a distant goal. Luo Feng had already fully comprehended the 10 basic laws. To improve further, he had two paths: fusing laws or comprehending the source mysteries. Currently, with the help of the time heart, comprehending the mysteries of the source of time seemed the most likely to succeed, yet he still had no leads. Fusing laws was equally difficult. Following the principles of the Duanding lineage, Luo Feng attempted to start fusing the 5 basic laws, then fuse the other 5 one by one, ultimately achieving the chaos law. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are the fundamental laws of chaos. They are relatively easier to fuse than time, space, wind, lightning, and light. If one could completely fuse the 5 fundamental laws and then incorporate the other 5, synthesizing the chaos law would become much easier. Those who can fuse these 5 fundamental laws are guaranteed to reach the saint realm. Luo Feng could fuse 3 of the 5 fundamental laws, such as metal, wood, water, metal, fire, earth, or metal, water, earth. He had just begun attempting the fourth, achieving some minor success like partially fusing metal with water and earth. But sometimes to enhance strength he had to prematurely fuse other laws. Currently Luo Feng could fuse 6 laws, but upon attempting the 7th, he felt the difficulty skyrocket. If I could fuse 7 laws my strength would improve another step, Luo Feng thought to himself. In the Source Sea space Luo Feng's consciousness effortlessly permeated the Primordial Stele, visualizing the profoundly complex law secret patterns. In the inheritance space, his divine power avatar under 10,000-fold time acceleration continuously attempted integration. After refining the time heart besides fusing laws, Luo Feng felt he could also try to comprehend the mysteries of the source of time. With 1 epoch remaining, Luo Feng was fully focused on enhancing his strength. Time passed. H.M. Zhan Tianxing, the pavilion master of the Tianxing Pavilion. He wants to see me. In his residence, Luo Feng's main body opened his eyes. Just now Morosa had sent him a telepathic message. This Zhan Tianxing seems to be human, but I have no connection with him. Why does he suddenly want to see me? Luo Feng was inwardly puzzled, but he got up and left the Star Tower. Bring him in. Luo Feng sent a telepathic message to Morosa. Soon Zhan Tianxing, tall with handsome features and pure white wings, followed Morosa into the residence. You are in he. Zhan Tianxing looked Luo Feng over, feeling he was just an ordinary eternal true god, seeing nothing particularly special about him. Estimating him to be around the 5th stage of the eternal true god level, he couldn't help but frown. Luo Feng noticed Zhan Tianxing's expression and just smiled. Pavilion Master, do you have business with me? His formless, traceless ability allowed him to disguise himself as a 5th stage eternal true god. Even a saint would only perceive him as 5th stage, so Zhan Tianxing, being just an eternal true god, naturally couldn't see through Luo Feng's true depth. A 5th stage eternal like you dares to challenge the evil eye? Zhan Tianxing didn't think he was mistaken, but the words sounded wrong as he spoke, so he added, unless you are stronger than me. Luo Feng chuckled and said, is the Pavilion Master worried about me, or are you scouting for the evil eye? Luo Feng was still somewhat wary. Rest assured, I am not one of the evil eye's people. My purpose here is merely to warn you about a few things. If your strength is truly only at the 5th stage, I advise you to give up on fighting the evil eye. You are a fellow human. I don't care where you come from, but I don't want to see you fall to him. The evil eye's power is beyond your imagination. Zhan Tianxing shook his head. It was only through prolonged contact that he had gradually realized the evil eye's terror. Outsiders only knew of his powerful soul illusion techniques, but his close-quarters combat was equally fearsome. Hearing this, Luo Feng's expression softened slightly. He hadn't expected Zhan Tianxing to come out of concern seeing him as a fellow human. Does Pavilion Master Tianxing know some of the evil eye's background? Luo Feng asked. Zhan Tianxing shook his head, his expression grave. I don't know his background, but I do know a crucial piece of information. In the most recent reincarnation cycle, the evil eye has killed a saint. Below the saint realm, he is absolutely invincible. He has slain a saint. Luo Feng's expression shifted, turning somewhat grave. Yes. Zhan Tianxing nodded. Though it was one of the weaker saints, such a saint could still effortlessly sweep aside any eternal true god. It could only be said that the evil eye's 4th eye was utterly terrifying, capable of slaying even saints. Without a will sanctified to the saint level or a soul-type supreme treasure, no eternal true god could be his match. Luo Feng nodded. Indeed, the evil eye domain lords should have already reached the pinnacle of the saint level, or otherwise he wouldn't have been able to kill a saint. However, with the Star Tower and his own will at the peak of the saint level, Luo Feng was not afraid of his 4th eye. In terms of soul and will, Luo Feng had the advantage over the evil eye. What Luo Feng worried about now was whether he could kill the evil eye with the Lai Yuan art. If the evil eye possessed a saint-level soul treasure, that would be the most troublesome scenario. Every soul treasure was priceless, especially high-level ones, each commanding an astronomical price. A saint-level soul treasure would be worth no less than some ordinary god-king weapons, and even with wealth one might not be able to buy one. Luo Feng was gambling, betting that the evil eye did not possess a saint-level soul treasure. Even if he was forced to use the Lai Yuan art, the evil eye lacking a saint-level soul treasure would not be able to withstand it in its current state. At the very least he would be knocked unconscious, and then Luo Feng could easily kill him. I understand. Thank you for the warning, Lord of the Heavenly Star Pavilion. I believe I have the confidence to survive a fight with him. Luo Feng said. Confidence. Zhan Tianxing looked at Luo Feng. He was no fool. Since Luo Feng dared to say this, he was clearly not just a mere 5th stage as he appeared. He nodded. You now know the horror of the evil eye. Since you are confident you can survive, I won't say more. But I must remind you, this battle must be fought outside the city. If it's within the war zone with the formation support under a life or death duel, no one can escape. One of you must die. Luo Feng nodded. He knew this too. The war zone was essentially a super cage. Even a saint couldn't break it. Once a life or death duel began, only one could leave alive. This is my communication token. You are a member of the human race. If you survive, I hope you will consider joining our Shiha nation. Our Shiha nation is an ancient and vast nation, even more so than the Yushan Empire. It is led by our human race, and its founding monarch is the renowned Shi Emperor of the entire origin continent. The depth of our Shiha nation's heritage far exceeds your imagination. He knew Luo Feng was extraordinary, but seeing him still claim confidence in survival after learning of the evil eye's power, made Zhan Tianxing want to recruit him. If his own lineage had more powerful experts, they would naturally have a stronger voice, and he would have more leverage in the future contest for the clan leader position. Zhan Tianxing had just advanced to Eternal True God, and had come out to train, and take risks precisely to gain strength, and one day return to his family to contend for the position of clan leader. Of course, he also hoped to meet and recruit some powerful figures, especially saints. If he had the support of a saint, his status within the clan would naturally rise. The galaxy before him was not a saint, but if he could survive the evil eye, that would mean something entirely different. The evil eye was an existence that had killed saints. To survive such a powerhouse meant having the means to survive against saints. Such a figure, even if not a saint, was not far off. In time, he might very well become a great power. Of course, it's all up to you. If you're willing, you can contact me anytime. Zhan Tianxing added. The Shiha nation. I'll consider it. Luo Feng recalled the records of the Duandu River lineage, which mentioned the Shiha nation. During the era of the Duandu River lineage, the Shiha nation had as many as 6 God King level beings, 3 of whom were at the pinnacle and dozens, even hundreds of saints. Its national power made it one of the top forces on the origin continent. In front of the Shiha nation, the Yushan Empire was indeed somewhat weaker. After a few brief exchanges, Zhan Tianxing took his leave. Watching Zhan Tianxing leave, Luo Feng sighed inwardly. He hadn't expected Zhan Tianxing to come from the human race's Shiha nation, but it wasn't surprising. Among great nations, it was the top-tier or exceptionally talented combat forces that made national boundaries sensitive and distinct. For those at the saint level and above, the major nations all sought to bind such forces to their countries, as this was how a nation's status was maintained. On the other hand, for those at the eternal level and below, as long as they didn't have dealings with hostile nations, the higher-ups generally didn't interfere excessively. Of course, someone like the city lord of Kanglan City was considered part of the Yushan Empire. As long as they remained in that position, their primary consideration in major national disputes or matters of vital interest would be the Yushan Empire's interests. Any betrayal would result in being hunted down by the Empire. Evil Eye, I must defeat him. The news that the Evil Eye had killed a saint did not intimidate Luo Feng. When he first arrived on the origin continent, the Evil Eye Domain Lord had wanted to make a move on him, but Montenegro was too weak and failed. There wasn't really a grudge between him and the Evil Eye, but Luo Feng knew that to establish a foothold on the origin continent and gain more resources relying solely on himself was not enough. The best way was to join some superpower and have a reliable backing. Currently, the position of Domain Lord of the Kanglan region was the best option. Once he became the Domain Lord, he would also be considered a high-ranking figure in the Yushan Empire. The Yushan Empire periodically assigned tasks to the Domain Lords of the 9 major regions, which also provided opportunities for training and gaining fortuitous encounters similar to the human race. With the backing of the Yushan Empire, obtaining cultivation resources in the future would be much easier. Time passed. Luo Feng mainly focused his time on fusing laws and comprehending the mysteries of the source of time. In his spare time, he would occasionally attempt to activate the 5th stage of the Chaos Golden Wings, and sometimes apply his new fusion insights to his saber techniques, cross-referencing for faster progress. In the blink of an eye, an epoch passed. For Luo Feng, however, 10,000 epochs had gone by. During this time, aside from the visit from the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Star Pavilion, no one else had disturbed him. Over 10,000 epochs, Luo Feng's strength had improved, but not significantly. The 5th stage of the Chaos Golden Wings still couldn't be activated, as if something was missing. Law fusion became increasingly difficult in the later stages. It was common for even hundreds of millions of epochs to pass without any progress. The only area of progress was in the source of destruction. Through numerous sparring sessions with Morosa inside the Star Tower, Luo Feng's comprehension of the source of destruction had deepened, which also helped his overall strength. His saber technique, First Arrival, after incorporating the stronger source of destruction, had advanced from the peak of the 5th stage to the 6th stage. As for Waterfire Ashes of Heaven, Luo Feng felt it had barely reached the 7th stage. With the support of the Blood Shadow Blade, his overall combat power should reach the mid-8th stage. 8th stage combat power among Eternal True Gods was considerably weaker than the peak of the 8th stage, but it was still enough for a prolonged fight. However, at this stage, Luo Feng's greatest reliance was not just the Blood Shadow Blade, but also the Chaos Golden Wings. Unlike the Star-Picking Hand, Luo Feng's Chaos Golden Wings had a domain excelled in speed and were adept at offense. They were almost all-round. The Star-Picking Hand focused more on offense with such a formidable amplification that even a 6th stage cultivator could unleash power close to the 9th stage. Its drawback was the immense consumption of divine power. The Chaos Golden Wings focused on all-around balance with less exaggerated amplification, but with his 7th stage saber techniques, Luo Feng could still achieve peak 8th stage power. In its complete form, Luo Feng, having been an Eternal True God for so long, had never fully unleashed the might of the Chaos Golden Wings. Huff! Luo Feng opened his eyes and ceased his cultivation. An epoch has passed. I wonder if the evil eye has returned. Luo Feng looked forward to the battle with the evil eye. The stronger the evil eye the better. This would be the most powerful battle since his fight with the world beast Mo. Kanglan City. As an epoch passed, the upcoming battle between Galaxy and the Domain Lord gradually drew everyone's attention. In recent years, the number of powerhouses in Kanglan City had noticeably increased. Many formidable figures renowned throughout the Kanglan region had begun to appear in the city, including super existences like City Lord Jing of Jing City and City Lord Moshi of Moshi City, all arriving one after another. Inside the City Lord's mansion of Kanglan City, many of the Evil Eye's old rivals had come to pay their respects upon arrival, but the Evil Eye remained as aloof as ever, seemingly not taking the challenge seriously at all. Humph, these old foxes all covet my position, yet none dare to challenge me. Compared to this human named Galaxy, I truly look down on them. The Evil Eye tapped the armrest of his throne. But soon, in another month, my true body will return. Then I will make you all utterly despair. You see me as a rival, but I have never seen you as a threat. This Domain Lord position is merely a stepping stone for me. My goal is the Saint level and even God King. He, the Evil Eye, came from the cosmic sea, and his vision was far higher than these eternal true gods. He wanted to become a saint and even ascend to the lofty position of God King, then establish his own kingdom. If I could have seized the original universe, I would have already become a saint, and my strength would be even greater than my teachers now. The Evil Eye sighed inwardly. But this Galaxy is one of the two that Montanero encountered before. Both were eternal true gods, so they probably didn't transcend the cycle of reincarnation. The Evil Eye shook his head at the thought. He had never heard of an eternal true god successfully traversing the cycle of reincarnation. While everyone was speculating about the timing of the great battle, the Kanglan City Lord's mansion announced that the battle would take place in a year's time at the Eternal True God War Zone, a decision that had been confirmed with the human galaxy. Luo Feng's choice not to fight outside the city stemmed from considerable confidence. If it came to a bloody clash, he believed he could eliminate the Evil Eye. If the Evil Eye lacked the soul-type supreme treasure, the Lai Yuan art could easily slay him. Even if he possessed one, Luo Feng was unafraid of a contest of divine power consumption, as his divine body was 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times larger than the Evil Eye's. Breaking through to true God with a perfect gene level of 100,000 times was something unheard of even in the records of the Duandong River lineage. It was a theoretical legend. Moreover, he had Morosa, who possessed the ability of formlessness, capable of transforming into a perfect replica of Luo Feng down to his divine power, indistinguishable even to saints, let alone eternal true gods like the Evil Eye. Morosa's strength was formidable, significantly greater than Luo Feng's main body. While Morosa's realm was only on par with the limits of an eternal true god, his actual combat power was a cut above his peers. Luo Feng estimated that Morosa's strength surpassed even a saint of the Two Sources level. Two Sources was one of the classifications within the saint realm. After reaching the saint realm Chaos Sovereign, the next step was to comprehend the mysteries of the origin. Only by comprehending these mysteries could one's internal chaos space connect with the world's origin. With that connection and powered by the world's origin, one could evolve their inner world and ascend to the divine king realm. Comprehending one of the 10 fundamental origin mysteries marked one as a one-source saint and two as a two-sources saint. Of course, even within the one-source level there were distinctions. The mysteries of the origin were divided into stages: initial comprehension, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. Some had just begun to grasp an origin mystery. These were at the initial comprehension stage, the weakest of saints, known as the initial stage of a one-source saint. Reaching minor accomplishment placed one at the middle stage. Major accomplishment signified a high-level, one-source saint. Perfection, however, was exceedingly difficult, nearly impossible for anyone below the divine king realm, even given trillions of cycles of reincarnation. Therefore, after achieving major accomplishment in one origin, most saints would choose to comprehend other origins rather than stubbornly persisting with just one. Only beings at the divine king level, leveraging the mysteries of their inner miniature universe's evolution, had a chance to reach perfection. The first origin Luo Feng comprehended wasn't one of the 10 fundamental ones. Upon becoming a saint, his power would be at the one-source level, but because the origin of destruction possessed greater, more terrifying destructive force, his strength would likely surpass other saints at the same level. To break through to Divine King, one had to achieve major accomplishment in all 10 types of origins, allowing them to connect with the world's origin and evolve their inner chaos space into a miniature universe. The saint slain by the Evil Eye was likely only a one-source saint. Morosa, however, possessed the strength of a two-sources saint, and a will reaching the saint realm's limit, making dealing with the Evil Eye a trivial matter. With his own confidence and Morosa as a hidden card, Luo Feng found the Eternal True God War Zone advantageous. Galaxy actually chose the Eternal True God War Zone. Does he truly have confidence? Upon learning the news, Zhang Tianxing frowned, then shook his head. But that's his business. If he can truly kill the Evil Eye, he becomes more valuable to recruit. If he dies, it doesn't affect me. What troubles me is my own hesitation. Zhang Tianxing understood that true power came from within, connections were secondary. As the battle date was confirmed, more and more powerhouses began arriving in Kanglan City. Challenging a domain lord was a monumental event. Beyond its significance, the sheer spectacle drove the powerhouses of the domain to a frenzy. This level of combat was incomparable to ordinary betting battles. The level of combat dictated the level of influence. The city's fervor escalated as the battle neared, reaching a fever pitch as the appointed time finally arrived. A year was but a blink of an eye for beings with endless lifespans. Within the inheritance space, Luo Feng sat with furrowed brows, the image of the third patriarch's single strike replaying endlessly in his mind. The strike was eerie and impossibly fast without any noticeable fluctuation in time, yet it was saturated with the third patriarch's profound mysteries of the time origin. Time. What is it truly? Luo Feng murmured. Was it time acceleration, time deceleration, or time reversion? Or was it time stasis? It was all of these but still not the essence of the origin. For 10,000 years Luo Feng had dedicated himself to comprehending the time origin, yet he remained unable to grasp its threshold. The difficulty of comprehending an origin was vastly greater than that of laws. Having refined the time heart, Luo Feng possessed an acute sensitivity to the time law. Yet faced with the third patriarch's strike imbued with the time origin, he could only vaguely sense a ripple in time. What an irony. Difficult. Too difficult. Luo Feng shook his head. He had hoped for a breakthrough before the battle, but reality proved far more challenging than imagined. Despite having the Primordial Stele for contemplation and the past Duandong River ancestors as sparring partners, he remained clueless about the time origin. Unable to comprehend it, he had to set it aside for now. For the appointed time for the duel had arrived. Evil Eye, I hope you don't disappoint me. Luo Feng rose from his meditative stillness within his residence. Master. Morosa, who had been guarding nearby, spoke with excitement. Patience. I will call upon you when needed. Luo Feng smiled. This Evil Eye is merely my first sparring partner in the origin continent. Let's go. He didn't anticipate needing Morosa's aid against the Evil Eye. If it came to that, it would signify a true crisis. The Eternal True God War Zone was now packed. The 10 million seats on the viewing stands were completely full, a testament to the unprecedented attention this battle had garnered. Outside the war zone entrance, its human galaxy. He arrived first. Nearly all eyes shifted to Luo Feng as he appeared. Luo Feng's demeanor was different from his usual casualness. With short black hair, a suit of silver armor, and 6 pairs of silver wings, his aura was withdrawn to the extreme. Yet to everyone present he appeared like a black hole, unfathomable. Human galaxy possesses terrifying strength. Although his aura was concealed, the stronger the observer, the more they felt an elusive pressure emanating from him. This galaxy is formidable. No wonder he dared to challenge the city lord. Even those eternal true gods who had lost money to him were now convinced. This Evil Eye sure knows how to make an entrance. Luo Feng chuckled. He hadn't arrived early yet. The Evil Eye was still absent, likely waiting to make a grand appearance after his opponent had shown up. Luo Feng then stepped into the arena. It's Galaxy. Galaxy has appeared. Human Galaxy. The spectators' gazes all converged on the silver figure entering the stage. So that's him, Galaxy. From his seat in the stands city, Lord Jing narrowed his eyes, seemingly trying to see through Luo Feng. Such calm confidence suggests he is well prepared. This will be interesting. I hope you can force the Evil Eye to reveal some of his trump cards. Even if you die, I will avenge you. City Lord Jing acknowledged Luo Feng's strength, but he still favored the Evil Eye. Galaxy, I hope you survive this. Zhang Tianxing's gaze also fell upon Luo Feng, a silent thought passing through his mind. A bunch of cowards letting an outsider make the first move. Several old-timers present, whose strength rivaled City Lord Jing's, had long coveted the position of Kanglan Domain Lord. The Evil Eye's illusionary arts were too powerful for them to challenge, yet they held nothing but contempt for each other. An hour after Luo Feng entered the arena, the Evil Eye finally made his appearance. He made no attempt to conceal his aura. As his figure, shrouded in endless malevolent black energy, appeared, a powerful pressure descended instantly. The staff working outside felt a great evil force pressing upon them, and desperate thoughts welled up from the depths of their hearts. The Evil Eye nourished his mind with the boundless evil and greed of sentient beings. His aura naturally carried this malevolence, instilling despair in all who sensed it. In his home universe there existed ultimate good and ultimate evil. The greed, fear, and other evil thoughts of countless beings served merely as his nourishment. He, the Evil Eye, was the world's ultimate evil. Yet, ironically, he was worshipped as a god in the hearts of the masses. A deity who illuminated and purified all beings. By absorbing their greed and fear, the Evil Eye had saved the masses, and in doing so had elevated himself. The Evil Eye. It's him, the Evil Eye has arrived. All eyes turned to the tall figure clad in blood gold armor, his body and head wreathed in black energy obscuring his true face. Under the invisible pressure, the weaker beings felt as if they were suffocating. As expected of the city lord, he's incredibly strong. The Evil Eye's imposing aura made him seem a cut above Luo Feng. The Evil Eye seems even stronger than before. City Lord Jing had always considered the Evil Eye his greatest rival, within the Kanglan domain. Even with his recent breakthrough in willpower, the moment he saw the evil eye, a fleeting thought of invincibility crossed his mind, which he quickly suppressed. The old-timers who coveted the domain lord's seat felt a deep tremor in their hearts upon seeing the evil eye's true form, acutely aware of the widening gap. As long as the evil eye stood, they had no chance. This galaxy arrived quite early. The evil eye's gaze fell upon Luo Feng, already standing in the arena, and he smiled calmly. With a single step, he arrived at the arena's entrance. City Lord. The station true gods and void truths all bowed in deep reverence. Only after the evil eye had entered the arena did those present feel the invisible pressure lift, and they breathed a collective sigh of relief. So you are Galaxy. Inside the arena, the evil eye's voice echoed as he looked at the silver figure. Evil eye, you've finally arrived. Luo Feng turned to face the newly appeared evil eye. You seem very confident. Good. You're far better than those timid old fools. I find you more agreeable than them. If possible, I'll let you live. Or at least grant you a quick death. The evil eye's laughter was rough and hoarse, his words unapologetically domineering. I realize I have been quite verbose. I will try to control it. I have been busy these past few days, so my posting schedule is unstable. Results aren't determined by words. I hope you can still smile later. Luo Feng licked his lips, his battle intent spreading as if fully ignited. Then I look forward to your performance. The evil eye continued, speaking with a smile. Come on, show me your full strength. Let me see it. I will not disappoint you. Luo Feng grinned. Boom. The divine power within Luo Feng erupted in a frenzied blaze as he directly activated the third layer of annihilation. In an instant, his aura surged over tenfold, and a terrifying, unparalleled presence flooded the entire arena space. With a single thought from Luo Feng, a miniature universe materialized, enveloping the entire arena. Chaotic energy streams brimming with destructive intent each possessed immense might. A miniature universe of an eternal true god could easily span hundreds of millions of light years, but within the arena it was subjected to extreme restrictions. However, the smaller the range, the greater the pressure. With just the oppressive force of his miniature universe, Luo Feng could crush those at the third or fourth rank with a mere thought. This universe domain is still not. The evil eye began to speak, but suddenly, boom, a surge of immense power swept through and another layer of miniature universe domain constraints appeared. The fourth layer of Chaos Golden Wings, a universe formed by a single thought. The divine power burning from the third layer of annihilation surged wildly into the source of the Chaos Golden Wings. The 6 pairs of wings behind Luo Feng spread out to their fullest, the mystic patterns on each pair blazing to their limit. Under the divine power combustion of the third layer of annihilation, both the miniature universe born from his will and the one from the Chaos Golden Wings possessed absurdly immense might. Under this dual restraint, even eternal true gods of the 6th or 7th rank would find it no easy task to break free once trapped. This state was currently Luo Feng's strongest form. It was the first time he had unleashed such power since arriving on the origin continent. I underestimated you. To think you possess such a mechanical flow wing treasure. Your strength is considerable, worthy of my full effort. The evil eye drew a sharp breath, his tone noticeably more solemn. Then try to take this strike first. Luo Feng's battle intent burned fiercely. It had been far too long since he felt this way, as if every cell in his body was cheering. Battle. It makes life brilliant and colorful. The 6th pair of wings behind him descended into his hand, transforming into a blade. 6th rank saber technique. First arrival. He slashed out, once silent and ethereal. Within the entire arena space, it seemed as though only that single blade existed. The blade light expanded endlessly. Within it lay yet another space filled with countless terrifying blade lights, each possessing the might of the 8th rank. The blade lights were sharp yet carried heavy destruction. At each blade's edge was the absolute sharpness of the gold law mixed with the violent fury of the fire law. The blade light itself was as massive and heavy as a star, and even more terrifying, each one was saturated with dense destructive aura. An endless expanse of blade lights, unceasing and unbroken. This strike, fueled by the divine power combustion of Annihilation's third layer, and channeled through the source of the Chaos Golden Wings, instantly soared to the peak might of an 8th rank eternal true god. In an instant, the evil eye's position was engulfed by this terrifying barrage of blade light. Peak 8th rank might. A glint of sharpness flashed in the 3 pupils beneath the evil eye's black aura. When I first took the domain lord seat, I wouldn't have dared to take this head on. But now this strike is nothing special. In the evil eye's hand, a staff nearly 1,000 kilometers long had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. With a simple casual swing, surging might erupted from the staff. Fueled by his blazing divine power, this casual strike also carried peak 8th rank power. Under the staff strike, the blade lights shattered, but the evil eye's form was also forced back a step. Amidst his blazing divine power aura, black energy swirled around him, making him appear even more sinister. Galaxy, this level of strength is not enough. You'd better use your ultimate technique. The evil eye's booming hoarse voice echoed across the battlefield like thunder. Worthy of the name Evil Eye, Luo Feng's fighting spirit grew even stronger. This battle wasn't a simple exchange of rounds. The first strike was merely a probe from both sides. Boom! Luo Feng transformed into a streak of dazzling light, charging straight at the evil eye. In his hand, the wing had already been swapped for the blood shadow saber. The blade embryo at the God King level, infused with burning divine power, possessed even greater might. The 7th rank saber technique, water and fire scorching the heavens, was like an endless domain. Within its range, the saber's edge reached everywhere. Under the shadow of the blood shadow saber, each blade light boasted a power level approaching the 9th rank. This technique represented the pinnacle of Luo Feng's close quarters combat. Humph! The evil eye was wreathed in black flames, looking like a demon god. This galaxy, his techniques are only at the 7th rank, yet, through his mechanical flow treasure, he unleashes such power. His wings are a mechanical flow treasure, and now this war saber is also a mechanical flow treasure. Just what is his origin? At this moment, the evil eye found it even harder to believe that Luo Feng had crossed reincarnation from the cosmic sea. With such strength and treasures, it was impossible for someone from the cosmic sea to possess them. Well struck! The evil eye, surrounded by black aura, showed no fear, even when facing 9th rank power, and charged boldly forward. Boom! 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 The two clashed thousands upon thousands of times in an instant. Wielding his staff, the evil eye, under the suppression of Luo Feng's dual domains, managed to block each assault, merely being at a slight disadvantage. His close combat ability had actually reached the limit of an eternal true god. One had to know that Luo Feng relied on annihilation, and a God King level embryo equivalent to a God King level weapon to elevate his 7th rank techniques to near 9th rank power. But the staff in the evil eye's hand was clearly not a God King level weapon. At best, it was a saint level weapon, far inferior to the blood shadow saber. Moreover, the evil eye's divine power combustion secret art was at most comparable to what had leaked from the gene world, significantly inferior to annihilation. More importantly, the evil eye was achieving this while under the suppression of the Chaos Golden Wings miniature universe domain, with their respective miniature universes cancelling each other out. Despite all this, the evil eye could still unleash power approaching the 9th rank. The strength of domain Lord Evil Eye was truly terrifying. Even in close combat, he stood at the limit of eternal true gods, with one foot already crossing into sainthood. Rumors say my close combat is weak, but how would you know? My Demon Eye clan not only possesses terrifying illusion attacks, but also a powerful innate replication secret art. Anyone I enslave any of their insights or techniques, I can easily replicate and learn through my art. The evil eye understood that his greatest asset for rapid growth was his replication type secret art. This secret art was incredibly heaven-defying, like a form of copying. Once I enslave you, not only do I understand everything about you, but I can also replicate and use it for myself. The evil eye specialized in soul illusions. From the moment his will achieved sainthood, it was destined that he could enslave powerhouses stronger than him in close combat. With his innate replication talent, any strong being he enslaved became nourishment for his strength. Given enough time, he could fully master everything his servants possessed. He desperately wanted to enslave a saint-level powerhouse to achieve sainthood himself. The only saint-level expert he had killed was one who self-destructed while he was attempting soul enslavement. Saint-level experts possessed immense willpower. Enslaving one without them noticing was still beyond his current abilities. He also wanted to enslave those who had transcended reincarnation from the cosmic sea. If he was lucky enough to encounter one whose original universe's source will had not been seized, he could nurture that slave to become strong, then seize the original universe. By leveraging his replication art, he could easily comprehend the universe's insights. Outsiders claimed his greatest power was his 4th eye, but they didn't know that his true reliance was his innate replication talent. The evil eye's strength? The close combat power the evil eye displayed shocked not only Luo Feng but also sent waves of alarm through the old-timers watching from outside the arena. Dozens of reincarnation epochs ago, the evil eye had been formidable, but only in soul illusions. They had witnessed his close combat ability before. It was only at the 6th rank. Now he was displaying power close to the 9th rank, leaving them all finding it hard to accept. Especially City Lord Jing. Dozens of reincarnation epochs ago, he had already been near the 8th rank, and only after countless eons had he created a peak 8th rank ultimate technique. Yet the evil eye had surpassed him in close combat as well. He had originally thought that once his will achieved sainthood, he could contend with the evil eye. Now it seemed he still couldn't see any hope of victory. How is his close combat so strong? City Lord Jing felt as though the evil eye was an immovable mountain. Even if my will achieves sainthood, I'll still be affected by his soul illusions. Now that he's also reached the eternal limit, I'm likely no match for him either. His position is unshakable now. If City Lord Jing felt this way, those weaker than him felt it even more acutely. In their eyes, the current evil eye was invincible beneath the saint level, with no one capable of defeating him. Though they were also shocked by Luo Feng's displayed strength, they were even more awed by the evil eyes. His perfect close combat prowess combined with terrifying soul illusions made him seemingly flawless. Even some saint-level experts would find it extremely difficult to kill him. This galaxy is already very strong, even comparable to me, but his opponent is the evil eye. He cannot win. The human galaxy is strong but domain Lord Evil Eye is fearsome. That was the consensus among the old-timers. In their view, although Galaxy could slightly suppress the Evil Eye on the field, once the Evil Eye resorted to Soul Illusions, Galaxy wouldn't be able to withstand it. The combination of Soul Illusions and formidable close combat strength was the most terrifying. Only a few dozen reincarnation epochs have passed and the Evil Eye has become even more terrifying. What a pity about this Galaxy. Zhang Tianqing had abandoned any ambition to rival the Evil Eye but still felt a pang of regret for Galaxy. The strength Luo Feng had displayed far exceeded his expectations, but facing the Evil Eye he believed Luo Feng was already a dead man. Galaxy dared to challenge the city lord. He has the strength for it. But that's as far as he'll go. The countless spectators on the viewing stands watched in silence. Powerful. Too powerful. The strength of City Lord Evil Eye left everyone breathless. Galaxy, your strength can't defeat me. You know my forte isn't close combat. Amidst the boundless saber light, Xie Yan's voice was rough and booming. Even at a slight disadvantage, he remained utterly unafraid. Is that so? Luo Feng grinned. His eyes blazed like scorching suns as he suddenly fixed his gaze on Xie Yan. Xie Yan suddenly perceived a colossal divine eye looming before him, suspended in the void ahead. An invisible terrifying willpower assault instantly descended upon him, slamming violently into his own will. Ah! Xie Yan felt a buzzing in his mind and let out a pained roar. Under this immensely powerful will strike, his soul quaked violently, his mind momentarily blanking, almost making him forget where he was. Luo Feng knew Xie Yan was merely caught off guard. His sage level will wouldn't crumble from the divine eye technique alone. Thus he seized this fleeting opening. In an instant, a blade strike nearly at 9th tier might crash down upon Xie Yan, its violent saber light madly ravaging his divine body. Wake up, wake up! Xie Yan's formidable will roared, shaking off the mental assault. But the terrifying strike had already landed. You damned Galaxy, how dare you! Xie Yan roared in shock and fury, his voice like a violent thunderclap. He was horrified to discover that this single strike had cost him 10% of his divine body, his aura weakening considerably. In contrast, he sensed that Galaxy's aura remained completely unchanged despite burning divine power for so long. After all, Galaxy was a human. How could a human's divine body withstand such expenditure? I must not underestimate this Galaxy. Xie Yan now regarded Luo Feng as a peer, retreating slightly and growing more cautious. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's unexpected strike stunned the old-timers in the viewing stands. The sudden reversal left them reeling. They had thought the human Galaxy was nothing special, only to witness Xie Yan take a hit, losing 1/10 of his divine body. Was that also a soul attack technique? They were all sharp-eyed, recognizing that Xie Yan's momentary freeze was due to a soul technique. Galaxy's will must be at the saint level too. No wonder he's so confident. City Lord Jing understood. Zhang Tianqing, Qingming Demon Lord, and others also began to realize Galaxy was formidable. His soul will attack techniques were powerful as well. Perhaps this battle's outcome was truly uncertain. Could a saint-level will withstand Xie Yan's fourth eye? Hard to say. They all watched intently. Don't think you can escape. Luo Feng bellowed, unleashing the divine eye technique again, while charging at Xie Yan. The colossal eyeball materialized before Xie Yan, emitting waves of invisible will attacks. Humph, do you think I'll fall for that twice? Xie Yan grinned, savagely, seemingly unaffected this time. The third eye on his head flickered with eerie black light which enveloped his entire divine body like a gauze cloak, nullifying the terrifying will attack. Having repelled Luo Feng's pursuit, Xie Yan grinned again. Now try mine. As he spoke, Xie Yan seemed to vanish, his form blurring step by step. In the center of his chest, a black demon eye split open, radiating sinister dark light, as if it would dye the very heavens and earth black. Luo Feng felt as if the world had disappeared, leaving only that gleaming black demon eye before him. Xie Yan's fourth eye. Boom! A silent soul force descended, entering Luo Feng's body, and striking directly at his soul. Despair. Fear. Waves of despair and terror surged endlessly from Luo Feng's mind. Luo Feng had become a true god, but the ultimate king of the world beasts had emerged, driving all true gods of every race to despair, hiding in the most remote corners of the cosmic sea. Their miniature universes were being devoured one by one, vanishing, followed by the original universe itself being voraciously consumed. All hope was lost. Get out! Luo Feng's consciousness roared. After being weakened by the Star Tower, the remaining trace of despair couldn't shake his pinnacle saint-level will. This soul illusion was indeed potent. Luo Feng felt that without the Star Tower protecting his soul, he might have been affected, his recovery slightly delayed. But their exchanges were faster than light. Even a moment's delay could be fatal. Like Xie Yan, who paid a 10 divine body price for just an instant's vulnerability to Luo Feng's divine eye technique. The world snapped back into focus for Luo Feng. He sneered and, wielding blood shadow, he furiously struck at the exposed demon eye. What? This Galaxy is unaffected. Xie Yan was furious and shocked. He knew that his demon eye against a will of the same level was unstoppable unless protected by a soul-type treasure. Even if an opponent didn't faint, they'd be significantly affected. Yet this human galaxy was completely unaffected, which darkened his expression. Seeing the incoming strike, his face contorted in shock. Galaxy, are you forcing my hand? Xie Yan was desperate, having never expected his fourth demon eye to be utterly useless. In terms of strength and realm, he surpassed Galaxy, having created a top-tier, 8th-tier secret art. But in terms of treasures, he was inferior. Galaxy's 2 mechanical flow treasures suppressed him. In terms of willpower, Galaxy's will seemed equal to his, or he possessed a powerful soul-type treasure that rendered his demon eye ineffective. Killing him would cost an immense price. Forcing you, in this battle you will either die or be enslaved by me. Do you see any other outcome? Luo Feng transmitted his words with a cruel smile. For now he thought he could avoid using the Liuan art as it was his trump card. He feared exposure and worried about hidden God King experts. Being discovered would be truly dangerous. Of course the probability was low, but he wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. At this point Xie Yan clearly couldn't outlast him, so there was no need for the Liuan art. Xie Yan was suppressed and the space was too small to evade. Luo Feng could traverse every corner of this cramped battlefield almost instantaneously, relentlessly chasing and striking Xie Yan, who had nowhere to run. Having lost 10% of his divine body, Xie Yan's strength had waned, making Luo Feng's suppression even more effective. Xie Yan was now completely on the defensive, unable to fight back. Both were burning divine power, but Xie Yan noticed his own was depleting rapidly, while Galaxy's aura barely changed. This realization filled him with anxiety and despair. He understood Luo Feng's intention, to exhaust him to death. But he was utterly helpless to stop it. 88%. 84%. Xie Yan's divine body was being consumed at a terrifying rate, yet Galaxy's aura remained unchanged. Despair set in. In this domain lord challenge, it was either his death or Galaxy's. But now he was pushed to the brink. Fine, Galaxy. You forced my hand. You forced my hand. His divine body had dropped to 80%. Filled with endless unwillingness, he laughed bitterly in rage. Human Galaxy, I'll remember you. I've never used this move before. You should be proud to die by it. There was a trace of sorrow and finality in Xie Yan's voice. Ha 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 ha. He laughed maniacally, the sound ambiguous. Whether it was pity for Luo Feng or lament for himself was unclear. Suddenly the laughing Xie Yan began to transform. His black aura quickly retracted into his body, his evil presence fading. In an instant his blood-gold body morphed into a pure white fleshy sphere, more precisely a pure white eyeball. The eyeball rapidly opened, revealing a white orb with only a pupil. The Demon Eye Clan's forbidden secret art, Purgatory Reincarnation Eye. Usable only once in a lifetime, it expends all greed, fear, anger, and evil. Those trapped in Purgatory Reincarnation are doomed to cycle through endless rebirths, each one filled with boundless fear, rage, and despair. Xie Yan had never used this move because it required all the negative emotions he had absorbed over countless eons. It essentially exhausted all his cultivation in the soul path and his demon eye talent. After this, Xie Yan would cease to exist, his demon eye clan identity would be stripped, all his innate techniques and everything learned from them would vanish. The cost was immense, tantamount to forfeiting his future. But the power of this move was equally immense and incredibly bizarre. It ignores all soul defenses because in a sense it's not a soul attack but a fusion of souls. Xie Yan completely stripped away his soul cultivation and soul talent, combining it with eons of accumulated negative emotions into a single technique, the Purgatory Reincarnation Eye. The Purgatory Reincarnation Eye is like force-feeding someone until they burst. When the infused emotions reach a peak, they can annihilate everything. The countless reincarnations of myriad beings filled with boundless greed, fear, and despair mixed with powerful soul illusions are poured directly into one's life. Against a will of the same level, escape from this cycle of doom is nearly impossible. One is forever trapped in despair, there will completely shattered. Xie Yan had never used this move before, resorting to it now proved he was truly in utter despair. Seeing the white eye, Luo Feng sensed Xie Yan's change, but the moment he laid eyes on that white eyeball, an invisible force swept through him. Endless despair, greed, fear, anger, and sorrow surged into his soul like a tidal wave, drowning his will in a cacophony of evil emotions. The world spun, and his consciousness was completely overwhelmed. Morosa inside the Star Tower fell into a deep coma. His divine power avatars in the inheritance space and the sacred universe's holy land dissipated with a bang. His soul slaves in the sacred universe also all fell unconscious. At the galactic holy land, fortunately Luo Feng was in seclusion at this moment, and no one knew that his divine power incarnation had dissipated. At the source of the Holy Land universe, Luo Feng's will seem to have fallen into a deep slumber, sinking endlessly in an infinite cycle of reincarnation. Ah! A young man was pinned down, violently roaring in madness. Before him, his parents, his younger brother and sister, were being tortured by a group of black-clad figures slice by slice. First they severed their hands, then their feet, and then peeled off their skin inch by inch. The miserable cries for mercy echoed endlessly, yet the black-clad figures only laughed more maniacally, savoring every moment of it. You deserve to die, all of you deserve to die. The young man was filled with anger, despair, and terror, as he watched his closest kin being tormented one by one. He hated, he raged, but he was utterly powerless. Rage, despair, and in the end you will realize that it was you who killed them. We are your demons, we are your evil, we are merely a part of you. Ha ha ha. The young man's consciousness seemed to slowly sink away. He soon woke again. The black-clad figures had vanished, but his parents, brother and sister, were all dead. No, no! The young man roared, but he saw that the black-clad figures all bore his own face, as if it were he himself who had slain his loved ones. No, it's not true, it can't be, it definitely wasn't me, not me. The young man clutched his head, his mind splitting with pain, the world spinning around him. It was you, Luo Feng. Everything is your doing. You killed them. You killed your closest kin. You deserve to die, you deserve to die. Another frenzied voice thundered within the young man's mind. Despair, anger, fear. All kinds of emotions surged within the young man. Suddenly he laughed. He began to laugh. Yes, you're right. I deserve to die. I, Luo Feng, deserve to die. Dad, Mom, Ahua Xiaoxin, I'm coming to find you. A blade appeared in his hand, poised to strike his own heart. Wake up, wake up. This is fake, this is all fake, it's all an illusion. The young man's hand suddenly trembled violently, and in his eyes the unmistakable light of Luo Feng's spirit shone through. Damn it! The young man snapped back to clarity for an instant, but in the next moment he sank again. Father of my child, stop gambling. The child has a fever of 42 degrees. If we don't get him to the hospital soon, it'll be too late. On the other end of the phone, a woman's frantic, tearful voice pleaded with deep desperation. I know. Just let me finish this round and I'll be right back. The man replied and hung up. Brothers, let's keep going. I've got to win back what I just lost. Don't you care about your kid at home? It's fine. That woman is a grown adult. She can't wait for me for everything. She'll take the kid to the hospital herself. Exactly. You shouldn't spoil your woman like that. Fengzi, you're doing nothing wrong. The four men's spirits were completely unaffected by the earlier call. They played mahjong with increasing fervor round after round, losing track of time entirely. Several more calls came in, but Luo Feng hung up each time, paying them no heed. He soon found that he had gambled away all his money. Big brother, lend me a bit more. I'll pay you back tomorrow. Luo Feng pleaded. Fengzi, it's not that I won't lend you, but pay me back what you owe first, then I'll lend you more. Let's call it a night. Hong, a man with a stubbly face, patted Luo Feng on the shoulder. Big brother. Luo Feng panicked. Big brother, just one more. Whoosh. The scene shattered and Luo Feng sank once more. Life after life, reincarnation after reincarnation, as if caught in an endless cycle. Break open for me. Break open. Break open. Wake up. At first, when Luo Feng entered a new reincarnation, he would struggle for a while before regaining clarity. But as he experienced more cycles, he woke up faster and faster, until he could become lucid the moment he entered a new life. Yet the cycle seemed truly endless. Luo Feng shattered one life only to fall into another, from 100 cycles to 10,000. Gradually he lost count of how many reincarnations he had endured. 1,000,000 times, 10,000,000 times, 100 million, or 100 billion, a trillion times. Luo Feng had lost all sense of it. He only knew that every reincarnation was false, all of it was an illusion. He held onto a single conviction: to break through, to shatter all falsehood. Within the battle arena space, as that pure white eyeball appeared, the human galaxy seemed to fall into agonizing descent. The miniature universes of both sides vanished in that instant. In the void, the white eyeball having opened slowly closed, as if overcome with drowsiness. The white membrane around the eye then dissolved into countless specks of white light, flying towards the plummeting Luo Feng and merging into him. The figure of the evil eye appeared where the pristine eyeball had been. The black malevolent aura on his body and head had completely dissipated. Beneath his golden red armor was wrinkled black skin. His head was now clearly visible, a grotesque gaping mouth, 3 eyes. The one on his forehead fully shut, the 2 below it as hollow pitch-black voids, seeming somewhat dazed. In the end, the galaxy has lost. That last move of the evil eye was truly terrifying. In the observation area, all who had witnessed this gained a new understanding of the evil eye domain lord's power. No, the evil eye's aura is so weak. Is he only at the void true god level? Lord Jing and his group all looked at the evil eye. Although the battle zone was sealed by formations, the aura could still be sensed. At this moment, the evil eye's aura was astonishingly weak. Many thoughts flashed through the minds of Lord Jing and the others. Inside the battle stage, the evil eye's entire body trembled. Gone, it's all gone. Everything is gone. The evil eye sensed that many of his memories had been erased, especially the insights gained through his replication secret technique. They had all vanished from his memory. His realm and willpower, due to the loss of a large portion of his soul insights, had fallen to the initial stage of the void true god level. Any eternal true god could easily crush him now. His aura was so weak, barely that of a newcomer to the void true god realm. The galaxy. The evil eye suddenly looked at Luo Feng. Having fallen into my purgatory reincarnation, even his saint stage peak willpower will likely sink into endless cycles. First I'll enslave him, then find a way to wake him. With a fighter like this, once I leave this place, I won't have to fear those old bastards outside. The evil eye instantly appeared before Luo Feng. He immediately condensed his soul power into a soul imprint and sent it into Luo Feng's body. This galaxy has the willpower of a saint stage peak, but his soul is still that of an eternal true god. I should be able to succeed. The evil eye waited in anticipation, but the very next instant his expression changed drastically. What? Can't enslave him? The evil eye sensed that his soul imprint was blocked by some kind of force and was directly annihilated. Again, the evil eye once more condensed a soul imprint and sent it into Luo Feng's body. Crackle. The imprint was blocked by some force and then completely annihilated. Can't enslave him? The evil eye was growing frantic. He was of course unaware that when Luo Feng had bound the star tower, his soul had completely merged with the tower pearl. As the core component of the tower, a treasure at the God King level, its soul defense was so powerful that even in Luo Feng's current fallen state, it was far beyond what a mere void true god could hope to shake. After all, when Luo Feng was merely a universe master, the combined soul attacks of over 1,000 universe masters couldn't even budge it. Moreover, due to certain properties of the star tower, its defensive capacity exceeded even the comprehension of its creator, the mountain guest. Can't enslave him, then kill him. Shatter his true god heart. Though filled with despair, the evil eye was decisive. He immediately made his decision. Master, I was forced to use a forbidden art and my realm has fallen to the void true god level. The next Kanglan domain lord must die. The evil eye knew that even if he killed Luo Feng and managed to leave the battle zone alive, the old monsters outside were still watching him eagerly. It was a death sentence. But he would never allow the next domain lord to live. After sending the message through his communication token, he glared with venomous hatred at Luo Feng, who was still sinking in agony. Galaxy, all of this is your doing. I can't enslave you, but I can still kill you. Die in your endless reincarnation. The evil eye's divine power burned once again. Even as a mere void true god, killing an eternal true god who was completely unconscious was well within his power. An eternal true god still possesses a true god heart. If the heart shatters, they fall. Boom. The scepter in the evil eye's hand transformed into a streak of light. He poured nearly all his remaining strength into this, his most powerful strike, and smashed it directly towards the location of Luo Feng's true god heart. Die! The evil eye roared in madness. Boom! Luo Feng's divine body shook as he took the blow head-on. Protected by his chaos gold wings, he seemed to suffer no major damage. But suddenly the evil eye noticed a distortion in Luo Feng's expression. Break open for me. Luo Feng's will seem to roar. The endless reincarnation of illusion finally shattered layer by layer at this moment, and Luo Feng's consciousness snapped back to full clarity. Within the endless cycle, just breaking through those layers of illusion had felt like passing through countless cycles of a primordial universe, far exceeding the sum of his lifespans many times over. But Luo Feng's heart was unwaveringly resolute, clear-minded, seeing his true nature pointing straight to his core self. He was not like a heart that embraces all things, accepting everything. Luo Feng's heart was like a blade. What he acknowledged, oh, what he didn't, he didn't. He walked an extreme path. Since his heart did not accept it, then everything was false. With his heart as a blade, he would cut through it all. Clear-minded, seeing his true nature pointing straight to his core self. Since he knew the endless reincarnation was all an illusion, then he would break through this false cycle. No matter how many cycles there were, they were all illusions. He would break as many as there were. Luo Feng's heart never wavered. False was false, and no amount of time could shake that evil eye. Luo Feng's expression was cold and indifferent. The evil eye, now only at the void true god level, trembled incessantly under Luo Feng's pressure, yet couldn't move an inch. The gap was too vast. An eternal true god versus a newcomer to the void true god realm. A full major realm apart. Galaxy. The evil eye looked at Luo Feng with a mad laugh. I, the evil eye, have lived for endless ages, and that is enough. If I die, you will die too. My master will avenge me, ha ha ha. The one who kills me is the human galaxy. The evil eye transmitted one final message, and then, boom. The evil eye chose to self-destruct. Amidst his mad laughter, his boundless divine power shattered in an instant, transforming into a blinding sun. A powerful shockwave erupted violently. However, the power of a void true god's self-destruction wasn't even equal to a single strike from an eternal true god. Luo Feng could easily withstand it. The evil eye's master. Luo Feng couldn't help but frown. For the evil eye to possess such strength, his master was likely at the saint level or above. But he had never heard of the evil eye having a master before. Where did this one suddenly come from? Was it a saint or a god king? It shouldn't be a saint, and it's not within the Kanglan domain either. If it were a matter of attaining sainthood, Morosa could break through to the saint level at any moment, and I wouldn't necessarily fear him. Luo Feng shook his head, suppressing the flicker of unease in his heart. A smile crept onto his face as he gazed at the spoils scattered from the evil eye's self-destruction. The domain lord's token. Among the pile of scattered items, his eyes immediately caught a golden token inscribed with the characters, Kanglan. It was the domain lord's token. Luo Feng had learned about the Domain Lord's token before, so he recognized it at once. Refining the token would make him the Domain Lord of this territory. He infused his divine power into it, and it was easily refined. A flood of information about the Yongshan Empire and the Kanglan domain surged into his mind. Let me collect the spoils first and learn more when I return. Everything including the Evil Eye Scepter was stored into the world ring he carried. Just then, Luo Feng looked toward the viewing stands. Their Blood Witch Master was being surrounded. I got the Qingming Demon Lord's treasure first. What's this? Are you daring to rob me here in Kanglan City? Blood Witch Master smiled as he looked at City Lord Jing City, Lord Moshizhan Tianxing and the others. All were renowned powerhouses of the Kanglan domain, some even stronger than him, yet he showed no fear. The moment the Evil Eye self-destructed Blood Witch Master, who had been sitting not far from the Qingming Demon Lord, noticed his sudden death. He was among the fastest to react, collecting the entire corpse in an instant. Few knew that the Qingming Demon Lord was one of the Evil Eye's soul slaves. With the Evil Eye's death, the Qingming Demon Lord was doomed as well. Blood Witch Master was simply fortunate to be positioned nearby. Do you think you're worthy of the Qingming armor? We wouldn't dare act here in Kanglan City, but are you so sure you can keep it once you leave? City Lord Moshi sneered. The Qingming armor was the Qingming Demon Lord's ultimate treasure, a set of armor nearly at the saint level. Though the Qingming Demon Lord's own cultivation was inferior to even Brand the Fifth on the Kanglan ranking, the armor had propelled him to the second spot. Ridiculous. With the Qingming armor, do you think I'd fear any of you? Blood Witch Master remained unyielding. If you have the guts, then attack. If not, get out of my way. Blood Witch Master glanced at City Lord Jing, and the others sneered and strode past City Lord Moshi. In Kanglan City, no one dared to fight. The formation would slay anyone below the saint level who did. Cowards. Blood Witch Master looked back with a grin, then vanished from the viewing stands in a single step. That Blood Witch. Don't let me run into him outside the city. City Lord Jing snorted coldly and turned to leave as well. Outside the battle arena, apart from Blood Witch Master, who had departed, City Lord Jingzhan Tianxing, City Lord Moshi, and other veteran Eternal True Gods who had witnessed the battle gathered quietly at the exit. As the new Domain Lord had arrived, they naturally had to offer their respects. Of course, if they could forge a connection, that would be even better. My lord. As Luo Feng emerged from the arena exit, the officials hurriedly bowed with utmost reverence. With the change of leadership, they now answered only to the new Domain Lord. Galaxy Domain Lord. City Lord Jing, City Lord Moshi, and the others quickly bowed as Luo Feng approached. Having witnessed the battle firsthand, they were utterly shocked by the outcome, and it only deepened their respect for Luo Feng. The Evil Eye's power had been enough to drive them to despair, yet this galaxy before them was truly terrifying. Below the Saint Realm, no one could hope to shake him. Even the Evil Eye at full strength couldn't harm Galaxy in the slightest. The implications were clear. I am Jing of Jing City. Greetings, Galaxy Domain Lord. City Lord Jing stepped forward and clasped his hands. I am Moshi of Moshi City. Greetings, Galaxy Domain Lord. I am Pamir of Yuanzhou City. Greetings, Galaxy Domain Lord. I am Zhan Tianxing of Tianxing Pavilion. Greetings, Galaxy Domain Lord. Brand. Greetings, Galaxy Domain Lord. Those who stepped forward to introduce themselves were all prominent figures within the Kanglan domain. Unlike the Evil Eye of the past, this human named Galaxy inspired far greater confidence among them. First, Galaxy's close combat prowess was among the pinnacle of Eternal True Gods. Second, his mastery over the soul was equally terrifying. The fact that the Evil Eye couldn't harm him at all was proof enough of his dreadfulness. Even though they coveted the position of Domain Lord themselves, someone like Luo Feng held absolute power, so they had no choice but to submit willingly. Changes of Domain Lords are a common affair. You may all go about your business as usual. As long as you don't cross me, I won't make trouble for any of you. If there's nothing else, let's disperse. Luo Feng smiled slightly, then sent a telepathic message. City Lord Jing, please stay for a moment. I have a few questions I'd like to ask. City Lord Jing was one of the foremost figures in the Kanglan domain. Had it not been for the Evil Eye's overwhelming mastery of soul illusions, the position of Domain Lord might well have been his. Galaxy Domain Lord, I shall take my leave then. I will visit another day. City Lord Moshi glanced at City Lord Jing, then clasped his hands and smiled at Luo Feng. Galaxy Domain Lord, I await your reply. Zhan Tianxing also took his leave. All the Eternal True Gods departed, leaving only City Lord Jing and two other alien Eternal True Gods, the stewards responsible for managing the affairs of the Domain Lord's mansion. You two may withdraw for now. I'll summon you later. Luo Feng gestured. After the two stewards left, City Lord Jing turned to Luo Feng. Galaxy Domain Lord, if there's anything you need my help with, I will spare no effort. City Lord Jing replied. This was a golden opportunity to befriend such a powerful figure. Luo Feng nodded and directly voiced the doubt in his mind. Before the Evil Eye died, I learned he had a teacher, but I've never heard of this before. Do you know who his teacher was? City Lord Jing. The Evil Eye's teacher. City Lord Jing was taken aback, clearly unaware of this. It seems you don't know either. Luo Feng found his answer in City Lord Jing's expression. It's not just me. I doubt anyone in the entire Kanglan domain knows. City Lord Jing shook his head. The evil eye's rise was shrouded in mystery. Before he became domain lord, there were barely any records of him in Kanglan City. It was only after he took the position that his deeds gradually became known. His will had long reached the saint level, and with his mastery of soul illusions very few eternal true gods could rival him. During his reign only 2 eternal true gods with saint-level wills dared challenge him. One died and the other was enslaved. After that no one dared to challenge him again. His true strength remained a mystery as no one had ever seen him fight. Until you appeared, Galaxy. As for him having a teacher, I've never heard of it. But rest assured, Galaxy, I will immediately have my subordinates investigate. I'll inform you the moment we find anything. City Lord Jing quickly added. That would be much appreciated, City Lord Jing. Luo Feng smiled. It's the least I can do. City Lord Jing smiled back. I'll take my leave now and contact you once I have news. After seeing off City Lord Jing, the 2 stewards approached. My lord, I am Ma Fu and this is Shi Feng. We are the 2 stewards of Kanglan City tasked with assisting you in handling various matters. The alien eternal true god Ma Fu was visibly nervous, as was Shi Feng beside him. They had both become eternal true gods after countless cycles of reincarnation, and further advancement was incredibly difficult. Having this steward position was far better than being a bandit somewhere. Ma Fu, Shi Feng. Luo Feng looked at the 2 stewards. Continue doing what you've always done. However, I don't want my subordinates to be too greedy. If I'm satisfied, you'll both fare well. Here's a list of supplies I need. Show me your sincerity. Luo Feng was straightforward. He knew these 2 stewards had served for countless ages, and had likely amassed considerable wealth. With that, a list of numerous items flew toward Ma Fu. These were materials needed by Morosa to nurture warriors. Yes. Ma Fu took the list, not daring to refuse. Let's go. Take me to the Domain Lord's mansion and show me around. Luo Feng instructed. Though there was no grand ceremony for the new Domain Lord, the 2 stewards had assisted several Domain Lords before and knew exactly what to do. They promptly ordered the mansion servants to make preparations and welcome the new master, while also announcing the news throughout Kanglan City and the entire domain. With the fall of the evil eye, this battle finally came to an end. The moment Luo Feng refined the Domain Lord's token, the new Domain Lord of the Kanglan domain was the human galaxy. The high echelons of the Yongshan Empire and the Domain Lords of the other 8 domains all took note. But for the high echelons, a change of Domain Lord was hardly a major event. The position was earned through merit, a cornerstone of the Yongshan Empire's competitive doctrine. Only through such competition could there be even a sliver of hope for a saint-level powerhouse to emerge within a domain, and that was precisely what the Empire desired most. In the distant imperial capital of the Yongshan Empire, Yongshan, 10 colossal planets revolved around the mountain. These 10 planets were the direct territories of the 10 most powerful saints within Yongshan. One of them was the domain of the saint sage Milihua Yongshan, known as Milihua Planet. Milihua Planet, the core stronghold of Lihua Palace. At this moment, within a magnificent and dreamlike palace. Get out! All of you get out! A violent surge of power erupted from within the palace, sending 2 strikingly beautiful alien women tumbling out utterly disheveled, as if they had been thrown out. What's wrong with the palace master today? I've never seen her this furious. Just now, when I heard her mutter the name Galaxy, she was radiating killing intent. Who is this Galaxy? An enemy of the palace master. The 2 women exchanged glances, their expressions grim. Within the palace Mistress Lihua was a foreign woman of graceful figure, her appearance dreamlike and translucent, as holy as snow. Beneath her platinum-white scales lay delicate exquisite features, and a pair of cyan upright ears. She possessed 3 eyes. 2 horizontal ones brimming with boundless allure, and a 3rd vertical eye upon her forehead that radiated the authority of a sovereign. The vertical eye remained shut, yet the golden patterns upon it proclaimed her noble lineage. Yet this alluring woman was now shrouded in murderous intent, the very space around her turning frigid and cold. Human In He. This name was seared deeply into her heart, for it was he who had slain her disciple and slaughtered billions of her kin. Her most prized disciple, Xie Yan, had traversed the cycle of reincarnation shortly after she herself had, and their shared transcendence became a celebrated tale across that cosmic sea. Countless eons had passed since she crossed the cycle. On the origin continent she obtained a powerful sage-level inheritance. She then successfully seized the primordial universe, her strength skyrocketing. She rose to the sage realm as the city lord of White Lotus City, in Yu Mountain, was absorbed into the upper echelons of the Yu Mountain Empire, and became one of the Enfeft sages. Upon reaching the sage realm, she spared no effort in finding her disciple Xie Yan, brought him to the Yu Mountain Empire, and eventually made him a domain lord as well. As the sovereign of the demon eye race, her disciple was exceptionally talented, blessed with a terrifying innate divine ability and a sage-level will. It was only a matter of time before he attained sagehood. Having seized the will of the primordial universe, Milihua herself had a chance of becoming a god king. Her ambition was naturally immense. She hoped her demon eye race could establish its own divine kingdom, and even become one of the pinnacle races of the origin continent. Yet her most outstanding disciple, her greatest hope, had fallen. Along with him perished countless members of the demon eye race within the sacred universe. Human he no matter what you must die. I swear by the supreme laws that I will tear you limb from limb to avenge my people. The third vertical eye on Palace Mistress Milihua's forehead flickered with faint demonic flames. Boundless killing intent leaked out, instantly dropping the palace's temperature to freezing point, turning the wine in cups to ice. Yet Palace Mistress Milihua knew well that her true body was not in Milihua Palace. She had been dispatched to guard a forbidden land, and could only return upon completion of her term. There's still nearly a full reincarnation cycle left. I cannot wait that long. This he must die, and he must die now. Unable to suppress her burning hatred, Palace Mistress Milihua roared furiously. Right, the mad demon should still be in the imperial capital. I'll spend some treasures to have him act capture, that he torment him mercilessly, make his life a living hell, and finally kill him. The mad demon doesn't belong to you, Mountain, so he's bound by fewer rules. When the time comes, the 9 Domains Palace won't be able to hold anyone accountable. Palace Mistress Lihua's eyes glinted. She immediately contacted the mad demon through her transmission token. The mad demon was not a sage of the Mountain Empire and acted without scruples. Though weaker than her, he was a fairly renowned sage possessing strength at the Four Sources level. Dealing with an eternal true god would be trivial for him. With an infect sage requesting his services, the mad demon would certainly oblige, making the success of the invitation all but certain. Kanglan City Lord's Mansion. The 2 stewards dutifully arranged a welcoming ceremony for the new city lord among the mansion's servants, while the official inauguration ceremony for the entire domain was scheduled over a year later. Luo Feng initially wanted to keep things simple, but upon hearing from the stewards that this was a prime opportunity to receive gifts, he ceased objecting. He even instructed them to deliberately spread rumors during invitations hinting at his needs, so that others would bring more suitable resources. Morosa required substantial resources to evolve and break through to the sage realm, nurturing warriors demanded even more. Such a golden opportunity to receive gifts was not to be squandered. The 2 stewards were tactful in their duties, likely having engaged in similar practices under previous domain lords. Kanglan City's City Lord's Mansion. This was a manifestation of a biological palace-class treasure loyal only to the holder of the domain lord's token. Having taken control of the token, Luo Feng could easily command this biological palace. Following his own preferences, Luo Feng had the entire City Lord's Mansion transformed and renovated, resulting in a beautiful grand estate in the style of a Chinese garden. At the heart of the garden was where Luo Feng cultivated and resided. No one could enter without his command. Gazing upon the exquisitely crafted garden estate, Luo Feng nodded in satisfaction. Back in his private residence, Luo Feng finally had leisure to inventory the spoils left by Xia Yan. The domain lord's token was the most significant gain. The moment he refined the domain lord's token, Luo Feng received all its information. The token itself contained a realm stone space with functions akin to a virtual universe. It also served as a map containing the coordinate map of the entire Mountain Empire, each coordinate incredibly detailed. More importantly, the domain lord's token symbolized the status of a 9 domains domain lord. For every newly appointed domain lord, besides the stipulated rights and responsibilities, it also represented an immense opportunity. Every new domain lord was granted one opportunity to comprehend the Chaos Stele, lasting 10,000 epochs. It was said that the Chaos Stele was created by Yushan God King, the founding emperor of the Mountain Empire. It contained the mysteries of fusing the 10 fundamental laws into the Chaos Law, as well as the profundities of the 10 origins. Whoever could comprehend all its mysteries would be qualified to advance to the God King realm. Yet the Chaos Stele was far too obscure and complex. Since its creation, fewer than a handful of eternal true gods had managed to comprehend the origin mysteries within 10,000 epochs. Beyond such opportunities, being a domain lord made one an internal member of the Mountain Empire, which also entailed completing certain tasks each reincarnation cycle. Domain lords were also subject to a strict assessment system. Each reincarnation cycle, equivalent to 36 trillion epochs, a domain lord was required to complete one external assessment mission. The mission could not be chosen freely, and was uniformly assigned by the Empire. The mission's duration was one reincarnation cycle, and once issued, success was the only option. Failure meant losing the domain lord status, and the Empire would reclaim the token. Aside from Empire-assigned missions, domain lords could also accept internal tasks on their own, earning contribution points as rewards. Within the Mountain Empire, contribution points were more valuable than source crystals or even soul crystals. One contribution point was roughly equivalent to 10 universe units of source crystals, a testament to its purchasing power. In the Mountain Empire, the 1,000 Treasures Pavilion was controlled internally by the Empire, and contribution points could be used for settlement at its auctions. Moreover, certain treasures within the Empire were not sold externally but could be exchanged internally with contribution points. After understanding all this, Luo Feng mused, Assessment missions maintain one's domain lord status, while other missions carry risk but also offer contribution points. These mechanisms were somewhat similar to those within the human race. However, assessment missions were never simple and even carried a certain risk of death. In the past 100 reincarnation cycles, over 100 domain lords had perished on missions, a mortality rate exceeding 10%. The risks of assessment missions were also briefly documented. Indeed, missions without mortality wouldn't stimulate potential or meet the requirements for nurturing powerhouses. Luo Feng thought silently. Let me look at other missions first. With a thought, a list of missions appeared before him. The missions mainly fell into 3 major categories and 4 levels. The 3 categories were garrison duty, acquiring certain treasures, and assassination. The 4 levels were ordinary, dangerous, desperate, and hellish death. Among the categories, garrison duty was the most common, typically guarding a certain forbidden land and responsible for sentry duty. Treasure acquisition missions ranged from dangerous to desperate, depending on difficulty. Assassination missions were mostly at the dangerous level or above, with even hellish death level missions falling into this category. There were only 3 hellish death level missions. Ranked first was the assassination of Tanner Buchuan Fui, a super genius from the Fui Kingdom. The Fui Kingdom was a hostile force against the Yu Mountain Empire. Tanner Buchuan Fui was the most promising genius of the Fui Kingdom, capable of killing peak eternal true gods, even at the void true god stage. It was said they followed the path of fusing laws while comprehending them, and upon becoming an eternal true god, they would be near sage level. Successfully assassinating Tanner Buchuan Fui would yield 100,000 contribution points, equivalent to 1 million universe units. A fortune many powerful sages might not possess. Ranked second was the assassination of Two-Man, a genius of the Manling Kingdom, offering 700,000 contribution points upon success. Ranked third was the assassination of Hexiong, a genius of the Wing Kingdom, offering 500,000 contribution points. The Fui Manling and Wing Kingdoms were all hostile to the Yu Mountain Empire, and their absolute geniuses were naturally targeted for elimination. The Yu Mountain Empire had long-standing conflicts with these 3 kingdoms, with border wars raging eternally. Among the missions listed, there were also frontier garrison duties, but those were only ordinary level tasks. Conflicts between nations were generally low-level skirmishes, with both sides using them to temper their powerhouses. It was difficult for such conflicts to escalate into wars involving top-tier combat power. Once they did, it would become a war of annihilation, the most brutal kind. Unless major interests were at stake, such escalation was unlikely. Every assassination mission is incredibly difficult. Even if completed, one might perish in a foreign land, hence the high rewards. But what good is a high reward if you don't live to enjoy it? Luo Feng thought to himself. Assassinations deep within enemy territory were the most dangerous unless someone came to you offering an opportunity. Luo Feng was in no rush to accept other missions. If he were to consider it, it would only be after comprehending the Chaos Stele. The Chaos Stele. Luo Feng felt anticipation stirring within him. Let's look at the spoils of war. Having secured the Domain Lord's token, Luo Feng began to inventory the rest of the loot. Luo Feng had high expectations for the Evil Eye's possessions. The staff and the golden blood armor he wore were clearly no ordinary treasures. They were likely saint-level artifacts. With his divine power, Luo Feng easily erased the Evil Eye's imprints and claimed the treasures as his own. The staff named Xiao Yao was indeed a saint-level treasure, attuned to the mysteries of the wood source. Those who comprehended these mysteries could unleash its full power. The Evil Eye had only used it modestly, indicating he had not grasped the wood source mysteries. The golden blood armor, known as the blood god armor, was also an ordinary saint-level treasure, primarily defensive with weak amplification. It could reduce attacks from below the saint realm to 1/10,000th of their original power, and even saint realm attacks to 1%. As for amplification, it only added a tenth. The 2 saint-level treasures were quite valuable together, worth an estimated 600,000 Chen Yuan units. Tisk 600,000 Chen Yuan units. That's the wealth of an average saint. This Evil Eye was truly rich. Luo Feng mused that these 2 treasures were only a part of the haul. Of course, they were the bulk of it. After tallying the rest, he estimated it was worth around 400,000 Chen Yuan units. Having assets exceeding 100,000 Chen Yuan units was undoubtedly incredibly wealthy for an eternal true god, rivaling some saints. 100,000 Chen Yuan units is barely enough for Morosa to break through to the saint realm. It's far from sufficient to nurture a saint-level warrior. Although Morosa was his greatest trump card, Luo Feng felt that the growing beast was a bottomless pit impossible to fill. Especially regarding nurturing warriors. The world beast's method was similar to yet distinct from the Zerg's. The Zerg could rapidly produce countless warriors with enough resources. But the world beast's nurturing process consumed vast resources and its own essence. The spent essence needed replenishing, which also required resources. This back and forth demanded a massive accumulation of materials. Of course, the world beast had an advantage. It could nurture far more powerful warriors than the Zerg, even stronger than itself, a feat the Zerg couldn't achieve. Take Morosa now for instance. Though at the eternal limit with enough resources he could nurture a saint-level warrior comparable to a saint. However, the cost of nurturing a saint-level warrior was immense. According to Morosa, if he were a saint he could nurture a weaker saint-level warrior for around 100,000 Chen Yuan units. But at his current stage to nurture a single saint-level warrior, he would need to devour 5 saints' divine power to create one of a similar level. If using other resources it would require around 150,000 Chen Yuan units equivalent to the wealth of a weaker saint. Therefore the best way to nurture a saint-level warrior was to first let Morosa break through to the saint realm, then nurture either by hunting saints or stacking resources. Of course within the Yu Mountain Empire, even if Morosa broke through to the saint realm, Luo Feng wouldn't dare hunt saints. He would have to rely on existing resources. The saints within the empire were its peak combat power. A massive loss of them would surely cause a huge uproar leading to an investigation by a god king which would be troublesome. Luo Feng planned to have Morosa break through to the saint realm first, then hunt saints during the assessment mission. Soon the inauguration ceremony for the Galaxy Domain Lord arrived. Given Luo Feng's overwhelming victory over the Evil Eye factions across the Kanglan region showed him great respect. Nearly all invited guests attended bearing substantial gifts and Luo Feng received a considerable bounty. Of course the 2 stewards handled all the arrangements. Luo Feng only needed to briefly converse with some renowned eternal true gods from the region, a simple formality to establish connections. After the banquet Luo Feng returned to his residence. Stewards Ma Fu and Shifeng had handed over all the received gifts. Luo Feng's divine sense probed into his world ring, and he was taken aback. These 2 stewards did a good job. Luo Feng was quite satisfied. Many items on his list had been collected, clearly showing the factions had spared no expense to curry favor with him. The total value of the gifts was close to 100,000 Chen Yuan units. This was largely due to the stewards inviting almost every eternal true god they could in the region. Aside from those too far away, several hundred had arrived within the year. Their combined gifts reaching 100,000 Chen Yuan units wasn't too surprising. Most importantly, all factions wanted to build a good relationship with the Galaxy Domain Lord, hence the extravagance. Morosa. With a thought Luo Feng entered the Star Tower. Master. Seeing Luo Feng, Morosa said respectfully, "This should be enough for you to break through to the Saint Realm." Luo Feng waved his hand and a vast space before him was filled with a mountain of various treasures. Metals, corpses, artifacts. Piled high. Enough, enough. Morosa's eyes gleamed at the sight of the mountain. He could naturally break through to the Saint Realm without devouring, but it would be much slower. Devouring would save a lot of time. Open wide. Morosa opened his massive maw, and a tremendous suction force drew all the piled resources into his mouth. Whoosh! Countless precious materials were swallowed by Morosa in an instant. Master, I need about a year to digest. In about a year I can break through to the Saint Realm. Morosa said confidently, his eyes shining. Good. Luo Feng was delighted. If Morosa could reach the Saint Realm, the threat of Teacher Evil Eye would be somewhat mitigated. Of course within the Empire, even without Morosa, Luo Feng had the confidence to deal with some saints. However, he didn't want to reveal too many trump cards, especially the Star Tower. He wouldn't expose it unless absolutely necessary. In the Cosmic Sea he was the strongest, and even if they knew the Star Tower was a God King level weapon they couldn't take it. But the Origin continent was different. There were many stronger than him. If they discovered it was a God King treasure, anyone might be tempted or even go mad. A year was a fleeting moment for Luo Feng. Luo Feng, who had been meditating for nearly a year, suddenly opened his eyes and spotted Morosa not far away. He's about to break through. Luo Feng understood that Morosa was attempting his breakthrough. At that moment Morosa's aura began to fluctuate, oscillating between calm and turbulent. The dense destructive aura was so intense that even Luo Feng found it incredible. The breakthrough for a world beast king was in essence the breakthrough of the world within. Once the world broke through, it could contain more essence, naturally increasing its power. Suddenly Morosa's aura began to surge, violently releasing a suffocating destructive pressure. Luo Feng felt that without the Star Tower suppression, he might have had to retreat temporarily. Such a powerful aura. Luo Feng could see mysterious runes and white glowing symbols beginning to appear on Morosa's body. The world within him, seemingly having absorbed enough energy, had broken a certain limit, and was undergoing a frenzied transformation, the source of his changing aura. This transformation lasted for a while before... Roar! Morosa let out an excited roar. The violent, destructive aura fully erupted. Within the Star Tower space centered on Morosa, a colossal whirlwind formed, frantically devouring the surrounding natural energy. Is a world beast's breakthrough always this dramatic? Luo Feng was startled, glad he was prepared. With a wave of his hand, a large amount of source crystals appeared within the whirlwind, quickly being consumed. After a full day, the whirlwind finally subsided. However, it wasn't because Morosa's divine power was saturated, but because he had stopped voluntarily. To reach full saturation, even with such devouring, would likely take centuries. Broken through. Luo Feng sensed a unique aura from Morosa, vastly more powerful than before. Master, I have broken through to the Saint Realm. Thank you for your blessing. Morosa said excitedly, then shyly added. But I feel very hungry now. Some food would be nice. Food. I have none left. Luo Feng smiled and shook his head. After reaching the level of Universe Master, subsequent breakthroughs wouldn't grant the divine power conversion gift from the universe's origin. Although world beasts were different, the principle was the same. They didn't receive the gift of origin divine power conversion either. After each breakthrough to a new level, they had to slowly convert cosmic divine power themselves, and it was normal to spend eons before reaching saturation. World beasts primarily relied on devouring to convert divine power. Having just advanced, Morosa naturally felt hungry. Of course, a world beast's appetite was enormous. If he relied on eating, even the wealthiest would be bankrupted. Besides, all the wealth from the evil eye had been spent on Morosa's breakthrough. There was nothing left to eat. If you're hungry, there are quite a few eternal true gods lurking outside the city. You can go eat a few. The higher-ups shouldn't blame me for that. Luo Feng looked at Morosa and chuckled. But don't cause too much of a commotion. It wouldn't look good for me, the city lord, to be seen as inactive. Morosa immediately understood Luo Feng's meaning and became excited. Even though they were only eternal true gods, they were a delicious meal for a world beast. With Luo Feng's permission, Morosa quietly left Kanglan City and began his hunt. Once Morosa's realm stabilizes, we'll head to the imperial capital. Luo Feng said silently. A saint-level expert spatial power was enough to counteract the suppression of the greater world, allowing for easy teleportation. Now that Morosa had broken through to the Saint Realm, he could teleport quickly, making travel much faster. 5,000 light-years from Kanglan City lay a massive wormhole, the shortest route from the imperial capital to Yu Mountain. Suddenly, ripples of space spread across the void near the wormhole. A strange creature with a beastly form appeared. The creature stood nearly 10,000 meters tall with 2 legs and 4 arms. Its head was hideous and terrifying, with a large mouth bearing 2 long fangs, and its eyes were a sinister, enchanting crimson. He was clad in dark red armor. Of his 4 arms, 2 were slender and long, while the other 2 were thick but shorter. His presence seemed to dye the surrounding space a bloody red. This wormhole should be the closest to Kanglan City. It's still 50 million light-years away. Traveling by teleportation is fast. I can get there in about 2 months. Even if that galaxy has left Kanglan City, I can quickly catch up. Having traveled this far, this was the Saint Mad Demon, invited by Palace Master Lihua. When Palace Master Lihua contacted him offering a high-grade saint-level treasure to capture an eternal true god, Mad Demon was naturally tempted. Mad Demon was a saint who had lived for countless ages, currently at the early stage of the 4-source saint realm. 3 of his source mysteries had reached great mastery. Although he had only grasped a sliver of the 4th source, such power was more than enough to deal with an eternal true god, even one who comprehended source mysteries. A high-grade saint-level treasure. This galaxy's life is certainly valuable. Mad Demon mused, then teleported, reappearing light-years away. Far away in Kanglan City, millions of light-years distant, Luo Feng was unaware of this. His main body was inside the Star Tower, pondering the 5th-layer secret runes of the Chaos Gold Wings. Under the pressure from Teacher Evil Eye, Luo Feng naturally sought to increase his strength as quickly as possible. Besides comprehending laws and source mysteries, the fastest path was unlocking the 5th layer of the Chaos Gold Wings and the 7th-layer spatial runes of the Star Tower. Comparatively, the 5th layer of the Chaos Gold Wings should be easier. Luo Feng felt he had already integrated 7 of the 10 basic laws: gold, wood, water, earth, time, space, and light. He was on the verge of touching the 5th-layer runes and believed he could activate them with a bit more time. The Chaos Gold Wings were a domain-type mechanical treasure suitable for eternal true gods. The first 4 layers were for those below, while the 5th was for the eternal true god level. Luo Feng had a feeling it would surprise him. Based on the previous 4 layers, the 5th was likely the Chaos Domain of the Saint Chaos Sovereign level. The Chaos Domain was far superior to the One-Thought Universe. Within it, the One-Thought Universe would collapse. The universe originated from chaos. When a saint controlled the Chaos Domain, the One-Thought Universe became meaningless. However, this wasn't absolute. If a small universe was reinforced by source mysteries, it would be more stable. With high enough comprehension of source mysteries, it could even overpower the Chaos Domain. Within the inheritance space, maintaining a 10,000-fold time acceleration, Luo Feng focused his primary efforts on fusing the 7 laws: gold, wood, water, earth, time, space, and light. Once the fusion reached great mastery, he estimated he could activate the 5th layer of the Chaos Gold Wings. He was currently stuck at this bottleneck, yet felt he could break through at any moment. Finally, after 100 years in the inheritance space. Done. Luo Feng rejoiced. He casually swiped his palm blade, and a streak of saber light flashed through the void. It simultaneously manifested 7 different law forces intertwined, as if one yet seemingly separate, reflecting different laws. A truly wondrous sight. The great mastery fusion of 7 laws coupled with the mysteries of destruction was enough to create a top-tier 7-stage saber technique. Of course, the most important thing was the Chaos Gold Wings. Inside the Star Tower space, the 6 pairs of wings on Luo Feng's back spread out fully. The divine power burned to its extreme by the third layer of severance was converted through the source and flowed frantically to each pair of wings. The profound golden runes on the wings shimmered brightly, and a violent powerful aura affected the space-time of the area. Fifth layer activate. Luo Feng's will followed the wing runes and directly activated the fifth layer. Boom! Centered on Luo Feng, an area spanning hundreds of light-years, the star tower space was vast, and not suppressed by the origin continent's spatial pressure, transformed into an endless chaos domain. Within it, the chaos force was even denser and more powerful than in the cosmic sea, with significantly stronger suppression. Even an eternal true god of the sixth stage could be crushed and annihilated instantly. It really is the chaos domain, though a simplified version. It's over 100 times stronger than the Golden Kingdom. Luo Feng understood this was only a simplified version and might be far inferior to those of powerful saints. However, it was enough to rival middle to high stage 1 source saints. With this chaos domain, my close combat should be invincible below the saint realm. Luo Feng didn't think this was an exaggeration. The Star Picker Hand, in the Thousand Treasures Pavilion, was a purely offensive mechanical treasure. An eternal true god of the sixth stage could use it to be invincible below the saint realm. The Chaos Gold Wings should be more advanced and comprehensive than the Star Picker Hand, so achieving invincibility in close combat was only logical. Of course, Luo Feng's comprehension of the destruction source mysteries was also considerable, having reached the minor mastery stage. Combined with the chaos domain of the Chaos Gold Wings, he was equivalent to a middle to high stage 1 source saint. The fourth layer is the Golden Kingdom. I'll call this fifth layer Chaos Dominion. Luo Feng thought of a name. Chaos Dominion was the highest layer of the Chaos Gold Wings, its strongest form. Now that Luo Feng could finally activate it perfectly, even the wing spirit sent waves of joyful exultation. The Chaos Gold Wings had been lost in the cosmic sea for eons, and now it could finally display its former glory. Compared to the Chaos Gold Wings, the Star Tower was far more difficult. The seventh layer runes of the Star Tower could be activated by an eternal true god, but Luo Feng felt their complexity was 100 or 1,000 times greater than the Chaos Gold Wings. Even for him now, it was far beyond his reach. Without a lead, Luo Feng could only continue researching saber techniques. With the 7 laws fused to great mastery, perhaps he could elevate the Path of 9 Heavens to the level of a top-tier 7th-stage eternal true god saber technique. Time flowed and 10 years passed in the outside world, while 10 epochs passed in the inheritance space. Morosa is back. Luo Feng sensed Morosa's return from outside, and immediately ended his cultivation. He appeared out of thin air in his private residence within the city lord's mansion. "Master," Morosa said respectfully. Luo Feng observed Morosa. With his aura unrestrained, he seemed more stable and powerful than right after his breakthrough, clearly having overcome the earlier instability. "Looks like you ate quite a bit." Luo Feng smiled. "Master, not that much, just over 60. As you instructed, they were all from places far from Kanglan City," Morosa said with a simple smile. After breaking through to the Saint Realm, Morosa could teleport over vast distances, so following Luo Feng's instructions, he had teleported to remote locations. "Master, City Lord Jing of Jing City challenged you 10 years ago. Haven't you accepted the challenge yet?" Morosa, having returned from outside, had heard some rumors and couldn't help but ask. "City Lord Jing challenged me." Luo Feng was surprised. Indeed, during these 10 years Luo Feng had been in seclusion, cutting off all communications. The 2 stewards couldn't even enter his residence, so they couldn't relay information from the outside world. This was quite normal. It was common for domain lords to sever all communication when away or in seclusion. It wasn't considered refusing a challenge. Luo Feng restored his communications, and soon received the challenge message from City Lord Jing along with messages from the 2 stewards and many others. This City Lord Jing actually challenged me, and chose a location outside the city. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh. He had previously sought City Lord Jing's help to investigate the Evil Eyes teacher, and thought Jing had already acknowledged his submission. Yet now he had turned around and challenged him. This City Lord Jing is an ambitious man, but if he wants to test me, then I'll oblige him. Luo Feng chuckled. Perhaps the shock from the battle with the Evil Eye wasn't enough. Oh, everyone thought he had merely countered the Evil Eye. Now he might need to make an example of someone. Without any hesitation, Luo Feng accepted the challenge, leaving the time and place to City Lord Jing. Upon the highest throne within the Grand Estate lounged a mighty figure of a 4-armed alien race, the Saint Realm powerhouse known as Mad Fiend. Below him, standing with a hint of deference and respect, was the special lifeform City Lord Jing. "My lord, I have just received word that Galaxy Domain Lord has accepted my challenge. The time and place are mine to decide," City Lord Jing said respectfully. The figure on the throne stirred, sitting up straight to look at City Lord Jing. "After nearly 10 years of waiting, he finally accepts. I thought he might have been hiding from me, knowing I sought him out. It seems he is unaware of my arrival. This makes things much easier." Mad Fiend grinned, his eerie red eyes and ferocious maw appearing somewhat terrifying. He had already devised his plan on the way to Kanglan City. Every domain capital city was a supreme treasure forged by a god king, imbued with the might of grand formations. Even a Saint Realm existence could not violate their rules. Should anyone dare to act violently within the city, the power of its formation would reduce even a four-source saint like him to ashes. The best course of action was to lure Galaxy out of the city, and the most effective way to do so was to have someone else challenge him. City Lord Jing, possessing considerable strength, passing through the area, and holding the qualification to challenge the Domain Lord, was the perfect choice. Mad Fiend naturally selected him. Little did he expect the challenge to take nearly 10 years to be accepted. However, for a high-grade saint-level treasure, he had all the patience in the world. Even 100,000 epochs would not be too long to wait. Tell him the location will be the Great Canyon south of Kanglan City, and the time will be in 10 days, Mad Fiend grinned. On Luo Feng's side, he soon received City Lord Jing's reply. 10 days. This City Lord Jing seems eager. Even traveling from here without teleporting takes several days. He's certainly calculated my time precisely. Luo Feng shook his head. At his current level, he feared almost no one below the Saint Realm, unless someone possessed even more heaven-defying fortunes and secret arts more powerful than his Lai Yuan technique. It was nearly time for him to head to the agreed location. Very well. After this battle I'll head to the imperial capital. It might also settle some restless minds. Luo Feng decided to display a measure of his true strength, to quell any lingering doubts among others. Soon news of Galaxy Domain Lord accepting City Lord Jing's challenge spread like wildfire. The battle would commence in 10 days high, above the Great Canyon south of Kanglan City. The entire Kanglan City erupted in fervor once more. The excitement was no less than when Galaxy had challenged Evil Eye. In fact, as this was Galaxy's first battle, as Domain Lord it drew even more attention. This battle was undoubtedly set to be a visual feast for Kanglan City. However, 10 days was a rather short notice, and those residing far from Kanglan City would miss the opportunity to witness this grand clash. Since it wasn't held within a sealed arena, nearly everyone had the chance to watch it live, making anticipation even higher. Almost as soon as the news broke, eternal true gods, hordes of void true gods, and law masters within the city began rushing towards the canyon, fearing they might miss the battle if they were slow. Kanglan City sat upon a high plateau. Over a dozen light-years to its south lay a massive canyon. Now in the regions surrounding the Great Canyon, countless figures resembling a swarm of locusts could be seen from afar. They were spectators who had arrived early, all for the sake of witnessing this day's battle. City Lord Jing had also arrived early, and was now standing idly in the air above the canyon. Why isn't Galaxy here yet? Mad Fiend, mingling among the various observing alien races, awaited the appearance of the human Galaxy. Suddenly Mad Fiend sensed an extremely subtle spatial fluctuation from tens of thousands of kilometers away. His expression shifted slightly. Void true gods and eternal true gods relied on controlling space for teleportation, but Saint Realm experts could teleport directly. The spatial fluctuation he sensed now was unmistakably that of a Saint Realm expert. Is that the human Galaxy? Could he be a saint? Mad Fiend was taken aback, for at the point of spatial fluctuation, he saw the human Galaxy appear, and he sensed no other aura besides his. Having initially planned to strike immediately, Mad Fiend thought better of it and decided to exercise patience. As he hesitated, Luo Feng arrived at the Great Canyon. A distance of tens of thousands of kilometers was nothing for an eternal true god to cross in an instant. Galaxy City Lord Jing said, his expression complex as he looked at Luo Feng. He might lose this battle, but Galaxy would also die, for a Saint Realm expert had already set their sights on him, and was about to make a move. Once Galaxy was dead, the position of Domain Lord for the Kanglan region would fall to him, Jing. A promise made by that Saint Realm expert. City Lord Jing, Luo Feng said with a smile. I never imagined the first to challenge me would be you. It's been a while. Your strength must have grown considerably, hasn't it? Galaxy City Lord Jing replied, feeling no guilt, only the conviction that this was necessary. Every man for himself. He was simply doing what was required to claim the position of Domain Lord. In this battle I will give my all. My strength, I believe, is not inferior to Evil Eyes. I ask you to bear witness, Domain Lord Galaxy. Then show me your strength. Let's begin. Luo Feng grinned, a hint of coldness in his expression. Boom! City Lord Jing's divine power instantly ignited completely, and his miniature universe descended, enveloping a range of nearly a light year. Galaxy, take this. In City Lord Jing's hands appeared a large double-headed flail. As it swung, Luo Feng distinctly sensed the fluctuations of 9 different laws. This single strike from City Lord Jing fused the power of 9 distinct laws, coupled with his divine power and treasure, possessing peak tier 8 combat power, even approaching tier 9. Luo Feng wasn't surprised. After all, City Lord Jing was an eternal true god who had lived through countless cycles of reincarnation. Even with poor comprehension, dedicating time to cultivation and accumulating over endless eons would eventually lead him to the step of fusing 9 laws. Boom! Luo Feng's divine power ignited as well, and his miniature universe, filled with an aura of destruction, descended. As his divine power burned to its peak, the wings behind him unfurled fully. His golden miniature universe merged seamlessly with the destructive one, causing its might to skyrocket. City Lord Jing's miniature universe immediately neared collapse. However, City Lord Jing's massive flail had already arrived. Water, fire, scorching heaven. Luo Feng met it with a single strike of his blade. The two collided instantly. At the point of impact, a torrent of blade light erupted from Luo Feng's strike. Each wave of blade light was terrifyingly powerful, possessing Tier 8 might. At this moment, centered on the point of collision, it was as if an ocean of blade light had formed. City Lord Jing's eyes were fierce. He shrugged off the recoil force protected by his low-grade saint-level armor treasure, and ignored the fierce blade light ravaging his divine body, as he charged at Luo Feng once more. Divine Eye! Luo Feng gazed at City Lord Jing from afar. City Lord Jing felt as if a colossal divine eye appeared before him, and in an instant an invisible willpower assault like countless sharp arrows pierced into his very soul. A blood-curdling scream tore from City Lord Jing's lips. He had known Galaxy possessed a soul and will secret art, but even with his saint-level will and mental preparation under the immense willpower assault, his mind went blank instantly and his soul was racked with excruciating pain. Although City Lord Jing's will was also at the saint level, it was far inferior to Evil Eye's. Evil Eye with his peak saint level will found it difficult to endure. For someone with only initial saint level will, facing such an assault was a devastating disaster. Moreover, after experiencing Evil Eye's purgatory reincarnation, Luo Feng's will had grown stronger. While not yet at the saint level limit, he was considerably more powerful than before. With a single glance, City Lord Jing lost his combat ability, defeated cleanly and decisively. City Lord Jing, you have lost. As City Lord Jing's miniature universe dissipated, Luo Feng also withdrew his own, looking at the trembling head-holding City Lord Jing without a flicker of emotion. I have lost. City Lord Jing stammered, still trembling. Yet he was filled with resentment. He had lost so utterly, defeated by a single glance despite all his preparations. He knew Galaxy's forte wasn't close combat, but the sheer power of his will's secret art was something he had never imagined possible. Even the spectators hadn't anticipated such a swift conclusion to the battle. It was far more decisive than the previous fight between Galaxy and Evil Eye. Galaxy's strength had once again shattered their preconceptions. Those who harbored secret hopes found their ambitions suppressed after witnessing this display. The strength of Galaxy Domain Lord was beyond doubt. Meanwhile, Mad Fiend, hidden among the spectators, was also deeply shaken. An eternal true god with such formidable will. Mad Fiend's perception was sharp. The blade technique Galaxy displayed was too simplistic in terms of laws to be that of a saint. However, the force of that will secret art's assault was undoubtedly at the peak saint level. He knew City Lord Jing's will. To render him combat ineffective with a single will, secret art required a will at the peak saint level or above. Mad Fiend's own will was also extremely strong, having reached the saint level peak, so he felt no fear. At this moment he acknowledged Galaxy as a genius, but one who had offended those he shouldn't have. A pity. Impressive, truly impressive Galaxy Domain Lord. Suddenly a booming voice echoed, amplified by divine power. From among the crowd of alien races a figure emerged. A four-armed alien beast clad in dark red armor. It was Mad Fiend. Following the sound, his gaze finally settled upon the four-armed alien creature. Luo Feng was taken aback. Having been on the Origin continent for so long, this was the first time he had encountered an alien whose true strength he could not discern. After all, Luo Feng possessed not only the heaven-defying ability of formlessness but also perception far surpassing others. As long as one's realm was below the saint level, Luo Feng could see through their true nature at a single glance. This alien before him was clearly above the eternal true god level. A saint realm powerhouse. Luo Feng narrowed his eyes, sensing the hostility emanating from this four-armed being. Under the gaze of many onlookers, Feng Mo teleported instantly to the side of City Lord Jing. Teleportation. Almost everyone who witnessed it understood that this four-armed alien was at least a powerhouse above the saint level. Most of those present had never seen a saint realm existence. Upon seeing this alien saint, their eyes were filled with immense reverence. That's a saint realm existence. City Lord Mo Shizhan Tianxing and others also yearned for such power. Eternal true gods marked the watershed for powerhouses, and the saint realm was another such watershed. There were many eternal true gods, but saints were far rarer. In the Yushan Empire, for instance, each region might have tens of thousands of eternal true gods, yet it was considered fortunate if even a single saint-level powerhouse emerged. Every existence that reached the saint realm would be absorbed into the core of the Yushan Empire, each holding a highly revered status. "My lord," City Lord Jing said respectfully to Feng Mo beside him. "Well done. The position of Domain Lord will soon be yours." Feng Mo's voice carried no attempt at concealment. Luo Feng in the distance, and the other spectators could hear it clearly. "Thank you, my lord." City Lord Jing was overjoyed. With the Saint Realm powerhouse publicly declaring this, his claim to the Domain Lord position was all but secured. City Lord Jing stole a glance at Luo Feng, disdain in his eyes. No matter how strong the Milky Way was, he was merely an eternal true god, still a vast distance away from the Saint Realm. "You intend to make a move against me?" Luo Feng looked at Feng Mo, growing wary. "What else? Did you think City Lord Jing challenged you for what? To defeat you? His only purpose was to lure you out of the city so I could kill you." Feng Mo grinned, and as he spoke, boom! The surrounding space instantly plunged into a vast chaotic domain spanning a full 10 light-years, and this was a deliberately constricted range. The spectators, repelled by the powerful force of the chaotic domain, were all pushed beyond its boundaries. Only Luo Feng's small figure remained as if trapped in an endless swamp. Chaos Sea Domain. Boom! Luo Feng's divine power instantly burned, completely a thought universe forming. Simultaneously the wings on his back erupted with dazzling light, and a chaotic domain centered on him also nearly 10 light-years across took shape. The Chaos Sea Domain. The miniature universe and the Chaos Sea Domain reinforced each other, desperately repelling Feng Mo's chaotic domain. However, even with both augmentations, Luo Feng remained completely at a disadvantage. The miniature universe even collapsed outright, and under the suppression of Feng Mo's chaotic domain, he could likely unleash less than 10% of his full strength. That treasure of yours can actually control a chaotic domain. If you faced a one-source saint, you might even surpass them. Unfortunately, you're up against me. A four-source saint. Feng Mo was slightly surprised, but his gaze at Luo Feng remained contemptuous, and he had used less than a tenth of his power. Die! Feng Mo stared at Luo Feng, then extended an arm and pointed at him from afar. From Feng Mo's hand, the laws of force intertwined madly, and power within the surrounding chaotic domain converged continuously. A colossal divine finger, containing perfect chaotic laws, silently formed its surface, covered with countless mystical patterns and ripples of several primal source mysteries. Whoosh! The giant finger transformed into a beam of light shooting directly toward Luo Feng. Reinforced by the Earth Source with Source and Time Source, this giant finger was like a rolling snowball, gathering chaotic power and growing stronger and denser as it passed. The heaviness of the Earth Source made the finger feel like a star radiating an irresistible force. More importantly, the ripples of Time Source mystery on the finger's surface produced an effect of infinite acceleration, covering the 1,000-kilometer distance in an instant. The speed was so great that even Luo Feng barely had time to react. Boom! The finger struck Luo Feng directly. His expression changed drastically as his entire body was hurled backward. After being weakened twice, once by the armor formed from the chaotic golden wings and once by the blood god armor, roughly 1% of the finger's force still impacted his divine body, frantically eroding it in an attempt to annihilate it completely. After finally dispelling the finger's force, Luo Feng was in a bad state. His 12 light-year divine body had lost nearly 1/10,000th of its divine power from this single strike. Though it was only a 10,000th, it was likely far more than City Lord Jing's entire divine power. The strength of a four-source saint was overwhelmingly greater than his. A single finger had completely suppressed him, and Luo Feng had no idea that this was less than a tenth of Feng Mo's power. Luo Feng was in a bad way, but Feng Mo was also stunned. After that strike of mine, his aura hasn't changed much. His loss is only around 1/10,000th. Feng Mo was shocked, then broke into a delighted smile. He must have some powerful defensive treasure on him, at least a high-grade saint-level treasure. Otherwise a human body couldn't withstand my blow and remain unharmed, even if I was far from using my full strength. Feng Mo eyed the blood-colored armor on Luo Feng and felt this deal was worth it. Capturing the Milky Way would not only secure his treasures, but also yield a high-grade saint-level treasure. Such fortune was something he might never encounter, even if he fought desperately in forbidden lands. Excellent. Feng Mo grinned, his smile somewhat ferocious. He pointed from afar again, and another giant finger formed. Boom! The finger arrived in an instant. Even though Luo Feng was prepared, he was completely engulfed by it. This time with full-force defense, the damage was reduced, costing him only 100,000th of his divine power. Come again! Luo Feng grinned, utterly unafraid. After refining the heart of time, Luo Feng had become incredibly sensitive to the laws of time. On that finger he distinctly sensed a powerful fluctuation of the time source. Combined with his prior accumulation in understanding the time source, Luo Feng felt this might be the very opportunity he needed to comprehend it. So he didn't need Morosa to intervene just yet. Then I'll grant your wish. Feng Mo smirked wickedly. For an eternal true god to possess such strength, you're quite impressive. This time all four arms extended simultaneously, and four colossal divine fingers formed in an instant, thrusting toward Luo Feng with a bang. 4 fingers. Luo Feng's expression changed drastically. Quantitative change could trigger qualitative change. The power of these 4 fingers was greater than the sum of their individual might. However, Luo Feng had to be ruthless with himself. To feel that source fluctuation, he had to clash with all his might. His true god heart was guarded by the Star Tower, so even if he withstood this blow head-on, he would at most lose some divine body and not suffer major harm. Luo Feng first unleashed Waterfire Extinction with his Blood Shadow War blade, then instantly folded his wings forward. The blade transformed into a colossal saber spanning tens of thousands of kilometers, delivering a strike of 9th-tier eternal true god might. Waterfire Extinction morphed into a beam of light dragon, biting toward those 4 fingers. After doing all this, Luo Feng pulled his wings together as a defensive measure. Still, Luo Feng was somewhat apprehensive. The chaotic golden wings had been damaged before, and he worried whether they could withstand such a blow. If the wings were harmed, it would be a loss outweighing any gain. Boom! The four fingers struck with overwhelming force. Against the onslaught of a four-source Saint, Waterfire Extinction seemed to offer little defense. The giant fingers crashed directly into the chaotic golden wings, and under the violent impact they couldn't hold, Luo Feng's entire divine body was engulfed once more. When the radiance faded, Luo Feng had been blasted hundreds of millions of kilometers away. As Luo Feng recovered his senses, his heart raced. This strike had cost him 3/1000 of his divine body. Without the Star Tower and the Blood God armor, he wouldn't even have had the right to contend. But I think I get it now. Time, its very essence, can be speed. It's different from what I understood time to be. Despite his battered state, Luo Feng's eyes lit up. Yes, just now he could clearly sense the four colossal divine fingers being accelerated to the extreme by the time source. A distance of 10 million kilometers was crossed, ignoring space itself, equivalent to teleportation. Over the same distance, the faster the speed, the shorter the time. To an outside observer, altering the flow of time within the space around that attack could also achieve the effect of speed. Before this, Luo Feng had never considered that altering time could also alter speed. Speed, in a sense, is time. The acceleration of time, in a sense, is making matter change faster, while the deceleration of time is making matter change slower. Time can make matter change faster or slower. This is another fundamental aspect of time. The light law could achieve greater speed, but the time law couldn't. Yet the mystery of the time source could. This was why the star spirit race, those proficient in time, possessed incredible speed. They were born understanding the essence of time, and the application of time source mysteries could to a degree ignore space. I think I understand now. Luo Feng's eyes shone brightly. Mastering spatial power allows one to ignore space. Under the time source, one can also ignore space. It's the ultimate expression of acceleration. With a flicker of his wings, even under the suppression of Feng Mo's chaotic domain, his speed was slightly faster than normal. This is one of the mysteries of the time source. Luo Feng was overjoyed. This battle, he had this alien saint to thank. His enlightenment was but an instant, and Feng Mo in the distance had already come at him again. After the four-finger strike, Luo Feng's aura hadn't weakened noticeably. Feng Mo was shocked by Luo Feng's defensive armor, and also surprised that his power, equivalent to a two-source saint, couldn't quickly defeat an eternal true god, and even allowed him to break through mid-battle. Fine Milky Way. Since you can withstand a few of my moves, I'll show you my true strength. Feng Mo grinned and drew a crimson blood blade from the spinal cord behind him. Instantly, an intensely bloody aura spread silently throughout the entire chaotic domain. In Luo Feng's eyes, the mad demon was clearly about to unleash his full strength to end this confrontation. That eerie blood-red saber, true to the name Mad Demon, had likely been forged through countless slaughters. And indeed his blade was named the Mad Demon Blade, and his reputation had risen from mountains of corpses. Countless lives had fallen to his steel. Had Luo Feng's will not been stronger than the Mad Demon's, he might have knelt under this oppressive bloodlust. His will, barely sanctified, could never have withstood such slaughterous aura otherwise. Even after comprehending the mysteries of time, Luo Feng realized that he was far from a match for the Mad Demon in his current state. So this is his true power. How terrifying! Luo Feng gasped, a chill running down his spine. Morosa! He summoned Morosa forth. Though Luo Feng could have attempted to end this battle with the Lai Yuan art, he had two reasons not to. He wanted to test Morosa's strength, and he also wished to observe a battle between Saint Realm experts. Beside Luo Feng, a stalwart figure clad in silver armor appeared. Morosa disguised as an ordinary Saint Realm expert. A saint! The Mad Demon noticed the towering silver figure beside Luo Feng. So he's had a saint by his side all along. Is this his bodyguard? A saint as a guard? Just what is this human galaxy? A flurry of thoughts raced through the Mad Demon's mind. Such an appearance wasn't teleportation. He had clearly emerged from a world ring. Since when did I, the Mad Demon, become so timid? The Mad Demon shook his head, a reckless thought surfacing. If this human galaxy is truly a disciple of some god king, then he must be laden with treasures. Even if I kill him, his patron god king may not trace it back to me. And even if he does, the world is vast. Where can I not go? What is there to fear? Humph! The Mad Demon snorted coldly, transforming into a blinding flash of blood-red light as he charged at Luo Feng. Morosa knew what to do. A staff appeared in his hand. The Xiao Xiao Luo Feng had obtained from the Evil Eye. Morosa unleashed his realm of the boundary, which was similar to the chaos domain of a saint but imbued with a dense aura of annihilation. Like the chaos domain of a saint who comprehended the source of destruction, yet even stronger. Come on! Morosa was practically bursting with pent-up battle lust. As a being embodying destruction at his core, he was fiercely combative. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he fixed his gaze on the Mad Demon. Boom! Morosa, now a streak of silver light, clashed instantly with the blood-red Mad Demon. Combining his realm of the boundary with Luo Feng's chaos domain, they managed to not only match the Mad Demon's chaos domain, but even suppress it slightly. However, it was undeniable that the Mad Demon's strength as a four-source saint was formidable. Even with his domain suppressed, he still held the upper hand against Morosa. Was he just toying with me earlier? Luo Feng watched the mad demon's display of power, a strength so overwhelming it felt despairing. Morosa was being pushed back. This mad demon is strong, but Morosa is no slouch either. It's a fight. Without revealing his true form, Morosa's strength should be at the 3-source saint level. If he were to truly fight for his life, he could probably push it up a notch, at least to 4-source saint strength. Watching the clash, Luo Feng made rough estimations in his mind. By not revealing his true form as the world beast king, Morosa was fighting as a disguised ordinary saint, unable to unleash his full power, only about 60 to 70% of his complete strength. But the world beast king's defensive capabilities were absurdly powerful, incredibly resilient. Even the 4-source mad demon would find it difficult to harm Morosa. Luo Feng had experienced this firsthand. Back then, Luo Feng, the strongest expert of the Cosmic Sea, had only managed to injure Morosa with great difficulty, while under the suppression of the Star Tower, and using a God King tier blade embryo. After becoming a king, the world beast's defenses must be even more monstrous. A saint-level world beast king simply couldn't be harmed by a mere 4-source saint. In the midst of the clash, Morosa hardly needed to focus on defense, only guarding occasionally when he sensed a real threat. Yet Morosa's offense was no weaker than the mad demon's. He employed a tactic of trading blows, and even though the mad demon had the advantage of suppression, he was fighting with extreme frustration. Die! The mad demon snarled, his blade glowing like blood. Humph! Morosa was utterly unafraid, offering no resistance as the blood-red blade struck his body. Yet that seemingly razor-sharp strike seemed to hit incredibly pliable putty. Morosa's entire body stretched impossibly long under the blade, but it simply wouldn't break. Simultaneously, Morosa's staff, laden with boundless destructive force, slammed into the mad demon. The violent energy of annihilation, seemingly ignoring armor, savagely consumed the mad demon's divine body. In an instant, they exchanged tens of thousands of moves. The mad demon's divine body was drained again and again, driving him to near madness. Though each drain was small, the prolonged attrition was becoming unbearable. He clearly sensed Morosa was only a 1-source saint, yet his combat power rivaled a high-level 3-source saint. Though the mad demon could completely suppress Morosa, he couldn't harm him in the slightest. Moreover, Morosa was shamelessly relying on his terrifying defense to trade injuries. Of course, the mad demon, with his slight edge in suppression, held some initiative. But he found it impossible to bypass Morosa and reach Luo Feng. Morosa stuck to him like a stubborn plaster. He could suppress him, but he couldn't shake him off completely. But he was unwilling to give up. A human with such a background able to withstand saint-level attacks must possess countless treasures. With Lady Lihua's promise, how could he ever encounter such a golden opportunity again? If only I had a saint-level suppressing palace treasure. I can't kill him, but I could certainly seal him away. The mad demon was furious. In his eyes, the silver-armored saint was like a super-elastic ball of putty. Unless one's power reached a certain limit, it was impossible to harm him. I'm leaving. The mad demon, though reluctant, decided not to prolong the struggle. He couldn't do anything about it anyway. Without looking back, he flew off in the opposite direction. Leaving. Luo Feng was momentarily stunned as he watched the mad demon suddenly fly away, then his expression turned cold. Morosa, don't let him go. Understanding Luo Feng's intent, Morosa immediately transformed into a streak of silver light and gave chase. Under the combined suppression of Morosa's realm of the boundary and the chaos domain, the mad demon's speed was slightly slower than Morosa's, who easily caught up. Think you can leave now? Too late. Morosa's staff, extending for millions of kilometers, swung viciously at the mad demon. You're asking for death. The mad demon grew even angrier. He couldn't kill Morosa, but he still held the initiative. Morosa couldn't do much to him either. This time he directly ignited his divine power. Of course, Morosa had also learned the technique of burning divine power. Though there was still a gap in their strength, it wasn't enough for a complete overwhelming. They clashed once more, but this time the mad demon was noticeably more ferocious. He couldn't kill an eternal true god, and he couldn't kill someone who only comprehended the source of destruction. The frustration was immense. Gorgeous blood-colored blade light surged and rippled like blooming flowers blossoming in the void. Morosa, caught in the middle of the sea of blossoms, though unharmed, looked somewhat beleaguered. Watching their exchange, Luo Feng's eyes gleamed brightly. He comprehended the source of destruction, so every strike from Morosa was insightful. He also used a blade, and the mad demon's swordsmanship was immensely helpful. Especially those strikes imbued with the mysteries of earth, wood, and time, which were both enduring and immensely heavy. More importantly, the mysteries of time that Luo Feng could now comprehend as he watched the mad demon's blade were incredibly fast and bizarre, almost possessing a beautiful disorienting quality of distorted time. Luo Feng guessed that without Morosa's freakish defense, even a 3-source saint of equal strength would be no match for this mad demon. Morosa kept forcing him to fight. Luo Feng communicated with Morosa through their soul link. Such battles were rare opportunities, and Luo Feng naturally wouldn't let it slip by easily. Yes, master. Under Morosa's aggressive attacks, the mad demon went completely berserk, utterly dominating the fight against Morosa. You want to compete in attrition? Let's see how you do it. The mad demon sneered inwardly, this time being much smarter. Trading blows. I won't trade with you. I can't hurt you, but I can outlast you. In a contest of divine power reserves, he certainly didn't believe a one-source saint could outlast him, a four-source saint. Overwhelmed by the endless blade light, Morosa was being suppressed, and felt incredibly stifled, but without Luo Feng's permission, he couldn't use his full strength. His primary goal right now was singular: to continuously force the mad demon to fight. As a world beast king, Morosa was no fool. He used this battle to frantically absorb insights, gradually refining his own combat system. Every world beast king possesses complete destruction origin, but their strength varies. Only through continuous comprehension and refinement can one become stronger. Morosa was suppressed, yet he kept attacking, never giving the mad demon a moment's rest. The battle raged on, locked in a stalemate. It lasted for hours, driving the mad demon utterly insane. Human galaxy, don't you want to know who wants you dead? I'll tell you. Let's call this a draw deal. The mad demon transmitted his voice to Luo Feng, unable to break free under the suppression of the dual chaos domains. A draw. Luo Feng smiled. That's what I was thinking too. But I don't need your answer to know the truth. Because I'm going to kill you. Luo Feng's gaze pierced across the void towards the mad demon, his eyes like lightning. You. The mad demon almost laughed. But suddenly, just as a premonition of doom rose in his heart, he found everything around him seemed to freeze and vanish. Morosa disappeared, the surrounding chaos domain disappeared, and in his field of vision only the eyes of the human galaxy remained staring at him. And those eyes transformed into a colossal planet spinning rapidly and emitting hazy mists radiating boundless might. In an instant, a terrifyingly sharp will of nothingness shot out from the planet like an arrow released from its string, piercing directly into the mad demon's will. It was the supreme secret art, the Lai Yuan art. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed in Feng Mo's mind, followed by a blank void, as he instantly fell unconscious, losing all awareness. Suddenly the nine-tiered star tower materialized above him and drew him within. Meanwhile, Luo Feng had Milihua retract the concealment. The countless alien spectators felt only a brief obstruction of their vision before everything returned to normal. Yet standing where the battle had raged were only Luo Feng in his white battle robe and Milihua in his silver armor. The beast sage Feng Mo had vanished without a trace. Milihua teleported directly before City Lord Jing. With a single grasp as effortless as an eagle snatching a chick, he held the powerless City Lord Jing firmly in his grip. Master! Milihua brought City Lord Jing before Luo Feng. Though captured, City Lord Jing's mind remained sharp. Hearing Milihua address and looking upon Luo Feng, shockwaves of terror surged within him. This Saint Realm powerhouse before him was merely a servant of the Galaxy Lord. He hadn't seen how Feng Mo disappeared, but it was clear he was either dead or had fallen into the Galaxy Lord's hands. In an instant, a tidal wave of regret engulfed him. Take him back, Luo Feng commanded. Following this, Malihua's divine power enveloped Luo Feng, and with a teleport they vanished. The surrounding spectators stirred from their stupor. Most gradually dispersed, while a select few, having gained some insights from observing the battle, chose to enter seclusion on the spot under the protection of their sect members. This battle was destined to resound throughout the Azure Blue region. The Galaxy Domain Lord first effortlessly defeated the Challenger City Lord Jing. Then a Saint Realm powerhouse attacked, seeking to slay him, but the Galaxy Domain Lord withstood several strikes without a scratch. Finally, he summoned a silver-armored Saint Realm expert, who engaged the attacker in countless rounds of combat, ending only with the mysterious disappearance of the Saint Realm assailant. They all speculated that the Saint Realm powerhouse had been utterly annihilated, but the method of his demise remained a mystery, giving rise to a myriad of conjectures. This news, like a hurricane, swept across the entire Azure Blue sector, and rapidly spread to other sectors as well. The Galaxy Domain Lord's fearsome reputation was quietly acknowledged as #1 within the Azure Blue sector, and likely recognized as the pinnacle by the other 8 sectors as well. As for all this, Luo Feng paid it little heed. The position of Domain Lord was merely a stepping stone. Inside the sealed space of the Star Tower, the captured Feng Mo was imprisoned here under heavy seal. As for City Lord Jing, he had long since become part of Malihua's essence. Palace Master Lihua wanted to kill me, but she never imagined her hired hand would fall into my clutches, did she? Luo Feng calmly regarded the fully sealed Feng Mo, a faint smile playing on his lips. Feng Mo, having regained his composure, looked at Luo Feng with his blood-red eyes, a sense of grudging admiration in his gaze. That divine eye, he remembered it vividly. A single glance had been enough to snatch away his consciousness. The terror of this human before him was far beyond that of a mere eternal true god. In terms of willpower, he likely surpassed most saints. An eternal true god possessing such a terrifying secret art was unheard of. Why not kill me outright? Why seal me here? This sealing treasure of yours must be at least saint-grade, right? Feng Mo asked. Kill you? Of course. But killing you outright would be far too wasteful. Luo Feng grinned. While Feng Mo was unconscious, Luo Feng had investigated him. Feng Mo possessed only a single true body, lacking a heaven-defying life-preserving secret art like the undying river. Luo Feng had considered enslaving him directly, but he was more eager for Milihua growth. Devouring a saint would likely increase Milihua's power significantly. Milihua, he's yours. Enjoy your feast. Hearing Luo Feng's words, Milihua's eyes lit up. To him, Feng Mo was an incomparably delicious meal. Come. In an instant, numerous black tentacles extended from Milihua's body, surging towards Feng Mo. They wrapped around him layer upon layer, quickly encasing him into a massive black egg. Inside the egg, Feng Mo felt countless thread-like tentacles penetrate his body, and then he realized his divine power and soul energy were being drained at a terrifying rate. No! Feng Mo was terrified. Such a method of draining divine power and soul was something he had never encountered. But under the suppression of a God King level seal, his body racked with agony. He couldn't struggle at all, forced to watch his power and soul be drawn away strand by strand. In that moment he felt the dread of death. Regret flooded him. In just half a day, Feng Mo was on the verge of death. But in his final moment, within the depths of his subconscious, he roared in fury, and laid the most vicious curse upon Palace Master Lihua. Delicious! Milihua retracted his tentacles and all returned to calm. Feng Mo had been completely erased from this world. Master, after this meal my strength should increase considerably. Moreover, given some time, I can nurture my first saint-level warrior. Milihua said shyly. Excellent. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed and a smile spread across his face. After all, Feng Mo was a 4-source saint. He was worth several 1-source saints. If Milihua couldn't nurture a saint-level warrior from this, it would be a joke. Luo Feng's plan was to first nurture a few powerful saint-level warriors, then create an army of world beasts. In the early stages, Luo Feng couldn't afford to expose Milihua. Thus, a large number of world beast warriors would be of little use. Instead, a few individual saints would be far more valuable. For instance, if he had a saint-level warrior, he could have dealt with Feng Mo without risking exposing Milihua. Saints couldn't see through Milihua's true nature as a world beast, but a God King might. Here are some materials obtained from Feng Mo. See if you can nurture 2 saint-level warriors. Luo Feng waved his hand, and a small mountain of various materials appeared before them. They were worth around 70 to 80,000 Shenkuan units, nearly equivalent to Xie Yan's entire fortune. Of course, Feng Mo's total wealth was not limited to this. The bulk, consisting of precious treasures, was with Luo Feng. If exchanged at the 1,000 Treasures Pavilion, they could fetch over 100,000 Shenkuan units. Master, by standard classification, after devouring these materials I can nurture 1 saint-level warrior equivalent to a 3-source mid-stage. If it were a 2-source high-stage warrior I could nurture 1.5, nearly 2. For 1-source high-stage at least 3. As for 1-source early-stage warriors I could nurture around 6. Milihua stated. Let's nurture the 3-source mid-stage 1 first. As for the rest we'll find a way later. Luo Feng said without hesitation. Until he could safely reveal Milihua, the quality of the warriors mattered more than their quantity. Killing a 4-source early-stage Feng Mo plus using some materials to nurture a 3-source mid-stage warrior was an unexpected boon. With a 3-source mid-stage warrior as a guard, his safety within the Yu Mountain Empire should be assured. From Feng Mo's memories, Luo Feng also learned that Palace Master Lihua was a 5-source early-stage saint specializing in soul illusions with proficiency comparable to a 6-source saint in that domain. However, Luo Feng possessed the Star Tower and his willpower was close to the Saint Realm limit, which perfectly countered Palace Master Lihua. As long as he was within Yu Mountain, Luo Feng didn't fear her much. Because even Palace Master Lihua couldn't kill Luo Feng silently. If she couldn't kill him with illusions, she wouldn't dare make a move within the city limits. Furthermore, Luo Feng had the World Beast Warrior equivalent to a 3-source mid-stage saint. This warrior had no independent soul or will, making it immune to illusion attacks. A fearless, death-seeking warrior. Facing such a fearless World Beast Warrior, even Palace Master Lihua would find herself in a bind. More importantly, Palace Master Lihua was currently on an external mission, and wouldn't return for an entire Kulpa cycle. She wasn't in Yu Mountain. By the time she returned, Luo Feng might no longer need to fear her. In the following time, Milihua focused all his energy on nurturing the World Beast Warrior, while Luo Feng processed the many insights gained from his battle with Feng Mo. The exchange with Feng Mo had been immensely beneficial to Luo Feng. Watching Milihua and Feng Mo fight up close, Luo Feng gained deep insights. Numerous inspirations collided within him, especially regarding the mysteries of time origin and destruction origin, making him feel he could comprehend even more profound truths. After comprehending the time origin, Luo Feng felt that time, like other origins such as destruction, was in a sense a form of power. It was just that people habitually used it to measure the changes of past, present, and future. But the essence of time is omnipresent. Like metal would water, fire, and earth, it simply manifests in a different form. Before this realization, Luo Feng saw time as a unified whole. Whether it was the time of the universe, the cosmic sea, or the origin continent, it was all one entity. Time acceleration in certain places was possible because they were isolated from the influence of other time forces. But now Luo Feng saw that time could be a single whole, yet also divided into different individuals. The time in each place could differ. For example, the trajectory of a sword strike from its starting point to its endpoint involves a continuous duration of time. However, if the power of time origin is applied to the blade, it can become so fast that this duration is effectively ignored. The start is the end and the strike is so swift it's as if it never experienced time. This is the swiftness of time, its slowness is the opposite. From watching Feng and Morosa fight, Luo Feng clearly noticed that when defending against Morosa's attacks, Feng and moved with eerie ease. This was due to the slowness of the time origin mystery. Under its influence, Morosa's staff appeared slower in Feng Mo's eyes than it actually was, allowing him to dodge effortlessly. Within the inheritance space, Luo Feng swung the blood shadow blade, repeatedly contemplating the swiftness and slowness of the time origin. The blade light was swift yet seemed slow, or slow yet seemed swift, appearing utterly bizarre. First Arrival and Waterfire Scorching Heaven originally contained the laws of time. Now that his time comprehension had advanced to the level of origin mystery, these two techniques in Luo Feng's hands had directly ascended to a new tier of power. First Arrival was originally a 6th-tier sword technique, but with the evolution of the time law into the time origin power, it had reached the 7th-tier level. The 7th-tier Waterfire Scorching Heaven likewise reached the 8th-tier level. An 8th-tier Eternal True God technique was equivalent to the power of fusing at least 9 laws. Yet Luo Feng, through his laws and his nascent understanding of two origin mysteries, had managed to achieve this feat. The gestation is complete. Luo Feng suddenly broke into a smile. After nearly a year, Morosa had finally given birth to a true warrior in the first sense of the word, and a saint level 1 at that, with combat power rivaling a mid-stage 3-source saint. Luo Feng immediately appeared within the Star Tower. Master, Morosa said respectfully. Then beside him a tall warrior with a striking resemblance to a human materialized. This warrior had 2 feet and 2 hands, his form nearly identical to a human's. The only difference was his skin. His entire body was covered in black scales, each one etched with mysterious runes. His head seemed to be modeled after human standards as well. Apart from the texture of his skin, his facial features were the same. Upon his head sat a pair of curved horns somewhat similar to those of an ox. Additionally, Luo Feng noticed a vertical eye on the back of the warrior's head, almost completely covering the blind spot in his rear vision. Luo Feng knew this was the warrior Morosa had birthed, a being whose strength rivaled a mid-stage 3-source saint. Master, I birthed him by replicating certain human traits. I can alter the warrior's forms as I see fit, Morosa added. Good. Luo Feng looked at this abyss beast warrior with satisfaction. He knew that the appearance of a birthed warrior was primarily determined by the will of the abyss beast king. If Morosa so wished, he could even birth a warrior bearing a striking resemblance to Luo Feng himself, though replicating his aura would be impossible. I just wonder if a god king could discern that this is an abyss beast warrior. Luo Feng mused, a hint of concern in his voice. Master, the warriors we abyss beasts birth are inherently similar to us. Their primary source of power lies in their formidable bodies and the destruction origin. The destruction origin is their core. If a warrior were to tap into the destruction origin, a god king level expert might be able to identify them. If they do not use the power of destruction, then a god king would be 100% unable to tell them apart, unless they were to penetrate the warrior's body with their divine sense to inspect it, Morosa replied. Every warrior we birth possesses an incomparably resilient body. Their defensive capabilities are absolutely top tier. A saint-level warrior's defense is even stronger than saint-level armor. Within the same tier, no one can kill them. Their strength is also immense. Even without using the destruction origin, they are barely weaker. Without it, their power still rivals a low-stage 3-source saint. Morosa added, glancing at the warrior beside him. Hearing Morosa's words, Luo Feng breathed a sigh of relief, while also marveling at the sheer absurdity of the abyss beasts. A saint-level warrior with such physical prowess alone would likely give even 8-source or 9-source saints a headache. No wonder the records of the origin continent described every appearance of the abyss beasts as a catastrophe. These warriors possessed devastating destructive power, and their monstrous physical resilience left those of the same level utterly helpless. Once an abyss beast king matured to the point of perfectly mastering the destruction origin, it could birth god king level warriors. Such warriors with bodies akin to divine armor would be nigh untouchable, perhaps even by god kings themselves. The reason Heavenly would god king's deterrence was so potent was precisely because he had enslaved an abyss beast king that had reached the god king tier. From now on you will disguise yourself as an ordinary eternal true god. This warrior shall be our guard. He needs a name. Let's call him Tainanhe. Luo Feng couldn't help but recall the past. When he was still at the star level, he had a servant named Tainanhe who had died protecting him within a world master's realm. Yes, Morosa replied. Yes, master. The newly named Tainanhe also spoke. Since Luo Feng was Morosa's master, he was naturally Tainanhe's master as well. Abyss beast warriors differed from Zerg warriors. Zerg warriors lacked independent consciousness, whereas abyss beast warriors possessed it. In a way, abyss beasts were somewhat akin to the mechanical race. Their warriors had independent minds yet were utterly loyal to their creator at their very core. Warriors with independent consciousness were naturally far more formidable in combat. Especially when warrior armies coordinated their attacks, the Abyss Beast King would need only to provide simple mental guidance rather than exerting heavy conscious control. Morosa, does Tai Nanha have the ability to comprehend and learn other secret arts on his own? Knowing that Abyss Beast warriors had independent consciousness, Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. Master, Abyss Beast warriors cannot increase their strength through comprehension. Their power depends on three factors, the most important being the destruction origin, followed by physical strength, and finally technique. If during the gestation process I bestow upon him more origin, his power will naturally be greater. The treasures I devour are transformed into essence and stored within my inner realm. Each warrior's physical strength is built upon these essences. I can birth warriors with the most powerful divine bodies to the greatest extent possible. Finally, as for technique, their skills are directly imparted by me. Anything I know they can learn. Furthermore, our warrior's strength is not fixed at birth. I can have them return to my inner realm to undergo repairs and enhancements. Of course, all of this requires time and external resources. The more powerful the warrior, the more complex and difficult the gestation process and the longer it takes. Morosa explained. Luo Feng understood. In the universe all things are fair and energy is conserved. Every Abyss Beast warrior was already this heaven-defying. If they could also learn and improve autonomously, it would be truly terrifying. Each warrior birthed by an Abyss Beast also requires an equivalent amount of energy. The more powerful the warrior, the more energy consumed and the longer the gestation period. Tai Nanha's strength is already sufficient for now. He should have no trouble handling ordinary difficulties, Luo Feng said with a smile. Next, it's time for us to head to the imperial capital. Comprehending the Chaos Stele had always been on Luo Feng's mind. Leaving behind a divine power avatar within Kanglan City, Luo Feng set off for the imperial capital with Morosa and Tai Nanha. Kanglan City was over 30 billion light-years away from the capital Yu Mountain. On the origin continent, this was an unimaginably vast distance. With speed and teleportation both suppressed, a true god flying the entire way would need millions of epochs to reach the capital. As the domain lord of 9 major regions, Luo Feng possessed a complete map of the Yu Mountain Empire. The shortest route to the capital had long been charted. Passing through a wormhole located over 50 million light-years away was by far the fastest way. After killing the mad demon, Luo Feng had acquired an excellent mechanical starship. Though it hadn't yet broken the lightspeed barrier of the origin continent, it came close, reaching a maximum speed of 9,400 times the speed of light in the original universe. This meant Morosa no longer had to exhaust himself with teleportation. Traveling by ship also allowed Luo Feng to spend the journey comprehending and creating saber techniques. The trip from Kanglan City to the wormhole took over 5,000 years. From the other end of the wormhole to Yu Mountain took 6 times as long, 3 full epochs. This journey alone was longer than his original trip to the origin continent. Finally, before Luo Feng's eyes, a mountain appeared like a heavenly pillar. Yu Mountain. Yu Mountain was a pillar-like peak with a maximum diameter of 304 light-years, and a height of over 5600 light-years. From afar, it stood upon the land like a colossal pillar holding up the heavens. Revolving around Yu Mountain were 10 colossal celestial bodies, each 100s of thousands of times larger than the sun of Luo Feng's memory. Due to the peculiar influence of the mountain, these 10 stars were exceptionally suited for cultivation. Any living being born upon them had a far higher chance of becoming a powerhouse than those elsewhere. According to legend, these 10 celestial bodies were the titled sacred lands of the Yu Mountain Empire, each governed by a saint who had earned a formal title. Thus these 10 planets became the 10 holy lands of the Yu Mountain Empire, second only in status to the imperial capital at the summit of Yu Mountain. The imperial capital, situated at the very peak of Yu Mountain, was the empire's core. Apart from those residing on the 10 planets, almost all other saints in the empire lived here. Moreover, the 3 god kings of the Yu Mountain Empire all resided within Yu Mountain City. One could say the imperial capital was the safest place in the entire empire. Even a powerful god king would not dare to recklessly storm the Yu Mountain imperial capital. Truly magnificent. The power of this grand world is simply miraculous. Through the ship's viewport, Luo Feng witnessed this spectacle with sheer disbelief. A single pillar reaching into the heavens surrounded by 10 colossal planets. Looking more closely, Luo Feng saw that around each of these 10 planets orbited numerous smaller moons. Every planet had over 20 satellites circling it. Above all, at the very summit of the stone pillar lay the empire's most sacred heart, the imperial capital Yu Mountain City. Master, the gravitational pull here has shifted somewhat. The mountain's own gravity now dominates, Morosa noted. This Yu Mountain is truly miraculous. Luo Feng nodded, sensing the change in gravity himself. Before they knew it, their starship had drawn near the Yu Mountain range. Through the dense layers of clouds, the colossal city atop the peak began to emerge into view. Yu Mountain City was finally within reach. Yushan City, spanning tens of light-years in both length and width, presented a silhouette of unparalleled grandeur and majesty. From a distance, it resembled a colossal divine turtle perched atop the summit of Mount Yu, emanating a profound and weighty aura that seized the soul. Above the city, within the void, faint streams of iridescent light meandered, each exuding immense power, the might of the city's protective formation. It was said that a single stream could effortlessly annihilate any sage below the God King level, and even a 10-soar sage would be reduced to nothingness in a single strike. In Yushan City, flight over most areas was strictly forbidden. Any violation meant instant annihilation. Luo Feng retracted his ship and flew towards the city gate's entrance. As for Morosa and Tainanha, they were tucked away within the Star Tower. As one of the domain lords of the 9 great regions, Luo Feng held no special privileges, yet his domain lord token served as a pass granting him easy entry into the city. The sky within the city, enhanced by the formation's influence, appeared more beautiful and comforting than the outside. A cerulean expanse adorned with pristine white clouds. Apart from the designated traffic zones where flight was permitted, the rest of the sky was largely devoid of ships or figures, only the occasional sparse sight of avian creatures. In Yushan City, true gods and those below were prohibited from flying or using ships within the city's traffic zones. They could only rely on official or other organizations' vessels. Only void true gods and above were allowed to fly or pilot their own ships. Surveying the scene, Yushan City differed vastly from Kanglan City. Kanglan was a dense cluster of buildings, whereas Yushan appeared sparser, with even some rolling mountain ranges visible within. Its diverse architectural styles were clearly demarcated, making it easy to distinguish the various civilizations and factions. Those who held a place in Yushan City were predominantly prestigious clans or formidable powers within the Yushan Empire. Behind each one could invariably trace connections to sage-level beings or even god kings, whether living or fallen. Their histories from past to present were marked by periods of brilliance. Of course, the strongest and most influential were the official forces of Yushan itself. The 9 Domains Palace, which Luo Feng was heading to, was one such entity wielding immense authority within the city, second only to a few powerful bodies like the Yushan Manor. The Yushan Manor governed the entirety of Yushan, with its master being none other than Yushan, the founding emperor of the Yushan Empire. The 9 Domains Palace was a direct subsidiary under the manor, tasked with overseeing the 9 great regions within the empire, wielding considerable power. The domain lords of the 9 regions were but executives within the 9 Domains Palace, responsible for conscription each cycle and assisting the palace in managing the entire Yushan Empire. Although the domain lords were determined through challenge, they remained under the direct jurisdiction of the 9 Domains Palace, which held the authority to dismiss any domain lord. The 9 Domains Palace was situated on the 9 Dragons mountain range, within Yushan City, positioned right next to the Yushan Manor at the mountain's peak. The 9 Dragons mountain range lived up to its name. Legend held that an ancient dragon, beast bearing 9 heads and possessing strength, rivaling a peak god king, once roamed these lands. After being slain by the Yushan god king, its corpse was placed atop Mount Yu. Through countless cycles of reincarnation, it transformed into the present-day mountain range. Each mountain ridge stretched for nearly a dozen light-years, an awe-inspiring sight from afar. The division of the Yushan Empire into 9 regions was inspired by this very 9 dragons. The 9 Domains Palace wasn't far from the East City Gate. Only a few light-years away, a distance Luo Feng could cover quickly. From afar, the 9 Dragons mountain range merely looked like a shape. Up close, however, Luo Feng felt as though he stood upon a true dragon. Despite countless cycles having passed, he could still sense a certain dragon's breath within the earth. This breath, specially processed and refined, was beneficial for cultivation. Living here for long, even without training, would strengthen one's physique to an inconceivable degree. The Yushan God King is truly formidable. Luo Feng marveled. The 9 dragons' malevolent aura had been dispelled, leaving only the beneficial dragon's breath for the body. Such mastery was truly astonishing. As Luo Feng marveled, he arrived before the 9 Domains Palace. At its main entrance stood a gateway tens of millions of kilometers high, upon which the characters 9 domains were inscribed with breathtaking grandeur. Luo Feng found himself deeply captivated by the sight. What's happening? Luo Feng was startled. When he gazed upon the 2 characters, 9 domains, he seemed to be ensnared in an illusion. Had his willpower not been exceptionally strong, he would have needed considerable time to snap out of it. Not bad, your will is quite strong. Just as Luo Feng recovered from the plaque's influence, he noticed a figure emerging from within the gateway. An elderly man. The elder was not human, though he possessed 2 arms and 2 legs. Clad in a gray robe, his alien features were distinct, his face deeply lined with wrinkles that bespoke his age. Upon his head were numerous round protrusions, all shimmering with a platinum hue, lending him a somewhat bizarre appearance. Luo Feng regarded the elder, whose aura was completely concealed, making it impossible for him to gauge his strength. Yet Luo Feng sensed no hostility from him. You must be Inha, the new domain lord of the Kanglan region. The elder sized Luo Feng up before giving a satisfied nod, speaking before Luo Feng could. I am Inha. May I ask who you are, senior? Luo Feng inquired politely. I am the gatekeeper here. You may call me Qi. The elder replied with a smile. Gatekeeper. Senior Qi, does the 9 Domains Palace require a gatekeeper? Luo Feng was astonished. This was Yushan City after all. Surely no one would dare cause trouble here. Qi chuckled, understanding Luo Feng's confusion. Unhurriedly he explained. Being a gatekeeper is merely a position. It signifies nothing more. Tell me, what did you see when you looked at the 9 Domains plaque just now? Senior, I saw a vast world, Luo Feng replied. What? A vast world? Qi was shocked. This plaque was forged by the Yushan God King from the brains of the 9 dragons. It contains infinite mysteries, and can gauge the strength of one's heart force. The stronger one's heart force, the greater their potential, and the higher their future achievements. Heart force? Luo Feng was puzzled. What is heart force? Heart force? I don't fully understand it myself. Qi shook his head. It's a term the God King used. According to His Majesty, heart force is unlike divine power or soul force. It's an intrinsic power representing one's conviction and commitment to their goals. Those with stronger heart force, barring an untimely demise, often achieve great things. Some who view the plaque see a cup of water, a rainstorm, a blade, or a spear. Others see a mountain or a sea. Each person sees something different, reflecting their unique heart force. The grander the vision, the stronger the heart force. The fact that you saw a vast world indicates your heart force is exceptionally powerful. Your conviction in your beliefs is essentially unshakable. Qi looked at Luo Feng with a glint of admiration in his eyes. Listening to Qi's explanation, Luo Feng finally understood. Wasn't this heart force the same concept mentioned in ancient China? In the historical heritage of China, Wang Yangming had founded the school of mind which detailed methods for cultivating this very heart force. Heart force was indeed a mysterious and unfathomable power, one that could subtly influence a person's entire life. The earth lineage created by the visitor from the mountain seemed to have been modified at the soul's core, strengthening their heart force, thereby giving rise to superpowered beings. Heart force could completely compensate for deficiencies in innate talent. Even with poor aptitude, as long as one's heart force was strong enough, relentless effort could lead them to their heart's desire. Take Hong of the earth lineage for example. His aptitude was far inferior to Luo Feng's, yet his heart force was as vast as heaven and earth. He believed he could reach any destination, and even if the path was fraught with thorns, he would still get there. Senior Qi, who has the strongest heart force among those who have viewed this plaque? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. The strongest? Qi pondered for a moment. I'm not entirely sure. From what I know, you should be the strongest. Next would be the chief steward of our 9 domains palace. He saw a vast ocean. As for me, I only saw a mountain. However, remember, this heart force is merely a reference, not an absolute measure. Do not become arrogant or restless, or else your strong heart force will amount to nothing more than a decoration. Qi looked at Luo Feng with a serious expression. You are right, senior. I will keep your words in mind. Luo Feng nodded hastily. He understood the principle of pride goes before a fall. In the cosmic sea he might afford to be proud, but on the origin continent he knew he wasn't yet qualified. Qi nodded. I've heard some tales of your deeds. You must have your secrets, otherwise the mad fiend wouldn't have fallen at your hands. You should be wary of the Milihua Palace Master. Her abilities are far beyond the mad fiend's. She can't touch you within Yushan City, but once you leave its bounds, she has plenty of ways to deal with you. But don't worry too much. Her true body won't return for nearly a full cycle. As long as you don't give her an opening during this time with your skills, she shouldn't be able to kill you. Thank you for the warning, senior. Luo Feng shuddered slightly. Qi nodded. Yushan City isn't entirely peaceful. The God King hasn't explicitly forbidden conflict. If they can't do things openly, they'll resort to underhanded tricks. The Milihua Palace Master status is quite special. Hiring someone like the Mad Fiend was a trivial matter for her. Next time, who knows which old monster she might bring out. Within Yushan City, your potential is your strength. The more you stand out, the more you'll be valued, and the less others will dare to act against you. Once you've comprehended the Chaos Stele, you might attempt the 9 Dragons Tower. The higher you climb, the greater your displayed potential, and the more you'll be respected. Qi looked at the silver-armored human before him, unable to suppress a sense of affinity. After all, this was a member of his 9 domains palace. Although the palace belonged to the Yushan Empire, there were factional struggles within the empire as well. In his eyes, Luo Feng was a promising seedling. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Qi. Once I emerge from the Chaos Stele, I will go and test myself at the 9 Dragons Tower. Luo Feng also felt a certain kinship with Qi. He knew of the Chaos Stele. As for the 9 Dragons Tower, it was recorded in the Domain Lord's token. The 9 Dragons Tower consisted of 9 dragon-shaped towers, each with 9 levels. 3 towers represented enlightenment, 3 represented combat prowess, and the final 3 represented willpower. Only the 3 God Kings of Yushan had ever managed to conquer all 9 towers. After bidding farewell to the gatekeeper, Qi, Luo Feng followed the guidance provided and entered the inner domain of the 9 Domains Palace. With Qi's directions, Luo Feng navigated with ease. Upon arriving in the inner domain, another palace steward came to greet him and led him to the front of a grand hall. Galaxy, according to tradition, every new domain lord who arrives at the 9 Domains Palace must first pay respects to the chief steward. The chief steward has already instructed me. Please follow me. Steward Kong Shini stated. Luo Feng replied with courtesy. I am in your debt, Steward Kong. Entering the hall, they arrived at a residence within. Above its main entrance were the characters Wu Chun, Luo Feng was already aware that the chief steward of the Nine Domains Palace was known as Saint Wuchun, a formidable Saint Realm expert. Reportedly an 8-source high-stage saint, he ranked among the top 3 supreme experts within the Saints of Yu Mountain. Chief Steward Galaxy has arrived, Steward Kong Shini announced respectfully from outside. Galaxy enter. You may withdraw now. A hoarse, somewhat weathered voice echoed from within the residence. After Kong Shini departed, Luo Feng didn't hesitate and stepped into the residence. He immediately sensed something. It was a formation. Luo Feng felt a subtle shift in space and time upon entering. Before him lay a lake with a pavilion at its center. Within the pavilion sat a figure of an alien race cross-legged before a tea table. The figure appeared somewhat blurry, indistinct to Luo Feng's distant gaze. On the origin continent, space was incredibly stable. Concealing a space within another would require at least the power of a god king. The scene before him clearly wasn't a concealed space but merely the layout of a formation. Galaxy, come closer, Saint Wuchun said. Yes, Luo Feng followed the corridor to the lake pavilion, finally able to see Saint Wu Chen's appearance clearly. Clad in a cyan Taoist robe, he appeared refined and amiable. His hands were a grayish cyan, as was his face. His features were handsome and delicate, though his ears were somewhat small, which in Earth terms would be described as utterly adorable. His long cyan hair fell naturally down his back. His bearing, form, and attire suited human aesthetics quite well. Galaxy pays respects to the chief steward, Luo Feng said respectfully. Come sit. Wu Chun gestured to the seat opposite him. I've heard you easily defeated a peak eternal true god, and can withstand a saint's attacks without injury. Among the domain lords of the 9 domains, you are undoubtedly the foremost. Saint Wu Chun looked at Luo Feng with a smile, his eyes narrowed, as if trying to see through him completely. Luo Feng met Wu Chen's gaze, then shook his head with a slight smile. That's merely an external rumor. I haven't yet sparred with the other domain lords to know the truth. Oh, truly impressive. Wu Chen said, looking at Luo Feng with astonishment. At this moment he finally understood why the outside world claimed Galaxy was the #1 domain lord. Though his willpower was his weak point, it was still top tier for a saint. Yet he couldn't affect this silver-armored human male in the slightest. This indicated that the man before him possessed a willpower at least equal to his own. Excellent. Very good. Wu Chun couldn't help but praise, finding Luo Feng more and more agreeable with each passing moment. It has been an exceedingly long time since the 9 domains has seen a talent as promising as yours. The last one to reach the Saint Realm was 58 reincarnation epochs ago. Wu Chun couldn't help but remark. The chief steward flatters me, Luo Feng replied with humility. Wu Chun waved his hand dismissively. Our 9 domains palace bears the mission of nurturing saints for the empire, but producing one is incredibly difficult. The last saint was Palace Master Lihua, who shares some connection with you. Palace Master Lihua is a life from the cosmic sea with exceptional talent. More importantly, she seized the primordial universe, granting her immense potential. Even the God King Emperor regards her highly, going so far as to have God King Tongyuan accept her as a disciple. Her status and influence likely rival my own. As Saint Wu Chun mentioned Lihua, his expression shifted subtly, a mix of envy and discontent. She seized the primordial universe, and was accepted by God King Tongyuan. Luo Feng felt a pang of unease, his expression flickering. He hadn't expected Lihua to have such standing. Seizing the primordial universe was troublesome enough, but being a disciple of God King Tongyuan was a far more significant complication. God King Tongyuan, one of the 3 god kings of the Yu Mountain Empire, was exceptionally skilled in illusion techniques, his power second only to God King Yushan. God King Yushan was an ancient deity whose fame had spread across countless eons. God King Tongyuan's power, however, had become known only in recent reincarnation epochs. Though his renown didn't match Yushan's, he was far more frequently discussed by the outside world. His fame overshadowed that of the 3rd-ranked God King Shadow. Legends say God King Tongyuan has a volatile temper, even acting against those below the God King level. While he wouldn't directly kill, his time reincarnation art could trap even saints in an endless cycle. If one's will faltered and they fell into the illusion, their consciousness would be lost forever, equivalent to death. Within the Yu Mountain Empire, a saint who enraged him was still trapped in an endless reincarnation. I know you have a significant conflict with Palace Master Lihua, but rest assured God King Tongyuan won't lower himself to act against you. Seeming to notice Luo Feng's change in expression, Wu Chun smiled. Lihua is arrogant and looks down on everyone. I don't care for her, and we've had our clashes. I even severely reprimanded her once, yet God King Tongyuan didn't intervene against me. As a God King, as long as he isn't personally offended, he has no reason to act against a junior. The one who previously provoked him was foolish, showing disrespect to a God King. His punishment was well deserved. As Wu Chun spoke, he downed a cup of strong liquor. Try some, he offered with a smile. Luo Feng drank a cup as well, feeling as if his entire body were ablaze, his very cells boiling. Chief Steward, what kind of wine is this? Luo Feng asked in astonishment. Haha, good isn't it? Wu Chun laughed heartily. This wine is called cayenne wine. Apart from you, very few have the chance to taste it. The other domain lords who visited me before didn't have this fortune. A single cup costs several hundred universe units. Then I am truly fortunate, Luo Feng said, impressed. Thank you, Chief Steward. Wine costing several hundred universe units a cup was likely only affordable for top-tier saints. Even most saints would hesitate to splurge on it. Following their conversation, Luo Feng discovered that Saint Wuchan was quite approachable, and placed significant importance on him. Later Luo Feng learned that the Yu Mountain Empire was in reality secretly divided into two major factions, one led by God King Tongyuan, and the other by God King Shadow. God King Tongyuan's faction, known as the Mountain Alliance, integrated the major top-tier powers within 100 billion light-years around Yu Mountain, and within Yu Mountain City itself, wielding immense authority and influence. Even within the 9 great domains, many were branches of Mountain Alliance forces. Many geniuses distributed across the 9 domains were absorbed by these branches early on, eventually becoming members of the alliance. God King Shadow's faction, however, was primarily based on the 9 domains, emphasizing natural selection, a secondary screening process. Those not absorbed by the Mountain Alliance but seeking entry into the Empire's core could only do so by becoming domain lords of the 9 domains. Overall, their strength was somewhat weaker than the Mountain Alliance's. The Mountain Alliance had 12 saints, while the 9 domains palace had only 5. Wu Chun belonged to God King Shadow's faction. God King Shadow was also the palace master of the 9 domains palace. Wu Chen's direct superior. The 9 domains lineage's last saint, Palace Master Milihua, had joined God King Tongyuan's camp, after dozens of reincarnation epochs without producing another saint. Encountering a promising talent like Luo Feng meant Wu Chun naturally valued him even more. I don't hold much hope for the other 8, but you I have high expectations for. Your will must have already achieved sainthood long ago, and your strength can withstand saints. Your potential far surpasses theirs. Remember, in the Yu Mountain Empire, potential is also part of one's strength. After you emerge from the Chaos Stele, I hope you'll challenge the 9 Dragons Tower. The more levels you clear, the more you'll be valued, the higher your status, and the more resources you'll receive. Once the God Kings see your value in future dealings with Palace Master Milihua, others will at least be deterred from acting against you. As for the conflict between you two, you can resolve it yourselves, and even God King Tongyuan cannot interfere. I've said enough. Steward Kong will now escort you to the Chaos Stele. As for your next steps, I trust you already know what to do. Saint Wuchan looked at Luo Feng, who was indeed the most satisfactory among the domain lords. Galaxy, thanks the Chief Steward. Luo Feng was genuinely grateful, which reminded him of Jin Yen and the Chaos City Lord. In terms of showing concern, the Saint Wuchan, whom he just met, had done remarkably well. Go now, Saint Wuchan said with a slight smile, waving his hand. In an instant Luo Feng found himself outside the gates. Impressive. Luo Feng marveled at Saint Wu Chen's power. As he regained his bearings, he noticed Steward Kong Shini, who had led him here earlier, waiting nearby. Galaxy, the Chief Steward has instructed me to escort you to the Chaos Stele, Steward Kong Shini said, respectfully. Luo Feng nodded. Then I'll trouble you, Steward Kong. The Chaos Stele was located at the convergence point of the 9 Dragons mountain range, within the belly of the 9-headed dragon. It was said that God King Yushan originally erected the stele to suppress the baleful aura of the 9 dragons. Only after the stele was placed did the range become habitable, eventually becoming the 9 Dragons mountain range of today. The distance from the 9 Domains Palace to the Chaos Stele was over 10 light-years, but with Luo Feng's ship traveling at 9,400 times the speed of light, they arrived quickly. Ahead, Luo Feng could see a colossal stele billions of kilometers tall. It was a brilliant gold color with countless golden runes flowing across its surface, emitting a hazy golden glow that made the entire stele look like a shining mountain of golden stone. From the outside, the entire Chaos Stele seemed to be shrouded by some kind of boundary, appearing hazy and indistinct. We've arrived. They landed before the Chaos Stele, where the Steel Guardian was stationed. Galaxy, the Chaos Stele lies ahead. This is a restricted area, or ordinary people cannot set foot here. Only the Steel Guardian can activate its formation. With your Domain Lord token, the Guardian will open it, Steward Kong Shini explained. Luo Feng's gaze fell upon a figure seated cross-legged like a rock in the distance. That must be the Steel Guardian. Thank you for your help, Steward Kong, Luo Feng said, then walked towards the Steel Guardian. As Luo Feng approached, the black-clad Steel Keeper, who had been sitting cross-legged with his eyes shut, opened them. He had only one eye, giving him a somewhat strange appearance. This junior newly appointed Domain Lord of the 9 Realms, he pays respects to the Elder. Luo Feng studied the black-robed Elder before him. With one eye, one nose, and one mouth, but no ears and dark wrinkled bluish skin, he did not conform to human aesthetics. In fact, Luo Feng found him somewhat unsightly. The Steel Keeper's single eye glanced at Luo Feng, and a somewhat peculiar voice emerged from his mouth. Newly appointed Domain Lord of Kanglin, I have your records here. It's empty inside right now. Go on in. Remember, you have only 10,000 epochs. Contemplate well. As he spoke, the Steel Keeper lightly pointed into the void. Directly in front of Luo Feng, an illusory passage appeared. The entrance to the Chaos Stele. Thank you, Elder. Luo Feng bowed, then turned and walked towards the passage. as he entered the illusory passage and Luo Feng himself vanished from the sight of the outside world. Luo Feng felt a dizzying shift of stars and skies. When he could see clearly again, the scene before him had transformed, dramatically placing him within a vast space. It was a spacious, clean space surrounded entirely by stone walls, the inner walls of the Chaos Stele. Luo Feng looked around utterly astonished. The inner walls of the Chaos Stele formed one enormous continuous mural covering every inch of the surface. In the mural, the sections closer to the bottom were increasingly clear, while those higher up became progressively more blurred. Indeed, Luo Feng could neither see nor sense the content at the top. It was as if the lower parts formed the foundation, and only by understanding them could one qualify to look higher. Near the top, there were only faint traces imbued with temporal fluctuations which Luo Feng could vaguely sense. Manifestation of laws. Luo Feng shifted his gaze to the lower part of the mural, deciding to focus only on what he could see clearly. At the bottom of the stone wall, countless golden-red secret patterns were densely packed. Each pattern resembled a tiny sporadic flame. As countless patterns layered upon each other, Luo Feng felt he was witnessing raging infernos blazing wildly. A sea of fire formed from countless sparks. This was clearly the law of fire. Just like the origin of fire, he had observed in the primordial universe's source ocean, all he saw was the manifestation of the law of fire. Even without comprehending it, one could easily understand it at a glance. The mural's ability to manifest laws required profound insight and mastery, making such a method incredibly formidable. Contemplating laws here would likely approach the speed of doing so in the primordial universe's source ocean. The methods of this Yushan divine king are truly remarkable. Luo Feng's gaze shifted right. Adjacent to the law of fire were the dark gold earth patterns. Each secret pattern resembled a small grain of soil, and countless grains gathered together formed a vast thick land. Further right, he could see the law of metal gleaming with golden light above the land. Within the law of metal's secret patterns were incredibly sharp swords and sword-light spears, and spear shadows soaring into the sky, arrows released from bows and mountains and flashes of blades. This was the manifestation of the law of metal. The law of metal was sharp and unyielding. Further right, sword light condensed into mist and rain, spear shadows resembled fog, and torrential downpour and blade light seemed like mist and flowing water. From gentle drizzle to rain threads to raindrops to storms, then to surging rivers and vast seas. The secret pattern diagram of the law of water with countless patterns like rain threads formed this immense world of rain. To the right of this rain world, the rain gradually began to lessen. Under the nourishing misty rain, the water seemed like a spring of life nurturing all things. Countless life-filled plants grew densely, from tiny green sprouts and grass to towering ancient trees. The law of wood manifested through the lives of sprouts, grass, and great trees. Every sprout and every leaf was entirely depicted with law secret patterns, each stroke and line clear, revealing the truth at a single glance. To the right of the law of wood, withered grass, leaves, and trees ignited with sporadic flames. Each tiny spark was a diagram of secret patterns, and the endless sparks blazed into a great fire. A colossal world of flames, an ocean of fire. At this point, fire generated earth, earth generated metal, metal generated water, water generated wood, and wood generated fire again. Fire, earth, metal, water, and wood had formed a cycle. Luo Feng's gaze had returned to its starting point, having circled from the fire in the mural back to fire again. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 laws were all interconnected. Wood generated fire, fire generated earth, earth generated metal, metal generated water, and water ultimately generated wood. This way the 5 elements formed a perfect cycle. Beyond the 5 laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the entire cycle of the mural also displayed the manifestation of time and space everywhere. Within the sections corresponding to each law, it seemed as if fierce winds blew, lightning struck, and light penetrated the entire mural, providing ubiquitous illumination. The secret patterns of the 10 fundamental laws formed a mural of laws, with each law pointing directly to its essence. Within the mural, besides the manifestation of the 10 fundamental laws, there were also paths of their fusion. However, the secret patterns for law fusion were far more obscure, complex, and profound. How fire generated earth represented the fusion of fire and earth laws. How earth generated metal represented the fusion of earth and metal laws. The 10 fundamental laws were fully manifested and understandable at a glance, but these fusion patterns, even for Luo Feng, though they stirred something within him, were difficult to comprehend immediately. The 5 fundamental laws forming a cycle, then fusing with the other 5 fundamental laws. This was already the experience of achieving sainthood. The principles were understandable, but when it came to actually fusing and comprehending them, it was far more difficult. Seeing this cycle, Luo Feng felt as if a door to a new world had opened. Incredible! Luo Feng was utterly entranced. Luo Feng had already fully comprehended the 10 fundamental laws. Now all he needed to do was integrate and fuse them. The Chaos Stele and the Primordial Boundary Stele reflected each other. Under the 10,000-fold time acceleration of the inheritance space, Luo Feng's divine power incarnation continuously attempted methods of fusion. Unlike the Primordial Boundary Stele, the Chaos Stele used secret patterns to form paintings with manifestations of the 10 fundamental laws and the mysteries of their fusion. Its overall purpose was to guide one on how to fuse them into the Chaos Law. The primordial boundary Stele, however, was manifested from the chaos law itself, representing the chaos law. It only showed the result, the answer, without the process. Yet the two complemented each other. One had the process but couldn't yet see the result, the other had the result which could be used to verify the process. However, even so, comprehending law fusion was not as simple as comprehending a single law. Even with the 10,000-fold time acceleration, Luo Feng had to spend considerable time on each point of fusion. Some took a year, some 100 years, and some even 100,000, a million, or 10 million years. Once a breakthrough was made, progress was smooth, but each time he hit a bottleneck he would fall into a long period of stagnation. In such a state, Luo Feng didn't feel the passage of time at all. All he thought about was experiencing the beauty of this grand fusion to the greatest extent and then fusing more laws. Time passed imperceptibly. Before entering the Chaos Stele, Luo Feng could already attempt to fuse 4 of the 5 fundamental laws, though only superficially. After 9,000 epochs within the Chaos Stele, equivalent to 90 million epochs in the inheritance space, Luo Feng finally managed to perfectly fuse the 4 fundamental laws of metal, wood, water, and earth, leaving only the law of fire. Having fused 4, Luo Feng naturally had the confidence to incorporate the 5th, the law of fire. Wood generated fire and fire generated earth. Luo Feng followed the Chaos Stele's approach completely for analysis and fusion. Jifanzi's line of thinking was clearly wrong. Although water and fire could also be fused, it wasn't the ultimate path. Among the 10 laws, some were mutually restrictive, yet they formed a cohesive whole, eventually becoming chaos with endless mysteries within. Luo Feng continuously attempted to fuse the law of fire. Unknowingly, the final 1,000 epochs passed. Human He time is up. You must come out now. The Steel Keeper's voice entered Luo Feng's mind. Awakened from his contemplation, Luo Feng had no choice but to reluctantly stop. Still far off. Luo Feng shook his head, then followed the exit's guidance and left the Chaos Stele. In the 10,000 epochs within the Chaos Stele, actually equivalent to 100 million epochs, Luo Feng had fully fused metal, wood, water, and earth from the most fundamental 5 elements. He had also attempted to fuse a sliver of the law of fire but was still far from complete fusion. This final law of fire needed to be compatible with both the law of wood and the law of earth while not disrupting the balance established by the other 4. The difficulty naturally increased exponentially. The closer one got to the end of the fusion, the greater the difficulty. One had to remember Luo Feng already had the answer. He only needed to verify the process. Yet even so, the difficulty was immense. For others it would be unimaginably harder. If I had another 100 billion epochs with the Chaos Stele as a reference, I should be able to achieve perfect fusion. Unfortunately, without the Chaos Stele, it would probably take me tens of thousands of times longer. Luo Feng felt somewhat helpless, but there was nothing he could do. He took one last look at the Chaos Stele and had to leave for now. There were still many thoughts from the Chaos Stele that needed time to organize, so Luo Feng chose to return to the residence arranged by the 9 Realms Palace, rather than rushing to challenge the 9 Dragons Tower. In the Wuchen Travel Palace, Wuchen, Saint Lord learned of Luo Feng's exit from the Chaos Stele immediately. This he being able to come out of the Chaos Stele suggests he's not an enemy spy. Wuchen Saint Lord smiled. A newly appointed domain lord's qualification to contemplate the Chaos Stele was essentially a test to determine if they were an enemy spy. Once inside, the methods of the Yushan Divine King could easily detect and identify any spy. If they were one, they would surely face death. Knowing Luo Feng wasn't a spy, Wuchen Saint Lord was quite pleased, and even began to feel a sense of anticipation. He's gone into seclusion right after coming out of the Chaos Stele. It seems he gained something. I hope he brings me some surprises when he challenges the 9 Dragons Tower. The 9 Dragon Tower stood deep within the 9 Dragon Mountain range. Any being above the true god level within the entire Yushan city could attempt the tower. 9 Dragon Towers stood in 3 rows, 3 tested combat prowess, 3 tested willpower, and 3 tested enlightenment. For the towers testing combat and will, a true god might clear the first 3 floors of the first tower. Floors 4 through 6 required a void true god, while floors 7 through 9 demanded an eternal true god. The second tower was reserved for the saint level and above, and the third tower was beyond the reach of all but divine kings. The towers testing enlightenment, however, could be conquered by anyone with sufficient insight. Clearing the first tower marked one as a potential eternal true god. Conquering the first 8 floors of the second tower all but guaranteed reaching eternity with a significant chance of sainthood. Those who reached the third tower possessed astonishing potential, with sainthood being highly probable. Completing the third tower marked one as a prospective saint with a faint glimmer of hope for divine kingship, though none had ever achieved such a feat. After nearly 10 epochs of secluded meditation, Luo Feng finally chose to challenge the 9 Dragon Tower. The 9 towers stood in 3 rows forming a triangular formation. At the heart of the triangle lay a stele with 3 faces known as the 9 Dragon ranking. Each face of the stele bore dense inscriptions recording the rankings of challengers in combat, willpower, and enlightenment. The 9 Dragon ranking was not confined to the tower's vicinity. Replicas were placed in prominent locations throughout Yushan City, and within various factions, allowing all to monitor the fluctuating rankings. The ranking for combat, the Heavenly Dragon ranking, listed Yushan Divine King at the top, followed by Tongyuan Divine King and Shadow Divine King, all of whom had conquered all 3 towers. Fourth was Castle of the Mountain Alliance. Fifth was Li Gui of the Mountain Alliance. Sixth was Wu Chun of the Nine Domains Palace. Seventh, eighth, and ninth followed with Milihua of the Mountain Alliance taking the ninth spot. The willpower ranking, the Azure Dragon ranking, had the same three Divine Kings at the top. Castle of the Mountain Alliance was fourth and Wu Chun of the Nine Domains Palace was fifth. Milihua of the Mountain Alliance was sixth and Li Gui was seventh. The Enlightenment ranking, the Hidden Dragon ranking, did not feature the three Divine Kings. At its pinnacle was Milihua, Palace Master of Lihua Palace of the Mountain Alliance. Castle of the Mountain Alliance was second and the Wandering Spirit Child of the Mountain Alliance was third. Wu Chun of the Nine Domains Palace was fourth. Luo Feng mused that only Wu Chen's ranking was respectable. The others from the Nine Domains Palace were mostly at the bottom. Luo Feng shook his head, understanding why Saint Wu Chun lamented the Nine Domains Palace's weakness. The rankings were a stark testament to their disadvantage. Palace Master Lihua's ranking 9th on the Heavenly Dragon ranking 6th, excluding the Divine Kings, 3rd on the Azure Dragon ranking and 1st on the Hidden Dragon ranking. No wonder even Tongyuan Divine King accepted her as a disciple. Luo Feng thought to himself that as a life form from the cosmic sea, who had seized the original universe, her talent and enlightenment were immense. If she did not fall, her future achievements would likely be extraordinary. However, between her and me it is likely an irreconcilable enmity. There is no room for both of us. He mused, given her pride, she probably wouldn't ask Tongyuan Divine King to intervene. I have no fear of her. If she wants to kill me, she would have to challenge me to a life or death duel. But as an eternal true god, I have the right to refuse. If she were to act outside the city, it would be her who meets her end. As long as the Divine Kings remained uninvolved, Luo Feng had nothing to fear. Within the Nine Domains Domain City, or the imperial capital Yushan City, irreconcilable conflicts could only be settled through life or death duels in designated battle arenas. However, these duels had restrictions. Those a realm lower in power had the right to refuse a challenge. As a sixth-source Saint Palace Master Lihua challenging Luo Feng, an eternal true god, was a challenge he was perfectly entitled to decline. If she were to attack him elsewhere outside the city, Luo Feng would welcome it armed with the Star Tower and the Lai Yuan art. Whether in the city or outside, Luo Feng found himself in a position of safety. Moreover, he had an entire reincarnation epic to enhance his strength. In the best case, he could break through to the saint level. In the worst case, he would at least be able to nurture a sixth-source saint level world beast warrior. In either scenario, Luo Feng had no reason to fear a sixth-source saint like Palace Master Lihua. More importantly, my potential should be no less than hers. Luo Feng grinned. After all, he had also seized the original universe, was a true god with a perfect gene base of 100,000 times, possessed a world beast king, and his willpower was at the pinnacle of the saint level. In every aspect he was her equal. In the Yushan Empire, potential was part of one's strength. Luo Feng had deeply internalized this principle. Only by displaying sufficient potential could one earn the empire's nurturing. Quite a few people are here to challenge the tower. Luo Feng's gaze swept across the surroundings. Let's first see about combat prowess. His attention settled on the three towers dedicated to testing combat. The three towers appeared identical. Each had 9 floors and towered at a height of 1 billion kilometers. The three towers were connected, with only the rightmost tower having an entrance. To exit, one simply had to concede and they would be teleported out. Only 5 people waiting for true gods, and the last one is a void true god. This should be quick. Luo Feng noticed a display at the entrance showing the number of people waiting. There was one challenger inside with 5 waiting outside. Luo Feng was 6th in line. After waiting for over half a day, the void true god, who had entered last, was ultimately defeated and expelled from the 5th floor of the first tower. So close. The expelled void true god shook his head and left. Luo Feng glanced at him, then averted his gaze. Finally, it was his turn. Luo Feng stepped into the dragon tower, and the space around him warped. He found himself in a vast empty space with nothing but a golden steel before him. Beep. Challenger, for your first attempt, please infuse the steel with your divine power and register your chosen name. A prompt echoed in Luo Feng's mind. Luo Feng infused the steel with a stream of divine power and inscribed the name Galaxy. Galaxy of the Nine Domains Palace, Eternal True God registered. You may begin the challenge. For this challenge, you may only use weapons provided within the tower. Please select your weapon. As the prompt sounded again, a dense array of weapons materialized before him: spears, swords, halberds, shields, staves, and many more. Without hesitation, Luo Feng chose a war blade similar in size to his blood shadow saber. You may now begin the challenge. The prompt sounded once more. A shimmering passage appeared in the space before him, and Luo Feng stepped into it without delay. Before him lay an isolated island 10 million kilometers in diameter, surrounded by dark blue-black seawater. Towering waves crashed against the shore with a thunderous roar. As soon as Luo Feng landed on the island, his gaze locked onto 2 alien figures, each 1 million kilometers tall. One had 6 arms and 2 legs, a bull-like head with crimson eyes, and each hand gripped a blade, 6 in total. The other, with 2 legs and 2 arms, had a delicate exquisite face heavily made up appearing enchanting and dreamlike, radiating an allure of seduction. In her hands she held a guqin-like instrument. The 9 Dragon Towers combat test evaluated both melee prowess and soul strength. The 6-armed bull-headed being was designed without a soul immune to illusions and excelled in close combat. The enchanting Qin Maiden, while susceptible to illusions, was also a master of them. The combination of melee and illusion was nearly flawless. A single weakness would mean failure. Someone's here, someone's here. The bull-headed man's gaze burned with anticipation towards Luo Feng's direction. The enchanting Qin Maiden also looked over, her bright eyes blinking slowly. Die! Luo Feng, unwilling to engage further, formed a blade with his hand and sent a blindingly fast arc of light towards the duo. Before the bull-headed man and the Qin Maiden could react, they were reduced to ashes in a look of utter terror. The first floor was designed for true gods and posed no threat to Luo Feng whatsoever. Beep. First floor cleared. Proceed to the second floor. A prompt echoed in his mind and a dazzling passage appeared ahead. Luo Feng flew into it, quickly arriving at the second floor. The second floor was identical to the first, featuring the same bull-headed man and enchanting Qin Maiden, albeit slightly stronger. Luo Feng dispatched them with a mere wave of his hand. Floors 1 through 3 were for true gods, floors 4 through 6 were for void true gods, and floors 7 through 9 were for the eternal true god level. From the first to the 7th floor Luo Feng passed each with a single strike, facing no challenge. It wasn't until the 8th floor that he drew his blade, but even then he cleared it with relative ease. The 9th floor was the true test of his comprehension of the laws and the mysteries of the origin. The bull-headed man and the enchanting Qin Maiden on the 9th floor were at the absolute limit of the eternal true god level, casually unleashing peak level 8 eternal true god power, with some attacks even reaching level 9 might. In the 9 Dragon Tower, burning divine power through secret arts was forbidden, as was the use of any treasures. Only the steel weapons provided were allowed. These weapons were indestructible even by divine kings, but offered no amplification, rendering them akin to scrap metal. The tower tested one's comprehension and application of the laws and origin mysteries. Without the corresponding level of martial arts or secret techniques, passage was impossible. On the 9th floor of this tower, the bull-headed man and the enchanting Qin Maiden's application of the laws had reached the absolute limit of the eternal true god realm, a mere breath away from the saint level. By definition, a peak eternal true god would generally be unable to clear this floor. Only those with combat power at the saint level could hope to cross it. When Luo Feng first arrived at Bengshan City, his strongest saber art had only just surpassed the 8th stage eternal true god level. Had he challenged the Dragon Tower back then, passing the 9th floor would have been far from certain. However, with the insights gained from the Chaos Stele, Luo Feng had perfectly fused the 4 fundamental laws of metal, wood, earth and water, and had even managed to fuse a sliver of the fire law. Coupled with the cultivation insights from the subsequent 100,000 epochs within the inheritance space, Luo Feng had also achieved preliminary fusion between the 5 laws of wind, lightning, light, space and time, with the 4 fundamental ones elevating his arts. The path of 9 heavens, the gate of life and the radiant guardian, all to the eternal true god level. The path of 9 heavens, the quest, the gate of life, hymn of life, the radiant guardian, bloom of light, combined with the profound mysteries of time and destruction. The quest reached the pinnacle of the 8th stage of eternal true god, hymn of life, reached the 9th stage, and bloom of light was at the mid-9th stage level. The 9th stage was already considered half a step into the saint realm, while the mid-9th stage represented the very bottom of saint level power. Luo Feng's previous blaze of water and fire had been at the 8th stage. Progressing from the 8th stage to its pinnacle and then to the 9th was hardly surprising. Luo Feng's law fusion had originally been shallow, his focus placed squarely on the mysteries of destruction. But with the rapid improvement in law fusion supplemented by the fundamental mysteries, an explosive surge in power was inevitable. The 9th floor was again an isolated island, surrounded by dark blue-black seawater. The Minotaur and the enchanting Qin Maiden stood on the island, their gazes fixed on Luo Feng as he emerged from the passage. "Qi, may we have visitors?" The Minotaur Li Man spoke with lazy satisfaction. "Let's hope they're not too weak." The Qin Maiden Qi Mei glanced at the silver-armored Luo Feng without much concern. Luo Feng landed on the island, and the 2 guardians Li Man and Qi Mei, who had been seated, finally rose to their feet. "Challenger." The Minotaur Li Man started to speak, but then his eyes widened in shock. The silver-armored man, without a word, attacked directly. Qi Mei watched from the side. "Let me teach this human boy a lesson." The Minotaur Li Man was getting annoyed. As he spoke, his miniature universe descended with suppressive force, and he charged at Luo Feng with large strides. Each of his 6 hands wielded a sharp steel blade. "Well done." Luo Feng finally spoke. "Take this." The Minotaur Li Man roared in anger. They clashed instantly. Both were blade masters pursuing speed and unpredictability. The Minotaur Li Man relied solely on his law insights. His fusion of the 10 fundamental laws was nearly complete, a mere step away from the chaos law. His saber arts seemed almost perfect, each strike carrying the power of the pinnacle of the 8th stage, sometimes even reaching the 9th stage of eternal true god. All achieved through pure law application alone. Luo Feng's law fusion was considerably inferior to Li Man's. However, his comprehension of two fundamental mysteries, especially the destruction mystery which had reached minor success combined with his existing laws, made him formidable. Even wielding only a scrap metal blade, his power reached the pinnacle of the 8th stage. With Hymn of Life and Bloom of Light, he could even reach the 9th stage. However, once they engaged, Luo Feng felt the Minotaur Li Man's true terror. His individual saber strikes were at most 9th stage eternal true god level, but with 6 blades combined his attacks were frighteningly powerful, seemingly exceeding the 9th stage. His defense is even stronger than his offense. With 6 blades guarding, he's utterly watertight. Luo Feng was shocked. He could find no flaw or opening whatsoever. 6 arms driven by a single consciousness naturally made both attack and defense superior to Luo Feng's single blade. Despite his faster and more erratic saber art with Hymn of Life, Luo Feng found himself at a disadvantage. Only with Bloom of Light could he gain a slight upper hand. This 9th floor is indeed far harder than the 8th. Luo Feng frowned. The 8th floor had only been mid-8th stage, but the 9th was the complete limit of eternal true god. Luo Feng realized that even with Bloom of Light, he only gained a marginal advantage. The Minotaur Li Man's 6 arms worked in perfect coordination, and from the start of the battle Luo Feng could not find a single opening. Extremely powerful in close combat yet immune to soul attacks. Such an opponent was a true examiner of one's law comprehension. If he could use the Blood Shadow Blade, the Chaos Gold Wings, the Blood God Armor, or Divine Power Combustion, Luo Feng could easily win. But using any of those would mean failure. My law comprehension is still lacking. Luo Feng thought to himself. If his laws were stronger or his fundamental mysteries deeper, he was confident he could pass. As it stood, he was clearly still a sliver short. Yet this wasn't without hope. Clang, clang, clang. They clashed, rapidly trading blows. Although Luo Feng remained undefeated, he couldn't overcome Li Man, whose law comprehension was nearly perfect. What's going on? I can't defeat this human. Li Man, having fought this long, was growing angrier, realizing he too was utterly unable to beat the silver-armored human. Man Z need my help. The enchanting Qin maiden Shi Mei, watching from the sidelines, also saw the deadlock. It was clear that Li Man alone couldn't defeat the challenger. Fight together. As guardians, their mission was to stop the challenger by any means necessary. There was no room for sentiment. Human die. With Qi Mei's addition, Li Man's confidence soared. Under the influence of the soul illusion, the human strength would surely plummet. But then he realized he was wrong, terribly wrong. Qi Mei sat cross-legged in midair, her zither already plucking strings, casting her soul illusion. Yet she discovered the human was completely unaffected. Damn it, the soul illusion is useless against him. The Qin maiden Qi Mei transmitted her frustration. Then let's kill him with physical attacks. The Minotaur Li Man bellowed, his 6 arms stretching out, employing grappling techniques to try and trap Luo Feng. The Qin maiden Qi Mei nodded. The guzheng in her hands transformed into over 100,000 bamboo slice-like blades that swirled around her. Go! At Qi Mei's command, each of the surrounding blades shot towards Luo Feng at millions of times the speed of light, each strike, rivaling the pinnacle of the 8th stage of eternal true god. This was the method of a controller. So fast! Luo Feng was astonished. This was the origin continent, and an eternal true god could unleash such a technique. Without his comprehension of the time mystery, he wouldn't have been confident in blocking this assault. Luo Feng shifted his saber art to the defensive style of the Radiant Guardian. He slashed several times around him, the saber light intertwining to form layered shields of blades, managing to block Qi Mei's attack. However, the Minotaur Li Man's long blade seized the opportunity, striking ghostly at Luo Feng. Luo Feng calmly adjusted his moves, but the combination of long-range and close-range attacks forced him completely onto the defensive. Excellent! Luo Feng grinned. He didn't feel at all embarrassed by being on the defensive. In fact, he relished this feeling. He could easily kill Qi Mei with his divine eye secret art, but he needed this kind of oppressive pressure. Under such complete duress, he could gradually perfect his saber arts. Being suppressed meant there was room for improvement and rebound. Luo Feng was almost entirely on the defensive, but he could still manage occasional counterattacks. With each exchange, he wasn't looking for his enemy's flaws, but for the flaws within his own saber arts. My saber art can change like this. Luo Feng sought new variations to defend, and in doing so began to discover flaws in his own techniques. The island and the sea of the 9th floor churned with monstrous waves from the three-way battle. After a prolonged slaughter, the island was shattered and submerged by the seawater, yet the 3 figures in the sky showed no signs of fatigue or stopping. This battle, converted to Earth time, had lasted nearly 2 months. He's getting stronger. We can't seem to deal with him. The Qin maiden Qi Mei's voice echoed in Li Man's mind. But he can't deal with us either. He can't pass this floor. Li Man replied. The 9 Dragon Tower had a rule: only by killing the guardians could one pass. As the guardian of the 9th floor, Li Man's defense with his 6 blades was watertight, nearly perfect. Without absolutely overwhelming force, it was impossible to break through. Combined with Qi Mei, it was truly impossible to pass without saint-level power. I've never had a fight like this. What a thrill. Luo Feng showed no signs of weariness. His saber arts honed under pressure continuously improved. From a complete disadvantage initially to a slight disadvantage and now to a standoff. The progress over these 30 days was immense. For first arrival, blaze of water and fire, the quest and bloom of light. Luo Feng gradually discovered flaws within them, but after this battle they became more refined and perfect. However, once the fight reached a stalemate, Luo Feng felt no more pressure, and naturally his progress slowed or even halted. He was well aware of this issue. Without pressure there's no tempering effect. Luo Feng frowned, then glanced at the Qin maiden Qi Mei. Since that's the case, this has to end. Suddenly a divine eye appeared before Qi Mei. A void-like sharp will impulse shot out from the eye straight at her. Before she could even react, her entire body dissipated into the space of the 9th floor. Qi Mei is dead. The Minotaur Li Man was stunned. It was only then he realized that this silver-armored human's greatest strength wasn't close combat, but soul illusions. Your turn. Luo Feng looked at the Minotaur and grinned. When he first arrived, the Radiant Guardian, could only barely hold its own against the Minotaur. Now he was slightly stronger. He could grind the Minotaur down slowly. Humph, you killed Qi Mei, but you can't kill me. The Minotaur Li Man was unafraid. Is that so? Luo Feng smiled. Boom. They clashed again. This time Luo Feng completely suppressed the Minotaur. Even with 6 blades and a formidable defense after the long battle, Luo Feng had devised ways to force openings, injuring the Minotaur bit by bit. These accumulated into severe wounds. Exchange after exchange. Finally, as the 5th day arrived, the severely wounded Minotaur Li Man took Luo Feng's final strike, and his body vanished from the 9th floor space. Beep. All 9 floors passed. Proceeding to the next dragon tower. The familiar prompt sounded and the blinding passage appeared once more. Passed. Luo Feng felt a surge of excitement. The first floor of the 2nd dragon tower was identical to that of the first, save that the Minotaur Li Man and the Zither maiden Qi Mei had already reached the high tier of the One Source Saint realm. As per the rules, the guardians of this floor comprehended the same source mystery that the challenger had mastered to the highest degree. Thus both the Minotaur Li Man and the Zither maiden Qi Mei had comprehended the mystery of destruction. Someone's here. The Minotaur Li Man grinned, looking at Luo Feng as he emerged from the passage. Oh, an eternal true god. It seems he's already comprehended a source mystery. To achieve this as an eternal true god, he can be considered a genius. No need for you to act. I can easily send him packing. The Zither maiden Qi Mei smiled seductively. Each floor had the same Minotaur Li Man and Zither maiden Qi Mei, yet they clearly did not share a single consciousness or memory, knowing only the challengers of their own floor. Eternal true god making it to this floor is impressive. Let big sister play you a tune. The Zither maiden Qi Mei flashed a bewitching smile at Luo Feng. Her delicate hand rested upon the strings of her zither, plucking them. Immediately waves of beautiful melodious music emanated from the instrument, echoing throughout the space. Not bad. Luo Feng grinned back at the Zither maiden Qi Mei, utterly unaffected. What? Completely unaffected. The Zither maiden Qi Mei looked at Luo Feng and immediately understood that this silver-armored human's willpower must have surpassed her own. It's up to you then. The Zither maiden Qi Mei looked towards the Minotaur Li Man. Don't worry, he won't pass this floor. Li Man was extremely confident. Steel blades had already appeared in all 6 of his hands. He too was a blade master, one who comprehended the mystery of destruction, and he had reached the great perfection stage in it. Challenger, meet your death. The Minotaur Li Man moved as if teleporting. Even without suppressing with the chaotic domain, his speed was terrifyingly fast. This speed. Luo Feng's expression changed drastically. Without the chaotic golden wings, his speed was far inferior to the Minotaur Li Man's. 6 terrifying blade beams, each emanating an aura of destruction, flashed into existence. Each was unimaginably fast, and their might far surpassed the peak of the 9th tier eternal true god, even reaching the peak of the 10th tier. Due to the nature of the mystery of destruction, these strikes likely possessed the power of the 11th tier. With the chaotic golden wings, the blood shadow blade, the blood god armor, and the ability to use the divine power burning secret art, Luo Feng would have had no fear. But as he was now a true eternal true god, even with his comprehension of both destruction and time source mysteries, he was far outmatched against these 6 strikes. Boom! Luo Feng's divine power burned instantly, as he unleashed the radiant bloom art to withstand the onslaught. However, the moment his divine power ignited, a force from the dragon tower enveloped him, completely teleporting him away. Within the dragon tower, using any divine power burning secret art or other treasured weapons signified defeat, resulting in automatic expulsion. I didn't expect to be teleported out just like that. Luo Feng frowned, finding himself back outside the tower. He had only managed to clear the 9th floor of the first tower and reach the first floor of the 2nd. Meanwhile, on the heavenly dragon list of the 9 dragons board, the name Jiu Gongyinhe had already appeared in the 21st position. Luo Feng thought back to the Minotaur's strike, its power immense. If he hadn't burned his divine power, he would have suffered significant damage to his divine body. He had planned to block the attack with burning divine power, and then be sent out, but he hadn't expected to be expelled before even making contact. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and turned his gaze to the 3 towers representing willpower. The queue for the willpower tower was short with only one person ahead. In just 2 hours it was Luo Feng's turn. The information for the 9 towers was shared, so he didn't need to register again. Familiar with the process, Luo Feng easily reached the first floor of the first tower. The scene differed from the previous towers. It was a desolate planet surrounded by an infinite pitch-black outer space, where only a single colossal divine eye existed, everything else empty. The divine eye which had been closed opened as Luo Feng arrived on the desolate planet. A fierce willpower assault surged forth from it, pressing directly upon Luo Feng. Luo Feng knew that in the willpower tower, he needed to do nothing but silently endure the ever-increasing pressure of the will. Only by completely withstanding it could he proceed to the next floor. The first 3 floors of the first tower were for true gods, floors 3 to 6 for void true gods, floors 7 to 9 for eternal true gods. The second tower was for the Saint Realm, the divisions mirroring the power tower. With his peak Saint Realm willpower, Luo Feng passed the first 9 floors of the first tower without any sensation. Upon reaching the second tower, he cleared floors 1 through 7 with no pressure at all. It was only on the 8th floor that Luo Feng felt a slight disruption in his comprehension within the divine power incarnation in the inheritance space. According to the divisions, passing the 8th floor signified peak Saint Realm willpower. The 9th floor tested the will between the peak and the limit of the Saint Realm. To pass it, one would need a willpower at the God King level. Outside at the 9 Dragons board, a rapidly changing name on the Azure Dragon list drew everyone's attention. Jiyu Gong Inha. The Jiyu Palace has such a figure. Who is he? Never heard of him. Most within Yushan City paid little attention to the Imperial 9 Domains dispute, so they knew little of the Inha's defiance of the Saint Realm feat. Naturally, they were unfamiliar with the name Inha. Only within the Jiyu Palace, where the Domain Lord succession was closely monitored, did they take note of every change and thus knew the name Inha. The Jiyu Palace also had its own 9 Dragons board. A crowd had already gathered there, led by the 5 Dust Saint Lord. 8th on the Azure Dragon list. This new Kanglan Domain Lord is truly formidable. No wonder even Xie Yan fell to him. He's far stronger than Xie Yan was back then. Many stared in awe at the 8th name on the Azure Dragon list, second only to the Lixing Saint Lord, yet they knew Inha was merely an eternal true god. Steward, this new Domain Lord is something else. We old-timers are feeling quite embarrassed. A massive broad beast beside 5 Dust spoke, his voice booming like thunder. He was one of the 5 Saint Realm powerhouses of the Jiyu Palace, Hang Tieshan, named for his body covered in iron armor and his massive mountain-like frame. He had broken through to the Saint Realm over 100 cycles ago, yet eons later, he remained at the mid-tier of the 3-source Saint Realm. 5 Dust glanced at Hang Tieshan without a word, but anticipation stirred within him. Only 8th, Inha's willpower is no less than mine. I wonder how far he can go. 5 Dust thought to himself, looking at the name on the Azure Dragon list, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. After countless eons, a genius, who could truly satisfy him, had finally arrived. As an eternal true god, he had breached the 2nd power tower and secured at least the 8th position on the Azure Dragon list for willpower. In the 2nd willpower tower, Luo Feng had already reached the 8th floor. On this floor, his expression began to change, and by the end he even appeared somewhat strained. Beep. 8th floor cleared. Please proceed to the 9th floor. The familiar prompt sounded. The 8th floor is far from my limit. I wonder how far I can go on the 9th. Luo Feng thought, stepping into the passage. The 9th floor. He looked up at the divine eye in the void which had begun to open. A fierce and omnipresent willpower assault surged forth, engulfing his entire being. Kill. Rage. Despair. Fear. Come, it's all yours, all yours. All sorts of emotions mixed within the willpower assault. Murderous intent, rage, despair, fear, greed, sorrow. Each sought to drag Luo Feng in to utterly shatter his will. Though somewhat strained, Luo Feng's expression remained calm, his gaze resolute, as if these negative emotions couldn't shake him in the slightest. The divine eye's willpower assault slowly intensified over time. The myriad negative emotions grew more rampant, echoing within Luo Feng's mind, attempting to plunge him into an abyss of emotion. It's getting stronger. Luo Feng's face paled slightly, but his eyes remained steadfast. His willpower was now approaching the limit of the Saint Realm, and he was showing signs of immense strain. At that moment, outside the name Jiu Gong Inha had climbed to the 5th position on the Azure Dragon list, displacing the original 5th Jiu Gong's 5 Dust, who fell to 6th. Ahead of Luo Feng were only the 3 God Kings and Shanming's Kaiser. Within the Jiu Palace, seeing Jiu Gong Inha replaced Jiu Gong 5 Dust, everyone present was stunned. Steward, this Inha's willpower. Both Hang Tieshan and the others were shocked. He was merely an eternal true god. 5 Dust stared intently at the name Jiu Gong Inha, showing no displeasure at being overtaken. Instead, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, good, very good. 5 Dust couldn't contain his joy. At this moment, various forces monitoring the 9 Dragons board noticed the appearance of Jiyu Gonginhe on the Azure Dragon list and began to pay attention. When did the Jiyu Palace produce a Saint Realm expert? Many noticed that Inhe's name on the Heavenly Dragon list at the 21st position indicated a bottom-tier Saint Realm combat strength, while the 5th on the Azure Dragon list represented peak Saint Realm willpower. Find out everything about this Inhe. As various parties discussed Jiyu Gonginhe, someone suddenly shouted in shock. Look, it changed. Jiyu Gonginhe is 4th now. On the Azure Dragon list the name Jiyu Gonginhe now stood firmly in the 4th position right behind the 3 great god kings of Yushan. Within a resplendent and dreamlike palace of the Milihua Palace on Muley Star, the palace master had naturally also received the news from the 9 dragons ranking. That damned Inhe. To think you possess such a will and are also adept at soul illusions. Milihua, the palace master, said with an icy visage. No wonder even Feng Mo fell to you. What does a holy realm guard matter? What does the holy realms will matter? No matter your background, when I meet you in person I will kill you. Keep a close watch on this Inhe. The palace master looked at the 2 maidservants below and spoke coldly. Yes. Both maidservants responded quickly. Within the 9th level of the 2nd tower of the Will Dragon Towers, Luo Feng's entire body trembled. The powerful will impact left his face pale. Had his heart not been as firm as a blade, he would have long been broken by this assault of will. Just a little more. Luo Feng roared inwardly, but the ever-strengthening will impact finally shattered his will completely, and he fell into unconsciousness. The divine eye in the void closed as well. Simultaneously, a surge of awakening force from the 9 dragons tower entered Luo Feng's body, rousing him from his slumber. I failed. Luo Feng opened his eyes, shaking his head. The will impact had vanished and a force from the 9 dragons tower enveloped him, sending him out of the tower. Luo Feng's gaze fell upon the 4th name on the Azure Dragon ranking, and a faint smile finally appeared. I thought this Carcer had at least a Holy Realm peak will, but it seems he's slightly inferior to me. Luo Feng was somewhat surprised. Among the many Holy Realm powerhouses of Yushan Empire, apart from the God King, none possessed a God King's will nor even a Holy Realm peak will. The highest besides the God King was actually him, an eternal true God. Next is the test of comprehension. Luo Feng's gaze fell upon the last 3 dragon towers. The number of challengers attempting the comprehension dragon towers was the highest, with nearly 800 queued. However, the comprehension dragon towers would only open once 1,000 participants had gathered. Whether they were Law Venerables, Law Masters, True Gods, Void True Gods, or Eternal True Gods, as long as the total number reached the requirement they could enter. The Comprehension Dragon Tower was the only one open to those below True God, and gathering 1,000 participants was quite quick. Not long after Luo Feng joined, the 1,000 quota was filled. Under the guidance of a True God on site, the 1,000 participants entered the first level of the first tower in an orderly manner. The rules of the Comprehension Dragon Tower differed from those of the Strength and Will Towers. In the first tower, for the first 3 levels, Law Masters could stay for at most 1 epoch per level. Exceeding that meant failure. Those below Law Master had 10 epochs. True Gods could stay 1,000 years, Void True Gods 100, Eternal True Gods 10, and Holy Realm powerhouses only 1 year. Exceeding the limit meant failure. For the next 3 levels, the time limit was 10 times that of the lower 3. The first level of the Comprehension Dragon Tower contained 100 spaces, each able to hold 1,000 people. This meant the first level could accommodate 100,000 challengers simultaneously. Entering the first level of the first tower, Luo Feng was greeted by enormous pillars that seemed strangely familiar. It was the Shihuang game. However, its appearance differed slightly from that on the tomb vessel. On the left stood 1,000 pillars, and on the right 10,081. The clearing rule was simple. Among the 1,000 who passed, each person chose a pillar, and had to demonstrate and solve the half-solved, incomplete puzzle beside it to pass the level. The more complex rules were those of the Shihuang game itself, which Luo Feng already knew well. The 10,081 incomplete puzzles on the right were nearly solved. Our challengers only needed to complete the final layout. Luo Feng chose a pillar nearby and began solving. Blank slate puzzles were the hardest, but these half-solved ones were incredibly simple for him. He could almost instantly solve them perfectly with a few strokes of divine power. Luo Feng solved all 10,081 half-solved puzzles in just 1 day. For the second level, he took 26 days. The third level took 107 days. The fourth level took 1,483 days. The ninth level took 144,103 days. Of course, this time was calculated within the accelerated time of the inheritance space. In the outside world, even the ninth level took only 14 days. A terrifyingly fast pace. Starting from the second tower, the difficulty increased significantly as the puzzles were blank slate ones. Yet Luo Feng had only 1 epoch per level to solve them. For the first level of the second tower, he had to solve the first 1,000 blank puzzles, so that they perfectly corresponded to the reference puzzles. Of course, these 1,000 puzzles were different from the first 1,000 in the tomb vessel. Each Shihuang puzzle had 10,081 fundamental units, and the same unit could be used repeatedly. The permutations and combinations meant each puzzle had 10,081 to the power of 10,081 possible solutions. An astronomically vast number. Yet behind this number lay only one correct perfect solution which showed how difficult it was. For the first level of the second tower, Luo Feng took a full 3,890 years in inheritance spacetime to solve the first 1,000 puzzles. The second level required starting from 0 and solving up to the 1,500th puzzle. To pass Luo Feng took 4,536 years. The third level, solving up to the 2,000th puzzle, took 5,892 years. The fourth level's difficulty doubled, requiring solving up to the 3,000th puzzle, taking a full 45,632 years. The fifth level up to the 4,000th puzzle took 62,130 years. The sixth level 66,321 years. The ninth level, solving all 10,081 puzzles, took 787,210 years. In the first level of the third tower there were no reference puzzles, only a blank pillar. The rule was simple. Using the 10,081 fundamental units, one had to independently create a perfect puzzle within the allotted time to pass. As an eternal true god, Luo Feng had 1,000 epochs. Create one myself. Luo Feng was stunned. It turned out that after completing all 10,081 puzzles, this was the 10,081st no puzzle displayed in the tomb vessel. In the dragon towers, starting from the third tower, one had to solve no puzzles. The first level was about creating just one puzzle, which was relatively simpler. However, Luo Feng still had no clue. This no puzzle in essence meant using the experience from the previous 18 levels to create 10,081 fundamental units oneself, and then construct a complete energy circulation system. How exactly do I construct it? Luo Feng frowned, rapidly recalling the perfect puzzles from before. Each perfect puzzle seemed to be an energy model, forming a closed circulation where energy neither increased nor diminished yet could sustain itself eternally. Luo Feng attempted to construct one. He failed quickly. After countless trillions of attempts, he temporarily gave up. Without a clue, trying was hopeless. I should start from the previous energy models and find their commonalities. Some of those energy models resemble divine power structures, some resemble formation structures, some resemble the embryos of supreme treasures. Some are even similar to cosmic architectures. Cosmic architecture. Yes, it's like a cosmic architecture. Luo Feng suddenly jolted awake, recalling a certain energy pattern that was nearly perfect, somewhat akin to a cosmic architecture. Every cosmic architecture was the crystallized thought of a true god. The more perfect the architecture, the more stable the miniature universe, and the greater the subsequent enhancement to one's strength. However, compared to the energy patterns of the Shihuang game, cosmic architectures might be far less complex, but they were much harder to execute. The more perfect they were, the higher the demands on energy, making them increasingly difficult to achieve. Forcing a construction could ultimately lead to the universe's collapse. Luo Feng thought of his one origin 10,000 realms, which seemed to be a perfect cosmic architecture bearing similarities to the structure of the primordial universe. However, one origin 10,000 realms seemed even more perfect than the primordial universe. A discovery Luo Feng gradually made after seizing the primordial universe's origin will. The primordial universe's architecture was not perfect. It deliberately harbored flaws to enable cycles of destruction and rebirth. Let me try the primordial universe's architecture first. With a thought, Luo Feng used divine power to sketch out the 10,081 required fundamental units, then began constructing the energy model on the stone pillar according to the primordial universe's architectural method. As each fundamental unit stabilized, Luo Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Whoosh! The further he progressed, the more tense he became. Sizzle! With Luo Feng's final stroke of divine power, a complete model of the primordial universe's architecture appeared above the stone pillar, maintaining a stable state. The entire pillar radiated a golden glow. It worked! Luo Feng was overjoyed. He had succeeded on the first try. A familiar prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Puzzle solved successfully. Congratulations, please proceed to the next level. That was fast. Only 12 months. My previous attempts were nothing compared to the primordial universe's architecture. Luo Feng smiled and shook his head, stepping into the passage leading upward. Just as he entered the second level, the outside world's 9 dragons ranking was already in an uproar. On the hidden dragon ranking, In He of the 9 Domains Palace ranked first. Both the Mountain Alliance and the 9 Domains Palace had noticed the change in the hidden dragon ranking. Ranked first was In He of the 9 Domains Palace. The Lihua Palace Master had fallen to second place, followed by Karsur in third. In He. The 5 Dust Holy Lord's eyes blazed with brilliance, barely able to contain his excitement. My 9 Domains Palace has encountered such a genius. Steward this In He is a treasure. Several Holy Realm powerhouses like Hung Taishan also realized this. During this period, the name In He of the 9 Domains Palace had been rapidly climbing the hidden dragon ranking, attracting the attention of all factions within Yushan City. The name on everyone's lips was In He of the 9 Domains Palace. Now, just as all factions were speculating whether In He of the 9 Domains Palace would remain in second place, less than an hour later, he had jumped directly to first place. And this final leap was what left them utterly astounded. They had guessed In He had an avatar in time acceleration, but even at 10,000-fold acceleration, this was less than a year. Going from second to first in a year was far faster than the Lihua Palace Master's 100 years under time acceleration. Back then the Lihua Palace Master had also reached the first level of the third tower, but she had taken nearly 4 days. Far slower than an hour. Many factions within the Mountain Alliance were also watching. At the same time Carcer Ligüe and other ancient and powerful Holy Realm powerhouses were paying close attention. After a period of investigation they truly learned that He of the Nine Domains Palace was merely an eternal true god. An eternal true god with Holy Realm combat strength, a will second only to the God King, and even more terrifying his comprehension. Reaching the top of the Hidden Dragon ranking in less than 200 years. Such an eternal true god was certain to receive an imperial title. An eternal true god receiving an imperial title was something that had not occurred in the recorded history of the Yushan Empire for a very very long time. Within the Muley Star inside the Lihua Palace, the Palace Master of Lihua was on the verge of a breakdown, once more this time in a state of utter hysteria. Galaxy, how is this possible? How could it be? The Lihua Palace Master had completely lost her composure, especially the last jump in ranking which took less than an hour. How could he pass through that layer so quickly? Could he also be a life form of the cosmic sea, having seized the original universe's prime will? Milihua pondered this possibility, even feeling a strong certainty about it. The architecture of the original universe was an absolutely perfect energy model for solving the Shihuang game, far more profound and complex than other solutions. It was precisely by relying on this model that she had managed to pass the first layer of the third Dragon Tower. Without the original universe's architectural model, even a God King would need considerable time to breach that layer. This galaxy's potential is too great. I must find a way to eliminate him as soon as possible at any cost. The Lihua Palace Master was truly panicking. Although she had also seized the original universe, it had taken her countless epochs to reach her current level. Compared to Luo Feng's current pace, she was far too slow. When she had challenged the second Dragon Tower, it had taken her no fewer than 10 attempts to pass. But galaxy speed was so fast it made her heart tremble. At the peak of the eternal true god realm, her will had barely just condensed into a saint, and she lacked the strength to challenge the first layer of the Strength Dragon Tower. Her disciple Evil Eye, whose talent far surpassed her own, had been slain by Luo Feng. If she allowed Luo Feng to grow unchecked, she felt she would never even have a chance for revenge. Right, I must prepare now. He will surely have missions to leave the country. Once he leaves Yongshan, I will kill him, even if it costs me everything. Even the true body that the Lihua Palace Master had stationed far away in the Forbidden Land could not sit still. She began to contact friends and even the hidden formidable assassin organizations of the Origin continent. Within the second layer of the Dragon Tower, Luo Feng immediately understood the difficulty of this level upon arrival. It had skyrocketed by 100-fold. He needed to create 100 perfect solutions, but the time limit was the same as the first layer, only 1,000 epochs. Converted to the accelerated time of the inheritance space, that meant 10 million epochs. Even with 10 million epochs, Luo Feng wasn't confident he could accomplish it all at once, especially since his first perfect solution had been somewhat of a clever shortcut. I'll just do my best, Luo Feng sighed. The first solution was relatively easy. Its perfection was comparable to the original universe's structure. Following the model of his own miniature universe, Luo Feng quickly completed the first solution. But starting from the second one, he truly had to rely on his own comprehension and construction, which was no simple feat. He sat cross-legged before the stone pillar, focusing all his energy on comprehension and analysis. Analyzing from the perspective of cosmic architecture was relatively simpler, as his two previous solutions had been derived from the universal structure. Luo Feng attempted to analyze all the solution models from the previous Dragon Tower through the lens of cosmic architecture. He found that only some could be constructed as cosmic structures, while others failed to maintain their integrity. Cosmic architecture might just be one avenue of thought. Luo Feng gradually realized the issue. It could not encompass all the solutions to the Shihuang game. Let me analyze from the path I'm most familiar with. Luo Feng filtered out some energy models and focused on deciphering them through cosmic architecture. To understand and verify the feasibility of some concepts, he often utilized his thought universe to grasp the architectural problems. After countless experiments, Luo Feng discovered that it was indeed feasible to reconstruct a miniature universe using the architectural method within his thought universe. Initially, when he tried to maintain the miniature universe with the architectural method, it would collapse entirely. But later, after many experiments, he managed to sustain it a few times. It would only collapse when he attempted to alter the energy flow. Again, Luo Feng was not discouraged. Instead, after repeated attempts, he grew more excited, as if he had discovered a new continent. Could this thought universe be some innate secret art? Why does it become so easy to learn this technique after reaching the eternal true God realm? Luo Feng pondered, continuously deconstructing and reconstructing. First, he verified the existing solution models. If they couldn't maintain the cosmic form, he would attempt to reconstruct them based on his own ideas and understanding. 10,000 times, a million times, 10 million, even 100 million times, Luo Feng kept trying, completely losing track of time. Unknowingly, 9,300,000 epochs in inheritance spacetime had passed. With a single thought from Luo Feng, the miniature universe took shape. He then withdrew his divine power and will. Astonishingly, the miniature universe remained stable. Even when Luo Feng stirred the energy within it, the universe maintained itself perfectly through its own internal cycles. It's done. Luo Feng was overjoyed. This miniature universe had an extremely stable architecture. Unless attacked with power exceeding the 6th level of the eternal true god realm, it wouldn't collapse even without active maintenance. If reinforced by his will, even a 9th level eternal true god would struggle to shatter it. Luo Feng felt the miniature universe and was quite satisfied. Condense. At his thought, all the power within the miniature universe converged towards a central architectural node, quickly forming a colossal divine finger. The finger was incredibly solid, resembling real platinum. A terrifyingly palpable energy wave emanated from it. Go! With a thought, the colossal finger transformed into a beam of white light striking the ground. A thunderous boom echoed through the entire Dragon Tower space, but the ground was immensely sturdy, showing not a single crack. This finger of mine definitely has the power of the 9th level. If I burned divine power, it would be even stronger. A sharp light flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. He hadn't expected that studying this blank Shihuang game would lead him down a new path, creating such a technique. Since I comprehended this move within the Dragon Tower, I'll call it the Dragon Tower realm. With just this, I am invincible below the Saint realm. Luo Feng's thought universe was naturally different from others. His Dragon Tower realm had an incomparably stable architecture, superior domain suppression, and could even condense a divine finger for instantaneous annihilation. With the Dragon Tower realm complete, Luo Feng was in high spirits, but he didn't forget his main task of solving the game. Within the stone pillar, Luo Feng's divine power traced and constructed, quickly forming a stable energy model for a Shihuang game solution. The pillar's light immediately shone brightly. The second solution is complete. It took me over 90% of my time. Luo Feng sighed but felt no dissatisfaction. After completing the second, he followed his existing ideas to continue solving. Time flowed swiftly, and the final 70000 epochs passed in a blur. However, after countless attempts, Luo Feng still failed to complete the third solution. The blank game was more difficult than imagined. Luo Feng had exhausted all 10 million epochs and only managed to create one solution. Yet the great Shihuang had created a total of 10081 solutions. This made Luo Feng marvel at the Shihuang's brilliance. Time to go. Luo Feng felt a force enveloping him, and he was quickly teleported out. Outside at the 9 Dragons Tower. At this moment, the 9 Domains Palace team, led by Wuchen, was waiting. Many figures, either in true form or as divine avatars, had gathered. On the 9 Dragons ranking, whether the Heavenly Dragon, Azure Dragon, or Hidden Dragon lists the name of Galaxy from the 9 Domains Palace, had remained unchanged for 10 million years. The Hidden Dragon list showed that Galaxy was currently in the 2nd layer of the 3rd Comprehension Dragon Tower. Based on time calculations, if the floor indicator hadn't changed by now, he was likely to emerge soon. With a whoosh, Luo Feng's figure was suddenly ejected from the Dragon Tower. Wuchen and the others immediately spotted him. Galaxy! Wuchen's eyes lit up. Galaxy! The other 9 Domains Palace members also looked over. Luo Feng immediately saw Wuchen, the Saint Lord, and the others. The scale of this gathering was so grand that even he was momentarily stunned. Chief Steward, what's going on? You all? Luo Feng was baffled. Ha ha ha, Galaxy, you've brought great honor to our 9 Domains Palace this time. We've never felt this proud before. Wuchen, clad in a green robe, said joyfully. Galaxy! Galaxy! Hung Tieshan, Sui Emofang, Xingyu, and Yuan, send the 4 Saint Realm experts of the 9 Domains Palace, along with Kong Shini, and other eternal true gods, greeted Luo Feng. Let me introduce you. These 4 are the saints of our 9 Domains Palace: Saint Lord Tieshan, Saint Lord Suema, Saint Lord Xingyu, and Saint Lord Yuan-san. Wuchen introduced them one by one. 3 were avatars, only Hung Taizhan was present in his true body. Galaxy greets all the Saint Lords. Luo Feng returned the greeting politely. Let's go. We'll return to the 9 Domains Palace first. The Palace Master is waiting to see you, Galaxy. Wuchen walked over to Luo Feng with familiarity and patted his shoulder. The Palace Master wants to see me. Luo Feng was taken aback. He knew that the Palace Master of the 9 Domains Palace was the Shadow God King, one of the 3 God Kings of the Yongshan Empire. He never expected that challenging the 9 Dragons Tower would lead to an audience with a God King. Luo Feng had met the Mountain Guest, but he wasn't a true God King. This Shadow God King might be the first true God King he would meet since arriving on the Origin Continent. Ha ha ha, it must be about the Empire's title and honor. Wuchen smiled. Let's go. This is definitely a top-tier piece of good news, something I couldn't even dream of being envious about. Upon returning to the 9 Realms Palace, Luo Feng exchanged a few brief words with the other saints like Hung Taishan before following Wu Chan to pay respects to the Palace Master. The innermost sanctum of the 9 Realms Palace was a restricted area inaccessible to most. Even Wu Chun could only enter when summoned by the Shadow God King. Wu Chun led Luo Feng to a vast yet remarkably austere estate. It seemed almost primitive here. Palace Master In, he has arrived. Wu Chun spoke with utmost reverence, awaiting a response. Wu Chun, you may withdraw. He come in. A clear, untainted voice emanated from within the estate, and the wooden gate swung open on its own. This one takes his leave. Wu Chun acknowledged, nodded briefly to Luo Feng and departed. Luo Feng followed the small path from the estate's entrance and walked inside. As he walked, Luo Feng felt space and time shift around him, and he found himself in a serene and picturesque natural environment. Before him lay a massive lake, and his feet stood on a small island at its center. On the island stood a wooden cabin beside which grew some vegetables. Next to the vegetable patch was a pile of firewood, and beside that a stove with a pot simmering over a fire. Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings, but could not spot a single soul. He come here. A voice emanated from beside the stove. Luo Feng followed the sound and looked closely, finally discerning a faint figure by the stove. After a moment of scrutiny, he managed to make out the form and features of the person. He of the Nine Realms Palace pays respects to the Palace Master. Luo Feng took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. The Palace Master of the Nine Realms Palace, the figure before him bore a form that resembled a human. He had 2 arms and 2 legs, a tall and slender build, and wore robes that nearly blended seamlessly into the surrounding environment. His features were absolutely handsome, yet exuded an intense coldness. His ears were somewhat like a fox's, his features delicate and sharply defined. His hair was a unique blend of 7 different irregular colors melding into the environment around him. As Luo Feng observed closely, that small figure seemed to embody an entire universe. Vast, magnificent, boundless, and immeasurable. In the presence of such an existence, Luo Feng felt like a single grain of star dust in an endless cosmos, so insignificant as to be nearly negligible. Luo Feng looked at the Shadow God King, and the Shadow God King in turn studied Luo Feng. In that instant, Luo Feng felt his body become incredibly difficult to move. First on both the Azure Dragon list and the Hidden Dragon list. He quite impressive. The Shadow God King revealed a smile. Thank you for the compliment, Palace Master. Only then did Luo Feng feel his body return to normal. Luo Feng noticed that whenever he averted his gaze from the Shadow God King, and then looked back, the Shadow God King seemed to vanish from his original spot. He had to search carefully to make the figure clear again. It was as if his entire body had melded into the world itself. The Shadow God King seemed to notice Luo Feng's state, how he had to constantly refocus to discern his position, and couldn't help but chuckle. Now you know why I am called the Shadow God King, right? I cultivate the origin of light. Light and darkness within it are as one with me. I can hide within heaven and earth. If I wish to conceal myself, ordinary God Kings cannot find me. My title of Shadow comes from this. Indeed, I did find that you suddenly vanished and needed to look carefully to discern your position. So that's the reason. Amazing, Luo Feng said. The Shadow God King smiled. When I looked at you just now, I sensed some fluctuations from you as well. You should have comprehended 2 origins by now, one of destruction and one of time. Being able to comprehend the origin of destruction is quite rare. The Shadow God King stated. In his immeasurable years of existence, he had only seen a few individuals who comprehended the origin of destruction. Yes, but I have only grasped a mere fraction of it. Luo Feng quickly added. For eternal true gods to comprehend the mysteries of origin, both insight and opportunity are essential. Those with insight but no opportunity, or opportunity but no insight, cannot achieve it. Your comprehension of 2, especially including the origin of destruction, shows you possess both insight and opportunity. Achieving the Saint Realm shouldn't be a problem for you. However, becoming a God King is unlikely, though there is a glimmer of hope. The Shadow God King said calmly. Becoming a God King was exceedingly difficult, requiring extraordinary insight and heaven-defying fortune, both indispensable. The Shadow God King remarked with emotion. Comprehending each origin is extremely difficult. To become a God King, one must comprehend all 10 origins to an extremely high degree, which is as hard as ascending to heaven. In the history of my Yushan Empire, many have reached the Saint Realm, but none have become God Kings. They either remain trapped at the Saint Realm or perish midway. A genius like Kaiser is still stuck at the 8th origin through endless cycles of reincarnation, unable to advance further. Luo Feng listened attentively. I suspect you, like that child Mu Lihua, originate from the cosmic sea. She seized the primordial universe's origin will, and you too have seized it. Is that so? The Shadow God King looked at Luo Feng with a smile. Yes. Luo Feng looked at the Shadow God King in surprise, his expression subtly shifting, and asked in confusion. How did the Palace Master discern this? After all, Luo Feng had never mentioned this to anyone yet. The Shadow God King had guessed it. Don't worry, the primordial universes will holds no appeal to me. Sensing the change in Luo Feng's expression, the Shadow God King smiled and said, when you were solving the Shihuang puzzle at the 3rd Dragon Tower, the first model you created was the primordial universe's structure, wasn't it? Back then, when that child Mu Lihua created a solution in under 4 days, it shocked us all. Later we learned she drew upon the primordial universe's architecture model. You were even faster than her, so I guessed you must have also used the primordial universe's architecture energy model. The Shadow God King said with a gentle smile. Luo Feng understood. He had indeed drawn upon the primordial universe's architecture model, though his own origin of one could also produce a solution. The Shadow God King continued, seizing the primordial universe's origin will is indeed a great opportunity. With such fortune, reaching the Saint Realm is effortless. But becoming a God King remains extremely difficult, though it grants a sliver more hope than others. Back then Tong Yuan saw that Milihua had talent in illusion arts, and had seized the primordial universe's origin, well, so he took her as a disciple. Now it seems your potential is even greater than hers. I've just been lucky as well. Luo Feng responded modestly. The Shadow God King smiled, looking at Luo Feng with considerable satisfaction. I summoned you today for two reasons: first, to see the genius of my Nine Realms Palace, and second, entrusted by the Yushan God King to take you under my wing. I am not skilled at teaching, and my status is rather special. I was initially reluctant to take on disciples, but after seeing you I've changed my mind. You are a promising talent and I find myself intrigued. The Shadow God King spoke candidly, expressing his intentions clearly. Disciple. Luo Feng began, delighted as he started to speak. The Shadow God King waved his hand, interrupting. No rush. Once you know my identity, if you still wish to become my disciple, then he will be my third disciple. The Shadow God King looked at Luo Feng, his expression suddenly turning complex. I am called Shadow not only because of my methods but also because of my other identity. I am an assassin, a formidable assassin. Many genius saints have fallen to my blade, and even several God Kings. Consequently, I have offended many factions. They constantly seek to destroy me and everything around me. My two previous disciples, both saints, died at the hands of my enemies. I myself have been in hiding. I willingly serve the Yushan God King to seek his protection and evade some powerful foes. If you become my disciple, you may suddenly acquire many unknown enemies, and your situation could become dangerous at any moment. So you may take your time to consider. The Shadow God King thought of his two former disciples with regret, and thus had not taken on new disciples for a long time. Of course, upon seeing Luo Feng, he felt a genuine spark of interest, especially since Luo Feng also used a blade. His saber techniques would finally have an heir. Master, this disciple is willing. After hearing the Shadow God King's words, Luo Feng did not hesitate for a moment and immediately knelt down. Luo Feng felt that the Shadow God King was probably stronger than Zhou Shanku. Someone capable of killing God Kings was undoubtedly among the most powerful of them. Having such a master was certainly desirable. Moreover, to prevent the Tong Yuan God King from becoming a disciple of the Shadow God King would naturally be safer. Very well. From today he are the third disciple of my Shadow sect. The Shadow God King revealed a smile. Luo Feng's resolve was very pleasing to him. Had Luo Feng hesitated even slightly, he would not have accepted him even if willing. Rise. The Shadow God King gestured. He, that should be a title, not your true name, right? Your disciple's real name is Luo Feng. He is indeed just a title. Luo Feng replied. Luo Feng. The Shadow God King nodded and said with a light smile. My name is also two characters, Qing He. You and I are truly fated. I am human and so are you. I use a blade and so do you. My saber techniques will finally have an heir. My only regret is that until your strength is sufficient you cannot truly display its power before others. However, my requirement for you is simple: do not follow the fate of your two senior brothers. Until your strength is adequate, do not reveal that you are a disciple of me, Qing He. Your disciple understands. I will not let you down, master. Luo Feng stated with firm conviction. The Shadow God King nodded with satisfaction. Your master possesses many treasures, but this is merely a divine power avatar of mine carrying nothing. I have nothing to give you now. I will provide you with a blade later. Here is my unique saber technique. You can begin practicing it. If you have any questions, you may come find me here anytime. Once you are officially in theft, you can reside permanently in the Nine Realms Palace, making it easier to see me. As he spoke, a memory crystal flew from the Shadow God King's hand and landed in Luo Feng's grasp. After bidding farewell to the Shadow Divine King, Luo Feng returned to his residence in the Nine Realms Palace. Meanwhile, word spread from Yushan Prefecture that the Nine Realms Palace's galaxy was to be ennobled by the prefecture, becoming the first eternal true god to receive such an honor in 43 reincarnation eras. A genius whose will ranks first and whose potential ranks first among those beneath the divine kings. Such a talent is worthy of imperial ennoblement. Within Yushan City, no name was spoken of more than that of galaxy of the Nine Realms Palace. In the Milihua Palace on Muley Star, a chilling aura permeated the halls. When news of Galaxy's ennoblement spread, Palace Master Milihua was beside herself with fury. It meant that killing Luo Feng would now be 10,000 times more difficult. That madman is utterly useless. Had he killed this galaxy back then, none of this would have happened. Now to slay an ennobled eternal true god, the price I must pay will be 10,000 times greater. Her eyes bloodshot. Palace Master Lihua seethed. But you slaughtered hundreds of millions of my kin and ruined my grand scheme. I will not let this rest. The day of the ennoblement ceremony arrived quietly. Though the ceremony was hardly grand, it was known to all throughout Yushan City. In the 19872 reincarnation era of the Yushen calendar galaxy of the Nine Realms Palace was officially ennobled by the Yushen Empire. Upon attaining sainthood, he would be granted one of the 10 sacred planets within Yushen. Luo Feng's status in the Yushen Empire was elevated to that of Imperial Highness. Within the Nine Realms Palace, he was promoted from Domain Lord to Holy Son, a rank even above Wuchen. Yet such fame was hollow to Luo Feng. What truly surprised him was that the ennoblement granted him the opportunity to comprehend the Chaos Stele for 100,000 eras. Precisely what he needed. Among the 5 fundamental laws of metal wood, water, fire, and earth, only the law of fire remained unintegrated. Once it was perfectly fused, Luo Feng was confident he could complete the integration of the Chaos Law before the end of this reincarnation and ascend to the Saint Realm. Only then would he truly have nothing to fear from Palace Master Milihua. The entire ceremony lasted only half a day, conducted by a deputy king of Yushan Prefecture. None of the 3 divine kings appeared, and even some saints were absent. For Luo Feng it was merely a formality. Upon returning to the Nine Realms Palace, he entered seclusion. Within the inheritance space, Luo Feng took out the memory crystal, given by the Shadow Divine King, which recorded the king's ultimate saber art. The 10,000 forms of Shadow Saber. As its name suggests, by the time it reached Luo Feng's hands, the Shadow Divine King had already created a full 10,000 distinct saber techniques spanning from the True God level to the Divine King level, compiled into a single supreme saber manual. The first 100 techniques were True God level saber arts. Techniques 101 to 1000 were Void True God arts. From 1001 to 10000 were Eternal True God arts. Techniques 10001 to 40000 were Saint level arts, and beyond that were Divine King level techniques. Even just reviewing the techniques below the Eternal True God level, Luo Feng couldn't help but be awed by his master. The sheer refinement of these saber arts, even at the lower tiers, yielded him countless insights. By Luo Feng's estimation, even his own creation's Radiant Bloom and Light of Hope could barely be considered on par with the 10,000 forms of Shadow Saber. Considering that Luo Feng had also received guidance from the Duandong River lineage, and his saber arts were already quite exquisite compared to the Shadow Divine King's, they still fell notably short. Because the Shadow Divine King followed the assassin's path, his saber arts emphasized swiftness and elusiveness. Each technique concealed a lethal variation, making them true works of art among supreme arts. Impressive, truly impressive. Immense power coupled with illusions that blur truth and falsehood. I never imagined saber arts could reach such heights. Luo Feng was utterly captivated. The 10,000 forms of Shadow Saber was unquestionably far more brilliant than even the finest legacy left by the Duandong River lineage. That made sense. The strongest ancestor of the Duandong River lineage, the 3rd Patriarch, was only at the Divine King level, and Luo Feng suspected he wasn't as powerful as the Shadow Divine King. The 3rd Patriarch had focused more on survival, devoting his life's efforts to that end. His creations Eastern Radiance and River of Immortality were escape-type secret arts, while only Annihilation was meant to enhance combat strength. Saber arts were comparatively scarce among his works. However, River of Immortality was truly heaven-defying, functioning as a second life. In terms of importance, Luo Feng still considered River of Immortality superior. Though both are 9th-tier Eternal True God saber arts, my masters are clearly superior. Even against an opponent of equal strength, these arts could slay them with ease. Luo Feng pondered, comparing them extensively with his own techniques, continually identifying shortcomings and contemplating how to correct them. He could learn the 10,000 forms of Shadow Saber, but Luo Feng hoped even more to use it to perfect his own arts. After all, his identity as the Shadow Divine King's disciple was like a ticking bomb. Once he left the Yushen Empire, it could invite vengeance from enemies. Life at the Nine Realms Palace was peaceful. Thus Luo Feng's divine power avatar cultivated the 10,000 forms of Shadow Saber within the inheritance space while simultaneously refining his own techniques. Whenever he encountered a perplexing problem, he would seek the Shadow Divine King's counsel, and after each session of guidance, he would bury himself in intense cultivation once more. Time flowed serenely, and in the outside world 200 million eras had passed, while within the inheritance space 2 trillion eras had elapsed. Luo Feng had completely mastered the Eternal True God portion of the 10,000 forms of Shadow Saber, and had also used it to perfect his own arts, from First Arrival and Scorching Sea of Fire and Water to Eternal Light, the name given to Hope of Light after its elevation to the pinnacle of 9th tier Eternal True God. His strength had undergone an explosive transformation. Though it had taken him hundreds of millions of eras to evolve from mid to high 9th tier to pinnacle 9th tier, the current pinnacle 9th tier was on an entirely different plane from what it had been before. While the raw power was comparable, the technique was vastly more refined. Against another pinnacle 9th tier, Luo Feng was fully confident he could achieve total dominance. Take for instance the simulated successive patriarchs of the Duandong River lineage within the inheritance space. Using the same techniques, Luo Feng could utterly crush them. That was the difference. With his current self, even using a 9th tier mid-level saber art, he could easily clear the 9th floor of the first tower of the Dragon Tower. My saber arts are complete, but my law integration has progressed more slowly. Next I'll fuse the law of fire, and then I'll venture out to explore. Luo Feng had formulated a plan. First he would make use of the opportunity at the Chaos Stele. Over the hundreds of millions of eras, Luo Feng had focused primarily on saber arts, but the process of cultivation also involved the application of laws. Thus, while his law integration hadn't advanced as dramatically as his saber arts, he had still made considerable progress. Galaxy Sacred Land 9 Realms Mountain. Luo Feng was lecturing a group of disciples on the laws. Observing the faces below, some etched with confusion, others deep in thought, still others bright with realization. He felt an inexplicable sense of ease. Having grown weary of solitary cultivation, explaining the laws to his disciples had become a source of joy. That concludes today's lecture on the laws. If any of you have questions, you may ask now. Those without may take their leave. Luo Feng swept his gaze across the assembled disciples and spoke calmly. Master, this disciple has created a supreme art using the laws of wood and fire. I believe it should reach the pinnacle of 6th tier supreme arts, yet it only achieves mid-6th tier. I cannot break through this bottleneck. I beg your guidance. With that, the disciple produced a staff and demonstrated his technique. Luo Feng observed that his comprehension of the fire and wood laws was sound, but in the execution of the art, his strikes lacked sufficient force where they should be forceful, and his continuous flow lacked the seamless rhythm it required. Watch closely. With a casual gesture, Luo Feng condensed divine power into a staff and reenacted the disciple's technique in the void. The violence of fire and the endless vitality of wood merged. Fierce yet unbroken, explosive yet continuous. A single strike left all the watching disciples stunned. Such a simple application of 2 laws, yet it surpassed not only the pinnacle of 6th tier universe master level but reached the 7th tier standard. Thank you, master. The disciple Camus fell into deep contemplation, replaying the scene in his mind. One by one, the disciples voiced their long-held confusions, and Luo Feng resolved each with ease. Having studied the 10,000 forms of Shadow Saber, even his guidance at the universe master level struck directly at the heart of the problem, each piece of advice revealing a flawless technique. Seeing all the disciples lost in thought, Luo Feng simply waved his hand, and the power of origin sent them back to their respective residences. Among my disciples, some have comprehended the laws to the true God level, but none have reached even the 1st tier on the divine power path. Before I attain sainthood, their only chance to break through lies on the divine power path. Otherwise, it's not worth the cost. Luo Feng shook his head. He had long since promised the universe masters within his miniature universe those who reached the 3rd tier on the divine power path could break through to true God, while those on the law path had no such opportunity. Of course, this excluded close associates like Xinyan and Luo Hai. Xinyan had entered the primal universe's origin sea and reaped great rewards, but he still had some distance to go before breaking through to true God. As for some of humanity's true gods who had entered the origin sea, their progress had been considerable. Master Chaos City Lord Senior Brother Putti Disciple Huaqiong and Peng Gong, a select few, had all reached the pinnacle of the true God level. Only that final razor-thin membrane separated them from reincarnation. Yet that last step was harder than ascending to heaven, and Luo Feng had no confidence that even half of them would succeed. Those with slightly lesser talent like Hong Qingdong, Longxing, and Shima had also approached the true God pinnacle. After hundreds of millions of eras of development, especially aided by the great opportunity of the primal universe's origin, humanity had grown stronger than ever. Nearly every true God of humanity had reached the apex of the true God level. Within the entire cosmic sea, humanity was absolutely invincible. The very map of the cosmic sea had expanded once more due to humanity's might, with more true gods venturing ever deeper into the unknown reaches, seeking breakthroughs. Within the Sacred Land universe, Luo Feng's divine power avatar occasionally guided disciples and offered counsel to some of humanity's true gods, but spent most of his time with his family enjoying the warmth of domestic bliss. Meanwhile, his true body on the distant origin continent entered the Chaos Stele once more. This time he remained there for a full 100,000 epochs, equivalent to 1 billion epochs for Luo Feng, and found some hope in fusing the law of fire with metal, wood, earth, and water. Once the foundation of the 5 elements laws was laid, infusing the remaining elements into it and achieving fusion became significantly easier. In the familiar scene, Luo Feng's gaze settled upon the fusion of fire with earth and wood with fire. Each tiny unit of flame gradually integrated into the law of earth. Within the intricate pattern engravings, the detailed process of fusion was depicted. Luo Feng only needed to comprehend and understand the mysteries within to attempt the fusion himself. Luo Feng's entire being quickly became wholly absorbed, completely losing track of time. With each point of fusion, Luo Feng discovered that simple pairwise fusion was indeed much easier. However, when it came to the overall integration, the pairwise approach proved insufficient. He had to reconsider the influence of the whole. This was similar to previous fusions, except that with this 5th element it was more difficult. Luo Feng could only continue to comprehend, attempt, summarize, and then repeat the cycle. Repeated attempts eventually lead to success. After 2,000 epochs within the Chaos Stele, Luo Feng finally achieved a qualitative leap, infusing the 5 distinct laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, moving from initial fusion to a higher stage. If the fusion process were divided into initiation, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection, he had now reached the stage of minor accomplishment. The progress from initiation to minor accomplishment may seem small, but it was a qualitative change from near 0 to 1. It was equivalent to grasping the rules of fusion. With these rules, the subsequent path of fusion naturally became clearer and faster. After achieving minor accomplishment in fusion Luo Feng's confidence soared, and he observed every detail of the mural with even greater meticulousness. With the foundation of minor accomplishment, when Luo Feng viewed the entire mural as a whole, he felt a subtle shift from before. The pathways of fusion became clearer, vividly unfolding in his mind. Using wood to feed fire, wood ash becomes earth. Luo Feng murmured, gazing at the mural formed by the secret patterns, his eyes growing brighter. Using wood to feed fire, wood ash becomes earth. Prolonged earth nurtures metal. Prolonged metal accumulates water, and water nourishes wood, which in turn gives rise to fire. The Yu Mountain God King truly put great thought into this. Expressing the laws in this manner is a perfect interpretation of their secrets. That's it. Indeed a God King. This understanding is truly profound. Luo Feng became utterly captivated. His divine power avatar within the inheritance space repeatedly traced the secret pattern diagram, attempting fusion over and over again. Luo Feng joyfully discovered that after thoroughly comprehending the entire process, understanding fusion became simpler, and the speed of fusion increased. From minor accomplishment to major accomplishment, it only took him 30 million epochs. One must remember that the journey from initiation to minor accomplishment had been built upon countless epochs of accumulated insight, and it was only within the Chaos Stele that this accumulated knowledge erupted, enabling him to achieve minor accomplishment. The difficulty from major accomplishment to perfection was slightly greater. 50 million epochs passed, yet Luo Feng still could not completely achieve perfection. However, Luo Feng felt no regret. Over nearly 100 million epochs, his gains had been substantial. He had essentially understood the core principles and essence of fusion. It was only a matter of time and gradual accumulation before the complete fusion of the 5 fundamental laws was achieved. Time to leave. As soon as the Steelkeeper gave the signal, Luo Feng rose. Returning to the 9 Domains Palace, he followed his usual practice, spending 1,000,000 epochs to fully digest the insights gained. Before the Shadow God King's manor, Master, this disciple requests an audience. Luo Feng remained respectful. Enter. It was the voice of the Shadow God King. Familiar with the place, Luo Feng arrived at the familiar scene and saw the Shadow God King once again tending to a stove preparing a meal. You've come to say goodbye, haven't you? The Shadow God King asked, his eyes fixed on the stewing meat in the pot, not looking at Luo Feng. Yes, Master. This disciple intends to venture out. Staying within the Empire, I see no hope of breakthrough. Luo Feng replied. Your thinking is correct. Many eternal true gods and saints within my empire venture out to gain experience or undertake missions. Comfort cannot breed the strong. Only by traversing perilous situations and constantly seeking external stimuli to break through one's limits can one forge a true powerhouse. As an assassin, your master has spent countless eons hovering on the edge of death. It was through one crisis after another that I became who I am today. The Shadow God King nodded, summarizing. Heroes are forged in chaotic times. The same principle applies. Only by walking the line between life and death can true strength be born. Every God King is tempered through life and death trials. As a God King, the Shadow God King understood this principle well. Therefore, Luo Feng's desire to venture out was something he was pleased to see. Do you have a destination in mind? The Shadow God King asked. This disciple plans to accept a mission. My specific destination is not yet decided, Luo Feng replied. Luo Feng had done his research. To gain experience, accepting missions was the best method. Each mission was meticulously screened by the Empire's internal mechanisms, offering the greatest training opportunities, while also providing potential opportunities. Most of those who left the Yu Mountain Empire did so by undertaking missions. Most importantly, some missions offered direct transport, saving considerable time. The Shadow God King nodded and said, I have a good recommendation. You could take on the Floating Sand Sea mission. According to my calculations, the floating sand fruits should be maturing in this cycle. Given your strength in will and soul, you could attempt to compete for the floating sand fruits. They are precisely what you need, and will bring you unexpected benefits. The Floating Sand Sea. Luo Feng rapidly scanned the mission information in his mind. Indeed, the mission existed. The Floating Sand Sea is one of the 81 most famous perilous lands on the Origin continent. Its core area is extremely dangerous, while the rest poses moderate threats. The Floating Sand Sea contains many opportunities, and the floating sand fruit is one of them. The floating sand fruit is an extremely tempting opportunity for saints. If you, as an eternal true god, could obtain one, it would greatly benefit your law fusion and comprehension of the origins. The Shadow God King nodded. Of course, as one of the 81 perilous lands, its dangers are notorious. Even saints and god kings have fallen there. If you go, you must never enter the core region. Within the core, even god kings risk death, let alone an eternal true god like yourself. The Shadow God King reminded him. Luo Feng nodded. Although he had yet to learn about the Floating Sand Sea in detail, the tone of the Shadow God King indicated that the danger level was certainly not low. However, since the Shadow God King recommended it despite the danger, it was likely that the floating sand fruit truly held significant benefits for him in addition to trusting in his abilities. Rest assured, Master. This disciple knows my limits, and will not venture into dangerous areas. Luo Feng naturally had no intention of risking his life recklessly. If it were just you alone as an eternal true god, I would not allow it. However, I understand you have a saint-level guard. With your guard, venturing into the outer regions should be safe. Moreover, your soul and will are quite formidable. As long as you don't seek death in the core region, your chances of survival are over 70 or 80%. The Shadow God King nodded. Footage of Luo Feng's battle against the Mad Fiend had circulated, so the Shadow God King knew Luo Feng had a saint-level guard, and even suspected he had some background. But everyone has their secrets, and the Shadow God King did not pry further. During this time, I anticipated you might go out, so I took the liberty of refining a one-time life-saving treasure for you in my spare moments. As he spoke, a dark crystal ball flew from the Shadow God King's hand and landed before Luo Feng. Refine it with your divine will. Within this crystal is the full force of my divine power. Avatars strike barely reaching the threshold of a God King. Against enemies below the God King level, it should be sufficient to save your life. Thank you, Master. Luo Feng's eyes lit up as he expressed his gratitude. Taking the crystal ball, he could clearly sense the terrifying blade light contained within. Once triggered, the blade light within the crystal would be unleashed. Against anyone below the God King level without a God King grade armor, they would likely be instantly slain. I have nothing else to give you. Remember this, come back alive. The Shadow God King's expression was solemn and serious. This disciple will not let you down, Master. Luo Feng replied with confidence. The Shadow God King nodded with satisfaction. Seeing the meat in the pot was thoroughly cooked, he finally smiled. Come have a drink with your master. Eat first before you go. This meat is dragon tiger meat, a rare delicacy. As he spoke, the master and disciple sat around the stove enjoying a hot pot meal. After a hearty meal, Luo Feng bid farewell to the Shadow God King and returned to his residence. As master suggested, I'll head to the floating sand sea. Within Luo Feng's special 9 domains palace, Holy Sun identity token lay a mirror stone space. His consciousness entered it and easily located the floating sand sea mission in the task list. There are 2 floating sand sea missions. One is a danger level mission: hunt the ferocious beast sea marten, provide the sea marten stone as proof. Completion yields 2000 contribution points. The other is a death level mission: obtain the floating sand fruit, provide the fruit as proof. Completion yields 80000 contribution points. A single floating sand fruit is worth 80000 Chenkuan units. That expensive? Luo Feng was astonished. And that's just the internal price offered by the Yu Mountain Empire. The actual market value could be even higher. Selling to the Empire might not be the best deal. I'll take the first one. It's simpler and easier. After completing it, I can still compete for the floating sand fruit. If I manage to grab one, I can keep it for myself. Luo Feng thought it over and didn't hesitate. He accepted the first mission. As for the second, he believed the floating sand fruit was worth far more than 8000 contribution points. The floating sand sea was unimaginably distant from the Yu Mountain Empire, trillions upon trillions of light years away. Even in a starship that broke the origin continent's lightspeed limit, the journey would take tens of millions of epochs. Fortunately for mission travel, the Empire provided dedicated ships to transport personnel to the nearest wormhole. After a single wormhole transfer, one could reach the floating sand sea in the shortest possible time, taking approximately around 10,000 years later. Outside Yu Mountain City, one of the Empire's official mission transport hubs, the entire area was filled with the Empire's official mission shuttle vessels, ranging from small to large, numbering in the hundreds, all dedicated to ferrying personnel to and from mission sites. Your Highness, ahead is the vessel bound for the floating sand sea. An elderly steward guided Luo Feng. Luo Feng's gaze settled upon the colossal triangular vessel ahead. It was tens of millions of kilometers in size, adorned in black and gold, radiating an aura of palpable dread. Could I acquire a vessel like this? Luo Feng inquired of the steward beside him. Your Highness wishes to purchase a vessel. The steward was startled, then quickly replied, Your Highness, each of these vessels costs around 10 million Shenyuan units. If you wish to make a purchase, you could contact the 9 Absolute Saint Lord who oversees the Chenbao Pavilion. He should be able to procure 10 million Shenyuan units. Luo Feng shook his head. Let's go. Led by the steward, Luo Feng finally arrived at the boarding passage, where numerous eternal true gods were already waiting with their eyes closed. Everyone, we are about to depart for the floating sand sea. The steward's voice echoed through the passage. Many of those with closed eyes opened them. Our galaxy prince also happens to be heading to the floating sand sea, so the vessel must depart now. Otherwise you would have had to wait longer. The steward said with a smile, casting a deliberate glance at Luo Feng. Many gazes also fell upon Luo Feng, some envious, some disdainful, others merely a passing glance before looking away. Is the galaxy prince going to the floating sand sea alone? Suddenly a foreign eternal true god stepped forward, smiling. Galaxy prince, the floating sand sea is extremely perilous. Everyone here is going in groups of 7 or 8. Going alone might be quite dangerous. If you don't mind, would you consider joining our team? Luo Feng smiled and shook his head. No need, I prefer to operate alone. The foreign being's expression flickered slightly, but he said nothing more, only leaving a parting remark. In that case, we won't disturb your highness. With that, he returned to his group. The other foreigners glanced over, smirking with disdain. The foreign being, upon seeing this, let out a cold snort and shot a displeased look towards Luo Feng. The steward smiled at the scene, finally speaking up. Everyone please board the vessel. This batch boarding numbered nearly 200. None were at the Saint Realm. They were mostly eternal true gods heading for the floating sand sea. Except for Luo Feng, who was alone, the others were in groups of 7 or 8 or even a dozen to face most dangers in the outer regions collectively. After boarding the vessel, Luo Feng learned that besides himself, who was exempt, all the other eternal true gods had to pay a fare of 100 Shenyuan units each for the journey. It seems the title bestowed upon me does come in handy. Luo Feng sat in his private quarters sipping wine. Beside him sat Morosa and Tinan. Over the long period, Morosa had been feeling cooped up. Now heading for the floating sand sea finally satisfied its desire. This time Luo Feng had a plan. Upon reaching the floating sand sea, he would find ways to hunt or enslave some Saint Realm beings to help Morosa grow. Besides Morosa's growth, it was also for his own world beast army. Eventually Morosa would truly become a king-level trump card, granting him the power to protect himself even against God-king level experts. After all, the identities of the Star Tower inheritor and the Shadow God King's disciple, if exposed, would plunge Luo Feng into a desperate situation. Without sufficient trump cards, he had to bide his time. But with the world beast army, it would be a different story. Even if his identity were leaked, he would have the means to ensure his survival. Come, this is our first true adventure on the origin continent. In the tradition of my ancient Earth, let's toast to success. Cheers! Luo Feng raised his glass and Morosa and Tinan followed suit. You Mountain Muley Xingli Flower Palace. Report to the palace master. An informant just relayed that the human galaxy has boarded a vessel bound for the floating sand sea, and is currently en route, presumably having accepted a mission there. A maid entered the palace and immediately reported all the information she had. Oh! The Lily Flower Palace master, who had been reclining on her throne, suddenly sat up, her eyes filled with cold intent. Has he finally decided to leave you Mountain City? I have been waiting for this day for far too long. Human galaxy, once you enter the floating sand sea, I will make sure you are buried there. Dismissing the maid with a gesture, the Lily Flower Palace master contacted several Saint Realm beings within the floating sand sea through her connections. Swearing by the supreme rules, she offered 2 peak saint-level ultimate treasures for the life of the human galaxy. Upon successful assassination, proof was to be brought to her in the form of the blood god armor worn by Galaxy to claim the reward. At the same time, at least 5 Saint Realm beings within the floating sand sea received this bounty. For them, God King level weapons were rare and hard to come by. Even many God Kings didn't possess such weapons. The prospect of 2 peak saint level ultimate treasures was enough to drive them wild. The human galaxy, suspected to be at the 1 source Saint Realm, had a guard with strength around the 3 source Saint Realm protecting him. But for those who had already reached the 5 or 6 source realm, this was hardly a concern. 2 peak saint level ultimate treasures. That woman Milihua really doesn't hold back. As expected of a disciple of a God King. Hehe, human galaxy, you can blame Milihua for this. Her terms are just too tempting. At this moment Luo Feng sat leisurely in the vessel reading some materials about the floating sand sea, as the ship sped forward at 14,000 times the speed of light, completely unaware of the Lily Flower Palace master's machinations. The introductory materials the steward gave me are indeed comprehensive. There's even a map of the island distribution. Luo Feng marveled. Within the 9 domains, Palace Wuchen was the one who cared most about him. The floating sand sea was the most renowned perilous sea region on the origin continent, spanning over 80 billion light-years in total size. The waters of the floating sand sea were not ordinary water but super heavy water, with a much higher mass density, nearly 100 million times heavier than regular water. Anyone below the venerable realm who fell in would be crushed into pulp. Within the floating sand sea, the most dangerous threats came in 2 forms: natural phenomena and predatory attacks. The natural ones were the most bizarre and terrifying, including hurricanes, tidal waves, and the like. Hurricanes varied in intensity. The weaker ones could annihilate eternal true gods, while the stronger ones could even destroy god kings. Hurricanes were relatively easy to spot when they appeared, so most would avoid them. They weren't the primary danger. The most dangerous were the sea tides. Sea tides appeared randomly and without warning. Once a tide formed, even a Saint Realm being caught in it would be ground to nothing. And if it were the great central tide at the very heart of the sea, even a god king trapped within would risk falling. Predatory attacks came mainly from the various fierce beasts within the floating sand sea, with the sea marten being the most ferocious. The sea marten, a unique beast of the floating sand sea, was exceptionally powerful due to its special environment. Upon reaching adulthood, each one boasted strength comparable to an eternal true god of the 6th order or above. Every adult sea marten had a precious sea marten stone formed within its body. These stones were incredibly hard and served as primary materials for forging saint level or even god king level weapons. Thus factions from across the origin continent would come to hunt sea martens for their stones. Over time this created an irreconcilable enmity between the sea martens and the various races. The races hunted the martens for their stones, while the martens sought to kill the races for food. They were mortal enemies, making their encounters even more brutal. Of course, besides these two, there was a third danger in fighting among the races of the origin continent. Killing for treasure was a common occurrence. In the floating sand sea, everyone was essentially an enemy. With great danger came great opportunity. The sea marten stone was one such treasure, a precious primary material. Another was the floating sand fruit. There were 10081 distinct islands in the floating sand sea, each bearing a divine tree known as the floating sand tree. Every 3 culpacycles the tree would bear fruit, yielding only a single fruit each time. It took 1 culpacycle to bloom, 1 to bear fruit, and 1 to ripen. Once the floating sand fruit was fully ripe, it could be picked and consumed. Each ripe floating sand fruit offered unparalleled benefits, especially for those below the God King realm. Consuming a single floating sand fruit would render a saint realm expert's soul ethereal and clear for 1,000,000 years, and an eternal true God soul for 10,000,000 years. During this period, the speed of comprehending laws and the mysteries of origins would accelerate by a factor of 10 million or even 100 million compared to normal. For an eternal true God at the peak limit, consuming a floating sand fruit would increase their chance of breaking through to the saint realm by 1/10. One can only imagine the immense value of the floating sand fruit. Especially for saint realm experts stuck at a bottleneck, the allure of a single floating sand fruit was no less than that of a saint-level ultimate treasure. Therefore, whenever the culpacycle for the floating sand fruit's ripening arrived, experts from all over the origin continent would flock to the floating sand sea, all vying for a single fruit. Beyond the floating sand fruit, other opportunities depended on luck. Treasures left behind by fallen saint realm experts or even god kings could be found, as well as trials left by superpowerful beings. No wonder the floating sand fruit is so valuable. What saint realm expert wouldn't go crazy for it? Luo Feng finished reading, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. The allure of this fruit was irresistible to any saint realm expert. After traversing the void for over 9,000 years, the starship finally arrived at a natural wormhole, the terminus of its journey. The remaining distance was for each party to cover on their own. After passing through the wormhole, the floating sand sea was not far off. Following 3 more months of flight for Luo Feng and his companions, we're about to reach the floating sand sea. Inside his starship, Luo Feng gazed upon the fully simulated vista, a sense of eager anticipation welling within him. Unbeknownst to him, an endless expanse of pitch-black lightning had appeared on the distant horizon, and beneath that lightning zone lay the inky dark waters of the floating sand sea. So vast was this sea that even with the starship soaring at an altitude of several light-years, its end remained beyond the reach of sight. During the cycle when the floating sand fruits ripen, the number of powerhouses who converge here is at its peak, and the struggle for them is the most brutal. Each time countless eternal true gods, and even saint realm experts fall in battle. Gazing upon the boundless floating sand sea, Luo Feng's mind conjured images of those bloody contested scenes. During the epochs of the floating sand fruit's maturation, this sea was undoubtedly the most lively place of all. Eternal true gods and saint realm experts from countless nations, tribes, and other powers of the origin continent were too numerous to count. There were even some void true gods, many arriving in groups to partake in the spectacle. That was when true powerhouses would truly gather, all vying for one of the 10081 floating sand fruits. However, the more powerhouses competing, the better. The more experts present, the more delighted Luo Feng was. In the ensuing chaos, his chances of reaping benefits would only grow greater. Morosa had already evolved to a 4-source saint realm combat prowess, without revealing his true form, and Tai Nanhe possessed a 3-source mid-tier combat strength. More importantly, Luo Feng's Liuan art was so insidious that even the most elite of the saint realm experts would fall prey to it should they let their guard down. In terms of threat level, Luo Feng's group appeared weak on the surface, but in reality they were the most formidable force present. It was precisely because they appeared weak that the trio could effectively play the wolf in sheep's clothing. The more chaotic the battle, the greater the opportunity. Luo Feng mused. The starship surged forward at 9400 times the speed of light, the scenery beyond the porthole shifting rapidly. The closer they drew to the floating sand sea, the more eerie and abnormal the surroundings became. Around the sea's perimeter, vast primeval forests had formed, all shrouded in dense hazy mist. According to records, these forests were territories dominated by ferocious beasts, native to the sea's vicinity, a veritable paradise for them. Weaker adventurers dared not venture rashly within. Once we pass this forest, we'll be in the outer regions of the floating sand sea. Luo Feng observed the simulated scene. The outer regions were the domain of the various races from the origin continent, far safer than the forest. Hence, most eternal true gods heading to the floating sand sea chose to establish themselves there. Of course, a minority of eternal true gods would form teams or follow some saint realm experts attempting to find a floating sand island to settle on. Luo Feng's objective this time was also one of the 10081 floating sand islands. The high-altitude airspace above the boundless sea was almost entirely no-fly zone. Due to the unique nature of the floating sand sea, its upper atmosphere was saturated with thunder and lightning. In the densest areas, even 9-source or 10-source Saint Realm experts would be blasted to cinders, while the thinner regions were still sufficient to obliterate most eternal true gods. Thus, to reach a floating sand island without being electrocuted, one had to fly at low altitude. As the starship entered the sea's bounds, Luo Feng naturally had to descend, eventually flying merely a few thousand kilometers above the water's surface. Morosa Tainanha be on high alert. As the starship descended, Luo Feng's expression turned grave. The dark, heavy sea surface churned with rolling waves, and occasionally they could sense intense tremors emanating from beneath the depths. The movements of the sea beasts dwelling within the floating sand sea. Consequently, the greatest danger of low-altitude flight was the threat of an attack from these sea monsters. The beasts within the sea harbored an almost universal hatred for the races of the origin continent, viewing them all as invaders. Upon discovery, they would launch ferocious assaults without hesitation. Yes, master. Morosa and the others responded promptly. Simultaneously, Morosa's divine sense began to blanket an area spanning several light-years. However, upon reaching the sea, his perception seemed to encounter immense resistance, penetrating to a maximum depth of only 10,000 kilometers. At this moment, deep within the sea along Luo Feng's projected path, at a depth exceeding 15,000 kilometers, lurked a total of 8 colossal sea beasts. Each of these beasts measured tens of millions of kilometers in size. Their forms resembled octopuses, yet differed significantly. They possessed far more than 8 tentacles each, having over 100 terrifying appendages. Their spindle-shaped heads were pitch black, resembling both a mountain peak and a giant sword with 2 round jet-black eyes embedded within. The 8 sea minks had gathered together, with the largest one being surrounded and flanked by the others. Comrades, throughout the long eons, the alien races have relentlessly hunted and slaughtered our kin. Countless of our kind have perished at their hands. The enmity between us and the aliens is irreconcilable. The king has also decreed that over the next few billion epochs, more aliens from the origin continent will continuously flood into our territory, hunting our people and seizing our floating sand fruits. As the masters of this land, we must not let these aliens have an easy time. For every one that comes, we kill one. For 2, we kill a pair. For however many come, we kill them all. I am your captain. You 7 have been assigned to this squad, and you must follow my commands. No acting alone. Although each of you is powerful individually, by uniting you can achieve far greater results. Not only will your survivability increase, but you will also be able to slay more aliens. Comrades, whether we can defend our territory depends entirely on our coordination. The speaker was the leader of these 8 sea minks. He was the largest, standing at a colossal 50 million kilometers in height in his normal form, and over 100 million kilometers when including the length of his claws. According to the strength classification of sea minks, reaching a height of 50 million kilometers signified Saint Realm power. The captain of this group undoubtedly possessed strength at or above the Saint Realm. Captain, will follow your orders. We'll follow the captain's orders and slay more aliens. The other sea minks immediately voiced their agreement. Good. The captain let out a low growl. Suddenly, he tilted his head slightly, as if peering through the countless layers of seawater to the surface above. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes. Haha, speak of the devil. Aliens are coming. They should be of the Saint Realm. Everyone prepare yourselves. Strike immediately and give them a grand welcome. Yes. One by one they grew excited. At this moment, Luo Feng's starship was speeding across the sea and sky, utterly oblivious to the crisis lurking beneath the waves. Even Morosa's divine sense could only penetrate to a depth of 10,000 kilometers beneath the surface. Below that, the immense pressure of the heavy seawater crushed his perception, preventing any deeper intrusion. Naturally, he remained unaware of the 8 lurking sea minks. Master, the sea seems quite calm. We haven't even encountered a single sea beast. With our speed, they're probably too scared to show themselves. The starship had been flying for a considerable time without encountering the expected attacks, and Morosa was beginning to feel bored. Don't let your guard down. These sea beasts either don't appear at all, or when they do, each one is incredibly powerful. Especially within the sea, it would take at least 7 or 8 experts of the same realm to even contend with one. If we face a strong attack, we should evade whenever possible. Whatever you do, don't get dragged into the water. Luo Feng cautioned. The sea was the most dangerous place. Once ensnared within it, one's strength would be severely diminished. A one-source Saint Realm expert might only be able to exert the power of a 9th-tier eternal true god at best. Conversely, sea beasts were even stronger within the water. With this mutual shift in power, the disparity would widen dramatically. If one couldn't break free quickly after being dragged in, they would likely be overwhelmed and slain by the encircling beasts. The starship sped onward. Suddenly, Morosa's expression shifted. Luo Feng also sensed a violent disturbance suddenly erupting from the sea ahead. From the sea ahead, countless thick pitch-black tentacles burst forth like mad, filling the sky. There were nearly 1,000 of them in total, each radiating overwhelming might. Among them, over 100 were even more formidable, each possessing the power of the Saint Realm. Sea mink tentacles. There are 8 of them. Luo Feng distinctly sensed 8 different auras. The strongest among them possessed Saint Realm strength, though he couldn't pinpoint the exact number of sources. The other 7, however, all had auras comparable to peak eternal true gods. Within the sea each would be no weaker than a one-source Saint Realm. Morosa, can you handle them? Luo Feng felt the surrounding spacetime seemed to be sealed with resistance mounting rapidly. Master, the strongest sea beast should be at the 2-source Saint Realm level. With the aid of the sea it might barely reach 3-source, but it poses no major threat to me. The only trouble is that their true bodies are hidden beneath the sea. To eliminate them we'd either have to enter the water or pull them out. A hint of battle lust flickered in Morosa's eyes. Then let's do it. Pull them out and finish this quickly. To obtain the sea mink stones they had to hunt the sea minks, and Luo Feng himself was growing eager for the fight. Bang, bang, bang. The starship plowed through the tentacles, severing many, but its speed was rapidly decreasing. Out! Suddenly the starship vanished, and in its place among the tentacles appeared 3 figures: Luo Feng, Morosa, and Tai Nanhe. Attack! Luo Feng commanded. The 3 of them expanded dramatically, instantly reaching nearly 10 million kilometers in height. Luo Feng locked onto one sea mink while Morosa and Tai Nanhe divided the remaining 7 amongst themselves. They all grabbed hold of the creature's tentacles and heaved with all their might, pulling them upward. What? With his divine power burning at full capacity, Luo Feng's strength completely surpassed the 9th tier eternal true god level, reaching the early, or even mid-stage one-source Saint Realm. Yet to his astonishment he couldn't budge the sea mink an inch. In fact, he was being steadily dragged downward. It's this strong. Luo Feng's expression changed. The tentacles actively coiled around him, attempting to pull him into the sea. Humph! Luo Feng let out a low grunt. The burning divine power was frantically channeled into the source of his chaos golden wings. A surge of even more overwhelming power flooded through him. He yanked hard on the tentacles and flew upward. In the contest of strength, he swiftly turned the tables, gaining a slight upper hand. On the other side, Morosa and Tai Nanhe, with their inherently terrifying strength, were completely dominant. The sea minks, whose true bodies lurked beneath the surface, were being steadily dragged out from the water. The already turbulent sea surface grew even more violent as the colossal beings below were hauled upward. Towering waves surged and massive mountains of water rose from the ocean. Master, be careful! Morosa's voice echoed in Luo Feng's mind. The sea mink he had dragged out had unexpectedly grown several new tentacles, lunging fiercely at Luo Feng. Each tentacle moved at speeds hundreds of times the speed of light. What? Luo Feng sensed the tentacles coiling toward him, and his expression shifted. At the same time, the sea mink he was grappling with erupted with even greater force, disrupting his predictions. There was no time to dodge the Holy Realm mink's tentacles. Luo Feng instantly drew his blade, executing the drawing technique from the Shadow Blade myriad forms, designed to counter sudden ambushes. The strike was incredibly swift and eerily unpredictable, clashing almost instantly against the incoming tentacles. Yet their sheer number overwhelmed his defense. Though he deflected a couple, the rest seized the opening, madly coiling around his body, attempting to drag him into the sea. Not good! Luo Feng clearly felt the immense strength of this Holy Realm sea mink, struggling to break free, but finding himself firmly restrained. Meanwhile, the eternal true god limit sea mink seized the opportunity, its 100+ tentacles wrapping around him, furiously dragging him toward the ocean depths. Chaos Domain! The Chaos Domain erupted. Eternal Light! This was Luo Feng's most concentrated and powerful strike, his current ultimate blade technique. Amplified by the Blood Shadow Blade, its might was comparable to a high-level first source Holy Realm attack. With a single slash, the smaller sea mink's tentacles were severed one by one, but the 5 thickest ones remained unharmed, bearing only faint marks from the blade. Divine Eye! Luo Feng stared at the swiftly writhing phantom beneath the sea. His fierce willpower condensed into a spiritual arrow, piercing through the water's obstruction and shooting straight into the massive shadow below. Humph! Our sea mink clan possesses inherently formidable willpower. Do you think you can shake us? A sharp yet low voice invaded Luo Feng's mind, carrying a soul attack laced with sonic waves, attempting to destabilize him. Morosa, eliminate him. Luo Feng remained unaffected by the soul attack, but his body was still being dragged downward by the immense force. Hearing Luo Feng's command, Morosa dared not delay. Die! A surge of overwhelming power erupted from Morosa. With a thunderous crash, a colossal creature was hauled out from beneath the waves. It was a gargantuan black octopus-like monstrosity, over 50 million kilometers in size. Its external tentacles extended even longer than its main body. Boom! Suddenly another arm sprouted from Morosa's body. A fist brimming with boundless destructive force slammed directly into the sea mink's head the moment it was pulled from the sea. A strike more powerful than an ordinary 4th source Holy Realm attack, crashing into the head of a sea mink with only 2nd source Holy Realm strength. This was absolutely devastating. The sea mink's entire skull caved in from the impact, and black blood gushed out in torrents. Squeal! A piercing shriek of agony tore through the surroundings. Its tentacles flailed wildly. The blow had clearly dealt it a severe injury. Flee! Flee now! It desperately transmitted orders to its comrades. Despicable aliens, he was hiding his true strength. Run! Simultaneously its tentacles began to detach from its body as it swiftly dove back toward the sea. Escape! The other sea minks that hadn't been pulled out were terrified. They voluntarily severed their own tentacles and desperately fled into the deep sea. Humph! Trying to run. Morosa transformed into a streak of light chasing downward. Multiple arms sprouted from his body, frantically coiling around the Holy Realm sea mink. Could its speed possibly rival Morosa's? The sea mink's massive frame was completely entangled by the arms. No, I don't want to die. I refuse. I refuse. The sea mink realized it couldn't break free and was consumed by despair. Morosa channeled his destructive power through the arms, flooding it into the sea mink's body. In mere moments, the wildly thrashing creature was completely subdued, unable even to self-destruct. As for Luo Feng, the eternal true god limit sea mink, had severed its tentacles and fled into the deep. In the end, only Tainanha's side had captured one, the others had all escaped. Of the 8 sea minks, only 2 were captured, one of which possessed Holy Realm strength. These sea minks, unless you have absolute power suppression, are practically unkillable in the water. No wonder a single sea mink stone is enough to complete a dangerous level mission. Luo Feng gazed at the massive sea mink firmly sealed by Morosa and sighed. Hunting them alone was nearly impossible unless one got lucky and encountered a weak one that provokes first. Luo Feng admitted that even he could only match an eternal true god limit sea mink in the sea. If he were alone, killing one at that level would require using the Divine Eye secret art in close combat combined with his blade techniques or the Lai Yuan art. Otherwise it would be extremely difficult. Kill them and take the sea mink stones. Luo Feng commanded, waving his hand. The Star Tower immediately absorbed both sea minks along with Morosa and Tainanha. The 2 sea minks were also excellent nourishment for Morosa. Several massive tentacles sprouted from Morosa's body, plunging directly into the 2 sea minks. A ferocious devouring force erupted, and the 2 creatures visibly shrank at an alarming rate. No! The Holy Realm sea mink and the Eternal Level 1 were both in despair. You accursed aliens, you will surely die. Our king will slaughter you all. He certainly will. But no matter how they struggled, their bodies ultimately crumbled to dust. Aside from 2 sea mink stones, everything else was devoured by Morosa. The sea mink stone was a pitch-black, perfectly smooth elliptical crystal about the size of a small car. It was exceptionally hard, radiating a dark golden crystalline luster. Its hardness was such that even Morosa's full-strength strike left not a single scratch on the eternal level stone. This is somewhat similar to my golden-horned beast's golden horn realm stone. It reminded Luo Feng of his own stone. Both had absorbed essence over countless eons to achieve such incredible hardness. As a material for forging weapons, it was indeed premium. The holy level stone was larger than the eternal one, its dark golden sheen, even more radiant. Upon closer inspection, one could sense faint fluctuations of the gold law emanating from it. Presumably this holy level sea mink had comprehended the mysteries of the gold origin, which is why its stone manifested the gold law fluctuations. A holy level sea mink stone isn't easy to come by. Luo Feng mused. 2 stones, one being holy level. Arriving at Floating Sand Sea and completing the mission was a good start. Luo Feng only needed to submit 1 eternal level sea mink stone to complete the task. As for the holy level 1, he figured he could sell it for a handsome price. Let's continue on our way. The holy level mechanical starship materialized, transforming into a beam of light, heading toward the nearest floating sand island. The journey ahead was considerably calmer. After 2 more months of flight, they encountered only a single minor incident. An attack by a sea beast. That one was far more cunning, however, and fled the moment it sensed the situation was unfavorable. Finally they arrived at Floating Sand Island. It was a nearly perfect circular island, 81 light-years in diameter. The island was covered in strange vegetation, the most bizarre of which was the renowned floating sand tree, famous throughout the entire floating sand sea. The floating sand tree was a veritable divine tree. Its trunk was immensely thick, towering 36 light-years high. Its canopy, densely packed with lightning-shaped leaves, blanketed the entire island, resembling a colossal sky covering umbrella from a distance. Strangely, the sky above Floating Sand Island was perfectly clear, devoid of any thunder. But around the island, lightning bolts transformed into electric serpents that slithered into the tree's canopy, causing no damage whatsoever. Instead, they seemed to nourish it. At the very top of the tree, hanging from a branch, was a massive oil-green fruit the size of a football field. It radiated immense vitality, its powerful life force spreading in all directions. This was the coveted floating sand fruit. A ripe floating sand fruit was golden, but this one was clearly still a long way from maturity. The floating sand fruit. Luo Feng's starship had already entered the canopy region. Gazing at the tiny fruit hanging on the branch from afar, his eyes burned with desire. This was the very reason he had come to Floating Sand Island. Master, there are quite a few Holy Realm auras here. Just in the area I can sense there are 6. Morosa cautioned him, his perception being extremely sensitive to life forces. 6 Holy Realms. Luo Feng nodded, withdrawing his gaze from the floating sand fruit. He could also sense 5 concealed auras, though he couldn't discern their exact strength. But this probably isn't the peak. The closer it gets to maturity, the more experts will flock here. We need to be careful. Once on this island, everyone is an enemy. Some might not be able to resist making a move against us. Don't worry, Master. Only one poses a real threat to us. The rest are mostly at the 4th source Holy Realm level. If they try anything, they're just courting death. Morosa said with confidence. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Let's find a place to settle down first. If they don't come to us, we'll go to them. With that, the starship rapidly descended toward the island's terrain. Meanwhile, the 6 Holy Realm experts lurking nearby had long since detected the incoming ship. They each maintained an unspoken understanding, none eager to make the first move. In a mountain cave, a 5th source high-level Holy Realm being named Taburo had taken residence long ago. He was among the first batch of Holy Realm experts to arrive, having been here for over 10 billion epochs. Another newcomer. Seems the island's about to get lively again. Let's see if they can survive. Without real strength, they have no business competing for the floating sand fruit. Taburo chuckled softly. Deep within the island, strange and exotic vegetation thrived. Ancient trees and massive vines, none of which were aggressive. Those with a dangerous nature were mostly rooted near the base of the floating sand trees. Let's make camp here and wait for them to come to us. Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings, casually clearing a large open area. Manipulating the nearby rocks and soil, he constructed a manor with a distinct Chinese aesthetic. This will primarily be my training ground. For anything below the dual source high rank, you don't need to intervene. Only step in if I can't handle it. Yes, Master. Morosa and Tinan acknowledged in unison. Luo Feng nodded, glancing at the manor with satisfaction. In the days that followed, Tinan stood guard outside, while Luo Feng began his cultivation on the floating sand island. However, peace was short-lived. Just as Luo Feng had predicted, 2 Saint Realm beings arrived within days, targeting him. Both were at the initial stage of the 4-source realm. The 2 aliens appeared to be of the same race. They were slender humanoid creatures, their entire bodies, including their faces, covered in dark golden scales that were both strange and aesthetically pleasing. They belonged to the same race as an eternal true god Luo Feng had encountered in the Kanglan city's eternal true god war zone, the 3-handed tribe. Luo Feng frowned as he observed the 2 tall yet gaunt Saint Realm beings of the 3-handed tribe. He knew from Morosa that both were at the initial 4-source Saint Realm, a level comparable to the mad fiend he had fought before. For his current strength, they were not suitable as sparring partners. Engaging them would be nothing short of a one-sided beating. An initial 4-source saint, a mid-3-source saint, and an eternal true god. The 2 3-handed tribe saints sneered. Keklong, I'll take the 4-source one. You handle the other 2. Let's finish this quickly. The speaker was named Kadir, slightly stronger than the Keklong he addressed. Don't worry. A mid-3-source and an eternal true god. I'll have them subdued within 10 moves. Keklong licked his lips, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Attack! Kadir transformed into a streak of light, charging directly at Morosa. The chaos domains of Kadir and Keklong instantly suppressed the surrounding area. Morosa unleashed his boundary domain, its power rivaling the chaos domain of any initial 4-source expert. However, the combined chaos domains of the 2 3-handed tribe saints managed to suppress it. Luo Feng also activated his chaos domain C, but it was far too weak compared to the initial 4-source chaos domains, proving ineffective. Luo Feng attempted to use the Dragon Tower realm, but under the powerful suppression of the chaos domains, it collapsed instantly. These 2 3-handed tribe saints were far stronger than the mad fiend he had previously faced. As a boundary beast warrior, Tinan couldn't possess a chaos domain. His strength lay in his physical body and the source of destruction. In the domain confrontation, Luo Feng's group quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Tinan, hold him off. Luo Feng commanded. He wasn't worried about Morosa. Even without unleashing his full power as a boundary beast, King Morosa was still stronger than an initial 4-source saint and could easily handle one. Rest assured, Master. Tinan's voice echoed in Luo Feng's mind. Boom! Tinan transformed into a streak of light, charging fearlessly at Keklong, showing no intention of dodging the slender blade aimed at him. Trying to get close. Keklong sneered. The 3-handed tribe was naturally adept at defense. His scales alone rivaled a holy-grade armor treasure. Close combat was the last thing he feared. Tinan remained expressionless, letting Keklong's blade strike his body. The moment he closed in, his entire form dissolved into streams of black water, coiling around Keklong, intent on binding him completely. What? Keklong's expression changed drastically. He realized his blade couldn't harm the black-armored giant in the slightest. The very warrior he had dismissed was now entangling his entire body, with his own sacrificing himself to completely restrict Keklong's movements, drastically reducing his agility until he was slower than even a 1-source saint. Tinan held on, unyielding. No matter how Keklong struggled, he couldn't break free. His blade strikes failed to even wound Tinan, so how could he possibly escape? If I can't break free, I'll just drain your divine body. How can a three-source like you contend with me, a four-source? Cakelong's expression twisted in fury. Surging divine power fueled by a burning secret art erupted from his body, enveloping Tinan, in an attempt to erode his divine power. Tinan's primary divine power was granted by the source of destruction, imbued with the power of annihilation which inherently opposed other divine powers. Thus the two forces mutually corroded each other. This mutual opposition was the most effective weapon against a boundary beast warrior. Once Tinan's source power was depleted, he would perish. Master, his divine power is depleting my source. Losing source power weakens me. If it's exhausted, I'll die. Tinan's voice echoed urgently in Luo Feng's mind. I'll kill him. Luo Feng nodded. He was well aware of the boundary beast warrior's weakness. While they were incredibly difficult to kill through sheer force, they were vulnerable to divine power attrition. Unlike a boundary beast king, a warrior's source of destruction couldn't be replenished externally. Once it was spent, death was inevitable unless they returned to their king's body for recovery. Die! Luo Feng's gaze locked onto Cakelong. Suddenly Cakelong felt the world shift. In his vision, only Luo Feng's piercing eyes remained staring at him. The eyes multiplied and overlapped, forming a colossal planet. It spun rapidly, emitting a hazy mist and radiating an endless, overwhelming pressure. In an instant, a sharp ethereal will materialized as an arrow shooting out from the planet and striking directly into Cakelong's consciousness. Boom! A deafening roar exploded in Cakelong's mind, overwhelming his will. This? No! Cakelong barely managed a cry of resistance before the world spun, and he plunged into unconsciousness. The Liuan art was extraordinarily potent. At the same level of willpower, unless protected by a soul treasure, one would fall unconscious. Cakelong, an initial four-source saint, had a willpower far below the saint peak, making it impossible for him to stay awake against the Liuan art backed by a peak saint-level will. Seal. The star tower appeared instantly, drawing Cakelong into its sealing space. No, Cakelong! Kadir roared in fury. Despite being completely suppressed by Morosa, Kadir had witnessed the scene. The human had incapacitated his partner with a single glance and sealed him away. His eyes turned bloodshot with rage. Damn it! Kadir went berserk. With Cakelong gone, his chaos domain was entirely overwhelmed by the boundary domain. Knowing he was outmatched, the thought of fleeing crossed his mind. He had already activated his innate secret art. The third arm on his back moved with incredible speed, his blade work becoming even more fierce and precise. Yet he still found himself outmatched, unable to escape. He was trapped. Completely suppressed. How could he flee? What should I do? Submit or self-destruct? Two thoughts flashed rapidly through Kadir's mind. Self-destruct. He didn't want to die. Submit. He had no guarantee they wouldn't kill him anyway. Great one, I am willing to submit. Would you spare my life? Kadir ultimately chose submission. He looked towards Luo Feng, his voice filled with desperation echoing in Luo Feng's mind. He could tell that Luo Feng, who appeared the weakest, was actually the leader of this group. Submit. Luo Feng mused. He could indeed use a few more fighters. He also considered that when the floating sand fruits ripened, he could only be on one island and secure at most one fruit. If he had a group of powerful servants spread across several locations, he might be able to seize more. These floating sand fruits were of great use to him, so the more the better. Submit. Fine. Luo Feng grinned, signaling Morosa to halt his attack. Kadir finally breathed a sigh of relief. My lord. He approached, bowing respectfully. Luo Feng nodded. Don't resist. Come in. As he spoke, the star tower drew Kadir inside as well. Inside the star tower, Luo Feng, Morosa, Tinan, and Kadir appeared. Cakelong was still unconscious, thoroughly sealed by the star tower's power. Even if he woke, he wouldn't be able to struggle. Cakelong. Kadir looked at his companion, relieved to see he was still alive. To ensure your loyalty, I must plant a soul brand within your soul. Since you've agreed to submit, do not resist. Luo Feng looked at Kadir, clearly seeing the flash of struggle and hesitation in his eyes, but in the end he chose to comply. All right. Kadir bowed his head in deference. Luo Feng grinned. Soul power gathered in his eyes, rapidly intertwining to form a triangular tower-shaped soul brand. Within the triangle, the character for slave emanated a strange aura. Such a profound enslavement art. Kadir was deeply shaken. Even a secret art cast by an eternal true god seemed incredibly complex to him. He thought that being controlled might not be such a bad thing, and allowed the soul brand to enter his body, sinking deep into his soul. In an instant, his gaze towards Luo Feng became one of extreme reverence and devotion. Master! Kadir's eyes were full of adoration. Kadir! Luo Feng nodded with satisfaction. He had gained another powerful subordinate. This was only the first step. He then turned his attention to the unconscious Cakelong and once again used the enslavement art. The condensed soul brand easily entered Cakelong's soul. Wake up! With a thought from Luo Feng, a subtle yet sharp wave of soul power pulsed. Cakelong's eyelids twitched before he fully regained consciousness. Master! When he looked at Luo Feng, his eyes were also filled with fervent devotion. Having acquired 2 4-source initial stage, Saint Realm's subordinates Luo Feng had gained formidable allies. At this stage 2 4-source saints held considerable strategic value. A thought struck Luo Feng: what if he built an army of his own enslaved warriors? Cardinal Karkin would mark the beginning of this legion. During the battle I sensed several divine senses probing us. The other saints are likely aware of the situation here and probably won't dare to trouble us. Next we go on the offensive and capture them one by one. We must establish sufficient deterrence across this floating sand island. Luo Feng surveyed his subordinates and spoke calmly. He harbored grand ambitions. If he had the capability, why not pursue it? In the Yu Mountain Empire he had been severely constrained. Here Luo Feng could rapidly augment his strength. Only with sufficient power could he truly justify all that he possessed. Whether it was his identity as a disciple of the Shadow God King, the God King Tier Star Tower and Blood Shadow Blade, or the World Beast King, any of these were potential powder kegs. If exposed, they would inevitably trigger a catastrophic crisis. Only with overwhelming power could he hope to weather such latent storms. Master, within the surrounding 10 light years, there is only one we must be wary of: Tabluo, the 6-armed Spear King. His strength is immense. He has comprehended the mysteries of metal, fire, space-time, and light to great perfection. Even the 2 of us brothers combined are far from his match. He doesn't harbor a strong killing intent towards us. Otherwise the other 4 factions would have long perished under his spear. Cardinal spoke. 6-armed Spear King Tabluo. Luo Feng etched this name deeply into his memory. A powerhouse nearing 6-source strength, typically possessed comprehensive defenses. However, if he held a saint-level soul treasure, even Luo Feng's ultimate secret art Liyuan would prove ineffective. A saint-level soul treasure combined with peak saint-level willpower would diminish the power of the Liyuan art. What about the other 3? What are their capabilities and specialties? Luo Feng was more concerned about the other 3 saints. Master, the other 3 consist of 2 4-source mid-stage and 1 4-source high stage. One of the 4-source mid-stage is called Yiman Saint Lord. He comprehends the origins of wood, water, space, and wind. Hailing from Qingqiu Nation, he is exceptionally skilled in soul illusions. The other 2 Azizi wields twin hammers and comprehends the origins of earth, metal, water, and space. The power of his hammers is formidable, and his secret arts are seamlessly integrated with the mysteries of earth origin. He is the most accomplished I have ever encountered in that aspect. The 4-source high stage one is named Fan Gao, known in the outside world as the Iron Fan Prince. He comprehends the origins of metal, wind, time, and space. It is said he hails from the royal family of Songlin Kingdom and possesses numerous treasures. Tabluo has clashed with him but could not overcome him. Cardinal recounted all the information he knew. Yiman Saint Lord to Azizi Fan Gao. Luo Feng nodded slightly. Only Fan Gao seemed troublesome to him. A royal member of Songlin Kingdom with a vast array of treasures. This Fan Gao is a walking treasury. If we can kill him, it might be enough to allow Morosa to nurture several saint-level warriors. Luo Feng muttered, his interest piqued yet also wary of the background Fan Gao represented. Let's split into 2 groups. First eliminate Yiman Saint Lord and Tuazizi. Then we'll see if we can deal with Fan Gao as well. Tainan River, you will accompany the Cardinal brothers to find Tuazizi. Remember, we must capture him alive. Luo Feng had made his decision, and now it was time to act swiftly. Yes. Tainan River and Cardinal Karkin acknowledged in unison. After making his decision, Luo Feng headed towards Yiman Saint Lord's domain with Morosa, while Tainan River and the Cardinal brothers set off towards Tuazizi's location. Yiman Saint Lord and Tuazizi, who had been intently observing the earlier battle, realized that even the Cardinal brothers had been captured. They now regarded Luo Feng's group as a primary threat. Only Tabluo and Fan Gao remained unconcerned. One relying on sheer strength, the other on abundant treasures and power. They felt no fear. Little did they know that as soon as they withdrew their probing divine senses, Luo Feng and his group immediately launched new operations targeting Yiman Saint Lord and Tuazizi respectively. At that moment Yiman Saint Lord was cultivating in his residence, utterly unaware that the human he had just clashed with was heading his way. Until a subtle ripple in spacetime spread. Who? Yiman Saint Lord's figure instantly appeared above his residence, his gaze locking onto Luo Feng and Morosa. It's you. Yiman Saint Lord's expression shifted slightly. Yes, it's us. Luo Feng observed the Saint Lord before him, who bore a striking resemblance to a human, albeit fox-like. He was quite handsome, with a natural allure in his eyes. Those with weaker willpower might find themselves inexplicably drawn to him. What? You captured the Cardinal brothers and now you want to enslave me too? Yiman Saint Lord eyed Luo Feng and Morosa warily, a trace of disdain curling his lips. Do you think I'm one of those fools from the tri-handed race? You think the 2 of you can deal with me? What a dream! The moment he finished speaking, Yiman Saint Lord transformed into a streak of light and fled without a moment's hesitation. How could he not run? He had witnessed Morosa's attacks, which were certainly beyond a 4-source mid-stage's capability. While he wasn't afraid of that, he dreaded Luo Feng's soul and will attacks, the very kind that had felled Karkan. Even as a master of soul illusions himself, he found such power terrifying and lacked confidence in withstanding it. Hence he chose to flee immediately. Morosa attack. Luo Feng commanded. Morosa's world domain had already sealed off the surrounding area of 1 cubic light-year. This domain, saturated with destructive aura, was even more formidable than Yaemin Saint Lord's chaos domain. Though Morosa possessed only the destruction origin, it wasn't merely the mysteries of the destruction origin. It was the true power of the destruction origin itself. Its might was terrifyingly immense. Having grown to his current state, Morosa's strength, even without fully unleashing the power of his origin, was no less than a 4-source mid-stage level. Dealing with an opponent of the same tier was effortless for him. What kind of chaos domain is this? It contains only a single origin power, yet it can be this strong. Experiencing it firsthand, Yaemin Saint Lord realized the domain's terror. His own chaos domain was bolstered by 4 origin mysteries, yet he found himself suppressed. His escape speed was far slower than Morosa's pursuit. You want to enslave me? Dream on. With a burst of laughter, Yaemin Saint Lord's body erupted in blinding radiance, exploding into 100,000 pure white spirit foxes. Each one transformed into a dazzling beam of white light, scattering in all directions at speeds exceeding 10,000 times the speed of light. Master, the domain cannot suppress his escape. Morosa transmitted urgently. The spirit foxes Yaemin Saint Lord had transformed into were nearly ethereal, perfectly fused with his own chaos domain. Like fish returning to water, they moved at incredible speeds. No matter how Morosa tried to suppress them, it seemed to have little effect. Impressive. Luo Feng marveled. He could sense that these foxes were already suppressed, yet they still moved at such speeds. Catching up was impossible. This was somewhat similar to his own Donghua technique. Even if Luo Feng were to use Donghua, a saint's chaos domain couldn't block it. Forget it, let him go for now. Let's rendezvous with Tainan River's group. Against an enemy with such escape methods, Luo Feng could only concede. Yes, master. Morosa immediately withdrew his world domain. Humph. With the suppression lifted, each spirit fox's speed skyrocketed to tens of thousands of times the speed of light. After regrouping, Yaemin Saint Lord shot Luo Feng a cold snort, then vanished with a teleport. Let's go. Luo Feng paid him no mind. Morosa's divine power enveloped Luo Feng, and with a teleport they vanished, reappearing at Tuazizi's territory. Luo Feng's gaze fell upon Tuazizi in the distance, locked in combat with Tainan River and the 2 others. This Tuazizi is indeed formidable. With just his twin hammers, he can withstand a 3-on-1 siege. Watching on, Luo Feng noted that Tuazizi had truly mastered his twin hammers to a divine level. His hammer techniques were completely integrated with the origin mysteries he had comprehended, allowing him to hold his own even against the combined assault, though he was on the back foot. Furthermore, Tainan River, heedless of injury, was entangled with Tuazizi, creating opportunities for the Cardinal brothers. Yet Tuazizi still managed to fend off their combined attacks. Damn human! Was it you who ordered them to besiege me? You want to enslave me too? Sensing the spatial fluctuations, Tuazizi noticed Luo Feng and Morosa outside the spatial lockdown and glared at Luo Feng with fury. Morosa attack. Luo Feng ignored Tuazizi. Instantly the world domain descended, reinforcing the chaos domain of the Cardinal brothers. What? Tuazizi, already at a disadvantage, was shocked and enraged. With further suppression, his combat effectiveness dropped to less than 50%. Damn human! Tuazizi was completely panicked. He didn't want to die, but he wanted even less to be enslaved. Morosa, watching Tuazizi struggle, paid him no heed. Transforming into a streak of light, he charged straight at him. Despicable human! You want to enslave me? Impossible! Tuazizi's very bones rebelled against servitude. Dignity meant more to him than life itself. A wild grin spread across his face. Even if I die, I'll take one of you with me. Since you're not afraid to die, then it's you. Tuazizi went utterly berserk, burning his divine power to its limits. He abandoned all defense, instead using his legs and arms to lock Tainan River in an unbreakable hold. Come on, let's die together. Explode! Tuazizi's frantic cry rang out. A blinding orb of light, bright as a sun, blazed into existence from his position, followed by a deafening, world-shaking roar. Boom! Luo Feng had never witnessed a Saint Realm powerhouse's self-destruction before. The blinding light, the thunderous sound, and the violent shockwave all far surpassed any explosion he had ever experienced. He knew a saint's self-destruction would be powerful, but he hadn't expected it to reach such a level. Even at this vast distance from the epicenter, Luo Feng felt the impact force rivaling that of an eternal true god at the 8th order. It was important to note that Luo Feng was nearly a light-year away from the center of the explosion, and the shockwave had been greatly diminished by passing through the 3-layered domains. By Luo Feng's estimation, the power of this self-destruction was at least 2.5 levels above the cultivator's own peak strength. In other words, its force was conservatively equivalent to a 5-source high-stage saint or even higher. The first to bear the brunt of the explosion was naturally Tainan River, followed by Cardil and Karkan. They had erected their defenses the moment the blast hit, yet they discovered their divine bodies had still suffered nearly 10% damage. Of course, their greatest concern was Tainan River, who was at the very center of the blast. Under such power even they would suffer severe divine body damage if not death. Tainan River. But when they saw him they were stunned. This? How is this possible? Not a single scratch. He endured a strike comparable to a high stage 5 origin powerhouse and remained unscathed. Kadir and Karkron were stunned. Their defenses were already considered top-tier rivaling sacred-grade armor, yet they paled in comparison to the black-scaled monster before them. Freak! Monster! No wonder he dared to fight in such close quarters without fear of death. Kadir and Karkron were deeply shaken by this pitch-black figure. Their defenses were nowhere near Tai Nanha's level. Compared to the Kadir brothers, Luo Feng and Morosa remained far more composed. Tai Nanha's defense was utterly monstrous. Only a god-king level powerhouse could hope to destroy him physically. Rather die than be enslaved. What a pity! Luo Feng shook his head. The Yamen Sacred Lord had fled and Tuazizi had self-destructed. Enslaving a powerful Saint Realm expert was no easy feat. Still, it wasn't a total loss. Luo Feng collected everything Tuazizi had left behind after his self-destruction. The pair of hammers was a fine Saint-grade treasure sure to fetch a good price. He briefly inspected the other scattered items, estimating their total value at several thousand universe units. After securing the spoils, Morosa wrapped Luo Feng and the others in his divine power and teleported them back to the estate in an instant. The battle against Tuazizi had caused quite a commotion, attracting the attention of Fan Gao and Taburo. Meanwhile, the Yamen Sacred Lord who had escaped from Luo Feng spread. The news humans had attempted to enslave him and Tuazizi. He had escaped, but Tuazizi had been forced to self-destruct. Soon Fan Gao, Taburo, and other Saint Realm experts within 10 light years learned of the incident. Taburo and Fan Gao, confident in their own strength, remained unbothered, but the weaker saints grew wary. Fan Gao continued his usual routine, but Taburo began to harbor malicious intentions. An eternal true god with 4 Saint Realm servants, a decent force. Worth my time. If you seek to enslave others, you should expect the same fate. Taburo grinned. In his eyes, a human eternal true god with saint servants was simply a gift delivered to him. Taburo's figure vanished from his own underground palace, reappearing several light years away from Luo Feng's estate. Sealed off the space, quite cautious. Taburo grinned. His massive form transformed into a streak of light heading straight for Luo Feng. Inside the estate, Luo Feng was tallying the spoils from Tuazizi, when Morosa's expression suddenly changed. Master Gun King Taburo is here, Morosa transmitted telepathically. Taburo? Luo Feng's expression also shifted. We haven't provoked him. Why is he here? To kill us and take our treasures. Morosa, can you handle him? Master, if I could use my full power I wouldn't fear him. But if I have to hold back, even all of us combined might not be his match. You could try your will technique against him. Even if it doesn't kill him, it should affect him, giving us a chance. Morosa replied. Luo Feng nodded, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes, as he calculated his options. A Saint Realm nearing 6 origin strength. Worth the risk. Luo Feng's eyes burned with madness as he looked at Morosa. When we strike, I'll have Kadir and Karkron disrupt the space to block any prying eyes. You go all out and I'll support you with my will technique. I refuse to believe we can't subdue a 5 origin high stage expert. At his core, Luo Feng remained the same as he was in the Cosmic Sea era, one who courted madness. Once he truly went all out, whoever stood in his way was doomed. Yes, master. Excitement gleamed in Morosa's eyes. At full power, his strength was comparable to a 6 origin saint. Destruction, origin, and soul illusions were his specialties as a world beast king. Since arriving on the origin continent, he had yet to truly unleash his might. Master Taburo is here. Kadir and Karkron's anxious telepathic messages echoed in Luo Feng's mind. Prepare for battle. Luo Feng's voice sounded in the Kadir brothers' minds. Kadir, Karkron, use your domains to seal and disrupt the entire space. Let no one spy on us and don't let the shockwaves of the battle leak out. Leave the rest to us. Gun King, let's make sure he never leaves. Luo Feng's simple words carried immense reckless fury. In this battle all cards would be played. Taburo had to die or be enslaved. Luo Feng and his 4 companions stood poised in the void, watching Taburo approach. Taburo's Chaos Domain had already suppressed the surrounding space. Even with Luo Feng's Chaos Sea Domain, Morosa's Boundary Domain, and the Kadir brothers' Chaos Domains stacked together, they still seemed to fall short of Taburo's. Ha ha ha, bold of you not to flee. Taburo's booming mocking laughter rang out. 6-armed Gun King Taburo resembled the Minotaur Liman from the Dragon Tower of Yongshan Nation. He had 6 arms and a bull-like head, but his horns were more curved and sharper with a dark gold sheen. 6-armed Gun King. Luo Feng stared at the Minotaur madness in his eyes. Execute the plan. Now! Morosa's eyes burned with fervor as he shot towards the 6-armed Gun King, with Tai Nanha right behind him. Tai Nanha's defense was formidable. If he could get close, it would become a physical brawl. The Kadir brothers focused on disrupting the surrounding space, preventing other saints' divine senses from spying. Loyal dogs unafraid of death. Toburo grinned. In each of his 6 hands appeared a spear, one of them a golden spear radiating an inscrutable fiery power. Clearly a top-tier treasure. You're the main force, so I won't kill you. But I don't mind using your blood to baptize my spear. Toburo looked at Morosa with disdain. Come, let me show you the gap between us. With a burst of speed, he clashed head-on with Morosa. But suddenly, Morosa's aura exploded with overwhelming force. Boundless, terrifying, and evil destructive power erupted from within him. The intensity was no less than Toburo's 5 origin high stage level. Morosa's true destruction origin was vastly more profound than his displayed mastery. At that moment his boundary domain also fully unleashed its power, rivaling Toburo's chaos domain. What power is this? Even Toburo was momentarily stunned. This force could affect his mind. Before he could recover, he saw 2 upward curving horns emerge on Morosa's head, shooting a beam of ethereal power aimed directly at his soul. Morosa possessed a will at the Saint Realm's limit. This soul attack was an innate talent, perhaps slightly weaker than the Liuan art, but not by much. Toburo felt his soul roar, hearing obscure murmuring whispers that seemed to lure him towards a blissful paradise. Wake up! Toburo's soul screamed. His will was powerful, honed over countless eons to the Saint Realm's peak, further protected by a Saint-grade soul treasure. But because he underestimated a mere 4 origin mid-stage threat, the moment the soul attack hit, illusions flickered before his eyes, stirring unease within him. Morosa gave him no respite. A staff strike brimming with destructive power slipped past Toburo's defenses and slammed into his head. Wake up, wake up! Toburo's soul roared. But as he broke free from the illusion, Morosa's staff had already crashed into his skull. And it wasn't over. A colossal divine eye star abruptly appeared in his vision, and a razor-sharp will like an ethereal arrow pierced straight into his soul. This will attack was even more terrifying than the soul illusion he'd just endured. Even with his peak Saint Realm will and his Saint-grade soul treasure, after 2 consecutive strikes, his will seemed to be on the verge of crumbling. Ah! Toburo let out a pained howl. Before Toburo could regain his senses, Luo Feng, enduring the backlash on his own, will cast the Liuan art once more. Simultaneously, the Star Tower manifested as a colossal pagoda billions of kilometers tall above Toburo. With the 7th layer's runes fully activated, a sealing force formed a suppressive domain around him, and a devouring power wrenched at him, pulling him towards the tower. Morosa! Luo Feng's voice echoed in Morosa's mind. Understanding his intent, Morosa delivered a powerful strike behind Toburo, shoving him directly towards the Star Tower. No! Toburo's consciousness struggled desperately on the edge of despair. As he began to regain clarity, he found himself at the tower's entrance. An immense devouring force like countless powerful threads bound him. He couldn't resist and was sealed inside. No! Toburo's voice faded. Return! Luo Feng retracted the Star Tower, his face pale and weary. Casting the Liuan art twice had caused a significant backlash. Forcefully activating the 7th layer of the Star Tower's runes, which he had only recently comprehended, had drained his mental energy immensely. Still, the outcome was favorable. The battle had been easier than expected. With his barrage of trump cards, Toburo's chance to struggle had vanished before he even realized it. The main reason was Toburo's arrogance. Morosa's explosive power surge put him on the back foot immediately. He had no idea Morosa possessed such potent soul attacks. Struck by Morosa's soul attack and 2 of Luo Feng's Liuan arts, even with his peak Saint Will and Saint-grade soul treasure, his complacency left him vulnerable for a critical moment. And that moment was fatal. Morosa reverted to his previous form, and Luo Feng withdrew his Chaos Sea domain. The Kadir brothers were still in a daze, but the battle was already over. Is this the master's true power? The Kadir brothers were utterly awestruck. Within the sealed space of the Star Tower, the newly subdued 6-armed Spear King Toburo was imprisoned. The Star Tower possessed a sealing force at the God King level. Toburo, with only the strength of a 5-source high stage, was utterly immobilized. All his divine power was sealed and restrained, leaving only his consciousness active. With a whoosh, Luo Feng and Masha appeared together within the sealed space. Seeing them suddenly materialize, Toburo bared his teeth in a ferocious grimace, his eyes filled with unwillingness as he cursed, "Despicable humans, you deserve to die. Oh, defeated in skill, now resorting to the power of your tongue." Luo Feng sneered, a playful glint in his eye. Toburo snorted coldly, "Humph. Do you think an eternal true god like you can enslave me? I doubt you have the ability. Whether I have the ability or not, you shall see." Luo Feng smiled. Saying this, Luo Feng pointed a distant finger at Toburo. A crystalline droplet flew from his fingertip, its surface shimmering with flowing runic patterns. With a swift whoosh, the droplet vanished into Toburo's bull-like head. Toburo initially looked at Luo Feng with disdain, but after a mere moment, he blinked, then stood there in a daze, completely motionless. His eyes held both confusion and a faint smile. "Father, can you see this? I have now become the chieftain of the Taboo tribe. The name you gave me, Toburo, was meant to lead me to this position. Now I have fulfilled your expectations. I am the chieftain and the strongest in our history." The deputy chieftain who harmed you is dead now. I killed him with my own hands. His corpse is right here. Can you see it? Within a grand mausoleum palace lay the colossal corpse of a bull-headed being. Before it Toburo had brought another bull-headed corpse. Gazing upon his father's remains Toburo silently wept. Father, from this day forth I will carry your hopes, lead our Taboo tribe towards rise and glory, and make the name Taboo resonate across the origin continent. Wake up! Wake up! A voice echoed repeatedly into Toburo's mind. It was Luo Feng's voice. The Three Realms art guided the enslavement through illusions. Even though Toburo possessed top-tier Saint Realm willpower within the Star Tower, his divine power was completely sealed, and his treasure's abilities were suppressed. Without the protection of his soul treasure, his willpower alone was insufficient to resist. Furthermore, Luo Feng's will was even stronger than Toburo's, ensuring the enslavement succeeded. Toburo looked around in a daze, then, when his gaze fell upon Luo Feng, a deep-seated reverence forced him to bow his head. Master. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Luo Feng was overjoyed. He hadn't managed to capture the Yimen, Saint Lord or Tuazizi, but instead had enslaved the strongest Toburo. Even he hadn't anticipated this outcome. Master, it was here that I first began to follow you all those years ago, Masha said, finding the scene familiar and offering a simple, honest smile. Luo Feng nodded with a smile. Indeed, back in the Cosmic Sea days, Masha had also been sealed here and enslaved through the Three Realms art. With Toburo a 5-source high-stage saint at his disposal, many tasks no longer required Masha's involvement, reducing the risk of exposing Masha. During their earlier clash, the Kadir brothers had completely sealed the fluctuations of the battle and interfered with detection. Thus no other saints knew of Toburo's fight here, nor that he had become Luo Feng's servant. This made him a perfect hidden ally. Therefore Luo Feng quietly instructed Toburo to return to his original territory and await further orders, acting as if nothing had happened. Next on the agenda was Iron Fan Prince Fan Gao. With Toburo's help, perhaps they could capture Fan Gao. Fan Gao was a walking treasure trove, and Luo Feng had no intention of letting him escape. However, Luo Feng was not in a rush. After several major battles, and using the Lai Yuan technique 3 times in quick succession, his mental energy was depleted by more than half. He needed time to recuperate. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the day to act. Toburo, today we claim the Iron Fan Prince. Luo Feng contacted Toburo through their soul link. Simultaneously, he informed Masha, Kadir Kakelong, and Tai Nanha of the plan. In a rocky forest on Floating Sand Island stood a magnificent palace, the residence of Iron Fan Prince Fan Gao. Even here on Floating Sand Island, Fan Gao enjoyed the treatment befitting royalty of the Songlin Kingdom. In this temporary palace alone, he had over a dozen servants, including void true gods and eternal true gods. Suddenly spatial fluctuations rippled outside the palace. Toburo, why have you come to my domain? Fan Gao's figure appeared above the palace, frowning, as he looked at Toburo, who had teleported there. Fan Gao had 2 heads for arms, and a pair of legs clad in golden armor. His massive form was like a war god. Why? To claim you, of course. Toburo grinned ferociously. Following that, another ripple of spatial energy heralded the arrival of Luo Feng, Masha, Tainanha, and the Kadir brothers. You've taken them? Fan Gao looked at Luo Feng and the others, assuming that Toburo had enslaved the silver-winged human before him. Enough talk. Let's fight. Toburo's gaze was cold. Immediately their chaotic domains descended. The Kadir brothers focused on sealing the area to prevent prying eyes, while Toburo, Masha, and Tainanha simultaneously attacked Fan Gao. You traitor, Toburo! Fan Gao roared, rise! As Fan Gao's voice echoed, a space spanning millions of kilometers was suddenly enveloped in golden light, forming a spatial domain. This domain, combined with his chaotic domain, significantly reduced the suppressive effect of Luo Feng's side. Suddenly 4 pairs of wings extended from Fan Gao's back. With a flap of these wings, his speed became incredibly fast, only slightly slower than Toburo at full burst. One must remember he was being suppressed and bound by 5 layers of domains. Humph, do you think you can catch me? Fan Gao sneered. He casually tossed something and a massive white river materialized. Its raging currents, like countless spiritual serpents, coiled towards Toburo and Masha. In an instant, entangled by the white river, Toburo and Masha's speed was reduced. Ice prison fire. Fan Gao flicked his wrist again and a white torch flew out. The pale flames instantly ignited the entire spatial domain. The surrounding temperature plummeted drastically. Though engulfed in flames, the cold was terrifying. A weaker saint would likely freeze to death in such conditions. The combination of the white river and the ice fire was perfect. The river seemed to freeze solid, and Toburo and Masha's speed plummeted once more. Luo Feng watched, utterly astonished. A golden spatial domain treasure, a pair of wing treasures, a river-type domain treasure, and ice fire domain treasure. He had thrown out 4 powerful treasures in an instant. Luo Feng believed this wasn't even all of Fan Gao's wealth. He surely had other tricks up his sleeve. Masha, go all out. Luo Feng's breath quickened. This Fan Gao was truly a treasure trove. He couldn't let him slip away. At Luo Feng's command, a terrifying destructive force erupted from Masha. A power utterly different from other divine forces surged, causing his speed to explode. The white flames and ice around him were annihilated upon contact with this destructive energy. Simultaneously, the expansion of his world domain once again suppressed Fangao's speed, while Taburo and Masha's speed surged dramatically. You can't escape. Luo Feng's voice rang out. With a single glance, he activated the Lai Yuan technique, and the Star Tower was also summoned once more. Above Fangao, a towering star tower loomed, its sealing domain adding to the pressure. The tower's runes spun, and a violent devouring force emanated from its base. Complementing the star tower was Luo Feng's Lai Yuan technique. A colossal divine eye projected a blade of illusory, while striking directly into Fangao's soul. At the same moment, Masha's curved horns unleashed a soul illusion. A flash of light shot from between them, targeting Fangao's soul. At this point, unless Fangao possessed a God King level soul treasure, he would definitely be wounded. Ah! Fangao let out a pained roar, his fleeing form destabilizing as he was drawn towards the star tower's devouring pull. At the four-source high stage, he was significantly weaker than Taburo. His strength built upon stacked treasures ultimately couldn't withstand absolute power. No! Fangao fully activated his saint-level soul treasure for protection, but his strength under this soul illusion and will technique was reduced to less than 10%. He couldn't resist the star tower's devouring force. The domain-binding forces from Masha, Taburo, Kadir, and Cakelong transformed into suppressive thrusts, pushing Fangao directly towards the base of the star tower. Get in there! Luo Feng's divine power burned to its absolute limit as he fully activated the first level's mystic patterns of the star tower, causing the devouring force at its base to surge violently. Damn it! Bastard! Fangao could barely maintain his consciousness, struggling desperately, but he was still rapidly pulled into the star tower. After sealing Fangao, the star tower rapidly shrank and flew back into Luo Feng's body. Phew! That Fangao was truly difficult to capture. No wonder even Taburo couldn't handle him. Luo Feng let out a deep breath. Fangao alone possessed several domain-type treasures. Without the Lai Yuan technique combined with Masha's soul illusion, they might not have been able to subdue him. Having subdued Fangao, the servants within his palace and residence were all eliminated to prevent any leakage of information. Within the star tower, in the same sealed space, Fangao could no longer move a muscle, able only to move his lips and tongue. Luo Feng appeared with Masha, Luo, and Taburo. Congratulations, master, on gaining another servant, Taburo said from the depths of his soul. Iron Fan Prince Fangao. Luo Feng looked at the completely restrained Fangao, a smile spreading across his face. Human, do you know who I am? Fangao looked at Luo Feng, his eyes filled with arrogant indifference. I am a royal member of the Songlin Kingdom. More importantly, I am the disciple of the kingdom's grand tutor, the Chain King. You must know of the Chain Sovereign, right? He is my teacher. Are you certain you still dare to make a move against me? If you dare to act, my teacher will surely kill you. Fangao wore a look of pride, his eyes filled with unyielding arrogance. The Chain King of the Songlin Kingdom. Luo Feng seemed lost in thought, his mind scanning through the lineage of Duandong River. There was indeed a divine kingdom called Songlin, but there was no powerhouse known as the Chain King. What? Are you afraid? Fangao broke into a smile. If you release me now, I won't pursue this matter. But if you do anything to me, my teacher will surely find a way to trace you. When that happens, not just you but everyone connected to you will die. Fangao stared intently at Luo Feng. He knew he had to appear even more formidable to intimidate Luo Feng into releasing him. Once out, he could then devise a vicious plan to retaliate against this human. You better think clearly. A sovereign has many means to investigate. Seeing Luo Feng's silent, Fangao continued. Then do you know who I am? Luo Feng looked at Fangao and couldn't help but grin. The Chain King. In front of my teacher, he isn't even worth a fart. Do you think I'd be afraid of him? Besides, if I kill you or enslave you, who would know it was me? Sovereigns aren't as all-knowing as you claim, are they? Of course, Luo Feng had no idea whether the Shadow Sovereign was stronger than the Chain King. It was just a random fabrication. But this single sentence made Fangao anxious. Human, are you truly going to act? Fangao was both furious and alarmed. You, either die or submit to me. Make your choice. Luo Feng looked at Fangao with an indifferent expression, seeing clearly that Fangao was in fact afraid of death. You! Fangao's heart was completely panic-stricken. He had a bright future ahead of him, or of course he feared death. And he certainly didn't want to become a slave. I'll give you the time it takes to count to 3. Think it over and tell me. 1, 2. Luo Feng said with an indifferent expression, beginning his countdown. As for Fangao, being a disciple of a sovereign made him a veritable time bomb. So Luo Feng had two options prepared. One was to have Masha Luo devour him, the other was to enslave him. Life or death depended entirely on Fangao's own choice. I am willing to submit. Fangao gritted his teeth. Compared to being enslaved, he feared death more. Very well. Luo Feng revealed a smile. To ensure your loyalty, I will plant a soul imprint on you. Do not resist, or the consequences might not be what you desire. I have no choice. I won't resist. Fan Gao said bitterly. Two threads of soul light flashed in Luo Feng's eyes, rapidly interweaving in the void, to form a triangular tower shape. Inside the tower was the ancient servitude character from the origin continent. Once the triangular tower was complete, Luo Feng sent it flying towards Fan Gao with a thought. It seeped into one of Fan Gao's heads, and perfectly merged with the deepest part of his soul. Done. Luo Feng could sense the fluctuation of the soul connection. Master! Fan Gao from the depths of his soul was now incomparably respectful towards Luo Feng, completely subservient. Ha ha ha, good. From now on you Fan Gao will be a powerful asset to me Luo Feng. Luo Feng laughed heartily. With a thought he summoned Kadir and Karkron into this sealed space. It was time to arm up. By subduing Fan Gao, Luo Feng had gained a total of 9 supreme treasures. Among them were 3 domain-type treasures, Gold Suppression Void Whitewater River and Ice Prison Fire, 1 escape-type Mechanical Wing treasure Gold Spirit Wings, 1 Palace-type treasure Gilded Gold Palace, 1 armor treasure Tree God Armor, with a set of sword-type treasures, Skyren Blades, 1 soul-type treasure Soul Suppressing Stone, and 1 mechanical-type attack treasure Rainbow Lightsword. All these treasures were saint-level, nearly a complete set. This Fan Gao was truly a mobile treasury. With this batch of treasures, Luo Feng's team was further armed, elevating their overall strength to a new level. Even a 7-source Saint Realm expert might now be a match for them. Soul Suppressing Stone, Gold Suppression Void, Skyren Blades, and Tree God Armor continued to be used by Fan Gao. Gold Spirit Wings was given to Masha Luo. Masha Luo could freely morph his divine power and naturally use mechanical treasures. With Gold Spirit Wings, Masha Luo's speed could also be greatly increased. Ice Prison Fire was given to Taburo. With the aid of a saint-level domain treasure, Taburo's strength could reach a new height. White Water River was used to arm Kadir. As for Rainbow Lightsword, it was given to Karkron. Luo Feng kept the final treasure, Gilded Gold Palace, for himself. With it, he could temporarily replace the Star Tower, reducing the risk of the Star Tower being exposed. Although all these treasures came from Fan Gao as a soul servant, he naturally had no objections to Luo Feng's distribution. Luo Feng giving him 4 items was also a form of special consideration for him. Of course, this was also because the strongest Taburo only lacked a domain-type and a palace-type treasure. He had most of the others. Equipping him with Ice Prison Fire was already sufficient. Looking at his fully armed servant squad, Luo Feng's heart swelled with pride and ambition. Back then, the gold of the Jin Kingdom created enslaving secret arts like the 3-star realms and had his own servant squad. Now I also have a Saint Realm servant squad. In terms of quality, my team is in no way inferior. Luo Feng nodded in satisfaction. With this squad, he now had considerable confidence to venture even into the core areas of the floating sand sea. Subduing Fan Gao was a great gain. Not only did the squad gain a member, but its overall strength also rose once again. These treasures were merely a part of Fan Gao's belongings. Besides them, he had a massive collection of other precious materials. By Luo Feng's initial estimates, they were worth over 1 million Shenkuan units, comparable to the combined wealth of Taburo, Tuaziz, Kadir, and the others. This Fan Gao was simply an ultra-tycoon. With this 1 million-plus Shenkuan units of materials combined with what was previously looted from Tuaziz, Taburo, and the Kadir brothers, the total exceeded 2 million Shenkuan units. According to Masha Luo's requirements, approximately 100,000 Shenkuan units could nurture a warrior equivalent to a 1-source high-level saint. 350,000 could nurture a 2-source high-level saint warrior, and nurturing a 4-source high-level saint warrior would require about 1 million Shenkuan units of materials. With 2 million Shenkuan units of materials if nurturing just one, and with Masha Luo consuming more of his own origin, he could potentially nurture a saint-level warrior equivalent to a 6-source mid-level. Luo Feng didn't deliberate long, and decided to nurture a warrior of the 6-source mid-level tier. A single 6-source mid-level warrior would likely be more effective than 2 4-source high-level ones. The main reason was that with Taburo and Fan Gao around, Luo Feng wasn't lacking 4-source Saint Realm fighters. Instead, a 6-source mid-level one was exactly what was most needed. Even Tinan at only the 3-source mid-level tier could tangle with the 4-source initial level Karkron, and even ignore the self-destruction damage of a 4-source mid-level enemy. How terrifying would a 6-source mid-level warrior be? Even a 7-source saint might find it a headache to deal with. With Masha Luo, whose full strength rivaled a 6-source saint, the 5-source high-level Taburo, the 4-source high-level Fan Gao, the 4-source initial level Kadir brothers, and the 3-source mid-level Tinant plus a 6-source mid-level World Beast warrior Luo Feng squad, was powerful enough to dominate any area outside the core regions. Now we just wait for Masha Luo's nurturing to complete. Luo Feng was quite anticipatory. When Tinan was nurtured, it took about a year. Nurturing a 6-source mid-level being would probably take 8 to 10 years. 10 years was but a fleeting moment. With so many Saint Realm servants, Luo Feng had excellent sparring partners for the idle decade, eliminating the need to seek out trial opponents. During this period, Luo Feng primarily sparred and trained with Taburo and Fan Gao to refine his blade techniques. Taburo used a spear while Fan Gao used a sword. Overall, Taburo's strength lay in his higher realm, but his skill finesse was not as refined as Fan Gao's. After all, Fan Gao had a sovereign as his teacher, making his swordsmanship seem more exquisite. Of course, for Luo Feng, who was only at the eternal true god level, this was more than sufficient. Even if Taburo and Fan Gao didn't use their origin mysteries, and only used techniques based on the chaos laws, they could still suppress Luo Feng. Luo Feng continuously summarized and reflected after each exchange. His improvement in blade techniques was considerable. However, regarding the comprehension of laws, even though Taburo and Fan Gao were willing, they could not offer much help. They could only use techniques incorporating fused laws to spar with Luo Feng time and again. Over 10 years passed silently. In 10 years and 2 months, Luo Feng finally welcomed the birth of his second world beast warrior. Inside the Star Tower, standing before Luo Feng, was a bald humanoid warrior. The bald head had 2 sharp horns. His body shape was largely human, with limbs, skin color, and facial features almost identical to a human's. This was quite different from Tinan's black scales. A saint-level warrior equivalent to 6-source mid-level strength. He looks perfect. Luo Feng looked at the warrior before him, who conformed well to human aesthetics, and nodded in satisfaction. Master, according to your realm classifications, saint-level warriors above the 5-source are vastly different from those below. Warriors above the 5-source are not only adept at close combat, but also quite skilled in soul attacks, possessing more perfect destructive power. Masha Luo explained. Oh! Luo Feng's eyes lit up. Then for the future world beast army, let's directly choose those at the 5-source level and above. The soul is often the most vulnerable point of any living being. Luo Feng could easily imagine an army of tens of thousands of Saint Realm soul attackers. Even a sovereign-level powerhouse would likely have to avoid their edge. Luo Feng looked at the bald warrior before him, growing more satisfied with each glance. He praised, those 2 million were well spent. With him here, our upcoming journey into the floating sand sea will be much easier. With the birth of Lao Lu, complete, Luo Feng and his group finally decided to continue their sweep across other parts of the island. Lao Lu was the name Luo Feng gave to this newborn world beast warrior, not for any ranking but simply because it was a 6-source level entity and the name rolled off the tongue easily. Upon arriving at the first region of Floating Sand Island, they encountered 6 Saint Realm beings, with the outcome being Luo Feng enslaving 4 of them. This was mainly due to Luo Feng's roster and methods being too formidable: World Beast King, World Beast Warrior, Star Tower, Lai Yuan Technique, 3-star realms, and more. Unless one resorted to self-destruction like Tua Zizi or possessed extraordinary escape methods like the Yi Men Saint Lord, being captured alive meant only one fate: enslavement. Luo Feng then led his team forward in a sweeping advance, capturing more Saint Realm powerhouses. With 7 Saint Realm combatants holding the line, the sweeping advance was naturally extremely smooth. Wherever they passed, those targeted by Luo Feng, unless possessing heaven-defying escape abilities, generally faced 2 outcomes: being forced to self-destruct or being captured and enslaved by Luo Feng. For some of the second-source lower-level ones, Luo Feng would personally take action to hone his combat strength. For those stronger ones, if they could escape from Luo Feng's grasp, he would spare their lives. But those lacking sufficient strength naturally became souls beneath Luo Feng's blade. Along the way, Luo Feng's team continued to grow, showing a trend of constant expansion. Starting from the initial 7 Saint Realms, merely sweeping through this one floating sand island increased their Saint Realm numbers to a full 10. The increase wasn't large, mainly because Luo Feng disdained the weaker ones, capturing them only as nourishment for Mo Luosa. Meanwhile, the stronger the Saint Realm, the greater their escape abilities. Without Mo Luosa fully unleashing his power, capturing a powerful Saint Realm still relied on Lao Lu and Ta Luo. On this floating sand island, Luo Feng also encountered 3 Saint Realms above the 6th source level. However, 1 self-destructed and 2 escaped, leaving no opportunity for enslavement. The 3 that Luo Feng managed to enslave included 2 4th-source high-level ones named Pai Nul and Ban Fuzi, the latter being particularly skilled in soul illusions, and 1 5th-source initial level named Meteor Saint Lord, whose strength was also formidable. After sweeping this island clean, Luo Feng led his team towards the next floating sand island. En route, they encountered many sea beasts like sea martins attempting ambushes, but they all became nourishment for Mo Luosa. With the current strength of Luo Feng's team, any enemy below the 6th source level had a very low probability of escaping. The second floating sand island. As Luo Feng's advance direction was towards the core inner regions, the quality of Saint Realms here was higher, but their numbers were noticeably fewer. Within the perceptible range near the landing zone of the Gilt Gold Palace, only 1 Saint Realm of the 6th source level was detected. According to Ta Luo's sensory estimates, it was merely a 6th source mid-level Saint Realm. However, when Luo Feng targeted it as prey, that Saint Realm also considered Luo Feng and his group as its prey. The moment Luo Feng stepped into its perception range, it had already appeared before them, grinning sinisterly at the Gilt Gold Palace. The surrounding spacetime had completely fallen into his chaos domain. Luo Feng, an eternal true god, piloting the Gilt Gold Palace, was trapped within the domain and forced to halt. Senior, is there a problem? Luo Feng remained composed, descending with Mo Luosa and Ta Luo, while casually storing away the Gilt Gold Palace. He only had Mo Luosa and Meteor Saint Lord by his side, with the rest kept inside the Star Tower. Blood Wing Clan. Ta Luo's voice echoed in Luo Feng's mind. Master, this is a Saint Realm of the Blood Wing Clan. The Blood Wing clan is one of the most ancient races on the Origin continent, holding great renown throughout. Their territory is larger than 10 Divine Kingdom nations combined, and it's said they possess no fewer than 20 Divine Kings currently. Beside Luo Feng Luo transmitted mentally. Blood Wing clan. Luo Feng's mind also flashed through the records of the Duandong River lineage. There were indeed some records regarding the Blood Wing clan, but they were relatively scarce. All he knew was that the Blood Wing clan was an ancient race on the Origin continent whose power surpassed Divine Kingdom nations, and only comparisons with other races held any meaning. The Blood Wing clan excels in speed. Individuals are generally powerful, possess a strong bloodthirstiness, and prefer to feed on blood. Luo's voice sounded again in Luo Feng's mind. These are vampires. Luo Feng nodded inwardly. In his view, the Blood Wing clan should be what was called vampires on Earth. The alien Saint Realm looked at the trio before him, his smile widening. An eternal true god with 2/5 sources. Tisk, not bad. You've delivered yourselves to my doorstep, so you can't blame me for this. The alien Saint Realm sneered. Before them stood a blood-colored alien covered in red scales. Its physical form was somewhat similar to the Zhan Tianxing Luo Feng encountered in Kanglan City. Bipedal with hands ahead with complete facial features, and a pair of blood-colored wings on its back. Unlike Zhan Tianxing, this alien was covered entirely in blood-red scales. Its wings were fleshy and blood-red. Its bald head was covered in scales without any hair. Strangely, a seemingly writhing bat totem adorned its forehead. Prepare for battle. It sees us as food too, Luo Feng stated. If Lao Lu hadn't been born, Luo Feng might not have been confident. But now, dealing with a sixth-source Saint Realm, even one from the Blood Wing clan wouldn't even require Luosa to go all out. Come, let me tell you my name. I am Percy, sire. Becoming my food is your honor. As he spoke, the Blood Wing clan member Percy flapped his blood-red fleshy wings, and the surroundings instantly plunged into a crimson domain. Suddenly Percy opened his massive mouth wide. Instantly heaven and earth trembled. A powerful devouring force erupted from that mouth, forming a supermassive whirlwind, centered on Percy. The immense pulling force like countless threads bound Luo Feng and the other two. The devouring force was so potent that even Luo struggled to keep his footing, let alone Luo Feng and Luosa. Attack! Luo Feng summoned all his slaves, and 8 additional figures materialized around them. Simultaneously, layers of chaos domains descended, combined with the superimposed might of saint-level domain treasures, instantly neutralizing Percy's devouring force. Except for Lao Lu and Tai Nanha, all others possessed chaos domains further enhanced by 3 saint-level domain treasures. Under such overwhelming might, Percy's domain and devouring power were completely suppressed. Luo Feng stabilized himself and quickly retreated into the gilt gold palace. Percy was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the 8 figures. Recovering his senses, his gaze fell upon Lao Lu, who was charging at him fastest. The intense aura of destruction emanating from it made even him detect a hint of danger. Could all this be because of that human? Are these his subordinates or slaves? Percy noticed the scene where the other 10 seemed to be protecting the silver-winged human, and he was astonished. In his perception, that human was merely an eternal true god. Absurd. Ridiculous. Percy found it unbelievable. However, the bald Lao Lu's attack was already upon him, leaving no time for further thought. The horns on Lao Lu's head flashed with light. A soul attack struck Percy before its hands could reach him. Simultaneously, Lao Lu's arms extended incredibly long, twisting like 2 spiritual serpents attempting to coil around Percy. As a 6th source mid-level, Percy's reaction speed was naturally extremely fast. The moment Luo Feng summoned the 9 figures, he had already been on full alert. Lao Lu's initial assault was within his calculations. However, what he hadn't anticipated was that Lao Lu's soul attack would enter his soul before he could even react. Humph! Percy faltered for a moment but quickly regained his clarity. Although affected, the impact wasn't significant. He possessed a Saint Realm limit will, and a Saint-level soul treasure. Lao Lu's soul attack was only comparable to a Saint Realm peak, while making it fundamentally impossible to shake Percy. Humph, you're seeking death. Percy snorted coldly. In his view, Lao Lu's speed was merely on par with a 6th source mid-level. He too was a 6th source mid-level, but his bloodline dictated that he was stronger than ordinary 6th source mid-level beings. A blood-colored curved blade had appeared in his hand at some point, seemingly stained with blood, exuding a bloody aura. Seeing Lao Lu's extended arms, Percy hurled the curved blade. It transformed into a mournful blood arc slashing towards Lao Lu's arms. Yet, under the blade's glow, Lao Lu's arms merely slowed down, slightly remaining unharmed. Seeing this, the blood-red fleshy wings on Percy's back instantly expanded, blotting out the sky. With a single flap, a powerful blood-colored wind surged towards Luo Feng's 10-man group. Each gust was a wind blade, its power no less than Fan Gao's full-strength strike. So strong. Luo Feng's expression changed slightly. Even through the gilt gold palace, he could feel that immense power. He noticed Lao Lu's speed had visibly slowed due to the wind's resistance. It's up to Lao Lu and Luo then. Luo Feng knew that against a 6th source mid-level opponent, the main fighters were only Lao Lu and Luo. The others focused on domain support and soul attacks. By having Lao Lu physically restrain the enemy, while others coordinated with soul attacks, it was entirely possible to severely injure a sixth-source mid to high-level Saint Realm. Under the suppression of their own domains, Percy's speed would be restricted. The curved blade and blood wind failed to significantly affect Lao Lu. Lao Lu's arms, unafraid of any of Percy's attacks, directly coiled around him, adopting a trade damage approach. Seeking death. Percy roared in anger. Wielding the curved blade, he furiously chopped at Lao Lu's arms, striking tens of thousands of times. Yet he found not a single mark left behind. Master now! Lao Lu's voice transmitted to Luo Feng's mind. Attack! Luo Feng instantly issued the command. Luo Feng emerged from the Gilt Gold Palace, his eyes locked onto Percy in the distance, and activated the Lai Yuan technique. Mo Luosa and Lao Lu's horns gleamed with eerie light. Ta Luo Fan Gao Kadir Kakelong Pai Nul Ban Fuzi Meteor Saint Lord, and all the others unleashed their soul attack techniques. Apart from Luo Feng, Mo Luosa, Lao Lu, and Ban Fuzi, the other soul attacks were mediocre. However, combined and stacked with the others, they could generate formidable power. Even with a Saint Realm limit will and a Saint-level soul treasure, facing such a concentrated soul assault from this group, Percy would likely suffer significant trauma. Several soul attacks landed on Percy, the most lethal being Luo Feng's Laiyuan art and Morosa's soul illusion. Ah! Percy trembled, letting out a pained cry, his consciousness roaring in turmoil. Roar! The bat totem on his forehead writhed violently, emitting a soul-shaking roar that transformed into strange sound waves, piercing directly into the ears of Luo Feng and the others. Under the will impact, a wave of fear surged unbidden into everyone's minds. Humph! Luo Feng snorted inwardly. The Star Tower guarded his soul, and the illusory sounds could not shake him in the slightest. However, Luo Feng noticed that aside from himself, Morosa, Old Six, and Tai Nanha, all the others were affected by the strange sound waves. Taburo and Meteor, Holy Lord, with their formidable wills, could withstand it, but the brothers Kadir and Kakelong were not so fortunate. They clutched their heads, groaning in agony. Seize the opportunity! Luo Feng's voice echoed in the minds of Old Six, Taburo, and Meteor, Holy Lord. Old Six, closest to Percy, was now completely entwined with him. The twin horns on his head gleamed with dark light, plunging directly into Percy's skull, unleashing surging destructive force intent on annihilating everything. Yet it was this very stimulus from Old Six that caused the bat totem on Percy's forehead to come alive. Above Percy, it manifested as a colossal bat phantom, a ferocious deity from ancient times, emanating a chilling, dread-inducing aura. Its eyes were crimson. It raised its head and let out a piercing shriek. Screech! The grating sound waves formed a storm sweeping across the entire space. A powerful, savage, and violent will impacted like daggers stabbing into souls. Kadir and Kakelong, with weaker wills, immediately had their minds scattered and fell unconscious. The others, except for Luo Feng, Morosa, Old Six, and Tai Nanha, nearly all clutched their heads, trembling in pain. At this moment, Percy fully regained his senses from the soul attack. But the triggering of the bat totem seemed to have caused severe backlash, and with Old Six horns having destroyed a significant portion of his divine body, his aura was in disarray. Old Six, largely unaffected by the bat, had Percy completely locked down. Damn it! I will not let you all get away with this! Percy roared in fury, aware of his predicament. Even having triggered the forbidden power within him, the damage he had inflicted was clearly less than what he had suffered. The thought of escape crept into his mind. Suddenly, strange, bloodline patterns flashed across his body, each emitting an eerie blood-red glow with mysterious ancient runes clearly visible flowing upon them. Not good, he's trying to escape. Luo Feng's expression changed. Old Six also sensed Percy's transformation. As he erupted with power, he felt Percy turn into an intangible blood light, slippery and impossible to grasp. With a whoosh, the blood light accelerated to hundreds of thousands of times the speed of light, vanishing instantly from the domain. Luo Feng watched the blood light dissipate, disappearing as if a trick of the eye. Such speed! Luo Feng was astounded. Percy's final velocity far exceeded the speed of light in the origin continent. The speed of light in the origin continent was 10,000 times that of the primordial universe. Normally, only a god king could break that light speed limit with their physical body. Others could only achieve it through heaven-defying secret arts. Master! Old Six, Taburo, and the others quickly gathered beside Luo Feng. The unconscious Kadir and Kakelong were also roused. This battle ended with Percy's escape. The difficulty of capturing and enslaving those at the Six Sources level or above was greater than Luo Feng had anticipated. Having encountered, for he had failed to capture even one. Of course, if Morosa and the Star Tower were also deployed, there might have been a chance of success. But without a 100% guarantee, Luo Feng dared not take such a risk. If Morosa and the Star Tower were exposed and the enemy still escaped, it would be extremely dangerous. Continue forward, find the next target. Luo Feng kept only Morosa and Taburo by his side. On the second floating sand island, the quality of the sacred realms was higher, but their density was sparser. The entire floating sand island was only 81 light-years in diameter, and Percy alone occupied a vast area. In the remaining regions, Luo Feng and his group advanced over a dozen light-years without discovering a new sacred realm. There's still a long time before the floating sand fruit matures. Those who arrived early are likely long-term cultivators. Here, it's normal not to encounter one. Luo Feng thought to himself. This area was still considered the outer domain. Advancing in a sweeping pattern, Luo Feng wasn't too worried about encountering terrifying sacred realms, except during the maturation of the floating sand fruit treasures usually appeared in the core inner domain. Thus powerful sacred realms would typically explore the inner core rather than the outer domain. Master, something's wrong. We just passed this place. How did we circle back? Morosa said in a deep voice. We've been here. Luo Feng stopped looking at the external scenery through the gilded palace. It did indeed look familiar. Realizing something was amiss, he frowned. This place was indeed just past. I've been moving in one direction. How could we have circled back? Master, we might have fallen into a maze formation, Taburo said from beside him. Maze formation? Luo Feng was startled. He naturally knew about maze formations. On the Origin continent, the secret pattern school was one of the mainstream paths, with further subdivisions like artifact refinement, formation arrays, and puppetry. The secret pattern school held a pivotal position across the Origin continent. Various divine weapons and mechanical spacecraft were the works of master refiners. A puppetry was a branch of artifact refinement, but far more complex, as each puppet was like a real-life formation arrays, including the protective arrays of large cities, and the spatial teleportation arrays established by various nations were the works of formation masters. A maze formation was a type of formation array. To escape, one had to find the formation's core or control the master who commanded it. Let's go out and take a look. Luo Feng and his group appeared outside simultaneously, putting away the gilded palace. Before them everything was clearly visible, except that the space further away appeared slightly blurrier than normal. Ban Fuzi. With a thought, Luo Feng summoned Ban Fuzi, the one among his servants most skilled in formation arrays. Ban Fuzi, take a look at this situation. Luo Feng instructed. Ban Fuzi surveyed the surroundings, extending his divine sense. His expression subtly changed. Master, we are trapped within a space-time illusion maze formation. The formation is highly sophisticated. I cannot discern its true structure in a short time. I need time to feel its fluctuations to determine if I can break it. Ban Fuzi quickly said. Alright, go ahead and break the formation. Your safety will be handled by them. Luo Feng nodded. The Duandong River lineage had limited involvement in the secret pattern school. Luo Feng only had a basic understanding of formations but didn't know how to set or break them. Facing a formation, he was at a loss. Of course, if Luo Feng were strong enough, he could break it by force. By blasting everything within the formation's area to dust, there was a high probability of breaking it. However, if the formation was being controlled by a master, breaking it by force would be thousands or tens of thousands of times harder. With a movable formation core, it could shift with the master's position, making it impossible to destroy. The maze formation before them was likely being controlled by a formation expert. At this moment, tens of thousands of kilometers underground, a magnificent underground palace lay brightly lit and exuding an air of profound mystery. Outside the palace, a dark shadow swiftly slipped inside, entering the main hall. Shen Yuanzi, what is it? In the main hall, upon an ancient stone platform, sat an old man with white hair and beard. By his appearance, he was clearly human. Celestial Master, an alien race, and two humans have stumbled into the maze formation. Shen Yuanzi, who came to report, was also human, clad entirely in black. The old man on the stone platform kept his eyes closed, instructing, Go activate the small killing formation. Take 2 saint-level puppets. Kill them if possible. If not, temporarily let them go. We must not be exposed yet. What we are waiting for is the grand finale, when the floating sand fruit matures. Yes, Celestial Master. Shen Yuanzi in black robes quickly responded. The strongest is only at the 5 sources saint realm. The weakest is just a human eternal true god. I can crush them easily. Shen Yuanzi was quite excited. Outside, Ban Fuzi, after observing for a long time with his divine sense, was frowning deeply. Master, this formation is extremely profound. I'm not confident I can break it. However, based on my deductions, with several attempts there might be a chance to find a way out. Ban Fuzi lowered his head, clearly fearing Luo Feng's reprimand. Can't break it. Luo Feng frowned. This was troublesome. Master, we could wait here for a while. If the formation's master intends to hunt us, he should make a move. Then we can take the opportunity to capture him, and naturally the formation will be broken. Taburo said from the side. Luo Feng nodded. We have no choice but to do that. If even Ban Fuzi couldn't break the maze formation, it was unlikely anyone else could. There were 2 options: wait in place or make random attempts. Clearly the latter had a low probability of success. Waiting for the hunter to come to them was the best course of action. The gilded palace expanded immensely, transforming into a magnificent golden palace that stood firmly. As Luo Feng and the others entered the palace, they summoned Tainanhe to stand guard outside. Not long after they waited unnoticed by anyone, the previously clear surroundings became shrouded in layers of dense fog. The mist swelled and thickened, veiling all surrounding sights in a blurring haze that obscured their clarity. At that moment, both those beyond the Lujin Hall by the Tainan River and Luo Feng within its confines sensed the shift, their expressions sharpening with vigilance. Master, this mist interferes with divine sense probing, Taburo stated gravely after a test. Luo Feng's brow furrowed. He's come after all. Luo Feng grew solemn, feeling utterly on the defensive. We know nothing of the enemy's strength. Lao Lu Taburo scout ahead, but stay close together. Yes, master. They acknowledged. Luo Feng sent them outside, but the mist had fully engulfed the Lu Jin Hall's vicinity, and his divine sense couldn't pinpoint their positions. Only their general areas through the soul link. Soon Taburo's urgent voice echoed through the soul link. Master, the enemy is here. In that instant, a dark figure emerged from the mist near Taburo, wielding a long blade in a sudden ambush. The strike swift and lethal aimed for his head. A blow carrying the might of a six-source saint. Taburo's face twisted in alarm as a profound crisis loomed. The strike was too fast, too sudden, and stronger than Taburo could withstand. It cleaved toward his skull, unleashing savage divine power that ravaged his divine body. Get lost! Taburo lashed out with his 6 spears, unleashing tens of thousands of strikes in desperation to repel the foe, then retreated hastily. Yet that single blow had already destroyed over 10% of his divine body. Master, the enemy is formidable. One strike cost me 11% of my divine body. Taburo reported through the soul link, his voice edged with anxiety. Luo Feng sensed the shift in Taburo's aura, his expression darkening further. This was a tough adversary indeed. Master, Tainan River and Lao Lu are also under attack, but they're holding. Lao Lu is locked in combat. Looks like a puppet. The one facing Tainan River is weaker but doesn't seem like a puppet, Morosa added, sensing their states as the mother of the warriors. The enemy is cautious, Luo Feng frowned. Master! Taburo's voice turned frantic. He's back. Another ambush struck. Despite Taburo's wariness, the foe's superior strength and surprise attack cost him another 7% of his divine body. Taburo, hold your ground. Luo Feng steered the Lu Jin Hall toward him through their link. Master! Taburo's voice came again, urgent as another strike landed. I'm on my way. Luo Feng pushed the hall forward at full speed. Fortunately, Taburo wasn't far. Within moments, Luo Feng arrived and pulled him into the hall, but his divine body had already suffered a staggering 43% loss. Master, the enemy is powerful, on par with the 6 source saints we faced before, and they have the advantage of the shadows. They're impossible to defend against, Taburo said, head bowed. Taburo, was it a puppet that attacked you? Luo Feng asked. Master, it was a swift figure. I couldn't tell if it was a puppet. It used a blade, then vanished into the mist. I couldn't track it at all, Taburo recalled. Can't confirm. Then we'll have to rely on Lao Lu. We should be safe inside the Lu Jin Hall unless they possess a supreme palace-class suppression treasure at the God King level, Luo Feng mused, frowning. This was the most passive and frustrating situation yet. Forced to hide within the palace treasure. Against a 6-source combatant bolstered by a maze formation, even Taburo fell prey. Luo Feng himself was powerless. This was far more troublesome than the Bloodwing clan's Percy they'd encountered before. Outside, Jin Yuanzi, lacking strength, focused on the weakest target, Tainan River, while his 2 puppets engaged the other 2 saints. Yet he found the black-scaled humanoid before him to be a monster. He could suppress it but couldn't kill it, and it didn't even seem injured. What kind of monster has such absurd defense? It doesn't fear my attacks at all. Zhang Yuanzi grew furious. He'd started with cautious ambushes but soon dropped all pretense and attacked head-on. Still, despite his 4-source high-level power, he couldn't harm this beast that was far weaker than him. If only I had a saint-level palace treasure, I could suppress it outright. But I refuse to believe you can keep blocking forever. A cold glint flickered in Zhen Yuanzi's eyes. He'd noticed the 5-source high-level saint had been withdrawn into a palace treasure, so he directed that puppet to fly over. In moments, a pitch-black figure emerged from the mist. Number 8, take him down. Zhen Yuanzi pointed at Tainan River. The armored puppet charged at Tainan River without hesitation. Fearless, single-minded, obedient only to its master. The 2 puppet-like warriors clashed savagely, yet Tainan River was clearly outmatched, utterly dominated by the 6-source puppet, unable to land a single blow. Tainan River relied solely on his extraordinary defense, enduring the onslaught without harm. Could this one be a puppet too? Jin Yuanzi wondered, stunned, that it could withstand 6-source-level damage unscathed. It had to be a puppet. And that other 6-source saint, number 7, is going all out against it, but it's also unharmed. Seems like a puppet as well. Do I need a killing formation? Realization dawned on Zhen Yuanzi. But if they're puppets, wasting a killing formation on them hardly seems worth it. He was torn. He knew the main target was hiding in a palace treasure, untouchable. Unless they were in the core zone where even palace treasures could be breached. Fine, I'll just take these 2 puppets. I can refine and repurpose them, maybe make them useful. He decided, issuing orders to his puppets. Tainan River was far too weak. Against the 6-source puppet, capture was effortless. In a few brief clashes, he was completely subdued, barely able to move. Inside the Lu Jin Hall, Morosa's expression shifted. Master, they've captured Tainan River. Luo Feng's face changed. Tainan River was a world beast warrior. If captured and studied secrets might be uncovered. To prevent that, Morosa would have to detonate him, or they'd have to rescue him. Make a move. We can't be sure if there are others behind this, but now that he has Tainan River we know his position. This is our chance. Luo Feng's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Remember, once we strike we must seize him instantly. No room for error. Luo Feng chose to act because escaping the maze required controlling the mastermind. Morosa pinpoint his location. Have Lao Lu head to Tainan River's position. Prepare for a full assault. Yes, Master, Morosa acknowledged. Luo Feng left the Lujin Hall anchored in place, sent everyone but Morosa into the World Ring, and entered it himself. Morosa carried the ring racing toward Tainan River's location. Morosa possessed the ability to become formless and invisible, concealing his aura so completely that even a 7-source saint couldn't detect him, let alone Jin Yuanzi. Meanwhile, Jin Yuanzi was heading toward Lao Lu with the number 8 puppet. The distance between them closed. Master, he's right ahead. We can strike now. Morosa advanced, silently communicating through the soul link. Get ready. Strike. Luo Feng commanded. Jin Yuanzi remained utterly unaware of Morosa's approach. At Luo Feng's command, 8 domains descended, instantly joined by 3 more from domain treasures, locking Jin Yuanzi in place, denying him any chance to flee into the mist. Lai Yuan Art. Luo Feng's eyes blazed like lightning, unleashing 2 invisible streams of willpower. At the distant black-robed figure aimed straight for Jin Yuanzi's soul. Morosa also erupted with full force, firing a soul illusion from the curved horns atop his head at Jin Yuanzi. It all happened so suddenly. By the time Jin Yuanzi's expression twisted in realization, he was utterly ensnared by the layered domains, barely able to move. But it wasn't over. He looked up to see a colossal star looming before him, followed by a willpower assault crashing into his soul, then a soul illusion. His mind roared, went blank, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Collect! The star tower materialized above Jin Yuanzi, and his body was instantly drawn into it. With Jin Yuanzi unconscious, the 2 puppets, now lacking a master, halted with vacant stares. The surrounding mist gradually dissipated, restoring clarity. Yet the maze formation remained. Luo Feng glanced at the 2 black-armored puppets in the distance, and without hesitation drew them into the star tower as well. Morosa and the other servants retracted their domains, and were also gathered into the tower. Inside the star tower, Luo Feng stood beside Jin Yuanzi's unconscious form, surprised by what he saw. The black-robed figure bore features strikingly similar to an earthling. Some differences, but not many. A human, so similar to earthlings. I never expected to encounter a human. Luo Feng shook his head, feeling no pity despite the man's humanity. He condensed a triangular tower-shaped soul seal, and drove it into Jin Yuanzi's body, where it merged seamlessly with his soul. Wake! Luo Feng sent waves of will into Jin Yuanzi's soul. Wake! Wake! Jin Yuanzi felt a persistent call echoing through his spirit. Where am I? Jin Yuanzi slowly opened his eyes, the recent events flashing through his mind. He rose, taking in his surroundings until his gaze landed on Luo Feng. Master! Upon seeing Luo Feng, a deep familiarity and reverence surged from his soul. Jin Yuanzi greets Master. Jin Yuanzi. Luo Feng regarded him. Was the maze formation outside your doing? Master, I know some formations, but the maze outside wasn't mine. It was the Celestial Master's work. I lack such skill. I see, Luo Feng replied. Jin Yuanzi answered truthfully, his gaze steady. As Celestial Master. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng's expression shifted. Are you saying there's someone else behind this maze formation? Luo Feng stared at Jin Yuanzi, his gaze filled with profound gravity. Master, the one who laid this maze formation was a former master of mine, known as the Celestial Master Yen. He possesses profound expertise in both puppetry and formation arts. The formations he devises are even capable of obliterating any powerhouse below the Divine King level. However, rest assured, Master, I am not his soul slave, so he should not have detected my change. Moreover, he is currently engrossed in inscribing a massive powerful formation, and cannot extricate himself at the moment. Jin Yuanzi replied. Luo Feng felt a wave of lingering fear wash over him, but also breathed a sigh of relief. From Jin Yuanzi's description, it was clear that this Celestial Master Yen was not only a master of puppetry, but also an exceptionally skilled formation master. The mere fact that he could annihilate any powerhouse below the Divine King level with his formations alone was terrifyingly formidable. The good news was that he was currently occupied and couldn't leave, meaning they were safe for now. You should be able to lead us out of this maze region, right? Luo Feng asked. Of course, Master. While the Celestial Master is in seclusion, I am in charge of this entire region, including the maze and the hidden killing formations. Jin Yuanzi explained. There are killing formations here too. Luo Feng was astonished. Master, a maze formation naturally needs to be complemented by killing formations. The entire maze spans 13 light years, and there are 18 killing formations hidden within. Each one must be manually activated to unleash its full destructive potential, with the strongest capable of striking down a high-tier 7-source saint in a single blow. Zhang Yuanzi explained. Luo Feng was shocked. A single blow capable of killing a high-tier 7-source saint was undoubtedly a feat only achievable by a 9-source saint. You mentioned the Celestial Master is currently inscribing a powerful formation. Do you know its purpose? Luo Feng inquired. Master, the Celestial Master didn't disclose its specific purpose to me, but it's likely related to the competition for the floating sand fruit. His goal is probably to trap and capture all the saints within the formation during the contest, then refine them into puppets to build a puppet army. The Celestial Master is also profoundly skilled in the art of puppet refinement. He can easily forge a saint into a puppet of the same level. The 2 puppets you took were crafted from 2 6-source saints. Zhang Yuanzi answered. A puppet army. Luo Feng drew in a sharp breath. During the competition for the floating sand fruit, each floating sand island likely held over 100, even hundreds of saints. This Celestial Master Yan's ambition to capture them all and turn them into puppets was audacious beyond measure. An army of hundreds of saint-level puppets. Even Luo Feng, who dreamed of enslaving others, wouldn't dare to imagine acquiring hundreds. You said these 2 puppets are under your control. The combat power of 2 6-source saints was certainly tempting for Luo Feng. With a wave of his hand, 2 puppets clad in black armor appeared. Master, they are both under my control. As Zhang Yuanzi spoke, a look of indifference flickered in the puppets' eyes, showing a spark of sentience. They lowered their heads towards Luo Feng and let out deep guttural growls. Number 7, Number 8, paying respects to our master. Master, I have 2 more such puppets here. With a wave of his hand, 2 puppets of different appearances appeared beside Zhang Yuanzi, their auras noticeably stronger than Number 7 and Number 8. Master, these are Number 5 and Number 6, both possessing strength comparable to high-tier 6-source saints. Zhang Yuanzi explained with a smile. Simultaneously, Number 5 and Number 6 also turned their gaze upon Luo Feng, giving a slight bow, their voices equally deep. Number 5, Number 6, paying respects to our master. 5, 6, 7, 8. Does that mean there are also numbers 1 through 4? Luo Feng asked. Master, there are also puppets numbered 0 through 4, but they are all under the Celestial Master's control. Number 3 and Number 4 possess high-tier and mid-tier 7-source strength, respectively. Number 1 and Number 2 are high-tier and mid-tier 8-source. As for Number 0, it is the Celestial Master's strongest puppet, possessing strength at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, with virtually no opponents below the Divine King level. Zhang Yuanzi said, a hint of longing even flickering in his eyes. Luo Feng was both astonished and filled with lingering fear. If not for the fact that this Celestial Master Yan was busy with other formations, he would have had to use the life-saving measure given to him by Shadow Divine King this time. Let's go. We need to leave this place immediately. If he discovers something's wrong, we'll be in real trouble. I won't be returning to this floating sand island again. Luo Feng shook his head. The more he learned about this Celestial Master Yan, the more terrifying he seemed. If he found out that Luo Feng had enslaved his subordinate, he would likely make a move, and that would truly be the end. Not daring to linger, Luo Feng retracted the Gilded Palace and had Zhang Yuanzi lead them away. He knew that the Celestial Master would likely soon discover Zhang Yuanzi's departure, so Luo Feng had no intention of staying on this island any longer, and immediately headed for the next one. Although he hadn't managed to enslave Percy of the Bloodwing clan on this trip, he had acquired Zhang Yuanzi, who was skilled in formations along with 4 saint-level puppets at the 6-source tier. Could be considered a bountiful harvest. With this, Luo Feng's team now boasted a total of 6 combatants at the 6-source level, including Morosa, with 2 of them being high-tier 6-source. If they encountered another 6-source saint now, unless they possessed escape methods like Percy's, they would find it difficult to get away. Consequently, Luo Feng felt more confident about venturing deeper into the inner regions. However, even with 6 6-source combatants, this was still not enough to achieve his goals. What saint wouldn't be driven to madness by the effects of the floating sand fruit? Especially those who had been stuck at the 8-source, 9-source, or 10-source realms for eons, they would surely fight with reckless abandon. The deeper one's bottleneck, the more crucial the floating sand fruit becomes. According to past records, seizing the floating sand fruit in the competition requires both strength and luck. Those with overwhelming strength that instills fear in their enemies will naturally claim the treasure. Those without strength can only rely on luck. If they don't encounter someone stronger, they still have a chance to fight for it. But if they run into a 9-source or above expert, they probably won't even get a chance to compete. Without strength at the 8-source level or above one, could only pray for luck to obtain the floating sand fruit. After all, there are a total of 10081 floating sand islands, meaning 10081 floating sand fruits mature at the same time. The stronger experts tend to have an unspoken understanding to spread out across different islands, but with 10081 islands in total, it's impossible for every island to have a saint at the 8-source level or above. As long as there's no saint above the 8-source level on an island, there's an opportunity. To secure the floating sand fruit, Luo Feng would need at least a 7-source or even 8-source saint slave. Enslaving 7-source or 8-source saints was his next goal. The direction Luo Feng was heading deeper into the floating sand sea led to the inner regions, getting closer to the core area. In the inner regions, there were more powerhouses venturing for adventure, and their quality was higher. Those he encountered were mostly at least 5-source level, and he might even run into 7-source or stronger experts. He arrived at the third floating sand island. With the addition of Jin Yuanzi and the 4 6-source saint-level puppets, Luo Feng's enslavement efforts went much smoother. It was on this third island that he finally enslaved his first true mid-tier 6-source saint, Mountain Yu Saint Lord. The Mountain Yu Saint Lord resembled a Qilin beast from Earth's ancient times, exceptionally skilled in defense and speed. Luo Feng had to exhaust almost all his methods to finally subdue him. Fortunately, the Mountain Yu Saint Lord was rather afraid of death, which ultimately allowed Luo Feng to successfully enslave him. However, the second mid-tier 6-source saint possessed powerful life-saving measures, and managed to escape despite being surrounded by Luo Feng's group of slaves. The third, a saint close to the 7-source level, was beaten by Luo Feng's group, but also escaped using incredible life-saving methods. The fourth, also a high-tier 6-source, managed to escape as well. On the third floating sand island there were a total of 4 saints. Luo Feng captured 1 and the other 3 escaped. Luo Feng continued his sweep across the floating sand islands. On the fourth floating sand island Luo Feng captured 2 mid-tier 6-source saints. Of the other 3, 1 self-destructed and 2 escaped. Luo Feng noticed that the saints in the more inner regions were increasingly powerful. Even if his slaves could overpower them, capturing them was proving impossible. He thus began shifting his focus to some of the more peripheral islands, sweeping and enslaving there. And so after sweeping through over a dozen floating sand islands, Luo Feng's team gradually grew. It went from 14 members, not counting the 4 puppets, to 18, and then from 18 to 20. Among them there were a full 10 at the initial 6-source level or above, including Old 6. However, as Luo Feng's slave team grew, subsequent enslavement became increasingly difficult as the saints he encountered grew fewer and fewer. Meanwhile, a terrifying figure began to be rumored throughout the floating sand sea, a human eternal true god with silver wings and a saint-level will. This silver-winged human eternal true god, leading a group of powerful soul slaves, was capturing saints of various races across the floating sand islands and enslaving them. His enslaved team had grown from an initial 7 to nearly 20 now, and it was still growing. News of the silver-winged human eternal true god capturing and enslaving saints spread and fermented. The saints of various races within the floating sand sea went from panic and fear to furious curses, and then some saints began to organize alliances, forming saint teams to counter the silver-winged human eternal true god. Following the emergence of the first team, other weaker saints quickly joined existing teams or formed new ones. Each team boasted no fewer than 20 saints, surpassing the numbers of the silver-winged human eternal true god's group. They shifted from a purely defensive stance to even planning proactive attacks aiming to slay the silver-winged human eternal true god. As more teams formed, some even including 7-source level experts, their intentions changed from killing this human to finding a way to enslave him and seize command of his enslaved army. With these teams assembled, they began a massive manhunt across the floating sand sea, searching for the silver-winged human eternal true god. The silver-winged human eternal true god had become the public enemy of all saints in the floating sand sea. As saints gathered into teams across the islands of the floating sand, the number of saints found on each island dwindled drastically. Some entire islands yielded no saints at all. Luo Feng visited several floating sand islands in a row without finding a single saint, causing his brows to furrow in confusion. Where have all these saints gone? Could some danger be brewing nearby? Luo Feng frowned, unaware that the saints of every race in the floating sand sea were currently scouring the entire region for him. Where exactly is the silver-winged human? Has your team caught any sight of him? No, not yet. Within the floating sand sea, over 10 teams had already assembled. Nearly all saints below the 7th source had joined these groups. Each team maintained contact with the others, ready to form a joint encirclement the moment the silver-winged human was spotted, and then strike him down. On every island we reach, we plant a divine power avatar in a different area. I refuse to believe we won't find him. Move out. Each team boasted over 20, even 30 saints sweeping across one floating sand island after another in a vast, relentless search for the silver-winged human. Among these teams were several saints who had escaped from Luo Feng, such as Yimen Saint Lord and the Bloodwing clans Percy and Huston. Those who had personally witnessed Luo Feng's methods were naturally the most zealous, wishing nothing more than to slay him 1,000 times over. While these teams frantically hunted for Luo Feng, he was simultaneously searching for his own targets across the islands. Yet on island after island he found no sign of his prey. Even during his travels he encountered nothing but sea beasts. Not a single saint in sight. Strange. Why haven't I found a single saint by now? Could they know I'm coming and have gone into hiding? Or has something driven them all away from here? Luo Feng, accompanied only by Morosa and Lao Lu, had already visited several floating sand islands, yet they had not discovered a single saint. Master, many of those who escaped from us before may have spread word of your deeds. It's only natural they'd hide early, Morosa remarked. Luo Feng nodded. Let's head to the next island and take a look. The gilded palace transformed into a beam of golden light, speeding towards the nearest floating sand island. After roughly 6 months of travel, the trio finally reached the next floating sand island. At that moment, within the island upon a massive branch of a floating sand tree, the Guang Saint Lord, who had previously escaped Luo Feng, had left a divine power avatar. The avatar sat cross-legged on the branch, maximizing its ability to detect any trace of the silver-winged human. A palace-type treasure. Guang Saint Lord's gaze shifted, watching a flash of golden light that seemed poised to land on the island. Could it be the silver-winged human? Now that all the saints have united, few act alone. Anyone traveling solo is likely the silver-winged human. Let's go check it out. Guang Saint Lord teleported to follow. As a sixth source high stage saint, his divine power avatar possessed a fraction of his true strength enough to teleport. Inside the gilded palace, Morosa constantly sensed the island's conditions. Master, there's a spatial fluctuation from teleportation. Morosa tensed, pointing in a direction. It's over there. Luo Feng steered the gilded palace rapidly towards the source of the spatial fluctuation. Morosa's divine sense also spread outwards. Master, it's a saint, but only a divine power avatar. Morosa easily perceived Guang Saint Lord. Just a divine power avatar. Luo Feng frowned. Could they really be hiding because of us? Leaving only avatars to stand guard. Meanwhile, the newly teleported Guang Saint Lord also sensed the golden light approaching him. Suddenly, Guang Saint Lord felt a familiar divine sense sweep over him. His initial caution turned to delight. It's the silver-winged human and his group. That divine sense belongs to one of his servants. With that thought, he immediately transmitted the information of the silver-winged human's appearance on this island to every team. Silver-winged human, let's see how you escape this time. Guang Saint Lord revealed a sinister smile. As he sent the message, the nearest teams began converging on his location, a journey of about 10 days. If he could keep the target in sight for those 10 days, then the silver-winged human's doom would be sealed. He's changing course, heading into the island. Guang Saint Lord noticed the Golden Palace treasure ignoring him and flying directly towards the island's interior. Follow him. Guang Saint Lord trailed cautiously behind. Inside the Gilded Palace, Luo Feng and Morosa, with Morosa's senses, scanning the entire island, searched for other saints. Master, that saint's avatar is following us. Morosa noted the avatar keeping pace at a distance. Following us? Luo Feng frowned. Is he trying to reveal our position to others? Ignore him. Let him follow if he wants. A mere avatar poses no threat. Luo Feng paid it no mind, unaware that the other saints had already allied to destroy him. After searching the entire island, he found no trace of any saint. How strange. Could they be monitoring me and fleeing before I even arrive? Luo Feng was frustrated. He had been focusing on islands in the outer regions where saints were generally weaker and easier for him to capture. He wasn't yet confident in dealing with those above the 8th source in the inner regions. Let's check the next island. I refuse to believe they've all truly gone into hiding. With that, Luo Feng piloted the Gilded Palace, departing the floating sand island. In the distance, Guang Saint Lord kept his lock on Luo Feng's group. Leaving. He quickly followed, but then his face lit up with immense joy. Taboo, the silver-winged human, is heading your way. You must intercept him. I've informed the other teams as well. This silver-winged human is as good as dead. Guang Saint Lord was ecstatic. The direction the silver-winged human was taking was exactly where the first teams he had notified were coming from. On the other side, across the airspace of the floating sand sea, a team of 33 saints was advancing in full force. These saints of various alien races were of all shapes and sizes, each radiating immense power. The weakest were at the 5th source level, while the strongest reached the 7th source. Everyone, I've just confirmed with Guang Saint Lord. The silver-winged human is heading straight for us. We'll meet in 3 days. Even if he hides in that saint-level palace treasure, unless it's a peak saint-level or God King treasure, our combined forces can shatter it. If it's a peak saint-level treasure, we can't break, we'll trap him, and his treasure force him into the deadly zones of the inner regions. We absolutely cannot let him escape. Taboo's voice boomed. Silver-winged human, you are doomed this time. He's a plague to all, he must be eradicated. An eternal true god relying on his powerful will to openly capture and enslave saints is a challenge to every saint in the floating sand sea. This silver-winged human cannot be allowed to live. Knowing they were about to meet the silver-winged human, the gathered saints were both secretly thrilled and gnashing their teeth, especially the 5th and 6th source saints, who wished to kill him 1,000 times over. Inside the Gilded Palace, Luo Feng calmly gazed out at the boundless sea. Although he hadn't found any saints recently, it didn't dampen his spirits. There were only so many floating sand islands. He doubted the saints could hide forever. They would have to come out eventually, and he would be there to hunt them. A few more islands. If I still find nothing, I'll take a break and head to the outer regions to practice on the weaker saints. Luo Feng swirled the wine in his cup, thinking to himself. The Gilded Palace sped forward at thousands of times the speed of light. The journey was eerily peaceful, with not even a sea beast in sight. Unaware of the impending crisis, Luo Feng and his companions were caught off guard when a powerful divine sense suddenly swept over them. Master, a divine sense just swept over us. Morosa warned. Luo Feng nodded. Stay alert. Not long after another divine sense swept over, and then the entire area was saturated with it. Master, the divine sense isn't retracting. They might be targeting us. Morosa cautioned again. Targeting us? Luo Feng grinned. It's been a while since I've encountered a saint. If they're offering themselves up, who are we to refuse? Can you gauge their strength? Master, based on the intensity of the divine sense, they're likely at the 7th source level. And it feels like there are 2 of them. Morosa sensed 2 distinct divine senses. 2 7th source saints. Worth a try. Luo Feng felt a flicker of anticipation but no fear. On the other side, within the massive team of 30+ saints, the 2 7th source saints both grinned. Everyone, the silver-winged human's position is confirmed. He's heading our way at 3,400 times the speed of light. We just need to teleport together to this point, and we'll have him surrounded. One of the 7th source saints traced a map in the air with his divine power marking the location. Everyone, let's move out. He continued, his figure vanishing from sight first. Then whoosh whoosh whoosh. The other saints all teleported away, almost simultaneously disappearing from their spots. In the span of a breath, the formidable team of 30+ saints was gone. Luo Feng piloted the gilded palace forward. Suddenly a figure appeared ahead, followed by another and another. In an instant 33 figures materialized. The entire space was instantly sealed. 33 layers of chaos domains stacked upon each other, forming a terrifyingly oppressive chaos region. Luo Feng's gilded palace was caught in it, forcibly slowed down until it was completely locked within the chaos domain. Stunned by the sudden turn of events, Luo Feng's face darkened with immense displeasure. What is this? No matter how Luo Feng manipulated the gilded palace, it remained utterly immobile under the suppression of the 30+ layers of chaos domain. This is troublesome. Luo Feng's expression darkened. He had never imagined that so many saints would appear at once, and clearly they all bore hostile intentions. Morosa felt a chill of fear looking at the saints encircling them outside. Even though Luo Feng had over 20 servants, none were at the 7 origin level and only 10 were at the 6 origin level. In contrast, outside, all 33 saints were mostly above the 6 origin level, with even 2 at the 7 origin level. Human, come out and face your death. A voice shouted from outside. Fellow Taoists, could there be some misunderstanding here? Luo Feng spoke out as well. Misunderstanding? Suddenly laughter echoed. Human, do you recognize me? Luo Feng's gaze fell upon a tall alien creature with 4 arms, 2 legs, and 3 eyes, its entire body covered in purple scales. It's you! Luo Feng felt a sense of familiarity. This saint was one of the high-level 5 origin saints who had escaped from him. He possessed a fleeing secret art similar to the Bloodwing clan's Percy, sacrificing his outer scales to transform into a flash of purple light to escape. Human, do you not know that capturing and enslaving saints of various races wantonly is a taboo? A voice came through. Stop wasting words with him. Let's join forces and shatter his palace. The entire floating sand sea wants him dead, so he cannot live. Another fierce voice sounded. Right, no need for more talk with him. An eternal true God relying on a saints will dares to oppose all saints. It would be a joke if we couldn't kill him. Let's act. Smash his old turtle shell together. The words of the 33 saints were utterly undisguised, and Luo Feng's face turned extremely grim as he listened. So this was why he hadn't found a single saint. They had all united searching for him throughout the floating sand sea. He had treated other saints as prey, but now that the prey had united, he had become the hunted. This is truly a big problem now. Luo Feng shook his head. With over 30 saints of the 5 origin level and above united, even with his 20 saint servants, he dared not entertain the slightest thought of resistance. Moreover, from their conversations he learned there were other allied groups besides these 33. Master, they probably can't destroy the gilded palace, Morosa whispered. They could send us into a death zone. Luo Feng shook his head. The gilded palace was a peak saint-level treasure capable of resisting both soul and physical attacks, unbreakable, even by most god kings. However, this was the floating sand sea where certain perilous core regions might be able to shatter it. Of course, Luo Feng had the Star Tower and wasn't afraid, but what he feared was being trapped and unable to escape from a death zone even with the Star Tower. That would be the most unacceptable outcome. Some formidable death zones could trap even god kings, let alone an eternal true god like himself. The only thing he could do now was pray that the floating sand sea had no such death zones. Luo Feng, Morosa, and Lao Lu all looked outside. At this moment, the 33 saints had finished preparing their most powerful attacks. Attack! As the command fell, all 33 saints unleashed their strongest attacks simultaneously. Some swung a blade, some hurled a spear, some loosed an arrow from a fully drawn bow, some smashed down with a giant staff. Each attack carrying an irresistible force struck precisely the same spot on the gilded palace at the exact same moment. Boom! A blinding light erupted at the point of impact, followed by an earth-shattering sound of collision. The gilded palace trembled, then transformed into a streak of golden light, sent flying uncontrollably, finally coming to a stop over 1,000,000 kilometers away under the suppression of the chaos domain. The sheer force required to send it flying 1,000,000 kilometers against such resistance spoke volumes about the power of that attack. Inside the palace, Luo Feng felt it being hurled backward beyond his control, the intense vibrations easily perceptible within. However, as a peak saint-level treasure, the Gilded Palace remained undamaged by this strike. "We blocked that one," Luo Feng said without any hint of joy. A peak saint-level treasure could not be destroyed by most god kings, let alone a combined attack from 33 saints. Although powerful, it was far from reaching the level of a god king's strike. Morosa's heart also felt heavy. Outside, the group of saints had already caught up. Seeing the Gilded Palace completely unscathed, it seemed this outcome was within their expectations. This palace treasure is at least high-grade saint level, possibly even peak saint level. "We'll have to wait for the other groups to arrive and try again." A 7-origin saint alien spoke. "If it's a peak saint level treasure, even all our groups combined might not be able to shatter it. We'll have to send him into a death zone. Some of the death zones in the core region should be able to crush even a peak saint level treasure. He's doomed. I've never heard of an eternal true god achieving such a feat. Even in death he should be proud. If we can't shatter his palace treasure, it's a pity that his treasures will be destroyed along with him." The 33 saints continued to encircle the Gilded Palace, conversing without haste. They had already contacted the other groups. Within a few months at most, all forces would gather, and their combined strike would definitely match a god king's attack, shattering even high-grade saint-level treasures. Inside the Gilded Palace, Luo Feng was deeply troubled. He could almost foresee being sent into a death zone in the core region. Whether he could escape was a huge question. If trapped, he might have to seek help from the Shadow God King. Time passed. In less than a month, a second group of a full 29 saints arrived with great fanfare. Attack! A combined attack from 62 saints struck the Gilded Palace, sending it tumbling and roaring away, but still it remained undamaged. If one strike didn't break it, they would wait. The saints present were patient. Before long, another group arrived, bringing the total number of saints to nearly 100. Yet even their combined strike failed to shake the Gilded Palace. Group after group arrived. After 7 months, the final 2 groups arrived one after another. Now surrounding the Gilded Palace, there were a total of 307 saints. Mostly at the 5 and 6 origin levels, with a few at the 4 and 7 origin levels. Luo Feng looked at the diverse array of powerful saints and felt as if he couldn't breathe. Gathering so many saints at once was a scene he had never witnessed before. All these saints gathered just to deal with me, an eternal true god. It seems I've truly earned their hatred. I'll need to be more low-key in the future. Luo Feng's scalp tingled. If not for the Star Tower, he would have long since fled using the life-saving treasure given by the Shadow God King. At this moment, Luo Feng didn't even dare to trust the Gilded Palace anymore. He took out the Star Tower and hid inside it. The combined force of over 300 saints, though only mid-tier in the Saint realm individually, could surely reach the power of a God King's strike. Attack! All 307 saints erupted with their strongest attacks simultaneously. Each attack, bearing an unstoppable momentum, struck the exact same spot on the Gilded Palace at the same instant. Under the assault, the palace's hidden defensive runes were automatically activated, each one flashing brightly, as if resisting the immense impact. Boom! A dazzling light like a blazing sun burst forth with a thunderous roar, and the massive Gilded Palace was sent flying uncontrollably through the layers of Chaos Domain. Inside the Gilded Palace, the very space trembled with the shockwaves ripples spreading through its internal dimensions. Yet even against such a powerful strike, the Gilded Palace seemed largely unharmed, only a faint mark left at the point of impact. What? It actually withstood it without any real damage. Many found this hard to accept. The combined attack of over 300 saints was certainly comparable to an average God King's strike, yet it had only left a negligible mark. It seems this Golden Palace is a peak saint-level treasure. There's no other way. We'll have to send him to a core death zone. With the power of those zones, even a peak saint-level treasure should be unable to withstand it. A 7-origin mid-level alien saint spoke solemnly. He himself didn't possess a peak saint-level palace treasure, yet it appeared on a human eternal true god, causing a pang of imbalance in his heart. It seems we have no choice. The other saints nodded in agreement. Regardless, the silver-winged human must die, or any one of us could become his sole slave. I suggest we send him to the Tidal Abyss. Only there can we be absolutely certain of his demise. Right? The Tidal Abyss in the Core Sea is a place where even God Kings can fall. He's doomed. But to send him there, if we encounter a sea tide on the way, do you think our strength can ensure our survival? Unless one is an 8-origin saint, there's no chance of survival in such tides. I don't think it's worth the risk just to kill an eternal true god. The saint hesitated. As soon as the words were spoken, the others fell silent. Sea tides were rare in the outer regions, but they were more common in the inner regions. Near the Tidal Abyss, encountering one was almost certain. It could be said that any saint below the 8 origin level who ventured near the Tidal Abyss was practically doomed. How about this? We take him to the 1,000-wave sea, find a hurricane, and send him into its range. The grinding force inside a hurricane should be enough to shatter a peak saint-level treasure, ensuring his death. A 7 origin saint spoke, breaking the brief silence. The thousand-wave sea should be the best choice. The typhoon's power is immense, but it follows a predictable path. If we send him into the typhoon zone, he will surely die. The other 7 source sacred realms nodded in agreement. The true destructive force of the typhoons within the floating sand sea was in fact not inferior to the tides. However, it was the tides with their eerie unpredictability and sudden appearances that had earned the reputation of being the most feared peril within the sea. Soon all the sacred realm powerhouses unanimously passed the resolution to send the silver-winged human to the thousand-wave sea and cast him into the typhoon's range. The chaotic domains of over 300 sacred realm powerhouses directly enveloped the gilt gold palace, making no attempt at concealment. Their momentum was immense as they began their flight towards the inner regions of the floating sand sea. Some powerful sacred realm beings active in the inner domain or the sea beasts of the floating sand sea were shaken by the sight of such a massive gathering of sacred realm powerhouses. Some were so terrified they fled far away. Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating. These inner domain sacred realms and sea beasts are scared witless. So what if it's the inner domain? We can still dominate here. Sacred realm powerhouses who had never dared to venture into the inner domain before experienced its scenery, for the first time feeling quite pleased. Inside the gilt gold palace, Luo Feng could only advance with their domains powerless to resist. Within the floating sand sea there are several famous deadly regions. Although the thousand-wave sea is dangerous, it doesn't trap people, which is much better than the tide abyss. Luo Feng, however, felt secretly relieved. Although the typhoon's grinding force within the floating sand sea was formidable, he had found no records in historical texts of them ever destroying a god-king level treasure. As long as he hid within the star tower, he need not fear the typhoon. However, until the typhoon dissipated, he might have to drift across the sea for an incredibly long time. The journey took a total of 11 years of flight, finally arriving at the thousand-wave sea in the core inner domain of the floating sand sea. The thousand-wave sea was renowned for its turbulent waves and the perilous swells that raged year-round. Typhoons could be seen here every year, and the surrounding waves rose one after another like 1,000 layers stacked upon each other, forming incredibly dangerous swells. Here one could witness waves reaching millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of kilometers high, and even spanning light years. Even a fraction of the power of some waves was enough to crush a sacred realm powerhouse below the 6-source level. Of course, the most perilous thing here was the typhoon. Its power was unmatched, widely acknowledged as the most lethal force within the floating sand sea. Even god-kings had to yield before some of the stronger typhoons. Luo Feng felt the towering waves around him. Even inside the gilt gold palace, he could sense a suffocating pressure. Any single wave striking his body would likely annihilate a large portion of his divine body. The thousand-wave sea is indeed dangerous, Luo Feng sighed. Gazing at the surging waves, he saw no sign of a typhoon and knew he would have to wait. He waited for 4 months. By then the surrounding waves had grown even more violent, and colossal waves, spanning hundreds of millions of kilometers, began to appear continuously. A typhoon is forming. It will reach this area within a month. Among the 300-plus sacred realm powerhouses, some 7 source sacred realms, whose divine sense was vast, had already detected the typhoon's location. The typhoon is coming. The other sacred realm powerhouses were both excited and solemn. The powerful typhoons of the floating sand sea could make even god-kings yield, let alone them. Their plan was simply to wait for the typhoon to arrive, then use their combined domain forces to blast the gilt gold palace into its range. The typhoon's area had a devouring effect. Everything within it would be pulled towards the core, where the overwhelming grinding force could shred even peak saint-level treasures. After waiting for a few days, boom, 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 the storm here intensified, whipping up towering waves that crashed against each other, producing deafening roars. The typhoon is coming. In that region, even my divine sense cannot penetrate the grinding force of the wind. The leading 7-source sacred realm said with a grave expression, "The typhoon is about to enter our domain's range. Let us attack together now and send the human over faster. Everyone get ready. Attack. Die human." Boom. Various physical attacks struck the gilt gold palace at the same point, sending the entire structure tumbling away in a blinding flash of golden light. With the added propulsion of multiple domains, its speed far surpassed 100 times the speed of light. Inside the gilt gold palace, Luo Feng had already hidden within the star tower. Within moments he sensed the gilt gold palace being thrust into a violent storm zone. The wind force here was ferocious and raging. Each gust was so powerful that even a 6-source sacred realm would be instantly torn apart. After the residual force of the 300-plus sacred realms attack faded, Luo Feng tried to stabilize the gilt gold palace, but found he couldn't control it at all. The storm's power was so immense that the palace was being tossed about uncontrollably. "I need to put the gilt gold palace away. It would be a great loss if it gets destroyed." Luo Feng maneuvered the star tower out of the gilt gold palace and, seizing the opportunity, recalled the gilt gold palace into the star tower. As a god-king level treasure, the star tower could withstand even the typhoon. Millions of kilometers away, Luo Feng could see with his naked eye a colossal tornado several light years high raging forward. Its upper end was completely within the endless thunder domain above, pulling countless lightning bolts into its vortex. The lower end connected to the sea surface of the floating sand sea, churning up waves over a light-year high in a violent surging frenzy. This was the most powerful typhoon Luo Feng had ever encountered in his life. Seeing it, he felt as if he couldn't breathe. The star tower transformed into a grain of sand, buffeted by the wind within the storm zone, rapidly being pulled towards the typhoon's center. Meanwhile, on the other side, that human is certainly dead. The typhoon is coming, let's go. The 300-plus Sacred Realm powerhouses glanced at the gilt gold palace already sent into the typhoon's range, exchanged looks, and silently nodded. Then, as previously agreed, they continued to travel together in a group to leave wary of the dangers of the inner domain's sea beasts. Once trapped in the typhoon zone, one would eventually be pulled into the core. In their view, the silver-winged human had a greater than 99 chance of dying. The typhoon raged mercilessly across the sea. Luo Feng hid inside the star tower, but the tower was like dust in the wind, completely beyond his control. Luo Feng could clearly feel the grinding force outside the star tower, which had already surpassed the combined force of the 300 Sacred Realms' attack. He even tried to extend his divine sense, but the typhoon's power ruthlessly shredded even that. Without the star tower, I would surely die this time. I wonder where this typhoon will end up, and when it will dissipate. Luo Feng thought to himself. Until the typhoon dissipated, he could only drift with the wind. As for when the typhoon would dissipate, Luo Feng had no idea. It could be 10,000 years, a million years, a billion years, or even a billion epochs or 10 billion epochs. The entire floating sand sea spanned hundreds of billions of light years. Unlike the tides, which only appeared in the inner domain, typhoons could also be seen in the outer domain. The typhoons in the outer domain originated in the inner domain and gradually migrated outwards. Waiting for the typhoon to dissipate would likely take an incredibly long time. However, with the star tower being within the typhoon's range was actually relatively safe. As long as the typhoon didn't drift into the tide abyss, Luo Feng didn't mind. Until the typhoon dissipated, he would treat it as a period of seclusion and cultivation. Luo Feng had captured many Sacred Realm slaves. Each of them could serve as his teacher in law fusion. With repeated sparring sessions with these Sacred Realms and the primordial steels within the primordial universe's source ocean for reference, Luo Feng was steadily advancing in his law fusion. He even felt that his fusion of the 5 elements laws was leaning closer to perfection, taking another step towards completeness. Previously, when Luo Feng comprehended within the Chaotic Stele, he had already traversed most of the path from great accomplishment to perfection in 5 elements fusion. Now, after a long period of enlightenment and fusion, he was one step closer to the perfection of 5 elements fusion. As the typhoon raged and wandered across the floating sand sea, Luo Feng continuously sparred with his slaves and fused laws, completely immersed in cultivation. Time flowed on. 10,000 years passed, 10 million years passed, a billion years passed. Yet the typhoon showed no clear signs of dissipating. Luo Feng even began to wonder if the typhoon would ever dissipate, so he devoted himself entirely to cultivation. Immersed in cultivation, a billion epochs passed quickly for Luo Feng. Within the inheritance space, countless billions of epochs had passed. Luo Feng's 5 elements law fusion had finally reached the stage of 5 elements perfection. Luo Feng discovered that the fusion of just the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, was somewhat similar to the chaotic law, yet it lacked something. The 5 elements laws were the primary components of the chaotic law. Of course, time, space, wind, light, and lightning also originated from chaos. One would need to integrate these other 5 laws into the 5 elements to truly achieve chaos. Of course, after achieving 5 elements perfection, integrating the other laws would be somewhat easier. According to the chaotic stele created by the Yushan God King, Luo Feng had a clear path for subsequent law fusion. Fusing into the chaotic law was merely a matter of time. With 5 elements perfection, I can now fuse 3 other laws. Even without incorporating the mysteries of destruction, my saber techniques can easily reach the 8th stage of Eternal True God. If I fuse 2 more source mysteries, I can easily reach the pinnacle 9th stage, which is equivalent to the level of a low tier 1 source sacred realm. Luo Feng could feel that his overall strength had greatly improved. Before fusing the 5 elements, Luo Feng's saber techniques could barely reach the upper mid 9th stage but couldn't achieve the pinnacle 9th stage. Now he could easily create a pinnacle 9th stage saber technique, and with more time could even create a 10th stage one. This progress was qualitative. Combined with the chaotic gold wings and the blood shadow war blade, Luo Feng's strength was even greater, rivaling a 2-source sacred realm. The typhoon is weakening. Luo Feng's heart stirred. Immersed in cultivation, he hadn't noticed that the typhoon had drifted to the outermost regions of the floating sand sea. Compared to a billion epochs ago, the typhoon was now countless times smaller. Even a 4-source sacred realm could easily withstand the grinding force at its core. The timing is just right. Luo Feng revealed a smile. Luo Feng felt the power of the hurricane outside, yet the star tower was already under his complete control. Let's go. The star tower, now the size of a grain of sand, transformed into an unremarkable streak of light, shooting outward from the hurricane, and quickly escaping its range of influence. Over a billion epochs, this hurricane has lasted an incredibly long time. Luo Feng glanced back at the hurricane, now reduced to less than 10 million kilometers in height, and sighed with emotion. He had emerged unscathed alive. However, this ordeal convinced Luo Feng to adopt a low profile, though he still intended to enslave the saints. If they discover I'm alive, they'll likely guess I possess a god-king level treasure. It seems I'll need to operate under a different identity. As he spoke, Luo Feng transformed himself. His silver war robe turned gold, and his appearance changed drastically, making him look like a completely different person with a different aura and presence. Now Luo Feng's face was more handsome and sharply defined, his whole being like a sharp blade, exuding an air of proud solitude. The ability to be formless and traceless proved immensely useful. Beside him, Morosa also transformed, now clad in a suit of black battle armor. Previously a burly, simple-looking figure in silver armor, he was now slender, reserved, and dark-clad. His entire demeanor had shifted from his former honest shyness. To Luo Feng he now bore a slight resemblance to a human Ice Peak true god, and his cold aura seemed to match Luo Feng's own current icy disposition. Master! Morosa's tone was completely different from before. Haha, good. In this form, even if we stood before those saints, they wouldn't recognize us. Luo Feng laughed. Both master and servant possessed the formless and traceless ability, allowing them to change not only their auras but also their divine power effortlessly. Unless someone probed their souls, even a god-king would find it hard to distinguish them. With a wave of his hand, Luo Feng summoned his 19 servants into the Star Tower. When they looked up at Luo Feng and Morosa, they were stunned. If not for their absolute soul-bound obedience, they wouldn't have believed the golden-robed human before them was their master. Master, if not for our soul connection, I doubt I would have recognized you. One of the servants spoke up. Haha, they would never have guessed I could make a comeback. Luo Feng smiled. Soon you will have your chance to act. I plan to build an army of saints so powerful that they won't even dare to unite against us. When that time comes, we'll be able to roam the entire floating sand sea unchallenged. Luo Feng harbored a grudge. 307 saints had cast him into that hurricane. Without the Star Tower, he would have been dead beyond any doubt. Such a grievance was akin to murder. Luo Feng was not one to hold petty grudges, but he would definitely avenge a murder attempt. Otherwise they might think an eternal true god like him was easy to bully. Revenge. Master is formidable. We will follow Master's orders unto death. The servants were also stirred, genuinely supporting Luo Feng. If he could dominate the floating sand sea, they would feel immensely proud. Upon reaching the outer region, Luo Feng switched the Star Tower back to the Gilt Gold Palace, though he also altered its appearance, so it couldn't be recognized as the same treasure by sight alone. The Gilt Gold Palace sped across the sea. At this moment, roughly 6 light-years ahead in Luo Feng's path, a palace-type treasure had been suspended in the void for countless eons. Inside the palace, a strange-looking alien reclined on a slanted chair. With 6 fingers on each hand, it idly spun and played with 2 black orbs. The alien had grayish-brown skin, long limbs, and a round, bulging belly. Its facial features were bizarre and quite distinct from a human's. Strangely, its head was adorned with tentacle-like appendages, each tipped with a small, glowing red orb. He was a mid-level 5 origin saint named Yanma True Master, one of Milihua Palace Master's friends. He had lingered in the outer region for billions of epochs, searching for the human known as Galaxy. Initially he had scoured the entire outer region but hadn't found a single trace of Galaxy. Eventually he decided to set up a base here, enlisting the help of many eternal true gods, especially those from the Yushan Empire, to aid in his search. He kept his palace in the void, and whenever an eternal true god passed by he would seize them, question them, and then promise them rewards, gaining another eye to help find his target. Nearly all the eternal true gods in this area were searching for the human Galaxy. Where in the world did Galaxy go? The 5 of us have searched most of the outer region without finding a single trace. Could an eternal true god have gone to Floating Sand Island? Yanma True Master pondered, having waited here for billions of epochs without success. Of course he remained completely unaware of the events unfolding in the inner region. After all, there was a vast distance from here to Floating Sand Island, and events there were irrelevant to the outer region. Billions of epochs ago, after the human was sent into the hurricane, the news stopped spreading, and naturally never reached the outer regions. I might as well wait a bit longer. There's still a long time until the floating sand fruits mature. I have to wait anyway. Staying here might even allow me to encounter the human Galaxy, and earn a hefty bounty from that woman Milihua. Yanma True Master fiddled with his stone orbs. After all, 2 pinnacle saint-level treasures were a tremendous temptation for any saint. The Gilt Gold Palace continued to advance rapidly. A distance of 6 light-years was only about half a day's travel at over 3,000 times the speed of light. Inside the Gilt Gold Palace, Morosa kept his divine sense alert, scanning the surrounding area. A cold smile suddenly appeared on Morosa's face. Master, it seems we've encountered a 5 origin saint right after emerging from the hurricane. Oh! Luo Feng also smiled. Well then, we can't let him get away. A 5 origin saint was something Morosa alone could handle now. With resources provided by over 20 saints and growth over billions of epochs, Morosa's strength had increased significantly. Even without revealing his true form, he could now unleash combat power comparable to a high-level 5 origin, or even a low-level 6 origin saint, a whole tier or more above his previous level. He won't escape. Morosa grinned. His domain of the world had already enveloped a region spanning 20 light-years, naturally including the area where Yanma True Master was located. Simultaneously, Morosa teleported his divine power enveloping Luo Feng as they arrived near the sea area where Yanma True Master was. Who are you? Feeling the suppression of the domain of the world, Yanma True Master immediately became alert. He released his chaos domain and noticed the teleporting gilt gold palace. Two figures emerged from the gilt gold palace, one in gold and one in black, both resembling humans. Yanma True Master couldn't gauge the black figure's strength, but the golden human didn't seem to be a saint. An eternal true god accompanied by a saint stronger than me. What kind of background does this human have? I have no grudge against him, so he probably won't attack me. Noticing the black-armored saint seemed deferential to the golden-robed man, Yanma True Master speculated, then smiled. Esteemed one, how should I address you? We don't know each other, so there shouldn't be any enmity between us. Though Yanma True Master's smile was somewhat terrifying, he intended to convey goodwill. Luo Feng smiled and mocked. In the floating sand sea, anyone who competes for the floating sand fruits is my enemy. So there is indeed enmity between us. You are an enemy of me, Galaxy. Yanma True Master's smile gradually froze. Galaxy? Isn't this the one he'd been searching for all along? You are Galaxy. A cold glint flashed in Yanma True Master's dim eyes. Then he suddenly laughed, his smile growing more ferocious. No wonder I couldn't find you all this time. So you changed your appearance. If you are indeed Galaxy, then we certainly have a grudge, and you are an enemy of me, Yanma. Die! Yanma True Master's eyes suddenly glowed with a faint red light. Staring intently at Luo Feng, the small orbs at the tips of the tentacles on his head blazed with intense red light. A sudden soul attack shot across the intervening distance and struck Luo Feng. Luo Feng frowned slightly, then closed his eyes, a brief flicker of discomfort crossing his face. Almost instantly, he opened his eyes again, and a grin spread across his face, revealing his white teeth. A sneak attack, though your soul attack seems rather unimpressive. With a will nearing the saint limit and protected by the God King level star tower guarding his soul, Luo Feng could likely withstand even a God King soul attack, let alone one from a saint. Unless a saint possessed God King level willpower and powerful soul illusions, it would be nearly impossible to shake Luo Feng. You? How is this possible? You're unaffected. Yanma True Master couldn't believe it. He possessed top-tier saint-level willpower and excelled in soul attacks. Even Milihua, Palace Master, who specialized in soul illusions, was inferior to him in this regard. Yet he couldn't affect an eternal true god. Now it's my turn. Morosa stared coldly at Yanma True Master, then transformed into a streak of black light charging at him. With his increased power, Morosa's domain of the world was now strong enough to completely suppress Yanma True Master's chaos domain. With this domain advantage, Morosa moved with incredible speed, closing the distance between them almost instantly and reaching Yanma True Master's side. Wielding the Xiaoyao, Morosa, now near the 6 origin threshold, possessed exceptionally formidable strength. Seeing Morosa charging, Yanma True Master retreated rapidly, while hurling his 2 black stone orbs. The orbs transformed into 2 massive stars, hurtling directly towards Morosa. Boom! With a single strike of his staff, Morosa sent both massive stars flying completely unaffected in his pursuit. Yanma True Master's expression turned grim. He specialized in soul attacks. Though his cultivation was at the mid-5 origin stage, his close combat abilities were significantly weaker compared to others at the same level. Now facing an opponent with power approaching the low 6 origin stage, he was vastly outmatched. However, he doubted this high-level 5 origin saint could withstand his soul attack. Staring intently at Morosa, he launched his soul attack secret art once more. However, Morosa's will was even stronger than Luo Feng's, having reached the peak limit for saints. Though he lacked a soul-type treasure, he easily weathered the soul attack. Morosa only paused for a brief moment before fully recovering. Now try mine. Morosa grinned, and from his eyes shot 2 ethereal arrows that struck Yanma True Master directly. Ah! Morosa's soul attack was even more potent than his own demonic arts. Despite his peak saint-level willpower and his ordinary saint-level soul-protecting treasure, his mind went utterly blank, a roaring in his ears, as if his very soul were being torn asunder, racked with searing, rending agony. With a boom, Morosa's staff struck the body of the Yen Demon True Master with ease. Torrential power surged directly into his body. Even with the armor's weakening effect, roughly 30% of its might remained, ceaselessly annihilating the True Master's divine body. Get away! Get away! The Yen Demon True Master's soul roared, repeatedly trying to break free from the stupor. But by the time he regained his senses, Morosa's staff had long since struck him. Under the ravaging torrent of divine power, his divine body was instantly annihilated by 18%. Impossible! The Yen Demon True Master was utterly stunned. Terrified, he didn't dare think further and immediately chose to flee. Run! That was his only thought now. What kind of monster is this? Its soul attack is so terrifying, and its close combat prowess is equally dreadful. The Yen Demon True Master didn't dare harbor the slightest thought of resistance. His divine power was fully ablaze, the root-like tendrils on his head dancing wildly, radiating a blazing crimson light. He seemed to have activated some secret technique, his speed slightly faster than before. Yet, under the suppression of the boundary domain and Morosa's continuous soul illusions, how could his speed possibly outmatch Morosa's? Morosa caught up in an instant. You cannot escape. If you don't wish to die, then submit. Morosa's icy voice exploded within the Yen Demon True Master's mind. Submit. In your dreams. I, the Yen Demon True Master, have lived for endless eons, long prepared for my fall. If you have the ability, then kill me. A frantic piercing roar erupted from the Yen Demon True Master's mouth. He truly did not fear death. He had been stuck at the mid-stage of the five sources for eons, and had come here to gamble for a chance at the floating sand fruit, prepared for his own demise. Luo Feng frowned. Morosa, let's strike together using our willpower secret arts to plunge him into deep slumber, denying him any chance to self-destruct. Luo Feng's voice transmitted into Morosa's mind. Yes, master. Morosa sent back his reply. As Luo Feng stared at the Yen Demon True Master, executing the Lai Yuan art, Morosa's eyes likewise shot out two streams of ethereal willpower assault, directly penetrating the True Master's body. Two willpower assaults, their might absolutely doubled. The Yen Demon True Master had just begun to snarl in contempt, when in that instant, he saw a colossal divine eye planet. He seemed instantly dazed. The two powerful willpower assaults directly shattered his consciousness, plunging him into a coma. Absorb! The Star Tower appeared above the Yen Demon True Master, directly collecting him into its sealed space. Being absorbed into the Star Tower signified the True Master's fate, to become Luo Feng's servant. When the Yen Demon True Master regained consciousness, his expression upon seeing Luo Feng was completely different, filled only with reverence and admiration from the depths of his soul. From this day forth you are the 21st servant under my galaxy command. Luo Feng looked at the Yen Demon True Master with indifference. Yes, master. The Yen Demon True Master said with utmost respect. Master, I know of a saint named Palace Master Milihua. She was willing to trade 2 peak saint-level treasures for your life. Currently within the floating sand sea, there are 4 saints searching for you, their goal being to kill you. Luo Feng couldn't help but frown. Palace Master Milihua again, truly a lingering nuisance. But the current Luo Feng held no fear of her whatsoever. If she dared to appear in the floating sand sea, he could casually deal with her. Do you know the locations of the others? Since they want to kill me, I'll deliver myself to their doorstep, and see if they have the capability. Luo Feng sneered coldly. He couldn't enslave saints within the floating sand islands, but unexpectedly there were a few delivering themselves in the outer domain. Master, I roughly know their positions. However, 2 of them are stronger than me, being at the 6 sources saint level. The Yen Demon True Master said. That suits me perfectly. Luo Feng smiled. Then I shall lead the way for you, master. The Yen Demon True Master naturally also looked forward to his master's power growing stronger. And so under the Yen Demon's lead, Luo Feng began his hunting operations in the outer domain. Sometimes fate is truly wondrous. The hunter seeks the prey only to find himself becoming the prey of his quarry. With the Yen Demon True Master guiding them, the 4 saints were each easily broken through. Unfortunately, Luo Feng only managed to successfully enslave 3 of them. One 6 sources saint possessing incredibly strong willpower resisted the soul attack and ultimately chose to self-destruct, preferring death over servitude. Luo Feng's servant count increased to 24, with the 6 sources saints accounting for over half of the combat power. The only pity was that so far, he had not successfully enslaved a single 7 sources level saint. Over 20 saints combined could rival a saint of the 8 sources level, yet, using them to capture a 7 sources saint was an extremely difficult task. Firstly, 7 sources saints generally lived for eons, possessing extremely strong willpower, mostly at the peak or limit of saint level. Secondly, most who reach the 7 sources level also possess saint level soul defense treasures, making it incredibly difficult to knock them unconscious. Thirdly, these old-timers have mostly come to terms with life and death, preferring self-destruction over submission. To enslave them, one would have to suppress them within the Star Tower. To securely contend for a floating sand fruit, I probably need a saint servant of the 7 sources level or above. Luo Feng thought to himself, already forming the idea of returning to the inner domain. Countless eons had passed since the silver-winged human race last appeared in the inner domain's floating sand islands. Those saints from back then probably assumed they had perished in the hurricanes. Returning now shouldn't cause much of a stir, as long as he acted cautiously, ensuring kills or captures it wouldn't raise significant waves. With that in mind, Luo Feng began his journey back to the inner domain's floating sand islands. After countless eons, more saints would have arrived here, but Luo Feng's team was also stronger, increasing their chances of success. Luo Feng was well versed in the route, taking over 5 months to finally reach a floating sand island near the outer domain. As expected, many saints were already entrenched on this island. However, they were mostly weaker ones, primarily at the 4 sources level, whom Luo Feng disdained. There was however one at the mid-stage of the 5 sources level, who was casually captured without causing any disturbance. Luo Feng once again advanced towards the inner domain. On the second floating sand island, the quality was noticeably higher. 4 were at the 5 sources level and 2 at the 6 sources level. This time Luo Feng had all his servants strike simultaneously. None of those they attacked managed to escape alive, all were enslaved by Luo Feng. From this island Luo Feng successfully subdued 3-1 at the 6 sources level and 2 at the 5 sources level. His servant count had now reached 27. On the third floating sand island, Morosa's divine sense easily discovered the saints on the island. Master, there are 3 saints on the island. 2 are at the 6 sources level, 1 might be at the 7 sources level. Shall we attack? The icy-faced Morosa spoke. Capture the 6 sources ones first. Same as before, strike swiftly to finish, don't give them any time to react. Once they manage to send out a message, those saints might suspect us. They could even guess that I possess a God King level palace treasure. Luo Feng's expression was serious. These past few strikes were all thunderous, instantly suppressing and capturing them. Any slight delay might have allowed them to spread the information. However, Luo Feng did not feel fear and stop. His personal strength was weak, but his willpower secret art was strong. It was his greatest asset, his only means to compete for the floating sand fruit. Target the one on the left. Make absolutely sure he doesn't have time to react. Luo Feng relayed the impending attack orders to each of his servants. Morosa, utilizing his ability of formlessness and facelessness, silently advanced towards a direction within the island. At this moment, inside the island, within a simple stone cave, a figure in a blue robe sat cross-legged. His appearance was quite similar to the Yi-men Saint Lord Luo Feng had encountered before, but this man was more handsome. Between his brows was a mark shaped like a water droplet emanating waves of strange power. If anyone saw it, they would likely be irresistibly drawn to him. Spatial lockdown. The man opened his eyes. Immediately after, he was plunged into layers upon layers of chaotic domains, causing his expression to shift drastically. Soul attack. The man paused abruptly, feeling a powerful assault of soul and willpower descend upon him. He immediately felt a tearing, rending pain in his soul. Arg! The man let out a pained low growl. Get out of my head! A fierce roar erupted from the depths of his soul. Within his body, a colossal golden bell protected his soul. At this moment, the golden bell emitted blazing golden light, directly dispelling the external soul and willpower attacks. Who dares? The man roared, shooting straight up into the air. Even trapped within the 27-layered domains, he didn't seem as hindered as one might expect, moving his body with ease. His chaotic domain quickly locked onto the 27 figures in the distance, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Daring to set your sights on me, Qingyu? You've got some nerve. Suddenly centered on the blue-robed man, the surrounding area dissolved into a vast world of white snow. The snow world was clearly a domain-type treasure, its power formidable enough to contend with the 27-layered chaotic domains. Could this be a God King-level domain treasure? Luo Feng's heart raced. He had never seen such a powerful domain. The domain treasure he had obtained from Fangao was also a peak saint-level treasure, but compared to the snow world before him, it was far inferior. There was no doubt, this snow domain treasure was a God King-level domain treasure. Boy, could you be the silver-wing human they speak of? Qingyu Saint King, the nine-tailed fox, stared blankly. A tiny hole had appeared in his nine-tail prison, and the Morosa within had vanished. His aura just now. It was eerie and terrifying, as if it were a suppression at the level of life itself. Recalling the scene, Qingyu Saint King couldn't help but feel that this human harbored a monumental secret far beyond his wildest imagination. An eternal true god, yet possessing a soul treasure at the God King level, and such a terrifying guard. Could the secret he carries be connected to the divine temple my master spoke of? Qingyu Saint King shifted into human form, frowning and narrowing his eyes in thought. The divine temple was merely a word he had inadvertently heard from his master. His master had not elaborated on what the divine temple was, only that it was a supreme force holding the ultimate secret of the origin continent, known to only a select few among god kings, and he was far from qualified to know. If this is connected to the divine temple, then trouble is afoot. Qingyu Saint King frowned, a strange sense of unease gnawing at him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, having burned part of his realm, Morosa had fled to the distant shores of the flowing sand sea billions of light years away. Luo Feng, sensing the fluctuating aura of Morosa, wore a grave expression. This time they had suffered a major setback. Morosa had to burn a portion of his inner realm to escape, and recovering from that would take an immense amount of time. Countless epochs at the very least. The realm is the very root of a realm beast's inner being. The power of destruction originates primarily from its existence. Only through the growth of the realm can a realm beast king eventually command the complete source of destruction. Master, this time I may need to recuperate for countless epochs to recover fully. It could be hastened if I were to consume treasures. Morosa bowed his head. You've worked hard. Luo Feng nodded. Without Morosa, Luo Feng might have been forced to use the final life-saving measure given by Shadow God King, but that was his trump card for securing the flowing sand fruit. Using it now would leave him without confidence in claiming it. That nine-tailed fox is likely a crucial genius of the Qingxiu kingdom. His true strength is more than what he showed. If we delay any longer, our losses would only be greater. After this, whether word spreads or not, we must retreat and recuperate for a long time. A plan had already formed in Luo Feng's mind. After this battle, Luo Feng decided to halt his enslavement of the Holy Realm and instead focus more on honing his blade arts. On the outermost flowing sand island, even without relying on his servants, he was confident in his ability to survive. For now, you will all stay within the Star Tower, guiding each other to quickly enhance your strength. I will summon you when needed. Luo Feng addressed his group of servants. Yes, master. They all responded in unison, including Morosa. Then Luo Feng vanished from the Star Tower space. Luo Feng spotted one of the flowing sand islands and flew towards it without hesitation. En route, he assumed yet another appearance. Handsome and gentle, exuding a warmth that made one feel as if a spring breeze had swept over them. This was already Luo Feng's third disguise. Unless he unfurled his chaotic golden wings, no one would likely recognize him. After over 3 months of travel, the ship finally arrived at a flowing sand island in the outer regions. The outer regions are certainly livelier. Through his perception, Luo Feng sensed several auras far more formidable than eternal true gods entrenched in various parts of the island. Luo Feng found a desolate spot and descended. This will do. Rise. He manipulated the surrounding earth and stone which whirled and spun under his command. Following his own aesthetic, he shaped them into an elegant and unique manner, a Chinese garden-style estate. As the master of this estate, Luo Feng beckoned and Tai Nanhe appeared beside him, becoming the manor's servant. I'll be residing here for a long while now. I should also go and get acquainted with the neighbors from time to time. With a smile, Luo Feng stepped inside with Tai Nanhe following behind. And so Luo Feng officially took up residence on this flowing sand island. In the days that followed, Luo Feng truly began his cultivation and training on the flowing sand island. Shortly after arriving, Luo Feng went to visit his 2 neighboring cultivators. Of course, they were the only 2 3-source initial stage Holy Realm beings around. As for the others who were stronger, Luo Feng didn't have the capability to deal with them just yet. Having been trapped in a hurricane for countless epochs, Luo Feng had already created a peak 9th tier blade art equivalent to the 1-source high stage Holy Realm. His comprehension of the destruction source's mysteries was profound, nearly reaching great accomplishment. Also a 1-source high stage level. Combined with his insights into the time source, his overall source comprehension was equivalent to the 2-source initial stage. However, what Luo Feng lacked was the chaotic law and the chaotic domain. Without the fusion of chaotic law with source mysteries, the power would naturally be somewhat diminished. Of course, Luo Feng possessed an enhanced version of the One Thought universe, the Dragon Tower realm. Among 1-source and 2-source Holy Realm beings, this along with his chaotic domain C was enough to compensate for the lack of a chaotic domain. Furthermore, the God King grade blade embryo, the Blood Shadow Saber, was more than sufficient to make up for the power of the chaotic law. In truth, Luo Feng's close combat strength was already on par with a 2-source mid-stage Holy Realm being. Coupled with Shadow God King's Shadow Saber 10,000 forms, Luo Feng's blade techniques were virtually flawless. More profound and profounder than even those of 2-source or 3-source Holy Realm beings, and their effects were also more potent. In his fights against his 2 3-source initial stage neighbors, Luo Feng was only briefly suppressed, but he was never without the power to retaliate. Nevertheless, Luo Feng was thoroughly enjoying himself. Even when he was suppressed and beaten, he was still elated, provoking them time and again. His 2 neighbors finally realized that this human was a madman, as stubborn and persistent as a sticking plaster. Though he was just an eternal true god, he possessed combat power rivaling the 2-source high stage. They could suppress him, but they were utterly helpless against him. Of course, Luo Feng wasn't always sparring with those 2 Holy Realm beings. Besides fighting and comprehending, he would also venture into the sea to battle against sea minks and other marine beasts. The battles against sea minks within the water were the truly heart-pounding trials, the genuine tests of his abilities. The waters of the flowing sand sea suppressed power entirely. Although Luo Feng possessed strength comparable to the 2-source high stage, he could only unleash a 1-source mid to high stage combat power within the sea. Facing the encirclement of a large group of sea minks or the onslaught of Holy Realm level sea minks or other marine beasts, Luo Feng often found himself in a miserable state. However, it was precisely under such intense pressure that Luo Feng felt his strength continuously improving. He decided that perhaps he should attempt to break through to the Holy Realm level directly while waiting for the flowing sand fruit to mature. And time flowed by endlessly in this immersive cultivation. In the 90 million epochs since arriving on this flowing sand island, Luo Feng created the ordinary 10th tier Eternal True God Blade Art Silence, which was equivalent to a 2-source initial stage Holy Realm Blade Art. In 356,980 billion epochs, Luo Feng perfectly fused the 7 laws of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, time, and space, having previously only achieved a partial fusion. In 498,700 billion epochs on this island, Luo Feng, building upon the perfect fusion of the 7 laws, seamlessly integrated the light law. In 616,190 billion epochs, Luo Feng's comprehension of the destruction source mysteries reached great accomplishment. In 708 billion epochs, his time source mysteries reached minor accomplishment. In 839,430 billion epochs, Luo Feng, on the foundation of the perfect fusion of 8 laws, seamlessly incorporated the wind law. In 12,554,800 epochs, Luo Feng hit a final bottleneck when trying to integrate the lightning law with the previous 9 laws. In the countless epochs that followed, Luo Feng remained stuck at this bottleneck. At this moment, Luo Feng, to truly comprehend the coexistence of lightning power with other forces, he had even entered the thunder space above the flowing sand sea in his true body. Luo Feng bathed in the thunder domain where endless bolts of lightning transformed into serpentine arcs that slithered across his body, crackling and hissing continuously. Luo Feng pondered whether he could use his blade art, which had fused 9 laws, to harmonize with this thunder domain, repeatedly thereby achieving the effect of fusing them into the chaotic law. However, the lightning was either too violent or too weak, never quite achieving the desired effect. Perhaps this idea of mine is fundamentally flawed. Luo Feng shook his head. A bottleneck, regardless of the final law to be fused, will always lead to an imperceptible period of stagnation. Fusing into the chaotic law is ultimately not as easy as I imagined. Luo Feng was somewhat frustrated. He had followed the method of the chaotic stele of Yushan God King to comprehend and fuse, yet that final sliver of the lightning law remained repelled, refusing to be completely integrated to form the chaotic law. Where exactly is the problem? Luo Feng pondered ceaselessly. He had been stuck in this bottleneck for countless epochs without finding the answer. He used the chaotic stele's method as a guide and the primordial boundary stele as a reference. The chaotic stele provided the approach, and the primordial boundary stele held the answer. With both the method and the answer, Luo Feng still couldn't figure out how to derive the final solution. Thunder serpents continuously slithered over Luo Feng's body, emitting crackling sounds. Gazing at the endless thunder domain, then at the sea below, and then at the boundless void above, he fell into deep contemplation. Lost in thought, Luo Feng completely forgot about time. What role does lightning play in chaos? He mused. When clouds gather densely and the charged clouds resonate with the earth, lightning is born. Luo Feng couldn't help but recall humanity's research on the natural phenomenon of lightning, as well as various physical studies on electric currents. However, these seemed largely unrelated to the true law of lightning. Though physics can measure the principles behind phenomena, these are but superficial manifestations. The underlying question of why the world produces lightning is what truly connects lightning to the essence of the world. Ultimately, there must be a set of governing rules behind it all. Lightning can be considered as non-existent, but it manifests under specific conditions. As Luo Feng pondered, boom, a colossal thunder serpent shot down from the thunder domain into the sea below. Though such lightning strikes were commonplace, this one jolted the contemplating Luo Feng abruptly awake. Lightning, Luo Feng murmured. Could it be that this final sliver of lightning doesn't need to be fused separately, but rather it needs to be derived from the laws already fused? Chaos gives birth to the 5 elements. Space-time, wind, light, and lightning are merely byproducts that emerge when chaos transforms into the 5 elements. The union of the 5 elements is chaos, but it requires the embellishment of the other 5 laws to be true chaos. Chaos law. Perhaps this is the answer. Luo Feng murmured to himself, his eyes brightening. He understood. Previously, he had been too fixated on the final sliver of the lightning law. In truth, whether it was time, space, wind, light, or lightning, the final bottleneck didn't necessitate perfect fusion. The derivative nature of the 5 elements dictated that even from them alone the other 5 laws could be born. Chaos gives birth to the 5 elements, and from within the 5 elements arise time, space, wind, lightning, and light. The 5 elements converge back into chaos, and the ultimate chaos should be achieved through internal perfection. Luo Feng was suddenly sanctified. I wonder if you'll find the leap too vast. The main reason is that the later cultivation plot will be slow, so I need to speed up the early part. Luo Feng was completely bathed in lightning, his eyes bright with electric sparks appearing awe-inspiring. Perhaps this is the chaos law after all. I understand now. With a single step, Luo Feng walked out of the thunder domain, heading straight for the manor courtyard on floating sand island. The sanctified beings residing near Luo Feng had long held a deep impression of their neighbor. He was either challenging them to a fight or heading into the sea to battle sea beasts. In recent epochs, he had been holed up in the thunder domain. In their eyes, this human was a complete, utter cultivation maniac. Now, noticing this human maniac returning from the thunder domain, they felt a mix of confusion and trepidation. Could he be coming to pick a fight with them again? Little did they know from this point onward this human strength would likely surpass their own. Upon returning to the manor, Luo Feng summoned all his servants, including Morosa, assigning them to guard the perimeter. Formation Array Master Jin Yuanzi also began setting up protective arrays. Once all defensive preparations were complete, Luo Feng sat cross-legged, his divine sense immersing itself within his true God heart. After fusing the 10 fundamental laws into the chaos law, one could evolve the true God heart into a chaos space, thereby truly attaining the Saint Realm. The Saint Realm is a great leap in law comprehension. When the true God heart evolves into a chaos space, the body generates spatial force enough to counteract the origin continent's spatial suppression, allowing easy teleportation. At this moment, Luo Feng had already perfected the final sliver of the lightning law from within, completely fusing it into the chaos law. He was only one step away from the saint realm, evolving his true god heart into a chaos space. The true god heart is a heart condensed within the body upon becoming a true god. It houses the soul and connects to the miniature universe's origin. It is the most vital organ for a true god, all the way to an eternal true god. Should the true god heart shatter, one would fall instantly. Unlike a mortal heart, the true god heart is not made of flesh and blood. The true god heart is a vertically oriented ellipsoid, resembling an energy crystal shell. It is profoundly mystical. Its surface gradually develops intricate and wondrous law-secret patterns as the owner comprehends the laws. The law-secret patterns on the true god heart surface would eventually evolve into the complete chaos law. Once the complete chaos law is derived, one can activate the true god heart to undergo spatial evolution, ultimately forming a chaos space. Luo Feng looked at his true god heart, its surface shimmering with extremely profound and complex secret patterns, faintly giving him a sensation similar to the primordial stele. A true god heart containing the complete chaos law can evolve into a chaos space. Once the chaos space is formed, that is the saint realm. I, Luo Feng, am about to become a saint. Luo Feng's thoughts couldn't help but surge with excitement. This step had been incredibly arduous. Even with the guidance of the Primordial Stele, the Chaos Stele, the teachings of the Duandong River lineage, advice from his Saint Realm servants, and the benefit of 10,000-fold time acceleration, it had taken him nearly a full cycle epoch to be on the verge of sanctification. Nevertheless, this was still far faster than other saints. With time acceleration, those who reached the eternal true god or Saint Realm would typically seek ways to gain more cultivation time. Countless other eternal true gods, even under 10,000-fold time acceleration, remained stuck at the Chaos Law step for endless ages, some never able to break through. The last saint produced by the Nine Domains Palace was Palace Master Milihua 58 cycle epochs ago. Even in the entire Yushan Empire, the last eternal true god to break through to the Saint Realm was several cycle epochs ago. This shows just how difficult it is to produce a saint. The Nine Domains Palace's gatekeeper Chi was trapped at the eternal true god level for countless eons before finally and arduously achieving the Saint Realm. Luo Feng accomplishing this in less than one cycle epoch was truly exceptional. In the entire Duandong River lineage, only the third patriarch had managed such a feat. Let's begin. Luo Feng willed it. Having comprehended the complete chaos law, his true god heart was like a seed fully saturated with water and nutrients, ready to be stimulated into evolving into a chaos space. As Luo Feng's thoughts drove it, the chaos law secret patterns on the true god heart's surface suddenly flashed with a golden light. The entire heart, akin to a beating heart, began to rhythmically expand and contract, swelling to a certain size before shrinking back in a very regular pattern. As time passed, the amplitude of this contraction and expansion grew larger and the frequency increased. The Chaos Law secret patterns on its surface glowed ever brighter. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 10 days, a month. The contraction and expansion, like a heartbeat, continued ceaselessly. The entire process had lasted for 2 months, then 5 months, yet showed no sign of stopping. After a full year had passed, thump, 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 finally Luo Feng suddenly felt a resonant thump akin to a heartbeat echoing through his very soul. Suddenly, with a muffled boom, the true god heart seemed to expand to a certain limit. It swelled once more but did not burst. As this expansion reached its peak, the previous rhythmic contraction ceased. Luo Feng's entire internal space was now completely occupied by the true god heart. However, it was no longer a true god heart but a genuine space. The shell of the true god heart became the membrane of this space. The profound chaos law secret patterns continued to flow upon it, flickering and emitting endless mist. The mist circulated with the pattern's shimmer, and a powerful world-suppressing pressure radiated from within. Within the spatial membrane lay what all Saint Realm powerhouses possessed: a chaos space. A chaos space. I, Luo Feng, have truly become a saint. Luo Feng was elated. With a thought, his consciousness entered the chaos space. Is this my chaos space? How is my internal chaos space this vast? 500 billion light-years in diameter. Or is it 1 trillion light-years? The entire space was a vast expanse of hazy chaos. Luo Feng sensed carefully and quickly discovered that even a diameter of 1 trillion light-years was far from the end. As his consciousness extended, he was shocked. The space's diameter is a full 10 trillion light-years. That's simply absurd. Luo Feng was completely dumbfounded, feeling it was utterly unbelievable. According to all records, when one first breaks through to the Saint Realm, the internal chaos space is not large, typically ranging from 100 billion to 1 trillion light-years in diameter. Furthermore, the chaos space does not expand further during the Saint Realm. Only upon reaching the God King realm, when the chaos space connects with the world's origin, does one receive another boon, allowing the chaos space to expand tenfold, ultimately forming a God King world. In other words, a God King's internal universe ranges from a minimum of 1 trillion light-years to a maximum of 10 trillion light-years in diameter. However, 10 trillion is merely a perfect theoretical figure with no actual records existing across the entire origin continent. But here Luo Feng's chaos space alone had a diameter of 10 trillion light-years, matching the theoretical maximum size for a God King's internal universe. Even the gene world which Luo Feng had observed back then had a diameter of only 4 trillion light-years, far smaller than his current chaos space. Therefore, when Luo Feng sensed his internal chaos space, he found it both incredible and absurd. A saint's internal chaos space reaching a diameter of 10 trillion light-years was a concept that didn't even exist in theory across the entire origin continent, let alone in any records. If he reached the God King level, how vast would his internal universe become? 100 trillion light-years, or a quadrillion light-years. Luo Feng couldn't help but speculate. Could it be because I became a true god with a perfect 100,000-fold gene base? But this has far exceeded my expectations. Luo Feng's heart pounded fiercely, and he couldn't contain his excitement. Having become a true god with a 100,000-fold gene base, even the supreme rules had come to congratulate him. His miniature universe was 10 times that of an ordinary true god. He had anticipated some uniqueness upon becoming a saint, but had guessed it would be at the peak of normal saints. A diameter of 1 trillion light-years. Yet now he had achieved a diameter of 10 trillion light-years, 100 times that of an ordinary saint. It was a full 10 times higher than his own expectations. With a chaos space of 10 trillion light-years, could my chaos domain be even stronger than a 10-source chaos domain? Luo Feng pondered but ultimately suppressed the thought for now. Let's first go and see the chaos heart. At the chaos heart within his chaos space, Luo Feng directly manifested a divine power avatar. The chaos heart is the core of the entire chaos space. When the chaos space eventually connects with the world's origin and evolves into an internal universe, this place will transform into the origin space. At this moment, the chaos heart resided in a completely independent space. The chaos here was liquid, even solid. Its surface was entirely shrouded in extremely dense golden gas. As the misty golden gas flowed over the chaos surface, Luo Feng upon careful inspection could sense a formidable power emanating from it that made his heart palpitate. Looking at the entire chaos heart, Luo Feng felt that the chaos here was merely somewhat more abundant than what was recorded for other saints. The only true difference lay in this golden gas. According to the records of the Duandong River lineage, the chaos hearts of other saints were not shrouded in this kind of golden gas, including the third patriarch's chaos heart. What is this golden gas? How can it possess such mighty power? Luo Feng could only sense that this golden gas was extraordinary, but he had no way to ascertain what it truly was. Luo Feng tried touching it with his divine power, but the golden gas did not harm him in the slightest, it simply passed through his divine power. Let's have the other servants try. With a thought, the star tower appeared within the chaos space. But the moment the star tower materialized, Luo Feng's expression froze. What? What's going on? Luo Feng looked at the star tower, his face filled with disbelief. With a hum as the star tower appeared, Luo Feng distinctly sensed waves of jubilation emanating from it. The excited voice of the star tower spirit echoed in Luo Feng's mind. Master, I wish to absorb these golden gases. The formation of the star tower during its refinement is linked to these very gases. Luo Feng was jolted with astonishment. The reclusive visitor had once said that during the refinement of the star tower, a mysterious golden light had unexpectedly surged in accelerating its formation, and endowing it with greater power and protective efficacy. This made the completed star tower an artifact whose true level even its creator couldn't ascertain, only confirming it was at or above the God King level. Could that golden light back then have been this kind of golden gas? Luo Feng was uncertain, but from the trembling notes of the star tower spirit, he could be sure these golden gases were of immense use. Seeing such a vast quantity of golden gas, Luo Feng couldn't help but smile. Go! With a thought, the star tower spirit, like a starving vagrant, directly maneuvered the star tower towards the heart of chaos. It then shrank entirely and plunged straight into the midst of the golden gas. The surrounding golden gas swirled around the star tower, being rapidly absorbed. Luo Feng could clearly feel the elation and excitement transmitted by the star tower spirit. The star tower's aura. Luo Feng was startled. Almost as soon as it began absorbing the golden gas, he could noticeably sense a change in the star tower's aura. He couldn't quite describe the feeling, but the tower was undergoing a comprehensive transformation, growing stronger. Its surface patterns became clearer, its colors more resplendently golden. Simultaneously, a vast and powerful aura emanated from every level of the star tower. As its master, Luo Feng felt as if the tower before him had become heaven and earth itself. Though it was merely a 9-story tower, it felt like an immeasurably vast world, utterly unshakable. So strong. The star tower had only absorbed the golden gas for a short, while yet Luo Feng was already awestruck by the potent aura it released. If it becomes fully saturated, just how powerful will it get? While shocked, Luo Feng also began to harbor eager anticipation. The star tower can absorb it, I wonder if the blood shadow blade can too. With a thought, the blood shadow blade appeared in his hand. Go! The blood shadow blade was thrust directly into the chaos. Initially it showed no reaction, but then, Master! The spirit of the blood shadow blade also conveyed a sense of rejoicing. The golden gas surrounding it began to be frantically absorbed, as if it had encountered a great tonic. These golden gases should be able to enhance the attributes of treasures. I just wonder to what extent they can grow. As Luo Feng pondered, he had another idea. He summoned the Gilded Palace Chaos Golden Wings and Blood God Armor, casting them directly into the golden gas. Given the sheer volume of golden gas present, Luo Feng didn't mind the expenditure. The three different treasures soon began to absorb greedily. Luo Feng could sense the cheers of their respective spirits. However, their absorption speed was far slower than that of the Star Tower and the Blood Shadow Blade. In less than about 10 minutes and already saturated, Luo Feng noticed that the Blood God Armor and Chaos Golden Wings had essentially stopped absorbing, and only the Gilded Palace was still absorbing, albeit at a slowing pace. After another 5 minutes, the Gilded Palace also ceased its absorption. With a wave of his hand, the three treasures landed on his divine power incarnation. Upon sensing them, Luo Feng was shaken. The three treasures seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis completely different from before. The Gilded Palace, by his direct intuition, now felt somewhat similar to the previous Star Tower. Its aura was vast, like a world unto itself. As Luo Feng's divine power immersed into it, he was shocked to discover that the entire body of the Gilded Palace was covered in countless obscure and profound golden secret patterns. His initial impression was that he couldn't understand them, but upon trying to activate them, his divine power could do so with ease. He didn't need to understand them. His own divine power could effortlessly activate them. As Luo Feng attempted to unleash the Gilded Palace's suppressive force, he was instantly stunned. The powerful sealing force was terrifying. It was nearly 100 times stronger than when he fully activated the 7th level secret patterns of the Star Tower. It was important to note that Luo Feng's divine power was still that of an eternal true god without divine power combustion. Yet achieving such a sealing effect was undoubtedly at the God King level. Based on his understanding of his enslaved subordinates, even the highest realm One Rain Frost Saint Lord would find it difficult to break free from this suction. Could the golden gas have directly transformed the Gilded Palace from a peak saint level treasure into a God King level treasure? Luo Feng's heart raced. If absorbing a bit of golden gas could elevate a peak saint level treasure to a God King level 1, then the value of these golden gases was immeasurable. Blood God Armor. Luo Feng eagerly looked towards the Blood God Armor. The blood-colored armor, originally crimson, had now turned nearly golden. It was covered in numerous complex and obscure golden patterns that Luo Feng couldn't decipher yet. Just like the Gilded Palace, they activated naturally. Luo Feng's divine power incarnation activated the Blood God Armor, and felt an overwhelming sense of indestructibility, its defensive capabilities astonishing. The Blood God Armor primarily excelled in defense. Previously, it could reduce the power of a saint-level attack to 1% of its original. Now Luo Feng felt it could potentially reduce it to 1 in 100,000 or even 1 in a million. As for amplification, the original was quite low, only boosting strength by 10%. Now with a simple activation, Luo Feng could double his combat power. The enhancement in defensive attributes was over 1,000 times stronger than before, while its offensive amplification had increased 20-fold. Fan Gao's Tree God Armor is a peak saint-level treasure, but its defensive properties aren't this monstrous. The Blood God Armor has transcended the saint-level category, yet it might not fully qualify as a God King treasure. It can be considered a half-step God King treasure. A true God King level armor probably wouldn't even be phased by saint level attacks. Luo Feng mused, but he was already satisfied with the Blood God Armor. The Blood God Armor had absorbed less golden gas than the Gilded Palace, not even half. Chaos Golden Wings. The Blood God Armor absorbed the second most, while the Chaos Golden Wings absorbed even less. Luo Feng sensed the changes in the Chaos Golden Wings. 6 pairs of wings thin, as cicada wings, felt incredibly sharp along their edges. The pair specialized for offense felt particularly keen. I wonder about its speed. Luo Feng was filled with anticipation. With a flap of the wings, his entire form transformed into a streak of golden light. The sheer speed brought a smile to his face. The speed is about 20 times greater than before. Luo Feng was astounded. At such speed, he could likely match a saint level with around 4 sources. And this was merely the effect when powered by eternal true God divine power. If his divine power were to transform into saint-level divine power, the results would likely be even more astonishing. Luo Feng's figure flickered rapidly, marveling at the enhancement of the Chaos Golden Wings. Originally a mechanical stream treasure for eternal true gods, it could now be used by saint-level beings. Since Luo Feng had just broken through to the saint level, this upgrade resolved an urgent need. Inevitably, Luo Feng grew even more eager to see the transformations of the Star Tower and the Blood Shadow Blade. The Gilded Palace, which absorbed the most, had directly ascended from a peak saint-level treasure to a God King-level treasure. The Blood God Armor was an ordinary saint-level treasure. Although it didn't absorb a large amount of golden gas, its effectiveness had been amplified 1,000, even 10,000 times. The Chaos Golden Wings absorbed even less golden gas. Originally just a mechanical stream treasure for eternal true gods, it now possessed saint-level amplification effects. I wonder what this golden gas is to have such an effect. A single wisp of it would probably cause a frenzy if released. Luo Feng looked at the golden gas enveloping the heart of chaos. He had initially considered letting his servants try it, but now he dismissed that idea. I'll temporarily call it Chaos Gang Chi for now. Luo Feng settled on a name. The value of the Chaos Gangqi was likely far beyond his imagination. His gaze settled on the blood shadow blade which had now ceased absorbing. The Star Tower, though its absorption rate had slowed, was still absorbing. Both are God King level treasures, but it seems the Star Tower far surpasses the blood shadow blade. With this thought, Luo Feng summoned the blood shadow blade into his hand. As he held the blood shadow blade, he was met with a vast world-like aura. The blade's edge radiated absolute sharpness. So strong. Luo Feng couldn't help but admire it. The blood shadow blade was completely transformed compared to its past self. Countless golden patterns now adorned it. They weren't visible on the surface, but Luo Feng could easily sense their existence from within. At the blade's edge, it seemed even space itself trembled. What a blade! Let's test its power. Thinking this, Luo Feng casually swung the blade within the chaotic space. The technique was merely at the ordinary 9th stage Eternal True God level, and he didn't deliberately activate the blade's golden patterns. Yet the might of this strike was equivalent to the power of a 10th stage Eternal True God. Let's try activating the secret patterns. Luo Feng executed the same slash again. Whoosh! A golden blade light flashed. With that single strike, the chaos spanning tens of millions of light years was split apart. The chaotic space itself seemed unable to withstand the blow, emitting a resonant hum. If Luo Feng hadn't desperately maintained the stability of the chaotic space and suppressed the power of that strike, the visual impact would have been even more intense. This power amplifies from the 9th stage to nearly the peak of the 12th stage, an increase of almost 4 full levels. Luo Feng was stunned. Previously, the blood shadow blade, through its inscribed techniques, could only elevate his power by a little over 1 level. Now it could boost it by nearly 4 levels. An ordinary 9th stage represented the baseline strength of a saint level, being one who hadn't comprehended the source. A peak 12th stage represented the power of a high-level saint with 3 sources. With just this blade using Eternal True God divine power without combustion, Luo Feng could cross 3 levels in combat capability. And Luo Feng's blade techniques weren't just at the 9th stage. He had even created a peak 11th stage technique. This meant that through source and law insights alone, his moves possessed the power of a high-level saint with 2 sources. With the blood shadow blade, he wielded strength equivalent to a saint at the initial or even mid-stage of 6 sources. My chaos domain is empowered by the chaotic space of 100 trillion light-years. Even if an 8-source saint's chaos domain has source mysteries augmenting it, mine should still be stronger than those of 8-source, even 10-source saints. That means I shouldn't fear 7-source saints and could even contend with 8-source saints. Luo Feng was taken aback. During his Eternal True God phase, he felt he wasn't overwhelmingly powerful among his peers. But upon reaching the saint level, it was a complete qualitative change. Of course, this was also mainly because his small universe was in the cosmic sea. Even as an Eternal True God, he couldn't leverage the advantage of his small universe's source suppression. Instead, after becoming a saint, his inner True God heart evolved into a chaotic space, fully realizing the advantage of a perfect 100,000-fold gene True God. Combined with the metamorphosis of his treasures, brought about by the Chaos Gangqi, Luo Feng's strength was truly advancing by leaps and bounds. The Star Tower. Luo Feng gazed at the Star Tower with eager anticipation. The Star Tower had likely been infused with primordial chaotic chi during its forging, granting it a higher affinity for the energy, and allowing it to absorb the most. Luo Feng sensed that the Star Tower alone absorbed more primordial chaotic chi than all the other treasures combined. Given the transformations of the Blood Shadow Blade and the Gilt Gold Palace, he anticipated a significant qualitative leap for the Star Tower. Luo Feng observed as the Star Tower's absorption rate visibly slowed, estimating it would cease within 10 minutes. Finally, the Star Tower, now saturated, stopped absorbing. With a thought, Luo Feng summoned it, and it transformed into a stream of golden light, landing in the hand of his divine power avatar. Having absorbed an immense amount of primordial chaotic chi, the Star Tower now gleamed with a dark gold luster. Its tower patterns were crisper, and countless mysterious intricate runes had appeared upon its surface. The tower's aura was vast as heaven and earth, and even Luo Feng, its master, felt a subtle suffocating pressure. Luo Feng immersed his consciousness into the entirety of the Star Tower. Like the Blood Shadow Blade and Gilt Gold Palace, the Star Tower had gained numerous golden runes atop its original patterns. However, the Star Tower's runes were far more numerous, and Luo Feng could vaguely discern that they seemed to represent the evolution of heaven and earth. Let's test the sealing power. Luo Feng activated it with his will. With a hum, the Star Tower vibrated, and an overwhelming, unparalleled sealing force descended. The sealing force wasn't just at the tower's base, it emanated from all directions, enveloping the entire space. Beneath the tower, it felt as if the whole world was being sealed. Of course, the sealing power was strongest at the base. The combined force of powerful devouring and sealing left Luo Feng momentarily stunned. The true extent of the sealing power was likely known only to him. Even the combined chaotic domains of all his former servants paled in comparison. This is incredibly strong. It can definitely suppress the 7-source saint realm and even the 8-source. As for the 9-source saint realm and above, they would certainly be in a difficult position. Luo Feng was shaken. However, he quickly regained his composure. The greater the Star Tower's power, the more frantic the Divine Kings would become if it were ever exposed. A treasure that can be activated by eternal true God power, yet suppress the 8 source, even the 9 source Saint Realm. Such an artifact would be impossible even for Divine King level treasures. Only a higher tier of treasure could hope to achieve this. The Star Tower must either deliver a decisive blow when used or remain hidden. Luo Feng understood the consequences of its exposure. While he might not fear any Saint Realm now, he still lacked confidence against a Divine King. Luo Feng withdrew the sealing force and shifted his attention to the 9 layers of space within the tower. Instantly he was stunned again. Why has the Star Tower's space become so vast? His divine sense swept out, failing to reach the end. After a thorough scan, Luo Feng discovered that the diameter of the first layer was 100 billion light-years, and all 9 layers were of the same immense size. Originally the space within the Star Tower was less than 10 light-years. After absorbing the primordial chaotic chi, it had expanded by over 100 million times, transforming into 9 distinct world spaces. Luo Feng willed it, attempting to control the sealing force. He found that the first 7 layers emitted a powerful world force, which also transformed into sealing power, completely suppressing that region of spacetime. I see. The sealing force is stronger because of the world force within the Star Tower's space. Luo Feng understood. World force naturally possesses a suppressive effect. The world force of a chaotic space forms a chaotic domain which also has a suppressing function. After absorbing primordial chaotic chi, the Star Tower transformed and the space in all 9 layers evolved into worlds. When the tower is deployed, it's like bearing the suppression of 9 heavens. Of course, Luo Feng sensed that even though he could activate the runes of the first 7 layers, he could only mobilize a portion of their world force. Fully activating them would require even more powerful divine power. As for the world force of the 8th layer, Luo Feng now had the qualification after breaking through to the Saint Realm, but the runes within would still require comprehension. Could the primordial chaotic chi's main purpose be to facilitate the evolution of the worlds within my inner universe, given its ability to transform the Star Tower space? The Star Tower's transformation prompted this thought, leading Luo Feng to speculate, I wonder if the portion consumed will affect the evolution of my universe. Indeed, the Star Tower's change made Luo Feng worry about his inner universe's evolution, although the amount absorbed by the Star Tower Blood Shadow Blade etc. was a small fraction of the total. It was still a reduction. There's no use worrying. Luo Feng shook his head inwardly. Until I understand this fully, I shouldn't use the primordial chaotic chi carelessly. If it affects the universe's evolution, the loss would outweigh the gain. Despite his concerns, the transformations of the Star Tower Blood Shadow Blade, Gilt Gold Palace Blood God Armor, and Chaotic Gold Wings brought him joy. It was with these evolved treasures that Luo Feng possessed the strength to fight above his level. At this moment, Luo Feng, with his eternal true God divine power alone, could face the 8th source Saint Realm without fear. Once his divine power broke through, he might be able to suppress the 8th source, even the 9 source Saint Realm, with all his trump cards revealed. It's time to break through my divine power. With a thought, Luo Feng's consciousness returned to the outside world. The Star Tower appeared, and his true body entered the world within it. With a wave of his hand, Luo Feng summoned numerous source crystal mountains, each over 100 million kilometers tall. Hundreds of such mountains materialized around him. These were all the source crystals he had gathered over the years from his Saint Realm servants and the saints he had killed. Even with a discount for conversion efficiency, transforming even 1/10 of his 12 light-year divine body's power would be a good outcome. Of course, this was already the fastest method available. If he relied solely on absorbing and converting external divine power, the amount he could transform after breaking through would be less than 100,000th. Fully converting his divine body would take an incredibly long time. Hundreds of billions of Chenquin units of source crystals were no longer a concern for Luo Feng. Let the breakthrough begin. With a thought, his divine power began to restructure, transforming into the purer Saint Realm divine power. Luo Feng's original 12 light-year divine body, due to the change in its power structure, became more condensed and pure. The divine power per unit of body became smaller and denser. The transformation was akin to nuclear fusion, with astonishing changes occurring throughout his body, causing his 12 light-year divine body to shrink continuously. The transformation lasted for a day, shrinking from 12 light-years to 10, then 8. Finally leaving his divine body at just over 1 light-year in height, 10 times more refined than before. Incredible. Time to absorb. Luo Feng's divine body was like a starving wolf. As he unleashed his devouring power, the surrounding source crystal mountains turned into torrents of source crystals rushing towards him. A massive devouring vortex formed around him. The process lasted only half a day, and the hundreds of source crystal mountains were completely absorbed. However, Luo Feng's divine body only increased by 1/10, reaching just over 2 light-years, less than 3. As things settled, Luo Feng ceased his massive devouring. The remaining 80% would have to be slowly absorbed and converted from the external divine power. Luo Feng stood up, feeling an unprecedented sense of power throughout his body. With my true body's breakthrough, my small universe in the cosmic sea can also expand further. Luo Feng directed more of his consciousness back to the sacred universe in the cosmic sea. Within the Milky Way sacred universe at the Nine Realms Mountain, Luo Feng's divine power avatar stood alone in the void of the Nine Realms Mountain, his eyes piercing through layers of space to see the countless living beings within the universe. Let's begin. Luo Feng's will began to communicate with the origin space within the entire sacred universe. At that moment all beings within the sacred universe felt a slight tremor in space, but it lasted only a moment before everything returned to normal. However, unlike the inner regions, the outermost space of the sacred universe experienced violent turbulence, as the entire universe's boundary began to expand dramatically. The origin space of the sacred universe had accumulated cosmic origin over nearly a full reincarnation epoch, reaching a profound level enough to allow dozens of universe masters to break through to true God. Now under Luo Feng's will, this cosmic origin rapidly propelled the universe's expansion. The cosmic membrane of the Milky Way sacred universe voraciously devoured the chaotic airflow of the cosmic sea at a rate millions or billions of times faster than usual. As the embodiment of the primordial universes, will Luo Feng easily gathered the chaotic airflow around the Milky Way sacred universe. Centered on the Milky Way sacred universe, a supermassive vortex formed. The violent disturbance churned the chaotic airflow over a vast region, pulling it in like a gathering storm, which the Milky Way sacred universe rapidly devoured. At the membrane it became a devouring storm. The passages between the Milky Way sacred universe and the cosmic sea were temporarily closed. However, the massive disturbance of the chaotic airflow in the cosmic sea quickly drew the attention of various factions. When they realized the source of the disturbance was the Milky Way sacred universe, the various races felt a mix of numbness, shock, and curiosity. As news spread, figures began to teleport to the vicinity of the Milky Way sacred universe. Humans and other races, universe masters and true gods alike. Watching the Milky Way sacred universe frantically devouring the chaotic airflow, as its membrane rapidly expanded, everyone was stunned, speechless. The scene before them struck their hearts with overwhelming force. The galaxy Holy Land has expanded once again. Its existence is far shorter than that of the Eastern Emperor Holy Land. Who would have thought that it would expand again, before even a single reincarnation cycle has passed? Galaxy Ancestor is truly a legendary figure of the cosmic sea. It seems he has broken through once more. For our human race to possess such a Holy Land universe is truly a great fortune. The original galaxy Holy Land universe was already 100 billion light-years across. With this breakthrough, who knows to what extent it will expand this time. At the periphery of the galaxy Holy Land universe, more and more true gods and universe masters gathered to witness the spectacle, marveling in awe at the colossal universe that continued to swell. The human race's city lord of chaos, Phantom Heart True God, Blazing Dome True God, Ice Peak True God, and Beauty True God, who had all been in seclusion, arrived one after another upon hearing the news. They had all been in deep contemplation, seeking a breakthrough before the end of this reincarnation cycle, but the news drew them out immediately. Gazing upon the expanding galaxy Holy Land universe, their faces were etched with sheer astonishment. Master has broken through again. Blazing Dome was filled with awe. Father God, this is incredible. Shima was also immensely excited. Galaxy has broken through again. The time left in this cycle is short, yet I still cannot grasp the threshold of transcending the cycle. Ice Peak True God, looking at the expanding galaxy Holy Land universe, shook his head with a wry smile. Ice Peak, don't be disheartened. Among those present, aside from Chaos, who dares claim certainty of transcending the cycle this time, we still have more than a cycle remaining. Huangjian True God patted Ice Peak True God on the shoulder. As he spoke, the other true gods also turned their gazes towards the city lord of chaos. Indeed, thanks to the guidance of the inheritance Luo Feng provided, almost all the human true gods present had reached the limit of the true god realm. Yet only the city lord of chaos had managed to touch the edge of the void true god realm. Whether it is before the end of the cycle or at the latest the next, the city lord of chaos would break through and attempt to transcend the cycle. He had mentioned this to everyone. Beauty True God also looked at chaos. Among those present, he was undoubtedly one of the most eager to transcend the cycle. You are all the elite of our human race. Compared to myself, I hope even more that all of you can transcend the cycle. The city lord of chaos smiled faintly. These were his true feelings. In his eyes, the prosperity of the race outweighed his own. Had he not devoted so much of his attention to the human race with the resources provided by Luo Feng, he might have already attempted to transcend the cycle long ago. His cultivation realm was akin to that of the origin ancestor in the past, having reached the void level, but he had been suppressing it, refraining from breaking through. The resources we have obtained are far greater than before, and the threats in the cosmic sea are much smaller. Everyone feels that the human race already possesses 2 Holy Land universes, and thus their hearts have grown complacent, making bottlenecks even harder to overcome. However, we must have the resolve to shatter all shackles. The chaos can break through, so can we. The reincarnation cycle is merely a hurdle on the path ahead. Phantom Heart True God glanced at everyone and said with a light smile. The other true gods nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Phantom Heart True God's words carried significant weight. Phantom Heart True God seldom involved himself in human affairs, dedicating himself wholly to cultivation. He was the embodiment of mind-action unity, on the path of practice. His innate talent was not the strongest, yet his current strength made him the most formidable among human true gods, perhaps even surpassing the city Lord of Chaos, who was already a quasi-void true god. Phantom Heart True God followed the path of the illusory realm. For most of the reincarnation cycle, aside from comprehending laws, he had been tempering his will within the cosmic arc. Now his will had reached the limit of the eternal true god level. A single glance from him carried the might comparable to Luo Feng's divine eye in his prime. If his comprehension of the laws were to deepen even slightly, he too would be capable of transcending the cycle. As the human true gods conversed and laughed, the galaxy Holy Land universe expanded from a diameter of 100 billion light-years to 200 billion light-years, and it was still rapidly inflating. As time passed, news of the galaxy Holy Land universe's expansion swept through the various races of the cosmic sea like a storm. Although the true gods and universe masters had grown numb to galaxy's miracles, witnessing the Holy Land universe, already thousands of billions of light-years in diameter, continue to grow unabated, their envy towards the human race was profound. Within the Eastern Emperor Holy Land universe, news of the cosmic sea naturally reached this place as well. In the ancestral land of the Eastern Emperor Holy Land, the Eastern Emperor himself felt a sense of bewilderment and doubt. He had been trapped at the void true god realm for countless eons, yet still saw no possibility of breakthrough. Is human talent truly so high? I have been stuck at the void true god realm for over 30 reincarnation cycles, unable to break through to the eternal true god realm. Yet the human galaxy has already reached the saint realm. Could this be related to his seizing the original universe's origin will? The Eastern Emperor sighed, inwardly filled with jealousy. He had never imagined that the original universe's origin will could be seized, but news of Galaxy's actions had long since spread across the cosmic sea. I wonder where he is in the origin continent now. If I could pledge my allegiance to him, perhaps I would have a greater chance of breaking through to the eternal true god realm. Contend with the humans. He, the Eastern Emperor, had abandoned that notion when the galaxy Holy Land reached 100 billion light-years. In the ancestral land of the Origin Holy Land, the Origin ancestor, clad in a white robe, stood in the void, gazing upon all living beings within the universe. His eyes were calm, even carrying a faint, peaceful smile. I have always considered my talent in the space law to be extremely high, and my virtual universe technique is incredibly close to the essence of the universe's origin. Unexpectedly, Luo Feng broke through to the Saint realm faster than I broke through to the eternal true God realm. In terms of laws, I have yet to fully comprehend the lightning law and the wind law. However, I have managed to glimpse a sliver of the mystery of the space origin. I can now ascend to the eternal true God realm as well. The Origin ancestor smiled softly. Luo Feng broke through, and he too had made a breakthrough. Now he had also gained some insight into the mysteries of the space origin, enough to break through to the eternal true God realm. Before Luo Feng's appearance, the Origin ancestor was an existence of unparalleled talent, arguably the #1 figure in the cosmic sea at the time. But Luo Feng's emergence and meteoric rise had overshadowed the brilliance he rightfully deserved. Let it begin. The consciousness of the Origin ancestor's divine power avatar immersed itself into the origin space of the miniature universe, manipulating the surging power of the universe's origin to initiate the expansion and transformation of the miniature universe. With a hum, the internal space of the miniature universe trembled slightly, then returned to normal, while the peripheral membrane region near the miniature universe began to expand outward like a storm. From the outside, the universe's membrane could be seen frantically absorbing the chaotic airflow. This commotion was soon noticed, and amidst the shock, the news spread like a hurricane, sweeping across the various races of the cosmic sea. Luo Feng had created too many miracles along his journey. Each breakthrough had become a matter of course, met with awe but quickly accepted as normal. But now the Origin ancestor's breakthrough shocked them no less than Luo Feng's, perhaps even more so. Though the Origin ancestor was powerful in the past, they had since received guidance from ancient inheritances, and had come to feel the old Origin ancestor wasn't so unreachable. Yet now it seemed that the human powerhouse who once roamed the cosmic sea was like the galaxy ancestor, an existence far beyond their reach. The Origin Holy Land of the human Origin ancestor was also continuously expanding. Powerhouses from various races sent envoys to confirm the news. The human Luo Feng was undoubtedly the #1 in the cosmic sea. The human Origin ancestor was also an existence to be revered by all races, ranking second in the cosmic sea. The Origin Holy Land universe was originally only 5.2 billion light-years across, far smaller than the galaxy Holy Land's 100 billion light-years. Thus, the momentum of this breakthrough was naturally far less than that of the galaxy Holy Land universe. However, the visual impact of the breakthrough still shook the hearts of powerhouses from all races. The galaxy ancestor breaks through, and the Origin ancestor breaks through as well. The future of the cosmic sea belongs to the human race. As long as these two holy lands endure, the glory of humanity will last forever. Many true gods sighed with emotion. I heard that the city Lord of Chaos is also on the verge of a breakthrough. If so, the human race will soon have a third Holy Land universe, and their position in the cosmic sea will be unshakable. After another cycle or so, unless the other races in the cosmic sea can align themselves with humanity, they will all be swept away by history. Our Hong Alliance is also a vassal of humanity, and can endure alongside them. The breakthroughs of Galaxy Ancestor and Origin Ancestor are a grand occasion for the Hong Alliance. The expansion of the two Holy Land universes continued. This breakthrough took far longer than the first time they became Holy Land universes. The diameter of the Origin Holy Land universe had already exceeded 20 billion light-years, and the Galaxy Holy Land's diameter had surpassed 400 billion light-years, yet there was still no sign of stopping. The emotions of the various races in the cosmic sea fermented along with the expansion of the Holy Land universes. The main topic of discussion was the simultaneous breakthroughs of the human races' two Holy Land universes. There was envy, jealousy, but most of all shock and reverence. However, at his level, Luo Feng paid little heed to the reactions of the various races. His will permeated the entire cosmic sea, so he naturally sensed the Origin Ancestor's breakthrough. He even took the initiative to channel the chaotic airflow within the cosmic sea towards the Origin Holy Land. The Origin Ancestor breaking through at nearly the same time as him again surprised Luo Feng, evoking a sense of déjà vu. When they had agreed to transcend the cycle together back then, Luo Feng had broken through first, followed by the Origin Ancestor. Coincidentally, the same thing happened now. Luo Feng broke through first, and the Origin Ancestor followed suit. This led many races to speculate whether the Galaxy Ancestor and the Origin Ancestor had planned it. The Origin Ancestor has broken through as well. The outside world calls me the #1 in talent, but the Origin Ancestor is truly the most talented person in the human race. Compared to him, I merely had more opportunities and luck. Even Luo Feng had to marvel at the Origin Ancestor's breakthrough. Luo Feng knew his own comprehension was top-notch but still inferior to the Origin Ancestor. His achievements today were not only due to his innate talent and mental fortitude, but also his ability to seize one opportunity after another. The 9 Tribulations Secret Art, the Star Tower, the Duanding lineage, the Jinji World lineage, the Liuan technique, the 100,000-fold True God, the World Beast King, the original universe's origin, all these fortunes combined had led to his current success. The Origin Ancestor was different. His opportunities were far fewer. Reaching this stage was overwhelmingly due to his innate talent. However, our human race cannot rely solely on me and the Origin Ancestor. We must produce more Void True Gods, Eternal True Gods, and even Saint Realm experts. With this breakthrough, my miniature universe should reach a diameter of 1 trillion light-years, easily supporting the breakthroughs of True Gods. Those with talent and potential will be able to break through to the True God realm. The expansion of the sacred universes of the Galactic Ancestor and the Primordial Ancestor continued unabated. The entire process spanned 2 years and 6 months. The Primordial Ancestor's initial sacred universe ceased its expansion, reaching a diameter of 52 billion light-years. A 10-fold increase. At this time, the Galactic Sacred Universe was also nearing the end of its expansion, having reached an astonishing diameter of 923 billion light-years. Finally, after another month or so, the Galactic Sacred Universe also ceased its expansion, ultimately settling precisely at a diameter of 1 trillion light-years. Not a single light-year more or less. The initial Sacred Universe, 52 billion light-years in diameter. The Galactic Sacred Universe, 1 trillion light-years in diameter. These two sacred universes of humanity once again shattered the perceptions of all races in the cosmic sea. Especially the Galactic Sacred Universe with its trillion light-year diameter. Aside from the immense original universe, no celestial body in the entire cosmic sea could rival its sheer scale. In the future, it was likely that a great number of true gods would emerge from the Galactic Sacred Universe as well. By then, humanity's position in the cosmic sea would be utterly unassailable. Across the entire cosmic sea, humanity had become the heavens themselves, and the heavens could not be defied. Other races clearly understood this truth. After another cycle or so, their very existence in the cosmic sea would depend on humanity's favor. The entire human race erupted in jubilation from top to bottom, celebrating the breakthroughs of the two ancestors. Both at the ancestral grounds of the initial sacred universe and the 9 Peaks Mountain of the Galactic Sacred Universe, vast numbers of human powerhouses had gathered. Even other races came in succession to offer congratulations, either in person or through divine avatars jointly celebrating this grand occasion. The celebration lasted an entire day before finally drawing to a close. Luo Feng's primary consciousness also returned to his true body in the floating sand sea on the Origin continent. His heart of a true god had evolved into a chaotic space, his supreme treasure had absorbed chaotic gang chi and undergone a transformation, his divine body and divine power had broken through to the saint level, and his miniature universe had expanded. Luo Feng had truly ascended from eternal true god to the saint realm. Time to go out. Within the Star Tower, Luo Feng rose, and with a single thought returned to the estate. With a wave of his hand, all 20-plus slaves appeared before him. Master! All the slaves, including Morosa, spoke with reverence. A hint of excitement gleamed in their eyes. From their perception, their master had grown immeasurably stronger than before. After waiting for over a dozen million epochs, the time to act had finally arrived. Luo Feng surveyed his slaves. Apart from Morosa, Fangao, and Taburo, who had made some progress, the others had essentially stagnated over these countless epochs. However, what surprised and amazed Luo Feng the most was the speed of Morosa's growth. The moment Morosa became the king of realm beasts, it meant he could command the perfect origin of destruction free from any bottlenecks. As long as he continued devouring, he could grow rapidly until he mastered the complete origin of destruction. Once he achieved that, even in the eyes of a god king, a realm beast king would be a harbinger of doom. Back then Morosa had burned a portion of his realm to escape from the nine-tailed fox, but after countless epochs he had fully recovered. Now as Morosa grew, he controlled more and more of the origin of destruction. By his own estimation, he had yet to grasp even half of the complete origin. To master more, he would need to continue destroying, devouring, or simply grow over a long span of time. Yet even this incomplete origin, less than half, allowed Morosa to overpower beings at the 10 origin saint level without even drawing upon his origin power. If he unleashed his full strength, he would not even fear a god king. Over a dozen million epochs ago, Morosa, in his complete form, possessed the strength of an 8 origin saint. Now, after all that time, having occasionally hunted and devoured sea beasts, his complete form commanded power that could face a god king without fear. Even without using his origin of destruction, he could hold his own against 10 origin saints. With me as I am now, plus Morosa, we can finally be considered fully formed. Within the entire floating sand sea, we should have nothing to fear. Luo Feng's heart surged with excitement. After countless epochs of silence, he had finally entered the saint realm. With a single step into sainthood, he could roam the 9 heavens. After becoming a saint, Luo Feng's comprehension of the origins remained at the level of great mastery over the origin of destruction and minor mastery over the origin of time. What contributed most to his combat power were the chaotic domain brought by his chaotic space and the transformation of his supreme treasure through chaotic gang chi. Without these two, Luo Feng would merely be a mid-level 2 origin saint. But with the supreme treasure and the enhanced chaotic domain, Luo Feng's strength catapulted across 4 to 6 origin levels. An almost heaven-defying leap. However, the might of the gold-flowing palace and the blood shadow blade was too overwhelming. They could easily be recognized as god king level treasures. The Star Tower was even more exaggerated, surpassing Luo Feng's understanding of god king treasures. Once these treasures were revealed, they would undoubtedly be identified as god king level artifacts, inevitably drawing frenzied attacks from other powerhouses. Therefore Luo Feng had 2 options: either never use these treasures or use them with lethal certainty. Although Luo Feng's own strength was formidable and he had Morosa as a trump card, he still had no way to withstand a god king. Unless, like Qing Yu Saint King, the 9-tailed fox of Qingxiu Nation, he had a powerful background to deter greedy god kings. Luo Feng's master was a god king, but far from being a source of protection, he was a ticking time bomb. If Luo Feng revealed himself as the disciple of the Shadow God King, other god kings would likely become even more relentless. Next, I will take Morosa to other islands. Your task is to occupy this floating sand island, await the maturation of the floating sand fruit, and seize it. Luo Feng looked at his slaves. The moment Luo Feng felt his power surge, he had already planned to settle all the other slaves, except Morosa, on this floating sand island, preparing for the eventual harvest of the floating sand fruit from this tree. After countless epochs of meticulous arrangement, the island was filled with various formations laid down by Jin Yuanzi. With over 20 saints stationed there, nothing short of an 8 origin saint's power could pose a threat. The floating sand fruit on this island was for all intents and purposes already claimed by Luo Feng. Of course, with Luo Feng's own strength, having soared, the other slaves had become largely redundant. Yes, master. Each slave responded in unison, their loyalty absolute. All right, Morosa, let's go. Luo Feng nodded, then departed alone with Morosa, heading toward the inner region. To save time, Luo Feng advanced via instantaneous movement. Each of Luo Feng's teleportation jumps covered up to 100 light-years, far exceeding the teleportation range of other saints. He sped through the void with rapid successive teleports, reaching the inner region in under an hour. Having just broken through to the saint realm before arriving in the inner region, Luo Feng was eager to test the limits of his newfound power. There are more and more saints now. Passing several floating sand islands, I've sensed quite a few saints gathered on each. The moment Luo Feng appeared on a floating sand island, he effortlessly detected the auras of saints. Among them 3 were solitary presences, yet their auras were exceptionally formidable. Master, 3 of them are above mid-level 7 origin, and 1 is at the 8 origin level. Morosa's perception was sharper than Luo Feng's. Let's try one at the 7th level first. Luo Feng locked onto a position to his right front where a mid-level 7 origin saint was entrenched. With a teleport, Luo Feng closed in. His divine sense recklessly locked onto the saint on the island, while his chaotic domain was contained within a 10 light-year radius, fully enveloping the mid-level 7 origin saint. Who goes there? A rough explosive roar came from the island, piercing through the chaotic domain and reaching Luo Feng's ears directly. Simultaneously, a strange beast resembling a crocodile covered in dark brown scales burst forth from the island. The beast was deep dark brown in color, but its eyes were crimson red. It bore a striking resemblance to a crocodile with a massive maw, 2 claws and 2 feet, and a tail stretching over 10 million kilometers long. Human brat, you dare disturb my slumber, Jew. You're courting death. The dark brown crocodile beast, Jew, whipped its long tail and immediately attacked Luo Feng upon emerging. Bind! Luo Feng snorted softly, finally unleashing the full might of his chaotic domain. The range remained at about 10 light-years, but the suppressive force of the domain surged violently. The chaotic domain of the mid-level 7 origin crocodile beast was abruptly crushed under immense pressure, teetering on the brink of collapse. What? Such a powerful chaotic domain! Ju's heart clenched, for he realized his own domain was being suppressed to the edge of destruction. In an instant he burned his divine power, barely managing to stabilize his domain. At that moment Luo Feng finally gained a preliminary understanding of his chaotic domain. For a saint's chaotic domain, the size of the chaotic space determined the foundational suppressive force. As one's comprehension of origin mysteries deepened, various origin mysteries could also be infused into the domain. The foundational suppressive force combined with the enhancement of origin mysteries and divine power ultimately determined the domain's strength. Luo Feng's chaotic domain excelled in its foundational suppressive force. The enhancements from the origin of destruction and the origin of time were merely icing on the cake. Yet even so, it was far more terrifying than the domain of a mid-level 7 origin saint who had burned divine power. As the crocodile tail lashed toward him, Luo Feng's wings behind his back flickered slightly. Within his overwhelmingly dominant domain, his speed was terrifyingly fast, allowing him to easily evade the tail sweep. Without using the blood shadow blade, I probably can't defeat him outright. Still worth a try. One pair of Luo Feng's 6 pairs of wings appeared in his hand, transforming into 2 long blades. Try this strike of mine, Thunderbolt Light. Thunderbolt Light was a blade technique Luo Feng had derived from the Shadow God King's Shadow Blade 10,000 forms. Within the thunder domain of the floating sand sea, it represented the pinnacle of his current blade mastery, a technique at the peak of the 11th tier equivalent to the threshold of the 2nd origin high level. This was a technique Luo Feng had created before reaching the Saint Realm, fusing the origin of destruction, the origin of time, and 10 fundamental laws. The Shadow God King's Shadow Blade 10,000 forms focused on assassination and stealth, bizarre, unpredictable, and impossible to defend against. Luo Feng had woven those techniques into this single move, Thunderbolt Light. He had long pushed the swiftness mystery of the origin of time to its absolute limit. Combined with the inherent destructive nature of the origin of destruction, this blade strike reached the peak of the 11th tier. Luo Feng executed the technique with both blades in hand. Whoosh! The twin blades swept out like 2 bolts of silver destruction thunder descending from the heavens. The thunderbolts moved like light, breathtakingly beautiful, yet their speed was inconceivably fast. When the crocodile beast Ju attempted to block with its tail, the blades easily slipped past, striking Ju directly and eerily. After absorbing the chaotic Gang Chi, the chaotic gold wings had grown vastly more powerful. Channeling through the source, Luo Feng's 11th tier peak blade technique surged in might to the threshold of the 12th tier. Yet even so, the blade only managed to leave a faint mark on the dark brown scales of the crocodile beast. What kind of defense is this? Not a scratch. Luo Feng was stunned, his figure instantly retreating using his domain. This human's domain is so powerful and his blade speed is terrifyingly fast, yet the actual force behind it is so weak. The previously tense Ju couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His strength is quite weak, only around the 4-source Saint Realm. He can't even harm me, but why does he possess such a powerful domain? Is it a supreme treasure? He can suppress me, but he can't hurt me. After withstanding that strike, the crocodile behemoth Ju also realized that this silver-winged human's actual combat prowess didn't match the overwhelming presence of his domain, and found it exceedingly strange. Let's go again. Luo Feng struck once more, moving within his absolute domain advantage like a fish in water, his speed so great that even the crocodile behemoth struggled to defend. The only drawback was the lack of power. The crocodile behemoth Ju simply guarded his vital spots, letting Luo Feng attack freely elsewhere, yet still failing to inflict real damage. Luo Feng also noticed the problem. Each of his strikes only left faint marks on the crocodile behemoth Ju that healed in the blink of an eye. Relying solely on his chaos domain, he could suppress a 7-source Saint Realm with burning divine power, and use its advantage to easily evade attacks and land his own. However, his comprehension of the fundamental laws and his blade techniques were slightly lacking. Without the blood shadow blade, he couldn't overcome this mid-stage 7-source crocodile behemoth. Human, I acknowledge your domain's strength, but you cannot harm me. Let us end this battle. I will overlook your transgression. The crocodile behemoth Ju looked at Luo Feng with indifferent eyes, transmitting his voice. Within the range of Luo Feng's domain, he couldn't touch Luo Feng either, so Ju naturally didn't want to waste time. But I haven't even used my full strength yet. Luo Feng grinned. This crocodile behemoth before him was the perfect test subject to gauge the limits of his own power. Boom! Luo Feng's divine power ignited instantly. The divine power combustion of the 4th level of Du and Me had reached its extreme. The aura of divine flames radiating from Luo Feng was even more terrifying than that of the crocodile behemoth Ju. During the countless eons in the floating sand sea, Luo Feng had long ago cultivated Du and Me to the 4th level, but this level could only be utilized upon reaching the Saint Realm. At this moment, the burning of every ounce of Luo Feng's divine power was infinitely close to the potency of a self-destruction. The suppressive and binding force of Luo Feng's chaos domain skyrocketed instantly. The domain of the crocodile behemoth Ju was crushed, barely managing to sustain a region of 10,000 kilometers around himself. But it wasn't over. With a single thought, Luo Feng plunged the surroundings into another cosmic world, the Dragon Tower Realm. The Dragon Tower Realm was no longer merely the thought universe of an eternal true god, but a domain-type secret art Luo Feng had created based on that concept. Even as an eternal true god, he could use it to contend against the chaos domains of ordinary two-source saints. Now, having broken through to the saint realm with his divine power burning at the 4th level of Du in me, this cosmic world remained terrifyingly strong. Moreover, within Luo Feng's own chaos domain, its power could be channeled and converted into the Dragon Tower Realm. The combined might of the two overlapping domains far exceeded the strength of simply adding 1 plus 1. Time to test my current strength. Luo Feng grinned. Using the same move, Bengliai Guang Luo Feng's twin blades became like twin bolts of guided lightning. As his figure flickered, the speed of his blades reached an inconceivable level. The crocodile behemoth, Ju, completely suppressed by the dual domains, found both his own strength and attack speed utterly stifled. In contrast, Luo Feng's figure and blade techniques seemed to teleport, landing blow after blow upon him. The crocodile behemoth, Ju, couldn't defend in time, and could only hunker down like a turtle, protecting his vitals, while letting Luo Feng hack away at the rest of his body. Unfortunately for him, Luo Feng's blades were no longer at the threshold of the 4-source saint realm, but possessed the might of a mid-stage 5-source saint. Even with Ju's formidable defense, each strike was now capable of damaging his divine body, and with each successive blow, his divine power was being continuously depleted. Despicable human, you are humiliating me. He was a saint who had comprehended the mysteries of the origins, yet he was being beaten like a training dummy, completely unable to retaliate. The crocodile behemoth Ju was furious. He's just a human, his divine body must be far smaller than mine. If he keeps burning power like this, he won't last long. Once he's spent, I'll devour him. Ju felt deeply aggrieved, harboring these thoughts in silence. However, he quickly realized his mistake. After 10 million consecutive attacks, the human's divine body seemed completely unchanged, while his own had already been depleted by over 20%. Impossible! The crocodile behemoth Ju roared. Human, your divine power combustion art clearly consumes far more energy, yet your aura hasn't changed at all. How can your divine body be larger than mine? The crocodile behemoth Ju was both frustrated and bewildered, looking at the human, as if he were a monster. Could it be? He has an infinite body. Yes, he must have an infinite body. Otherwise his aura wouldn't remain so stable, and his domain couldn't possibly be this powerful. The crocodile behemoth Ju reasoned that some heaven-defying geniuses who became true gods through the 3rd level of the divine power path could achieve an infinite divine body. Moreover, when such prodigies became saints, their internal chaos space would be larger, naturally granting them a stronger chaos domain. This conjecture seemed highly plausible to the crocodile behemoth Ju, yet there was a nagging inconsistency. Even with an infinite body and a chaos space reaching the theoretical trillion light-years, the chaos domain shouldn't be able to suppress him, a 7-source saint. Nevertheless, the human before him must have become a true god via the 3rd level of the divine power path. Still, the mystery of his domain strength remained unsolved in Ju's mind. As countless thoughts flashed through the crocodile behemoth's mind, Luo Feng smiled. Nothing is impossible. Today you either die or you submit to me. If you wish to live, you will submit. Following a powerhouse like me is no disgrace. As Luo Feng spoke, his twin blades never ceased their assault. The crocodile behemoth Ju weighed his options. If this human truly was a true god of the 3rd level divine body, then submitting wouldn't be shameful at all. Across the entire origin continent, those who achieved the 3rd level of the divine body were essentially the pinnacle of existence. This human's domain was terrifyingly powerful, and if he didn't fall, his future achievements would undoubtedly be astonishing. Thus the crocodile behemoth Ju found his answer. I am willing to submit. His voice echoed in Luo Feng's mind. Good, a wise choice. Luo Feng ceased his attack, a smile spreading across his face. To ensure your loyalty, I will plant a soul imprint deep within your consciousness. Do not resist. Luo Feng looked at the crocodile behemoth Ju. Yes, master. The crocodile behemoth hesitated for a moment, but ultimately lowered his head. Luo Feng smiled. 2 streams of soul power shot from his eyes, intertwining rapidly to form a triangular tower-shaped soul imprint. It sank into Ju's skull without any obstruction, finally embedding itself deep within his soul. Master, the crocodile behemoth Ju spoke with profound reverence from the depths of his soul. Good. Luo Feng smiled. This battle had clearly defined his own power level. He could now handle a mid-stage 7-source saint without issue. The combination of his chaos domain and the Dragon Tower realm was enough to shatter the chaos domain of a 7-source saint. The only drawback was his offensive power. Without the Blood Shadow Blade, facing enemies with monstrous defenses meant relying on burning divine power to slowly whittle them down. The Dragon Tower realm created by Luo Feng within the Dragon Tower was inherently formidable. As his divine power became purer, its might became more apparent. Under the extreme combustion of divine power, the Dragon Tower realm alone could rival the chaos domain of a four-source saint. Combined with his own homologous chaos domain, its power surged dramatically. The two domains complemented each other, their synergistic effect far greater than the sum of their parts. His chaos space with a diameter of 10 trillion light-years granted Luo Feng an exceptionally powerful chaos domain. Within the absolute control of his chaos domain and the Dragon Tower realm, his speed increased exponentially, allowing him to fully seize the initiative. Meanwhile, the power of the fourth level of Do and Me exceeded his own expectations. Do and Me was the ultimate heart learning of the third-generation ancestor of the Duanding lineage. It was far superior to other combustion arts. The fourth level in particular couldn't even be executed by eternal true gods. But with the divine power of a saint, it achieved almost perfect combustion, leading to a terrifying enhancement in might. If he were to also use the Blood Shadow Blade, his offensive capabilities could skyrocket by 2 or 3 levels, surging from 5 source to 7 source or even 8 source and beyond. And if he were to deploy the Star Tower, his deterrence would be even greater. Unless he encountered someone with a 3rd level divine body or a 10 source saint with heaven-defying opportunities, Luo Feng would have little to fear. Next target, let's try an 8 source. Luo Feng's gaze turned towards the very center of the island, the closest point to the floating sand fruit, where the sole 8-source saint resided. The initial stage of the 8-source saint realm was considerably stronger than the mid-stage of the 7-source realm, surpassing it in both techniques and domain. Of course, Luo Feng could roughly gauge his own domain strength from his fight with the crocodile beast Ju. His chaos domain combined with the Dragon Tower realm should still hold some advantage. His only weakness was the lack of power in his attacks. To subdue an 8-source saint, he would likely need to use the Blood Shadow Blade. Luo Feng brought Ju to the trunk region of the floating sand trees, while his divine sense and chaos domain unceremoniously locked onto the sole 8-source saint life-form within. Boom! A mighty aura emanated from within the island. A tall 6-armed minotaur flew out from the island. His aura was vast and unrestrained, and his indifferent eyes stared at the silver-winged human filled with killing intent. The Minotaur clan. Luo Feng looked at the 6-armed minotaur before him. It was of the same race as Li Man within the Dragon Tower realm, and his own servant Taburo. Through Taburo he had learned that the Minotaur clan was a powerful race on the Origin continent, boasting a long history. Now they were spread across every corner of the Origin continent, with their strength second only to the Minotaur divine realm. Human, do you realize you are provoking me? The 6-armed Minotaur looked at Luo Feng and Ju, not hiding his killing intent. He could tell that the chaos domain before him belonged to this human. I want this floating sand island. Either fight me or submit to me. Luo Feng looked at the Minotaur, battle intent burning in his eyes. Ridiculous. Both of you come at me together. The Minotaur laughed in anger. Remember, the one who kills you is Dragonstaff, Saint Lord Redsand. As he spoke, a long ancient stone staff appeared in each of his 6 arms. Each staff emanated a powerful aura, and all 6 auras were identical, clearly indicating they were a matched set of supreme treasures. The 6 stone staffs suddenly enlarged, swinging towards Luo Feng one after another. Although each strike was simple in form, in Luo Feng's eyes they transformed into countless illusory shadows, pressing down on him from all directions, making it impossible to discern which one was real. Burn! Luo Feng's divine power instantly ignited to its limit. Simultaneously, the suppressive force of his chaos domain erupted, fully layered with the Dragon Tower realm. Together they completely overwhelmed the chaos domain of Dragonstaff, Saint Lord Redsand. Under the powerful suppression, those illusory staff shadows finally revealed a slight discrepancy between the real and the fake. Luo Feng moved like a fish in water, easily evading and blocking the illusory staff shadows with simple movements, effortlessly dismantling Dragonstaff, Saint Lord Redsand's opening attack. The shift in the domain caught Dragonstaff, Saint Lord off guard, and shock surged within him. The strength of this domain before him was definitely comparable to that of most high-stage 8-source saints. A high-stage 8-source saint would be somewhat difficult for him to resist. Has he been hiding his true strength all along? Dragonstaff, Saint Lord speculated inwardly. He burned his divine power as well, and his chaos domain barely managed to hold on. Try my blade art. Luo Feng transformed into a bolt of lightning. It was the galloping thunder light. Under the absolute domain suppression, Luo Feng, aided by his chaos golden wings, moved at incredible speed, and his blade light was even faster. The 2 bolts of galloping thunder seemed to bypass Dragonstaff, Saint Lord's layered defenses. However, Dragonstaff, Saint Lord's 6 arms allowed him to change moves faster, making his defense formidable. Boom! One of his stone staffs blocked Luo Feng's attack. A surging force erupted and Luo Feng was sent flying back by the immense impact. For an instant, Dragonstaff, Saint Lord was stunned. He could sense that Luo Feng's blade wasn't strong, only possessing power around the mid-stage 5-source level. It was just incredibly bizarre and elusive, and combined with the domain suppression effect, his speed reached an extreme level, allowing him to engage in close combat. If not for his 6 arms providing excellent defense, those 2 strikes would have landed on his body. His mastery over laws and source mysteries has reached an extremely high level, even surpassing mine. But his source comprehension isn't high. I can only faintly sense fluctuations from two sources. Could he be only a two-source saint? But why is his chaos domain so strong? How did he manage that? Dragonstaff Saint Lord speculated. Could it be a domain-type treasure at the God King level? He looked at Luo Feng's wings and the twin blades in his hands, feeling they were exceptional treasures, at least on par with his stone staffs. This possibility crossed his mind. If it was a God King treasure with a domain similar to the Chaos domain, some could indeed achieve this effect, though they were quite rare. It's most likely a God King level domain treasure, but a treasure of that level falling into the hands of a two-source saint. What a waste. As a two-source saint, his willpower shouldn't be strong. My will is among the top of the saint realm. He shouldn't be able to withstand my soul illusion. That God King treasure will be mine. Red sands. Countless thoughts flashed through Dragonstaff Saint Lord's mind. He was forced into a passive position by the domain suppression, but his defense was more than enough to handle Luo Feng. Here he comes. Seeing Luo Feng charging again, a hint of excitement appeared in Dragonstaff Saint Lord's eyes. A soul attack was his chance. Die! Staring at the approaching Luo Feng, Dragonstaff Saint Lord Red Sand shot two incorporeal streams of soul force from his eyes, which pierced directly into Luo Feng's body. However, too weak. Luo Feng grinned, twin blades in hand, transforming into streaks of lightning. Relying on his speed advantage, he engaged Dragonstaff Saint Lord in a fierce melee. How is this possible? He's completely unaffected. Could his willpower be on par with mine, or does he possess a God King level soul treasure? Dragonstaff Saint Lord was shocked, his mind racing with speculation. This human before him had low source comprehension, yet his strength was formidable. The only explanation was the accumulation of supreme treasures. But he can't do anything to me either. Although suppressed by the domain and unable to unleash his full power, dealing with attacks of the 5-source level was still easy for Dragonstaff Saint Lord. He used 4 arms for defense and 2 for offense, occasionally managing to blast Luo Feng back. Luo Feng, leveraging his speed and the bizarre nature of his blade arts, managed to stay locked in combat with Dragonstaff Saint Lord, who was under the domain suppression. However, even so, Luo Feng held no advantage. My attack power is too weak. That's my current flaw. Luo Feng understood that his domain power was immense, but his comprehension of sources was still too low, resulting in a lack of power in his techniques. Still, this is a good training partner, perfect for honing my blade arts. Luo Feng showed no intention of stopping, using his speed advantage to practice his blade techniques. Dragonstaff Saint Lord noticed this as well. Knowing he couldn't do any real damage, Luo Feng just kept attacking again and again. This human was using him for practice, and he seemed utterly helpless to stop it. Several times his staffs struck the human but found him uninjured. Realizing the human possessed a highly defensive armor, he felt even more frustrated. Human, if you have the guts, retract your domain. Humiliating me like this, what kind of skill is that? Dragonstaff Saint Lord roared. This battle was pure humiliation. Luo Feng merely smiled and ignored him. Having just ascended to the Saint Realm, he needed to reorganize his blade techniques. At the same time, the blade forms from the 10,000 Shadows blade art surfaced in his mind. The 6-armed Dragonstaff Saint Lord before him, skilled in both offense and defense, was an excellent training partner. In the 10,000 Shadows blade art, the forms from the 10001ST to the 40000TH were all Saint Realm level techniques, each integrating different sources. The ones Luo Feng could currently learn and draw from were those incorporating the time source. There were several forms that only utilized the time source, which Luo Feng could attempt. Of course, Luo Feng could also try to integrate the destruction source. Under the 10,000-fold time acceleration within the inheritance space, his divine power avatar continuously absorbed experience, even attempting time and again to incorporate source mysteries into his blade techniques. Damn it! Dragonstaff Saint Lord was furious. The more he thought, the angrier he got. Human, since you humiliate me like this, don't blame me for being impolite. I can't do anything to you, but my clan has many saints in the floating sand sea. Let's see how you escape then. Dragonstaff Saint Lord secretly transmitted a message. A silver-winged human, a 2-source saint carrying at least 2 God King level treasures. He's currently fighting me on Floating Sand Island 8183. Come quickly. As a major race on the origin continent, the Minotaur clan had numerous saints. Just within the Minotaur divine realm alone, there were hundreds of saints. Currently in the Floating Sand Sea, there were dozens above the 7-source level and 12 above the 8-source level. Red Sand was merely one of them. The strongest among them was a 10-source initial stage expert named Tua Ausen, who only needed to comprehend the final source to become a God King. Now this group of saints all received the message from Dragonstaff Saint Lord at the same time. Floating Sand Island 8183. At least 2 God King level treasures. This human might have some background. However, no matter his background, once he's in the Floating Sand Sea, there's no reason not to rob him. God King level treasures. I, a 10-source saint, obtained one only after countless hardships, yet he, a 2-source saint, has 2. What a waste. Tua Ausen felt a deep sense of injustice and immediately teleported towards Floating Sand Island 8183. He Tuo Aosen had been stuck at the 10-source level for dozens of reincarnation epochs. His only hopes for advancement were the floating sand fruits or a God King level treasure. 2 God King level treasures. I wonder which God King's disciple this human is to be so extravagant. But he's just a human. The Minotaur clan has never been afraid. Besides Tuo Aosen, the other 8-source saints, and even the 2 9-source saints among them were also rushing towards this floating sand island. Human, come on, show me what you've got. Let's see if you can do anything to me. The Dragon Staff Holy Lord's eyes flashed with madness. Being so restrained and humiliated, he naturally didn't want to let this human before him go. Since the human wanted to use him as a training partner, he might as well stall for time. Of course, Luo Feng was more than happy to oblige. Indeed, with 6 arms and 6 long staves, the Dragon Staff Holy Lord was nearly flawless in both offense and defense. Only by crossing blows with such an opponent could Luo Feng better discern his own shortcomings. The fact that the Minotaur clan was stationed within the Dragon Tower of the Yongshan Empire was likely a deliberate choice for this very reason of perfection. A race with impeccable offense and defense, they were a nightmare for challengers. Those lacking in strength wouldn't even get past them. With the advantage of his absolute domain, Luo Feng held the initiative, yet he truly couldn't do anything significant against the Dragon Staff Holy Lord. Luo Feng's saber techniques had become incredibly elusive and bizarre, blindingly fast, but their power was too weak. He dared not clash head-on with the Dragon Staff Holy Lord, resorting only to opportunistic strikes through gaps. Yet breaking through the defense of 6 arms was beyond him, unless he could shatter it with overwhelming force, relying on absolute might to crush his opponent. They clashed time and again, hundreds of millions, billions of times. Within the inheritance space, Luo Feng's divine power avatar analyzed and summarized, repeatedly, continually refining the strengths and weaknesses of his saber techniques. Whether it was Quest, Hymn of Life, Blossoming Light, Eternal Light, or Thunderclap Gleam, under a 10,000-fold time acceleration, Luo Feng could always uncover flaws. Gaps like loopholes that he could patch up with minor adjustments. My techniques have quite a few loopholes, but now they're even more polished. After perfecting all his techniques, Luo Feng abruptly ceased his assault. Seeing Luo Feng stop, the Dragon Staff Holy Lord Qixia was taken aback. What's the matter? Keep going. Aren't you supposed to have a colossal divine body? The Dragon Staff Holy Lord stared at Luo Feng and sneered. This human was more reckless than he had imagined, launching relentless attacks that forced him to defend or counter, continuously burning his divine power. His divine body had already consumed a full 8% of its divine power, yet the human's consumption was less than 1%. A human possessing such an immense divine body, likely a 3rd-level infinite body, and bearing a God King level treasure, could only mean this human was a prodigy of the human race. Thus the Dragon Staff Holy Lord had to find a way to delay him. Once other clansmen arrived, killing this human would be well within reach. Though the Minotaur clan and the human race weren't exactly sworn enemies, they often clashed. If he could eliminate a human prodigy, it would undoubtedly be a worthy endeavor. Don't rush, the best is yet to come. Luo Feng grinned at the Dragon Staff Holy Lord. Today you either submit to me or you die. Submit? To you? The Dragon Staff Holy Lord scoffed. After all this fighting, what can you actually do to me? You're carrying quite a few treasures, and there are already several saint realms nearby eyeing this place. Do you think they'll strike at me or at you? The Dragon Staff Holy Lord remained remarkably composed. Don't worry, they won't dare soon enough. Luo Feng had also noticed other saint realms on the island drawing closer, but he paid them no mind. Below, the 8 source level numbers meant nothing. Luo Feng looked at the Dragon Staff Holy Lord and suddenly smiled. Let me show you my true power. As he spoke, 2 beams of void force shot from his eyes toward the Dragon Staff Holy Lord. The Dragon Staff Holy Lord met his gaze, but suddenly everything around him vanished into an eerie silence. All he could see was a colossal eye-like planet and 2 streams of void willpower slammed directly into his body, striking straight at his soul and will. The Dragon Staff Holy Lord's willpower wasn't particularly strong. Though an 8th source saint, he possessed only peak saint level, while nowhere near the limit. Ah! The overwhelming willpower assault sent the Dragon Staff Holy Lord clutching his head in agony. Although his saint-level soul treasure protected his soul, he was far from comfortable under such an onslaught, even struggling to keep his stone staff steady. Seizing this opening, Luo Feng swapped one of his twin blades for the Blood Shadow Saber, and immediately unleashed Thunderclap Gleam. The strike was blindingly fast. The Dragon Staff Holy Lord, still reeling from the Liuan art's effects, hadn't even regained his senses before the saber landed on his head. Having absorbed chaotic Gang Chi, the Blood Shadow Saber's golden runes amplified its power, while its blade's hardness and sharpness were greatly enhanced. This strike, carrying the might of a 7-source high-tier assault, cleaved into the Dragon Staff Holy Lord's skull like slicing through a melon, the entire blade sinking deep. Then, a violent eruption of power infused with profound mysteries of destruction rampaged through his divine body. The blow jolted the Dragon Staff Holy Lord awake from his willpower struggle, but terror followed swiftly. The power of that strike was immense, and the blade was razor-sharp, ignoring the armor on his head entirely as it split his entire bull's head in 2. The rampaging energy then corroded his divine body, instantly erasing over 40% of it. As his head frantically regenerated, his aura plummeted sharply, losing over 40% of his divine body in a single strike, compounded by the earlier 8% had halved his reserves. His combat strength had fallen to just 60 to 70%. If the domain continued to suppress him, he was no match for this human. How did that strike suddenly become so powerful? Could his saber also be a god-king level treasure? The Dragon Staff Holy Lord was on the verge of losing his mind. He looked at Luo Feng with a hint of fear. So, want to taste another strike like that? If you want to live, submit to me. Luo Feng fixed his gaze on the Dragon Staff Holy Lord. Countless thoughts raced through the Dragon Staff Holy Lord's mind. No wonder this human had been so brazen. Everything was under his control. The Dragon Staff Holy Lord was merely a sparring partner, a saint realm that could be crushed at will. A 2-source saint relying on treasures could suppress an 8-source saint like him. There was likely no second such being in all of the origin continent. He coveted those treasures, but he lacked the power to seize them. Your will is formidable, and your willpower secret arts are even more so. Tell me, which god king of the human race are you a disciple of? Why have I never heard of a prodigy like you among humans? The Dragon Staff Holy Lord stared at Luo Feng. His plan was simple. Stall for as much time as possible. Tusen, why are you so slow in getting here? The Dragon Staff Holy Lord was cursing inwardly as he resented the latest message. Luo Feng looked at him and grinned. My identity isn't important. What matters is your choice. Trust me, don't make me move. Otherwise you won't even have the chance to self-destruct. My choice. The Dragon Staff Holy Lord locked eyes with Luo Feng. Human, do you know who I am? I am a saint of the Minotaur clan, an 8-source saint. My master is one of the 8 gods of the Minotaur divine domain. Even if I dared to submit, would you dare to accept? Do you understand what it means to harm an 8-source saint? Even if your master is a god king, are you certain he would dare to make an enemy of my Minotaur divine domain? The Dragon Staff Holy Lord wore a defiant expression. He knew that this was the moment he could not afford to show weakness. Once he faltered, he wouldn't even have a chance to stall. The 8 gods of the Minotaur divine domain were the 8 most ancient god kings of the Minotaur clan, standing at the very pinnacle of the origin continent, their fame resounding across it. Though eons had passed and they rarely acted, anyone with even a modicum of knowledge about the Minotaur clan knew the weight of their deterrent power. The Dragon Staff Holy Lord hoped to shake the human with this. The 8 gods of the Minotaur divine domain. The Minotaur divine domain is infinitely far from here. Even with their divine powers, they wouldn't know who acted here. Make your choice or I'll make it for you. Luo Feng said, coldly staring at the Dragon Staff Holy Lord. The Dragon Staff Holy Lord grew anxious. He knew that invoking his background was typically useless in the floating sand sea. His only goal was to buy time. My choice is... Tusen. He's here. The Dragon Staff Holy Lord was overjoyed. He had just received a message that Tusen had arrived at Floating Sand Island, 8183. My choice. My choice is no submission. You. The Dragon Staff Holy Lord sneered. Luo Feng's expression shifted. He suddenly sensed a powerful domain descending, suppressing his own, and a streak of golden light moving at an inconceivable speed hurtled toward his position. A 9-source saint or a 10-source saint? Luo Feng could only sense that the incoming golden light carried a vast, overwhelming aura far superior to the Dragon Staff Holy Lord's. At least a 9-source high-tier saint. Dragon Staff Holy Lord, I never thought you'd be pushed to this point by a 2-source saint. A booming laugh echoed through the chaotic domain. Tusen, I've lost over half my body. I hope you'll compensate me later. If not for me, you wouldn't have such a golden opportunity. The Dragon Staff Holy Lord's voice also rang out. With Luo Feng's chaotic domain suppressed, the Dragon Staff Holy Lord was freed from his torment. Seizing the opening, he retreated to a safe distance, shedding all traces of his earlier disarray. His gaze toward Luo Feng now burned with intense killing intent. We'll see if it's as you say. Tusen chuckled, and a golden flash materialized into a towering 6-armed bull-headed figure landing beside the Dragon Staff Holy Lord. As Tua Aosen landed beside the dragon cudgel, Saint Lord, his gaze also fell upon Luo Feng. His cultivation realm was exceedingly high, and now, with only the mastery of the wind origin remaining, he could communicate with the world's source and become a divine king. His gaze settled on Luo Feng. The origins within Luo Feng's domain were not concealed in the slightest. Tua Aosen could indeed only vaguely sense two, with the third being the exceedingly rare origin of destruction. This domain's strength, without the support of my 10 origin mysteries, would likely be far inferior to his. Some time has passed since I set out, yet his divine power hasn't changed at all. It's highly probable he has reached the 3rd level of the divine body. With such speculation, the chaotic space within him should be immense, granting his domain a stronger foundational suppression. Coupled with a divine king-level domain treasure, his domain could indeed achieve this. Tuaosen guessed. Therefore he was also quite confident that the human before him possessed a domain-type treasure, one that was integrated into his own chaotic domain, making it difficult to distinguish. Tua Aosen his saber might also be a divine king-level treasure. I carelessly fell for his soul technique earlier and took a strike from him. That blow's power was definitely at the high tier 7 origins level. My divine body instantly depleted by 43%. Previously his saber's power was only around the 5 origins level. The dragon cudgel Saint Lord transmitted his words to Tua Aosen. Tua Aosen looked at the saber in Luo Feng's hand, but could sense nothing unusual about it. However, he believed the dragon cudgel Saint Lord's words. The Saint Lord before him, having lost over half his divine body, would not speak falsely. If this were true, it was possible the saber had been switched in between. You must be the silver-winged human from over a quadrillion epochs ago. Tisk, I never expected you to reach the Saint Realm so quickly. More importantly, surviving the hurricane death trap. Your palace treasure is at divine king level. Tua Aosen looked at the seemingly fearless human and revealed a smile. Back then he was also a cultivator in the inner domain. He had naturally heard of the events concerning those majestic 300-plus saints. Forgive my rudeness, allow me to introduce myself. I am Tua Aosen, a member of the Minotaur tribe. Chisha is an elite of our tribe. Now that you have injured him, you must pay the price for it. Tua Aosen looked at Luo Feng, his expression gradually turning serious. You may call me Galaxy. Why, do you intend to fight on his behalf? Luo Feng looked at Tua Aosen, announced his name, and showed not a shred of fear. I have no desire to bully a junior. How about this hand over your palace treasure, the saber you used to wound him, and your domain treasure? I won't make a move and we'll call it even. Otherwise the outcome might be worse than you imagine. Tua Aosen's aura surged, instantly pressing down upon Luo Feng with a might as overwhelming as a mountain. Luo Feng felt that Tua Aosen before him was unlikely to be at the 9 Origins Saint Realm. He could suppress an early 8 Origins opponent, so logically a 9 Origins shouldn't be this much stronger. Luo Feng admitted to himself that he was far from being a match for the Tua Aosen before him. As could be seen from his own chaotic domain and Dragon Tower realm being suppressed, Luo Feng felt he would likely be defeated in a single exchange. However, mere aura suppression was impossible to break him. Luo Feng's will nearing the saint level limit could easily withstand it. Morosa. Suddenly a cold-looking human clad in black appeared beside Luo Feng. Morosa's aura was completely restrained at this moment. Even the distant Tua Aosen couldn't see through him, and his expression turned serious as he looked at Morosa. Morosa, entertain him well. Luo Feng said, then entered the gilded palace along with the crocodile beast Ju beside him. Tua Aosen watched Luo Feng enter the divine king-level palace treasure, a sense of dread welling up inside him. However, with the black-clad human present, he couldn't intervene. Once someone hid inside a palace treasure and refused to come out unless a stronger divine king-level palace treasure was used to suppress it, it meant even a divine king could do nothing. Outside, the cold-faced Morosa looked at Tua Aosen and grinned. At the same time, Morosa's world domain was fully unleashed, its strength rivaling Tua Aosen's 10 Origins chaotic domain. Tua Aosen's expression showed reluctance, but his gaze turned solemn. Morosa, you are strong, worthy to be my opponent. My name is Tua Aosen. I am pleased to do battle with a true powerhouse. A fighting spirit ignited in Tua Aosen's eyes. Boom! His divine power burned directly, and a more vigorous flame caused his chaotic domain's might to surge once more. Simultaneously of his 6 arms 4 wielded long sabers, while the other 2 raised massive shields. The way of the saber and shield balancing offense and defense. In Morosa's hand, however, only a single black staff appeared. This staff was a life-bound treasure nurtured over vast epochs, within his inner world, perfectly attuned to the origin of destruction. Not burning your divine power. You look down on me? Tua Aosen sneered, then transformed into a beam of golden light, charging at Morosa with his saber leading the way. Morosa watched Tua Aosen's charge without concern. He shook the staff in his hand, and the surging power of destruction subtly influenced the surrounding space-time. This is your first time striking. Morosa looked at the staff in his hand, black flames dancing in his eyes. As the origin of destruction within his world grew, a subtle change occurred in the very core of Morosa's nature. Tua Aosen came with his 4 sabers and 2 shields, but Morosa, gripping his staff with both hands, brazenly met the charge. Morosa's black staff descended with overwhelming, unadorned force, smashing directly towards Tua Aosen. He relied purely on crushing frontal power. In an instant, they clashed, unleashing a violent burst of energy in the space between them. Under this blow, Tua Aosen used all 4 sabers and both shields, yet he was still sent flying back 10 million kilometers by that single staff strike. Morosa, in contrast, was pushed back less than 100,000 kilometers by the opposing force. With a single strike, Morosa had established absolute dominance. No, his staff technique only has 1 origin fluctuation, and I've never seen such a real origin mystery. Normal origin mysteries are merely conceptual power borrowed from the void. But his origin power feels like the true origin itself, not like conceptual power. My master said the path of laws and origins goes from emptiness to concept to reality. How can a saint achieve what even a divine king cannot? Unless his staff is an origin treasure, the kind my master spoke of. Tuo Aosun looked at Morosa, then at the staff in his hand, from which dense power of destruction emanated. This caused Tuo Aosun to draw a sharp breath, his suspicion solidifying into conviction. An origin treasure leaks a trace of origin power. I was only fortunate enough to see one at my master's place. Who would have thought one would appear on a saint? A treasure not even divine kings possess, how could it fall into the hands of a saint? This is a great fortune for me. Tuo Aosun's heart was thoroughly excited. The greed in his eyes was utterly unconcealed. All members of my Minotaur tribe in the Floating Sand Sea teleport to Floating Sand Island number 8183. Be quick. Tuo Aosun sent out the message. Realizing it was an origin treasure, his mind was consumed with thoughts of obtaining it. An origin treasure was a whole tier more precious than a divine king-level treasure, an item that even divine kings would fight over madly. Its value was immeasurable. Chisha, deal with those peeping bastards. Don't let them spread the news from here. Tuo Aosun also transmitted his orders to the dragon cudgel Saint Lord Chisha. At the same time his gaze returned to Morosa. He licked his lips and charged forward directly. The dragon cudgel Saint Lord Chisha seemed thoughtful. Although his divine body was over half depleted, dealing with mere onlookers was an easy task for him. I just need to keep you occupied. Once the other saints of my tribe arrive, what does it matter if you hold an origin treasure? You won't escape. Tuo Aosun had already formulated his plan. With Morosa wielding an origin treasure, Tuo Aosun might not be his match. But he only needed to stall. Once his tribesmen arrived, over 100 saints of 7 origins and above attacking together could even contend with a divine king, let alone a saint with 10 origins combat power. Humph! Morosa was unaware of the countless schemes brewing in Tuo Aosun's mind. He merely snorted coldly, his black staff radiating surging power of destruction. Every strike carried overwhelming might. As an early 10 origins Saint, Tuo Aosun's saber techniques were certainly powerful, but Morosa's staff was more fearsome. Its surging power brought intense suppression. Of course Tuo Aosun, a saint stuck at the 10 origins level for countless epochs, had long since integrated all his origin mysteries into his saber techniques. His sabers and shields, whether for defense or offense, executed the transitions between pulling and deflecting with remarkable perfection. Although Morosa's staff techniques seemed utterly crude, he relied on the suppressive power of the black staff's destruction origin. Each strike was devastatingly powerful, forcing Tuo Aosun to constantly defend, often putting him on the back foot. And despite all this fighting, Morosa had yet to burn his divine power. Inside the Gilded Palace, Luo Feng watched the battle, feeling a sense of awe at Tuo Aosun's strength. Tuo Aosun was a saber user, but he carried 2 shields balancing his defense. This, however, did not diminish the power of his saber techniques in the least. Each of Tuo Aosun's strikes seemed to incorporate various origin mysteries. Some saber light was like endless flowing water. Some could burn the heavens and earth like raging fire, others were like lightning serpents slithering through the air. In short, in Luo Feng's eyes, every strike from Tuo Aosun was perfect, far superior to his own saber techniques. Tuo Aosun's comprehension of the origins is extremely profound. Every move he makes carries endless mysteries. In terms of profundity, he is far superior to Morosa. Morosa's strength lies in raw power, in the might of the destruction origin. Though his staff techniques lack mystery, before absolute power all else is futile. Luo Feng watched, amazed by Tuo Aosun's saber techniques, and simultaneously stunned by Morosa's sheer power. Luo Feng watched quietly. Some moves even seemed to contain the mysteries of the time origin, and he could grasp a bit of them. Unknowingly, his consciousness was drawn into deep thought. Tuo Aosun and Morosa clashed tens of millions of times in an instant. Tuo Aosun understood this clearly. This black-clad human staff techniques were extremely crude compared to his own saber arts. It was purely a matter of overwhelming power, barely suppressing him only by relying on the might of the origin treasure. But it was precisely because of this that his desire for the origin treasure grew even more frantic. Pamir and Lingzi are almost here. Tuo Aosun rejoiced inwardly. The arrival of 2 origin saints should be enough to turn the tide of battle. Tuosun had just received transmissions from Pamir and Lingzi, when in the span of a breath 2 equally formidable chaos domains descended instantaneously. They converged with Tuosun's own domain, utterly suppressing and repelling the one-party domain that pulsed with the primordial aura of annihilation. Morosa and Luo Feng simultaneously turned their gaze in one direction. Their 2 colossal figures of the 6-armed Minotaur race were charging in from beyond the domain as streaks of light. Minotaurs again. The 9-source sacred realm. Luo Feng's expression shifted slightly. It seems they've alerted their kin in the floating sand sea. This is getting troublesome. Luo Feng frowned. The 2 newly arrived Minotaurs radiated surging auras far surpassing Dragon Cudgel, Saint Lord, though still below Tuosun's level. With the addition of the 2 9-source sacred realm cultivators, Morosa's one-party domain went from a position of dominance to being completely suppressed. Pamir Lingzi, you've finally arrived. Join me in killing this human. Once we return to the tribe, I'll grant you both a great reward. Tuasan's voice boomed, making no attempt to conceal his intentions. Tuasan, I've heard this human possesses at least 2 treasures of the God King level. We'll each rely on our own skills and luck. Don't think about hogging everything for yourself. As for your promised tribal rewards, I care little for them. It was Pamir who spoke. Indeed, Tuasan, though your strength surpasses ours, seizing treasures depends on one's own methods and fortune. Lingzi added. The human you speak of is hiding inside a palace treasure. That palace is a God King level artifact. How do you expect to deal with him? Tuasan, while exchanging blows with Morosa, gestured towards the golden palace nearby. Enough talk. We can't let him retreat inside again, or we'll have no way to harm him. Our only option would be to send them into the tidal abyss, and then we'd get nothing. A palace treasure. Pamir and Lingzi glanced at the golden palace, then exchanged a look. They both understood each other's meaning. Then we fight. However, they also noticed the black staff in Morosa's hands. Its overwhelming might made even them tremble. It was definitely a top-tier treasure and highly likely one of the God King level. Tuasan, the black stone staff in his hand. Whoever gets it keeps it. Pamir's divine power blazed as he unleashed his full battle strength without hesitation. Let's see if we can even kill him first. Tuasan snorted. He wasn't worried about Pamir or Lingzi recognizing it as the noble primordial treasure. If not for his master, he himself wouldn't have known about such a level of treasure. As for them taking it, he didn't care about Pamir and Lingzi at all. That stone staff's power is terrifyingly strong. Lingzi's heart raced, greed undisguised in his eyes. It must be a God King level treasure as well. With Pamir and Lingzi joining the fray, the advantage on the battlefield shifted directly towards Tuasan's side. Morosa's strength lay chiefly in his life-bound treasure staff and the nature of his annihilation origin. In terms of the profound intricacies of techniques, Morosa was utterly outclassed. With Pamir and Lingzi joining, Morosa found himself on the defensive, especially with his domain suppressed, which greatly hampered his mobility. Yet Morosa's greatest strength was not his offense but his defense. Even as their saber spears and axes struck him, the attacks caused no damage whatsoever. Each strike seemed to plunge into an endless void of space-time, weakening continuously upon contact. While the blows could deform his body, they failed to inflict any real harm. What? How is this possible? Tuasan, Pamir, and Lingzi were all astonished. Their attacks had yielded no results. His defense is too bizarre. Our attacks barely affect him. To kill him, we either need to surpass the upper limit of his defenses with raw power or use soul attacks. If that fails, we'll have to suppress and seal him. Tuasan transmitted. Get ready. We'll all attack with our souls. We are all at the limit of Sacred Realm willpower. Unless he has a God King level soul treasure, he absolutely won't be able to withstand it. Tuasan's voice echoed again in the minds of Pamir and Lingzi. In an instant, after exchanging glances, the 3 Minotaur powerhouses simultaneously launched their most powerful soul attacks. 6 streams of ethereal power pierced through space-time, plunging directly into Morosa's body. Morosa's brow furrowed slightly, then relaxed. The will of a world beast was immensely powerful, inherently skilled in soul attacks. Moreover, Morosa's current willpower was nearly at the God King level, and his soul was protected by the realm. The combined attack of the 3 merely caused him to frown briefly. Is that all? Morosa looked at Tuasan, Pamir, and Lingzi. How can this be? Could he possess another God King level soul treasure? Tuasan thought this the most likely answer. If he could bring out a primordial treasure, it wouldn't be surprising at all for him to have a God King level soul treasure. Pamir and Lingzi exchanged another glance, also shocked. Tuasan, what do we do? Pamir transmitted. Lingzi also looked towards Tuasan. No rush. Other tribesmen will be arriving soon. As long as we keep his domain suppressed and keep attacking to tie him down, preventing him from hiding in that palace treasure, we can kill him. I refuse to believe he can withstand 100 or more attacks from 7th source and above. Tuasan transmitted. Keep attacking. Tuasan commanded. Pamir wielded 6 giant axes, Lingzi 6 long spears, while Tuasan coordinated with his saber and shield. The 3 of them surrounded Morosa from 3 directions. Though Morosa was somewhat on the defensive, he wasn't afraid of their attacks. For a time, a stalemate persisted with Morosa being beaten down. However, this deadlock didn't last long. 2 more Minotaurs of the 8th-source Sacred Realm joined the battlefield. Luo Feng, seeing the 2 newly arrived Minotaurs, became even more certain of one thing: Dragon Cudgel, Saint Lord, must have informed his kin from the very beginning. Morosa, can you handle this alone? We shouldn't linger. Luo Feng's voice echoed in Morosa's mind. Master, it's troublesome. Even if I unleash my full power, I might not be able to kill Tuasan. His will is strong, likely at the limit of the Sacred Realm. My soul attacks are useless against him. His saber technique is exquisite and immensely powerful, and his defense is flawless. If he tries to flee, I doubt I could stop him. Morosa transmitted back. Indeed, Luo Feng could see this clearly as well. Tuasan was evidently an extremely ancient 10-source Sacred Realm cultivator. He had integrated almost every one of his origins into his saber and shield techniques. In Luo Feng's eyes, the profound intricacies of these moves could even be compared to the sacred realm saber arts of the Shadow Saber 10,000 forms. Unless one could break through with overwhelming force, defeating Tuasen would be an extremely difficult task. Even Morosa, relying on the formidable power of his life-bound treasure, couldn't overcome him. If I coordinate my domain with yours, can we shake them off? Luo Feng replied. I can try. But if I go all out, they definitely won't be able to stop me. Morosa answered. Luo Feng burned his divine power, unleashing his chaos domain in conjunction with the Dragon Tower realm. The crocodile beast Ju also released its chaos domain. At the same time, Luo Feng attempted to activate the world power of the Star Tower. With sacred realm divine power driving it, an even more powerful and vast world power descended, abruptly plunging the surrounding spacetime into a suppression domain. Morosa, who had been suppressed, suddenly felt relieved as their own domains stacked upon each other. The addition of Luo Feng's and Ju's domains didn't significantly alter the overall balance. Tuasen's side still held the advantage and initiative. However, with the activation of the Star Tower's sealing power, spacetime, within a radius of dozens of light years, became heavy. The domain formed by the suppression force alone was not weaker than Luo Feng's chaos domain combined with the Dragon Tower realm. In fact, it was far stronger. What's going on? Where is this powerful sealing force coming from? Could it be that palace? Tuasen and the others were shaken. Their entire domain was engulfed by an endless sealing force. This sealing domain was simply terrifying. This human is a walking treasure trove. We must find a way to kill him. Tuasen's heart was consumed by madness. He had seen God King level palace treasures before, but he had never seen one with such power when wielded by a sacred realm cultivator. He stared at the gilded gold palace, his eyes filled with greed. A God King level palace treasure, a God King level domain treasure, a God King level soul treasure, a God King level attack treasure, and most importantly a primordial treasure. Any single one of these could drive a God King insane, let alone all of them in the hands of a sacred realm cultivator. Everyone go all out. Damn it, he's trying to flee. Don't let him escape. Tuasen's voice thundered across the chaos domain. Seeing Luo Feng's gilded gold palace transform into a streak of light and fly away with Morosa following as a dark beam right behind it, Tuasen was naturally frantic. Everyone, even if you have to use forbidden arts, keep them here. Tuasen roared. Within his golden body, golden mystic patterns were the first to light up. They shimmered, outlining a peculiar ancient bull beast emblem. In that instant, an aura, as if from the primordial wilderness, descended upon Tuasen, causing his presence to suddenly surge by more than double. Tuasen's pursuit speed became terrifyingly fast. Seeing Tuasen go all out, the others were also moved. However, without much hesitation, they too activated the same forbidden art. Within their bodies, golden, red, black, or purple mystic patterns began to glow, forming the same bull beast emblem. As the aura of ancient primordial fierce beasts descended, their own auras also surged by more than double in that same moment. Luo Feng witnessed this scene, and his expression changed. Are they trying to fight us to the death? Luo Feng's face darkened. Master, it seems we cannot leave. We might as well fight them. Morosa's voice echoed in Luo Feng's mind. Luo Feng's face darkened. Morosa, hold off this wave of attacks. I sense they've activated some forbidden art that can't last long. Since they want to fight, I'll make them regret it. A wild madness gleamed in Luo Feng's eyes. Few could match his ferocity. Morosa's defenses were terrifyingly formidable. Even a god king would struggle to kill a fully grown world beast king. Though Morosa wasn't yet fully matured, he could easily withstand any assault below the god king level. Good. They still pose no threat to me unless they try to exhaust me with divine power. Morosa replied. Luo Feng naturally knew the weaknesses of world beasts, but Tuasen and the others had no idea Morosa was a world beast king, nor would they think to drain him with divine power. Physical attacks, no matter how fierce, could barely scratch Morosa. Outside, as Tuasen unleashed the forbidden art of the Minotaur clan, his aura swelled to an awe-inspiring degree. His divine body radiated both the primal savagery of ancient beasts and the intense flame of his own divine energy. Pamir and Ling Ci of the Nine-Source Holy Land, after activating their forbidden arts, now emanated auras that rivaled, or even surpassed, Tuasen's earlier state. The other two 8-Source Holy Land experts and Dragonstaff Saint Master also surged to 9-Source levels. In an instant, Morosa faced a siege from 1 10-Source limit, 2 10-Source early stage, and 3 9-Source mid-stage opponents. Morosa shifted from a disadvantageous position to a mere punching bag, pummeled relentlessly. Tuasen alone completely suppressed him. Yet neither Pamir's great axe, Ling Ci's spear, nor Tuasen's blade could inflict any real damage on Morosa. Could he possess a god king level defensive treasure? Tuasen couldn't help but suspect that Morosa was clad in a god king grade protective armor. If so, no matter how ferocious their attacks, without reaching the god king realm, they'd barely scratch him. Troublesome. Let's try to suppress him, Tuasen thought to himself. Simultaneously, he sent a telepathic message to every Minotaur clan member. An ice-blue triangular tower flew from Tuasen's hand, expanding and hovering above Morosa, From beneath the tower, a tremendous suction force erupted. Damn it, they're trying to suppress Morosa. Luo Feng's expression shifted as he noticed the blue triangular tower looming over Morosa in the distance. But then his expression relaxed. Despite the tower's immense suction, it seemed to have little effect on Morosa, much to Luo Feng's relief. Morosa, a saint-level treasure can't suppress you. Luo Feng asked astonished. Master, within me lies a world equal in status to the primordial universe. Suppressing me is like trying to suppress the primordial universe itself. From the moment I became a king, a powerful world formed within me. As I grow, its power strengthens. With its interference, ordinary treasures, even god-king palaces, can't suppress me. Only something like your star tower might have a chance. Morosa's voice echoed in Luo Feng's mind, filling him with awe. As a world beast king bound by the supreme laws, Morosa held a status equal to the primordial universe itself. How noble. Fortunately, Luo Feng had succeeded back then. He felt deeply grateful. He also marveled at the power of the Star Tower. Now his greatest trump card. Minotaur clan, you've picked a fight with the wrong person. I'll make you regret this. Luo Feng's gaze locked onto Tua Aosen, and the others, his killing intent surging once more. Meanwhile, Tua Aosen, realizing the blue palace treasure couldn't suppress Morosa, grew anxious. How is this possible? He's only a saint. Why can't I suppress him? Even if he wears a god-king armor, it shouldn't block suppression. What's going on? Tua Aosen was on the verge of losing his mind. They had Morosa completely suppressed, and the blue tower suction was absurdly strong, yet it simply couldn't pull him in. Tua Aosen, what's happening? Pamir and Ling Ci urgently sent telepathic messages. I don't know. We can't suppress him. Find a way to bind him, and when the rest of my clan arrives, we'll destroy his soul. Tua Aosen was seething with frustration. Our forbidden arts only last an hour. There's not enough time, Pamir said quickly. They were furious. These two humans were walking treasure troves, all god-king level artifacts, yet they couldn't do a thing about it. Not enough time. Indeed, it would take considerable time for the other clan members to arrive. Countless thoughts raced through Tua Aosen's mind. Then let them go for now. The floating sand fruit isn't ripe yet. I doubt they'll leave. I've already contacted the clan's god-king. He'll arrive before the fruit matures, and then they won't escape. We'll just follow them, quietly confirm their location, and wait for our god-king to descend. Tua Aosen reluctantly sent the message. Pamir, Ling Ci and the others were stunned. Mobilizing a clan god-king over a few god-king artifacts. Would a god-king really come all this way? Every god-king in the clan was formidable and hardly lacking in god-king level treasures. Traveling vast distances to the floating sand sea for artifacts seemed utterly insane to them. But they didn't know that Tua Aosen was after the prime treasure. Any prime treasure would drive god-kings to madness. If one appeared in the hands of a saint, no matter how distant, a god-king would drop everything to seize it. Let's back off for now, Tua Aosen added. As he spoke, the forbidden art dissipated and his aura weakened. Pamir, Ling Ci and the others followed suit, dispelling their forbidden arts and halting their assault. Ha! Morosa was stunned, and so was Luo Feng. They're just giving up. Luo Feng mused, shaking his head inwardly. They're only temporarily at a loss. They won't truly let this go. They covet my treasures so desperately. If they get a chance, they'll surely strike. But if they want to end this, I'm not done yet. Luo Feng immediately sent a telepathic message to Morosa. Morosa, use all your power. Can you pin down Tua Aosen? I'll coordinate with the Star Tower. If you can hold him, I'm certain I can suppress him. After burning his saint-level divine power through the fourth layer of the Annihilation Art, the Star Tower's might had reached a level that astounded even Luo Feng. As long as Morosa could hold, Tua Aosen suppression was guaranteed. Master, if I go all out, I should be a notch stronger than Tua Aosen was with his forbidden art. Holding him is no problem. I could even wipe out the others with ease. A flicker of excitement crossed Morosa. Excellent. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Once we suppress him, I'll reward you with two. Suddenly, Luo Feng's figure emerged from the gilded palace. Now! His voice thundered like lightning in Morosa's mind. Boom! A cataclysmic wave of destructive aura erupted from Morosa, far more powerful than Tua Aosen's forbidden art state. At the same time, a noble sovereign presence radiated from Morosa. It carried no oppressive pressure, yet it instinctively stunned Tua Aosen, and the others, stirring a deep soul-born reverence as they gazed upon him. What is this? Tua Aosen and the others froze for a moment. But that single moment was fatal. Under Morosa's fully manifested world domain, the suppressive force reached an incomprehensible level. It directly shattered the chaos domains of Dragonstaff, Saint Master, and the other two 8-source saints. Only Pamir, Tua Aosen and the other 9-source and above could barely maintain their domains. While they were suppressed, Luo Feng, having just emerged from the Gilded Palace, activated the Star Tower. The Star Tower appeared above Tua Aosen, unleashing an unprecedented, overwhelming force. It suppressed him while a devastatingly powerful suction pulled at him, threatening to swallow him whole. You're a world beast. No. What treasure is this? Impossible. Tuo Aosun roared in shock and fury. The suppressive force was beyond his ability to resist, and worse, Morosa, radiating immense destructive energy, had already latched onto him, stripping away any chance of resistance. This body is done for. I'm going to lose my saliva gold armor. Tuo Aosun found even self-destruction impossible. The suppression of the world domain and the Star Tower's devouring force drove him to despair. I never imagined Morosa is a world beast, and this Luo Feng has such a sealing treasure. Though I sense no prime aura, this definitely surpasses God King level artifacts. But I'll let you hold on to my saliva gold armor for now. Soon everything you have will belong to the Minotaur clan. Unless you can enslave me. Despite his apparent despair, a hint of wild, frenzied anticipation flickered deep within Tuo Aosun's eyes. Having lived for eons, he was vastly knowledgeable. He'd even seen images of the world beast serving beside God King Tianmu. After Tianmu, the origin continent had suffered world beast calamities, and he'd witnessed them across countless lands, giving him far deeper insight into world beasts than most. Tuo Aosun completely abandoned resistance, allowing himself to be sucked into the Star Tower. Pamir and Ling Ci, ancient beings who also recognized the world beast, were filled with horror, as they too were dragged in by the devouring force. No! I won't accept this. No! Even a 10 source like Tuo Aosun couldn't resist the suction. Pamir, Ling Ci, and the others had no chance either, and were helplessly swallowed into the Star Tower. All was quiet at last. Tuosun, Pamir, Ling Ci, and the 3 other Dragonstaff Holy Lords at the 8th Source Saint Realm were all suppressed and sealed within the Star Tower. Morosa, let's go. Luo Feng's divine power enveloped Morosa, and with an ultra-long distance teleportation, they vanished from the spot. The commotion from the battle just now was too great, likely to attract powerful saints. Choosing prudence, Luo Feng relocated to a different floating sand island. After teleporting across tens of millions of light-years, Luo Feng returned to his original floating sand island. This place was considered his own territory, so it was safe. Within the sealed space of the Star Tower, the powerful world force completely suppressed Tuosun and his fellow Minotaur saints. Here they couldn't even self-destruct. Luo Feng and Morosa appeared one after another within the sealed space. Tuosun and the others' gazes naturally fell upon them. Tuosun couldn't help but laugh. Well, Inha, I never imagined you'd enslave a world beast king. As he spoke, he glanced at Morosa. Luo Feng's expression shifted slightly, and he frowned. Over 100 trillion epochs you were merely an eternal true god, and even then he was already your servant. An eternal true god enslaving a world beast king. I never thought you'd harbor such a secret. Tuosun looked at Luo Feng, his expression complex. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the reincarnation of some limit saint, right? Tuosun could only suspect a saint, not a god king. If it were a god king, once awakened, their will would most easily break through to the god king level. With a god king's will, killing them would be effortless. The power of Luo Feng's Liuan art was even more terrifying than a saint's limit will, but far from a god king's will. Tuosun naturally assumed Luo Feng possessed a saint's limit will. If Luo Feng were a limit saint who had reincarnated, the presence of god king level treasures and origin source treasures on a saint would be perfectly explained. However, reincarnation required courage, for if tracked down by enemies, one would surely be killed while weak or slain by other powerhouses before even awakening. Luo Feng looked at Tuosun without denying it, merely thinking that Tuosun knew a lot and had quite the imagination. Do you think any of this matters to you now? Luo Feng's expression returned to normal. Since you've fallen into my hands, Inha, you should know the outcome. You will either submit to me or become nourishment for Morosa. A hint of tragic resolve appeared in Tuosun's eyes. Do you know how long I, Tuosun, have lived? He stared at Luo Feng. I have lived for over 2,000 reincarnation cycles. I lack your courage to choose reincarnation. I've been stuck at the 10th source for over 100 cycles and still see no hope of breakthrough. Do you think I fear death? Tuosun smiled. The path of cultivation was long. Progress was fine in the early stages of the Saint Realm, but the further one went, the harder it became. The mysteries of the 10 sources interfered with and influenced each other. As one comprehended the source mysteries, going beyond the 5th source, comprehending the 6th source became immensely difficult. Under the combined interference of the first 5 sources, comprehending the 6th was perhaps even harder than breaking through from eternal true god to saint. For those who reached the 8th or 9th source, further progress required perhaps tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of times longer. Tuosun at the 10th source was now affected by the previous 9 sources, almost unable to sense the final wind source. He had been stuck at the wind source for endless ages, unable to advance an inch. Luo Feng watched Tuosun listening to these irrelevant words and shook his head. Whether you submit or not is no longer up to you. Saying this, Luo Feng pointed a finger at Tuosun from afar. A droplet-like crystal flew from his fingertip, its surface covered with flowing runes. With a whoosh, the droplet plunged directly into Tuosun's bull head. Tuosun watched Luo Feng with a grave expression, and as the droplet entered his skull, he closed his eyes, trembling all over, looking as if he were struggling. A saint's limit will, stronger than mine. I wonder if it will succeed. Luo Feng watched, feeling somewhat tense. The 3-star realm was his most powerful enslavement technique, guiding through illusionary realms. It was perfect for dealing with those unwilling to cooperate. However, after a long while Tuasen opened his eyes and grinned. Your enslavement technique is formidable, but unfortunately my will is already extremely close to a god king, and my race's soul protection arts are not something you can break through. Luo Feng ignored him and looked at Morosa instead. Morosa, your world beast race is also skilled in soul enslavement illusions. Try to enslave him. Yes, master. Morosa nodded. Tuasen's expression changed as he stared at Morosa. A pair of curved horns grew from Morosa's head, and from their tip streams of void force shot out, directly entering Tuasen's body. At the same time, countless runes flickered brightly across Morosa's body. A series of Sanskrit sounds emanated from Morosa's throat, and the runes drifted out like musical notes, one by one piercing into Tuasen's body. Tuasen closed his eyes, trembling far more violently than before. Impossible. Don't even think about it. Low roars escaped Tuasen's throat as he struggled with all his might, but after struggling for only a short while Tuasen stopped trembling. His eyes remained shut and a smile gradually appeared at the corners of his mouth. Yet immediately after Tuasen began trembling and struggling violently again. The Minotaur's secret patterns on his body blazed fiercely, and a breath of primal wilderness burst forth from him. Master, it seems to be failing. Morosa looked at Luo Feng and reported. At this moment Tuasen opened his eyes, but they held a trace of lingering fear. He looked at Morosa with extreme wariness. He had nearly failed to defend his soul. If not for the taboo left within his body by his race, he wouldn't have been able to resist this time. Very well, we'll take our time. There will be a day when we can enslave him. With Morosa having a chance of successful enslavement, Luo Feng was reluctant to kill a 10th source powerhouse. Luo Feng wasn't in a hurry. He estimated that Morosa was on the verge of success. As long as Morosa continued to grow, enslaving 10th source saints would become a simple matter. Luo Feng's gaze shifted to Pamir. You're next. As he spoke, the same crystalline droplet flew from Luo Feng's fingertip and plunged directly into Pamir's head. Pamir wasn't like Tuasen. After struggling briefly, he fell into a daze. Success. Luo Feng smiled. Awaken. Waves of awakening force pierced through Pamir's soul. Pamir woke up somewhat dazed, but the moment he saw Luo Feng, his confused eyes suddenly burned with fervor. Master. Pamir said respectfully. Luo Feng nodded and looked at Morosa. Keep Tuasen. The rest are yours to replenish your origin. Yes, master. Morosa was delighted. Looking at Lingzi and the other three saints, Morosa suddenly shot out numerous tentacles enveloping Lingzi, the dragon staff holy lord, and the other two saints. No. Bastard. Human, you will die. No. Facing death, they were filled with despair, letting out venomous curses. They stared at Luo Feng, wishing they could tear him apart limb from limb. However, Luo Feng was not one to show mercy. As Morosa directly refined and absorbed them all, the entire sealed space fell silent once more. Only Tuasen, looking at Luo Feng, had a complex expression, while despair began to creep into his heart. He had originally thought that if Luo Feng couldn't enslave him, the world beast would devour him. That would only cost him a body, as he had left resurrection measures in the barbarian god domain. Given time, he could recover. But clearly that wasn't the case. The world beast had come so close to enslaving him. A world beast king could grow rapidly without bottlenecks until mastering the complete source of destruction. Once the world beast grew further, enslaving him would be easy. I can't wait any longer. I must get the god king here as soon as possible. Once enslaved, everything is lost. As Tuasen thought this, his divine power clone left in the distant barbarian god domain began to seek help. At this moment, on a distant continent countless tens of millions of light years away from the floating sand sea, here stood 100 colossal statues of 6-armed minotaurs, each over 1,000 light years tall, each separated by over 100 billion light years. This was the barbarian god domain, the territory of the minotaur race. Besides the statues, the land was covered with magnificent palace complexes. Surrounding the 6-armed minotaur statues were the sacred grounds of the barbarian god domain. Tuasen's divine power clone was at one of these 100 sacred grounds. Before a grand and imposing palace, Tuasen's divine power clone waited quietly. Come in. A voice sounded from within and the palace gates slowly opened. Tuasen stepped inside, and with a shift of stars, he found himself in an endless primal world. The entire world was desolate and dim, surrounded by ruined structures. A towering figure as vast as heaven and earth stood within like the sole deity of this world. Master, Tuasen said, respectfully looking at the majestic minotaur figure in the primal world that seemed to stand as tall as heaven and earth. Tuasen, speak. What do you need? The towering figure didn't turn around, speaking slowly. Master, my true body has been suppressed by a human. I can't even self-destruct. I fear I may be enslaved. Tuasen said. Seeing his master remain silent, Tuasen continued. The opponent is a human at the 2nd source saint realm. I suspect he's a reincarnated 10th source saint. He has numerous treasures. He has 2 palace-type treasures alone. one at the God King level and another 9-story tower treasure with vast power. I can't confirm if it surpasses the God King level. Though it doesn't seem like an origin source treasure, it's definitely beyond the God King level. Besides the 2 palace treasures, he also has a blade and a domain-type treasure both at the God King level. He also enslaved a world beast king. The beast's current strength is at the 10th source limit, not yet at the God King level. In its hands is a stone staff radiating extremely powerful destruction origin source power, which I suspect is an origin source treasure. Even when I used forbidden arts, I was still suppressed when the world beast king went all out. The main threat was the human's 9-story tower treasure. Its suppression power is extremely strong. Stronger than any God King treasure I've seen. I had no power to resist and was suppressed. I'm now trapped in the sealed space of his treasure. They've tried to enslave me but failed. However, next time I might not be able to hold out. Tuasen lowered his head, summarizing everything briefly. The towering figure listened, then slowly turned around. His eyes seemed to contain endless time and space as vast as heaven and earth. This towering figure, whose features were impossible to discern, seemed to distort the very fabric of spacetime around him. Though he stood before one's eyes, he felt separated by an endless expanse of epochs. A chaos beast. It has been a long time since I last laid eyes on one. Its natal treasure is indeed a prime treasure, but as it has not yet fully matured, it cannot truly be considered one. If it is not a prime treasure, then it is not what I seek. My true body is occupied with important matters in a distant realm, and cannot come to your rescue in time. Bring your natal primordial soul bowl to me. As long as you do not resist, I can slay your true body through a secret art. You can then be reborn through the bowl, and he will have no means to enslave you. As for the Chaos Beast and the God King level treasure, you may inform the younger God Kings of your clan. Let them go and try their luck. A God King's treasure is a rare and invaluable prize for them as well. This great entity spoke to Tua Ausen with an air of indifference, as if the latter's life or death was of little consequence. Tua Ausen listened silently. Yes, master. Tua Ausen dared not say more, merely acknowledging the command. Go and bring your natal primordial soul bowl. The great entity turned away, and Tua Ausen found himself already outside the grand hall. Elsewhere, after enslaving Premier Luo Feng, learned from him that Tua Ausen had already informed the God Kings of the Minotaur clan about the God King treasure, and that they were now making their way to the floating sand sea. Although he didn't know which God King had been notified, the ways of a God King were inscrutable, and even Premier couldn't say when they might arrive. This Tua Ausen is a ticking time bomb. Though he is suppressed within the Star Tower, he can pinpoint my location at any time. I'm afraid I'll have to kill him first. Luo Feng frowned, torn by the dilemma. If a God King happened to be near the floating sand sea, it would be extremely dangerous. If he killed Tua Ausen, he could rely on his formless ability, and even a God King would find it difficult to track him down. Tua Ausen cannot be allowed to live. Losing one 10-source slave is a minor matter, but this risk could cost me my life at any moment. Luo Feng quickly made his decision. Ausen could not be spared. With that thought, Luo Feng brought Morosa into the sealed space and ordered him to devour and refine Tua Ausen. Tua Ausen looked at Luo Feng and Morosa. Upon learning he was to be devoured, anger flared on his face, but his heart remained fearless. Losing this true body would cost him eons of accumulated power, but at least he would be free and alive. He still had a chance to start over. Far better than a life of servitude. His only regret was losing his most treasured God King level armor. Galaxy. Chaos Beast. I'll leave these with you for now. I Tua Ausen swear that I will make you pay in blood for this. Tua Ausen silently endured the Chaos Beast's devouring, his eyes burning with venomous hatred fixed on Luo Feng. Even in his final moment his gaze never wavered. Luo Feng watched with cold indifference. Tua Ausen's massive form completely dissipated, devoured entirely by Morosa, leaving behind only a golden armor, a long saber, a shield, a blue palace, a world ring, and various other artifacts floating in the void. The golden armor emanated an aura of vast, profound mystery, clearly a cut above the saber and shield. Luo Feng's gaze immediately locked onto it. Come here. Luo Feng beckoned, and the floating artifacts flew towards him one by one. He grabbed the golden armor, and a pulse of awe-inspiring energy surged from within, sending a jolt through his spirit. He couldn't help but run his hand over its surface. It feels far superior to Fan Gao's Tree God armor. Could this be a God King level armor? Luo Feng eagerly channeled his divine power into the armor, but his expression suddenly shifted. How is this possible? Tua Ausen is dead, yet his soul imprint still shows a trace of resistance. Could he still be alive? Normally when a master dies, even if an imprint remains in a treasure, it would offer no resistance whatsoever. Yet in this golden armor Luo Feng clearly sensed a faint consciousness of defiance. Realizing this, Luo Feng attempted to bond with the other items, the long saber, the shield, and the world ring, and found the same faint resistance in each. He must possess a technique similar to the River of Immortality. It's highly likely he's still alive. Luo Feng frowned deep in thought, but he could understand. The Duandong River lineage was an infinitesimally small sect on the origin continent, utterly insignificant compared to the Minotaur clan. The third patriarch of Duandong River could create the River of Immortality. It was only natural that other god kings would have their own mysterious and unpredictable life-preserving arts. Moreover, the Minotaur clan was one of the peak races on the origin continent. If they lacked some extraordinary means of survival, that would be the greatest joke of all. Many of my secrets have likely been shared among their inner circle of god kings. Even so, killing me won't be easy. From now on, I'll focus all my efforts on nurturing Morosa. Once he masters more of the destruction origin, what is there to fear from a god king? Luo Feng thought, knowing that until he became a god king himself, Morosa was his trump card. For a chaos beast king to grasp the complete origin, all it needed to do was eat and eat. Previously, Morosa's growth relied mainly on time, making his progress slow. If Luo Feng were willing to unleash a massacre, Morosa might master nearly all of the destruction origin before any god king could even reach the floating sand sea. But this time Luo Feng truly sensed the gravity of the crisis. The exposure of secrets like the Star Tower and the Chaos Beast King demanded corresponding power. With his current strength lacking, it would inevitably invite calamity. Having devoured Tua Aosen and several other Saint Realm beings like Ling Ci, Morosa's power would see a noticeable surge in a short time. Luo Feng also planned to feed Morosa all the resources they had acquired, allowing him to grow at the fastest possible rate. At the same time, he had plans to breed Chaos Beast warriors with combat power at the 5-source Saint Realm or above. At Morosa's current level, nurturing Saint Realm beasts around that tier was effortless. If he could breed tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of such beasts, Luo Feng would have nothing to fear from any god king. The floating sand sea is a good place, especially during the season when the floating sand fruits ripen. Luo Feng pushed thoughts of the Minotaur god king aside and couldn't help but smile. His mind returned to the golden armor. The moment he bonded with it, information flooded his consciousness. The golden armor was called the Xianjin armor. It was indeed a god king level treasure, specifically a high-grade god king treasure. When fully activated, it could reduce god king level attacks to a mere 1/10,000th of their original power, while attacks below the god king level were almost completely nullified. More importantly, the Xianjin armor also provided soul protection, weakening soul attacks to 60% of their original strength. However, it offered no enhancement to one's combat power. Tua Aosen was only at the 10-source Saint Realm. When he fought Morosa, he naturally couldn't fully activate the Xianjin armor, but even so, Morosa's attacks were likely weakened to about 1/10,000th of their full force. At that moment, Luo Feng finally understood why Tua Aosen had been so incredibly durable. The Xianjin armor had 3 layers of secret patterns. The first could be activated by a Saint Realm cultivator, but the second and third required the divine power of a god king. Luo Feng burned his divine power in an attempt to activate it, but could only barely manage the first layer of patterns. With that active, any attack below the god king level, even a limit-breaking 10-source Saint Realm strike, would be reduced to 1/10,000th of its original power. What a treasure! It's a pity that Saint Realm divine power can't activate the second layer. Otherwise, I could ignore any attack below the god king level. Luo Feng mused silently, then shook his head with a smile. But I should be content. One shouldn't be too greedy. A god king level golden armor was more than enough to solve his immediate crisis. Luo Feng continued to take stock of the other treasures. The 4 long sabers formed a complete set of peak saint level treasures. The 2 shields were also peak saint level. The blue triangular tower palace was likewise a peak saint level treasure. High-grade saint level soul treasure, the Biqui pearl. Luo Feng beckoned and a wood-green pearl flew into his hand. It was Tua Aosen's soul treasure. The pearl radiated a vibrant life-giving aura, evoking a sense of warmth and familiarity. Soul treasures were complex to forge. The cost of a high-grade saint level one was comparable to a peak saint level treasure. Thus, the Biqui pearl was second only to the Xianjin armor among the spoils. 1 god king level treasure, 3 peak saint level treasures, and 1 high-grade saint level treasure. Tua Aosen's wealth was among the top echelons for a Saint Realm cultivator. When Luo Feng further inspected the world ring, he found 2 more peak saint level treasures, both armor type. Truly wealthy. Luo Feng smiled. Apart from the 2 peak saint level armors, the rest of the haul combined was worth over 10 million Shenkuan units. Luo Feng couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. This was undoubtedly one of the wealthiest Saint Realm beings he had ever encountered. It wasn't surprising though. Tua Aosen was a 10-source Saint Realm cultivator who had lived for untold eons. The wealth he had accumulated was staggering. Even the combined riches of all Luo Feng's other slaves paled in comparison to Tua Aosen alone. After confirming that every bonded treasure had been thoroughly cleansed of Tua Aosen's soul imprint, Luo Feng finally stopped. Morosa, all of this is for you. Master the complete origin as quickly as possible. With a wave of his hand, Luo Feng summoned a mountain of resources into the sealed space. Every single item was a priceless treasure, any one of them would spark a frenzy among the races of the cosmic sea. Knowing that a god king had set his sights on him, Luo Feng felt a growing sense of urgency. The fastest way to boost his combat power was through Morosa. He held nothing back, thinking only of how to convert his other treasures into true strength. He even unhesitatingly fed some peak saint-level treasures to Morosa to devour and refine. "Thank you, master." Morosa's eyes gleamed as he stared at the mountain of treasures before him. Everything he had ever devoured combined probably didn't match this single haul. After digesting all of this, his power was sure to skyrocket. Morosa gazed at the dazzling array of items before him. Without a second thought, he opened his maw wide, unleashing a devastating devouring force that formed a colossal vortex of annihilation. Whoosh! Countless treasures transformed into torrents, surging straight into Morosa's devouring vortex. Luo Feng watched the boundless treasures become food for Morosa's belly, without a hint of regret. Instead, a flicker of anticipation arose within him. When Morosa was in his complete form with merely the strength of 6 origins, a mere 2 million plus Chenquan units could nurture world beast warriors equivalent to the mid-tier of 6 origins. Now with Morosa's full eruption rivaling an ordinary god king, nurturing 6 origin holy realm beings without consuming resources would be a trivial task. With resources at hand, it became even simpler. With over 10 million Chenquan units of treasures combined with Morosa's current power, nurturing world beast warriors at the 10 origins level was well within reach. What I need now is an army of world beast warriors. A horde capable of confronting god kings, preferably those above 8 origins. The stronger Morosa becomes, the better. Luo Feng was filled with anticipation. As Morosa's mastery over the origin of destruction deepened, his body would grow ever more perfect, and his nurturing abilities would strengthen accordingly. The very essence of world beasts lies in representing destruction. The more perfect the origin of destruction, the more effortlessly one could nurture world beast warriors imbued with formidable destructive power. This is why a complete world beast is so terrifying. A beast that perfectly commands the origin of destruction possesses a body whose very purpose is to ceaselessly nurture world beast warriors. Through the origin of destruction alone, it can endlessly produce wave after wave of powerful warriors. Before Morosa reached perfection, Luo Feng had to pay an exorbitant price to obtain powerful world beast warriors. But as Morosa grew stronger, everything would become increasingly effortless. Luo Feng watched the mountain of resources before him vanish into Morosa's body in the blink of an eye. As everything settled, Morosa turned his gaze toward Luo Feng, barely able to conceal the excitement in his eyes. "Master, after devouring Tuoyasin and this pile of resources, I need time to digest. Roughly 4 to 6 years. I sense that I've drawn one step closer to perfect mastery of the origin." Morosa exclaimed with fervor. Luo Feng heard this and couldn't help but smile. Excellent. The shadow of Tuoyasin's notification to the God King had loomed over him, and the stronger Morosa became, the greater Luo Feng's chances of coping. World beasts truly are world beasts. Had I done this earlier, Morosa would likely already possess God King level combat power by now, Luo Feng mused silently. The growth of a world beast knows no limits. From the moment a world beast ascends to kingship, as long as it keeps devouring, its cultivation speed multiplies billions of times faster than others. An envy that none can replicate. Over the following years, Luo Feng assumed yet another guise, prowling through other islands in the inner reaches of the floating sand sea. Having weathered the Tuoyasin incident, Luo Feng chose not to maintain his former low profile. Instead, he adopted a new appearance and continued his work of hunting holy realm beings. In Luo Feng's plan, he needed to elevate Morosa's power with utmost haste, then find a secluded place to comprehend the origins while awaiting the maturation of the floating sand fruit. At present, Morosa's evolution demanded a vast number of holy realm beings. Naturally, Luo Feng's favorite prey remained the holy realm warriors of the Minotaur clan. After all, the Minotaur clan members were like countless eyes scattered about. When the Minotaur God King eventually arrived, they might even provide convenient coordinates. So since enmity was already sown, why hold back? Coincidentally, the Dragonstaff Holy Lord had summoned the Minotaur clan's holy realm warriors to Floating Sand Island 8183. Luo Feng lurked nearby, hunting down numerous Minotaur holy realm beings. Moreover, with Palmy's assistance, the remaining Minotaur holy realm warriors were funneled into a single location, according to Palmy's design, easily falling into Luo Feng's grasp. For 5 full years, Luo Feng lay in wait at one spot. He captured 69 Minotaur holy realm warriors at the 7 origins level and 10 at the 8 origins level, nearly wiping out the entire 8 origins contingent of the Minotaur clan within the floating sand sea. Ever since the Star Tower and the Gilded Hall had been reforged by chaotic chi, even the most ingenious escape methods proved futile against Luo Feng. These 79 Minotaur holy realm warriors were all imprisoned within the ceiling space of the Star Tower. Whoosh! Luo Feng and Palmy materialized within the ceiling space. All the Minotaur holy realm beings, along with several other alien holy realm warriors, fixed their gazes upon Luo Feng. Human! Accursed human! My divine power avatar has already reported to my clan. This is a blatant affront to the Minotaur clan's dignity. Our clan will not let you get away with this. Even the non-Minotaur alien holy realm beings glared at Luo Feng with venomous hatred. If looks could kill, Luo Feng would have been slain 10,000 times over. Luo Feng smiled at the suppressed holy realm warriors, yet there was not a trace of pity in his expression. In this world, the strong devouring the weak was the supreme law. Had Luo Feng lacked strength, he would have been the one lying dead. You have but two choices: submit to me or die. Luo Feng grinned, revealing his teeth as he addressed the assembled Holy Realm warriors. The expressions of the Holy Realm warriors shifted. Human, the wanton capture and enslavement of other Holy Realm beings is a cardinal sin in this world. Do you truly intend to make enemies of every Holy Realm warrior in the floating sand sea? Exactly. Do you dare to stand against all the Holy Realm beings of the floating sand sea? Over 1 trillion epochs ago there was a human who enslaved other Holy Realm beings without restraint. That human wouldn't happen to be you, would it? Then you truly deserve death. Every Holy Realm warrior in the floating sand sea will hunt you down. Could you be the silver-winged human? Many of the Holy Realm warriors had heard tales of that great hunt from over 1 trillion epochs ago. As they looked upon the human before them, the hatred in their eyes burned even fiercer. Human, if you truly are that silver-winged human, I swear that I will rally every Holy Realm warrior in the floating sand sea to strike you down together. You deserve to die. One Holy Realm warrior locked his gaze onto Luo Feng, his killing intent palpable. Inexplicably, Luo Feng began to laugh. Are you talking about him? As he spoke, Luo Feng's form shifted back to his original appearance. A man with a crew cut, clad in silver armor with 6 pairs of silver wings unfurled gracefully behind him. It's you. It really is you. Damn it, he's alive. I heard he was banished to the heart of the hurricane, yet here he stands alive. No wonder his palace-type treasure has such overwhelming sealing power. It must be a god-king grade treasure. Many of the Holy Realm warriors who knew of that ancient hunt stared at Luo Feng with faces twisted in savage fury. Curse you. I Chaos you would rather die than submit. Come kill me, human. I Joming refuse to submit as well. I Takerni will not submit. Apart from roughly half who remained silent, the rest each declared their refusal to submit. Luo Feng looked at these defiant souls and grinned. Excellent. As he spoke, the space split the two groups apart. The defiant ones were teleported into isolated chambers within the ceiling space, leaving only the silent batch before him. You don't deserve to be called Minotaur clan members. Traitors? Traitors! Cowards! The separated Minotaur Holy Realm warriors roared in fury, their hatred for the silent ones palpable. Luo Feng merely looked coldly at the remaining batch. You will now give me your answer. If you wish to die, I will gladly grant your wish. Luo Feng said with an indifferent tone. I am not short on servants. I am merely giving you the chance to choose. He added. The Holy Realm warriors fell into silence, but eventually one alien broke it. I Yuhuan, Holy Lord, am willing to submit. A Holy Realm being resembling plant life spoke up first. Immediately after, I Zixing am willing to submit. I Mianmu, Holy Lord, am willing to submit. With Yuhuan, Holy Lord, breaking the ice, the other Holy Realm warriors gradually lowered their heads. The small remainder looked at Luo Feng and ultimately chose submission as well. There was no other way. From the moment they entered the Star Tower, their lives no longer belonged to them. If they wished to live, submission was the only path. Some of them had lived for endless ages, yet compared to those ancient relics they were still relatively young. Moreover, the human before them was not without a future. Over 1 trillion epochs ago he was merely an eternal true god. Now he was a Holy Realm being, and one far more powerful than themselves. Given enough time, who could say he might not become a god king? Luo Feng counted the Holy Realm warriors who chose to submit. 33 in total, mostly at the 7 origins level, with only one at 8 origins. Among them 28 were from the Minotaur clan, and the remaining 5 were from other alien races. Luo Feng personally enslaved 4 of the strongest and most promising ones, while handing the rest over to Morosa, who had already emerged from seclusion. With these 33 new Holy Realm servants, Luo Feng's servant ranks swelled to 62. Already a formidable force. Luo Feng could deploy these 60-plus Holy Realm beings across several floating sand islands to compete for the floating sand fruits. Of course, even combined, these 60-plus Holy Realm beings were far inferior to a single Morosa. Having refined 2 Oasin and over 10 million Shanke units of resources, Morosa's current strength was even more formidable. In his concealed state, he could already suppress mid-tier 10 origins Holy Realm beings. At full eruption, he would likely be a match for a god king. At present, over 40 Holy Realm prisoners, and the vast resources stripped from them awaited Morosa's consumption and refinement. With over 40 Holy Realm beings above 7 origins, coupled with nearly 800 Shanke units of supplies, Morosa's growth could potentially surpass half of perfect origin mastery. However, Luo Feng knew this was still not enough. What he wanted was not merely a Morosa with god king strength, but an army of world beast warriors. After Morosa devoured over 40 Saint Realm beings and that batch of resources, he entered seclusion once more to refine them. Luo Feng meanwhile took his new contingent of servants and resumed his hunt across the flowing sand sea. Since Luo Feng made no particular effort to conceal his actions, sealing the batch of Saint Realm beings in a concentrated manner, those who had left divine power avatars naturally spread the news. Many saints relayed the information, so it traveled quickly, and those who learned of it harbored little doubt. The legend of the silver-winged human, after an epic spanning countless ages, once again rippled across the flowing sand sea. To provoke the saints of the flowing sand sea, Luo Feng reverted to his previous form. However, hunting in this guise proved ineffective as the other saints seemed to deliberately avoid him, fleeing at the first sight of him. Of course, even when Luo Feng assumed a new appearance, the saints visible on the floating islands within the inner domain had already begun to band together, forming what seemed like an alliance. Gathering again, are they? A smile spread across Luo Feng's face. If the saints began to congregate, that was exactly what he wished to see. What he couldn't handle himself, Morosa certainly could. Once Morosa had digested his previous gains into power, no matter how many saints came, they would only be marching to their deaths. A plan gradually took shape in Luo Feng's mind. Since Morosa was already at risk of exposure, why not take a gamble? When a large number of saints gathered together, he could have Morosa strike directly. A single strike from Morosa devouring the mass saints would allow him to seize control of even more of the essence of destruction. At that point, even a top-tier god king would be powerless against him. So the key to Luo Feng's current plan was to unite all the saints within the flowing sand sea against him. Once the scale grew large enough, that would be the moment for Morosa to close the net. Back then at Qingfeng Peak, I used this same tactic against the world beasts. Now I'm using it again, but this time it's the world beast I'm using against them. Luo Feng let out a wistful chuckle. Luo Feng recklessly unleashed his divine sense to search, not even bothering to conceal his aura. With an ultra-long distance teleport, he descended upon a floating island. Oh, a battle! His divine sense easily locked onto the location of the fight. On the shore of the flowing sand sea, a Bloodwing saint was locked in combat with 3 sea minks of the flowing sand sea. Luo Feng had met the Bloodwing Percy before. The Bloodwing before him now was vastly more powerful than Percy, and the 3 sea minks were also formidable, each one's strength rivaling that of his 9-source servant Pamir. This Bloodwing's power was at least at the 9-source saint realm. A Bloodwing and sea minks, both excellent prey. The Bloodwing likely possesses secret arts, similar to the Minotaur clan's, forbidden techniques possibly capable of bursting to an even higher level of power. Capturing him won't be easy. It would take over 30 saints working in concert, combined with the Star Tower, to even hope of subduing him. Luo Feng assessed the situation. The Bloodwing was a variable. As one of the pinnacle races of the origin continent, their might was in no way inferior to the Minotaur clan, and in terms of escape methods they were even superior. However, if it were Pamir with the Minotaur clan's advantages, he could likely handle 3 sea minks on his own. So the Bloodwing saint's strength was probably around Pamir's level, perhaps slightly stronger, but not by much. After estimating the specific strengths of both parties, Luo Feng didn't hesitate. He teleported directly to the edge of the spatial seal. The Bloodwing saint and the 3 sea minks sensed Luo Feng's arrival and cast a sidelong glance at him. It's him, the silver-winged human. The Bloodwing saint's expression flickered. His friends had told him about the silver-winged human. Rumors said that although the silver-winged human was only a 2-source saint with his supreme treasure, he possessed terrifying strength on par with an 8-source saint and was even unafraid of 9-source saints. So even as a 9-source saint himself, he had to take this silver-winged human seriously. Moreover, the silver-winged human seemed to have 9-source servants under his command. Facing him alone was not safe. Friend, do you require my assistance? Luo Feng's primordial chaos domain expanded, his voice thundering into the Bloodwing's ears. The Bloodwing saint suddenly erupted with a surge of power, blasting back the 3 sea minks. You're lucky today. I'll let you off this time. Ignoring Luo Feng entirely, the Bloodwing saint, after repelling the sea minks, fled rapidly in the opposite direction. Luo Feng watched the escaping Bloodwing and frowned. Even a 9-source saint is this decisive. Is my reputation as the silver-winged human really so fearsome? Luo Feng shook his head inwardly. At such a distance, there was no way to catch the fleeing 9-source Bloodwing. His gaze finally fell upon the 3 sea minks. Since he couldn't capture the alien saint, 3 sea minks comparable to 9-source saints were a decent consolation prize. When it came to sea minks, Luo Feng had no fear at all. Their techniques were weaker, making them easier to subdue. Attack! Luo Feng summoned Pamir and his other servants, also calling forth the Star Tower. Luo Feng's primordial chaos domain, layered with the domains of Pamir and his many other saint servants, completely sealed and suppressed this region of spacetime. Combined with the Star Tower's immense sealing power, it was already too late for the 3 sea minks to flee. Damn it, run! The leading sea mink let out a sharp shriek and bolted for the sea. The other 2 didn't hesitate, either fleeing towards the water as well. But under the suppression of the multiple overlapping domains, how could their escape speed possibly match Luo Feng and his group's speed? The Star Tower appeared above the 3 sea minks first. With its overwhelming devouring force combined with the pressure of over 30 saint domains, the sea minks simply couldn't escape its pull. With Pamir and Luo Feng, closing an escape was utterly impossible. No, please. Damn human, our king will avenge us. The 3 sea minks struggled in desperation. Trying to capture me? Dream on. One of the sea minks roared in the language of the origin continent. Its massive octopus-like body suddenly erupted with a deafening boom, transforming into a blinding sun-like orb of light. Intense shockwaves like countless blades surged outwards in all directions. Seeing their companion self-destruct, the other two sea minks followed suit without hesitation. Before their bodies could be sealed into the Star Tower, they too became blazing suns, unleashing devastating shockwaves that swept across the area. The Star Tower above was even knocked back by the violent force momentarily out of Luo Feng's control. The self-destruction of 3 sea minks, each comparable to a 9-source saint, was terrifyingly powerful. Undoubtedly equivalent to a single full-powered strike from Tua Aosen using his forbidden art. Luo Feng and Pamir, who were approaching, were also sent reeling back by the sudden explosions. Protected by his Xianjin armor, Luo Feng was only knocked back unharmed. Pamir, however, was closer to the epicenter. He suffered the full brunt of the first explosion, followed quickly by 2 more, sending him flying violently. Even with his divine power burning fiercely to protect his divine body in that single instant, he lost nearly 30% of it. Master! Pamir flew back to Luo Feng's side, looking somewhat battered. Even sea minks are this resolute. Luo Feng frowned at the space where they had self-destructed. The treasures the sea minks carried along with their internal sea mink stones had been scattered everywhere by the blast. With a command from Luo Feng, the other servants, who hadn't yet arrived, began to collect the remnants left behind by the self-destruction. In a short while, all 30-plus servants had gathered the remains from the 3 sea minks. As some of the most primitive residents of the origin continent, sea minks rarely used supreme treasures themselves. However, they had hunted many aliens who came to the flowing sand sea collecting their supreme treasures and other relics. So their self-destruction left behind quite a few valuable items. Apart from the 3 massive sea mink stones, there were also several saint-level supreme treasures that had withstood the explosion. However, aside from the inherently durable treasures, most other things had likely been reduced to dust. Let's move on. Luo Feng gave the order. By the time Morosa finishes digesting, I need them to have united. Otherwise this won't achieve the effect I want. He thought to himself. Meanwhile, the commotion from the 3 sea minks' self-destruction was naturally observed by other saints, including the Bloodwing saint from earlier. The sheer might of Luo Feng's group made it clear to them that without strength surpassing the 10-source saint realm, escaping from beneath that 9-story supreme treasure tower was virtually impossible. To avoid being captured, there were 2 options. One was to join forces with other saints to form a group strong enough to oppose them. The other was to flee as far as possible, avoiding any encounter with the silver-winged human altogether. However, if they encountered the silver-winged human alone, escape was practically guaranteed to be impossible. Unless they knew his whereabouts from afar and deliberately avoided him, the idea of traveling alone and trying to dodge him was quite risky. So to completely eliminate the threat of the silver-winged human, many saints in the flowing sand sea gradually came to realize that only by uniting to face him together could they safely wait for the flowing sand fruit to ripen. Combined with the fates of the saints who had been killed earlier, all saints within the flowing sand sea were filled with extreme dread, forcing them to confront the silver-winged human as a common enemy. Dealing with the silver-winged human became the top priority. Of course, these saints also knew that the silver-winged human possessed a god-king-level palace treasure, making him impossible to kill. The only way to restrain him was to use the tidal abyss to trap him. If they could send the silver-winged human and his god-king treasure into the tidal abyss, given its terror, even a god-king wouldn't be able to escape, let alone a saint. And now, within the inner domain of the flowing sand sea, as the threat of the silver-winged human spread, many saints began to forge alliances with one another. Luo Feng surged forward with repeated spatial shifts, finding that the floating sand islands he visited were now largely devoid of solitary saints, with only divine power avatars left behind. Luo Feng made no attempt to conceal himself, deliberately letting the divine power avatars of other saints know his location. With a flash, he teleported and landed on a branch of a floating sand fruit tree on one of the islands. In the distance, a divine power avatar of an alien saint sat cross-legged, staring intently at Luo Feng. Silver-winged human, every saint in the floating sand sea now seeks your death, yet you dare to show yourself. Bold indeed. The alien saint sneered, sending a telepathic message. Oh, and why wouldn't I dare? Is the floating sand sea your territory? If your strength is lacking, who is there to blame but yourselves? He will wait right here. Bring whatever skills you have, and let's see what you can do. Luo Feng replied with a mocking smile. He decided to stay put and wait for the other saints to come to him rather than chase them across the sea. Humph. You rely on your domain and treasures to capture and enslave other saints, provoking all of us in the floating sand sea. You deserve death. Do you think only the saints of the floating sand sea want you dead? Let me tell you plainly, every saint here is backed by either a powerful race, a mighty divine kingdom, or a formidable tribe. Your reckless capture of them makes you an enemy of these superpowers. You are nothing but a rat in the streets, and everyone wants you dead. The alien saint stared at Luo Feng with a menacing glare, as if pronouncing a verdict. Luo Feng listened, acknowledging the truth in those words. However, Luo Feng remained unconcerned. Once Morosa fully mastered the origin of destruction, they would fear no divine king. In fact, divine kings would be wary of Morosa and hesitate to make an enemy of him. These factions tied to their races would surely think twice before provoking a world beast king. A world beast king could easily obliterate a powerful divine kingdom. In the past, the purple-wood monarch of the Tianmu kingdom had enslaved a world beast to crush his enemies, deterring all other divine kingdoms from opposing him. Luo Feng, unencumbered and allied with a world beast king, truly had little to fear from any divine king or faction. As for distant powers like the barbarian ox tribe of the barbarian god realm, they were so far away that they couldn't possibly mobilize their full might against him. A lone divine king or two would pose no threat once Morosa completed his transformation. "I'll wait right here. Come at me if you dare." Luo Feng looked at the distant saint avatar and sat down cross-legged on the floating sand tree in full view. The floating sand sea was vast, with each island separated by immense distances. It would take considerable time for the other saints to gather so much, so that Luo Feng found their pace almost sluggish. Ignoring the alien saint, Luo Feng immersed his mind in the comprehension of the time origin. His mastery of the destruction origin had reached great accomplishment, so there was no need to delve deeper for now. The priority was the time origin. Comprehending each origin deeply, profoundly affects the understanding of subsequent ones. The more origins one masters, the greater the interference with further comprehension, sometimes to the point of stalling the mind entirely. This is why some saints with 8 or 9 origins remain stagnant for eons. Comprehending a 10th origin after mastering 9 is exponentially more difficult than the previous 9 combined. The era when floating sand fruits ripen in the floating sand sea always attracts the most saints. Most seek the fruit's mystical properties to aid their further comprehension of origin mysteries. Having refined the time heart, Luo Feng's progress in understanding the time origin was swift. Over countless eons he had achieved minor accomplishment, and was now on the verge of great accomplishment. Time flowed by and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Feng was roused from his contemplation as a formidable procession arrived. The space-time around the entire floating sand island was instantly sealed by a powerful domain, followed by an overwhelming chaos domain that locked onto Luo Feng on the floating sand tree. The group consisted of over 40 saints, each emanating immense power. Most were at the 8 origin level, with a few below. 3 or 4 exuded auras comparable to Pamir, and notably one possessed an aura even more formidable than the Tuasan he had encountered before. Even a 10 origin saint has joined in. Luo Feng narrowed his eyes at one particularly powerful alien saint. This alien saint was colossal in size, resembling the dream demon ancestor from the primordial universe era. A massive serpent whose aura blazed like a sun, radiating terrifying power. Silver-winged human in he. The 10 origin serpent saint fixed its sharp gaze on Luo Feng, greed undisguised, looking at him as if he were a priceless treasure. "I've heard you possess many treasures, all at the divine king level. Now I see your golden armor is also a divine king class treasure. Good, very good. I like it." The saints of the barbarian ox tribe were unaware of Tuasan's death at Luo Feng's hands, nor did the others know. They only knew the silver-winged human possessed a divine king-level palace treasure. But the 10 origin serpent's eyes were exceptionally keen, instantly recognizing the extraordinary nature of Luo Feng's golden armor as a divine king-class treasure. "As agreed, you all assist me. I'll take care of this human, and all his treasures are mine." The 10 origin serpent's eyes gleamed as a black cube emerged from its body, hovering directly above Luo Feng. The black cube emanated a powerful aura, clearly an extraordinary palace treasure of the divine king level. A divine king level palace treasure. "So you intend to suppress me with a divine king level palace treasure?" Luo Feng immediately felt an intense suppression force from the black cube, along with a brutal devouring force pulling at him. In theory, a divine king level palace treasure could suppress another depending on the controller and the treasure's grade. Luo Feng wouldn't risk his gilt gold palace, but he had the Star Tower. Originally a divine king level treasure, the Star Tower had been enhanced by Chaos Chi, making it even more formidable. Even a divine king-level palace treasure likely couldn't forcibly suppress it. So as the black cube activated, Luo Feng summoned the Star Tower to counter it. Seeing Luo Feng use the Star Tower only to resist his Black Realm spacetime, rather than hide inside the 10 origin serpent, was overjoyed. His Black Realm spacetime was a peak divine king treasure. Unless it was an origin treasure, it could suppress even another divine king-level treasure wielded by a 2 origin saint. "Then I'll take your palace." The 10 origin serpent's eyes blazed. But then his expression shifted drastically. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Despite the black cube suppression and devouring force, the Star Tower remained utterly motionless. The other saints watched in shock. This was not what they had expected. They had believed a saint with a divine king-level palace treasure could seal the silver-winged human, but this sight shattered their assumptions. The 10 origin serpent refused to believe it. He had never been so humiliated. A treasure controlled by a 2 origin saint that he couldn't suppress meant only one thing: the Star Tower was of a higher grade than his Black Realm spacetime. A higher grade would be an origin treasure. The thought of an origin treasure in the hands of a 2 origin saint was utterly insane. "His 9-story tower is an origin treasure. I didn't sense any origin fluctuations earlier, thinking it was just a divine king-level treasure, at most a peak one. But he deliberately concealed its origin aura. This treasure is definitely an origin treasure that would drive even divine kings mad. The 10 Origin Serpent drew a sharp breath. An origin treasure was the ultimate pursuit of divine kings. Wielding one would elevate one's power by an entire level. However, with a palace-type origin treasure, there's no way a saint can kill him. Only a divine king skilled in time-space or illusion could. Realizing the tower treasure's extraordinary nature, he knew he couldn't kill this human. His only option was to trap him in the tidal abyss. If I can trap him there and have powerful divine kings attack, we can kill him. Yes. Trap him in the tidal abyss and let my Golden Kingdom's divine kings handle it. They will surely succeed. Countless schemes raced through the 10 Origin Serpent's mind, ultimately deciding on a joint effort to seal the silver-winged human and send him to the tidal abyss. At the same moment, Luo Feng smiled at the sight of the immovable Star Tower. With my current abilities, they can't budge the Star Tower. If they want to send me to a dead end, they'll need to gather even more saints. And that's when I'll make my move. With that thought, Luo Feng followed Pamir into the Star Tower. I am keeping drafts and reserving space for revisions. Since this is my first time writing, I need to carefully craft each chapter, considering the coherence between chapters and other structural elements. Often I find that earlier chapters need to be revised as I progress, and sometimes the changes are extensive. With a serious attitude, I am committed to doing justice to this continuation, and writing it as well as I can. Regardless of whether the platform offers a contract, since I have started, it deserves an ending, though there are still many chapters to go. Thank you all for your support. As Luo Feng entered the Star Tower, the 10-Source Grand Serpent Sacred Realm also issued the order to bombard the Star Tower, determined to drive it towards the tidal abyss at the core area. Fire! The 10-Source Grand Serpent Sacred Realm commanded. Boom! A barrage of formidable attacks was unleashed, all converging on a single point of the Star Tower. The combined strike of over 40 Sacred Realm experts, mostly at the 8-Source level with a few at 9-Source, and even one at 10-Source, possessed power that certainly reached the limits of the Sacred Realm. Yet, amidst the thunderous roar, they saw that the 9-story pagoda standing before them had only shifted a few meters, as if it had barely moved at all. As expected of a primordial treasure, this strike had the power to reach the limits of the Sacred Realm, yet, even so, it failed to budge the position of this 9-story pagoda. A sharp light gleamed in the eyes of the 10-Source Grand Serpent Sacred Realm, growing ever more certain that this was indeed a primordial treasure. The Gene Kingdom was an immensely ancient divine kingdom. As a Sacred Realm expert who had lived within it for countless eons, he was a being of vast experience. He had not only heard of primordial treasures, but had even witnessed them. In the past, the monarch of his Gene Kingdom, wielding a primordial treasure, had single-handedly repelled the assaults of over a dozen divine kings, solidifying the Gene Kingdom's unshakable status. I have already informed the Purple Gold Divine King. We will first send him into the tidal abyss. Once the Purple Gold Divine King can free himself and rush over, given his mastery over space, he can easily freeze it. No matter how strong this Sacred Realm expert is, he cannot break the spatial freeze of a divine king. It will be far too easy for a divine king to seize treasure from a Sacred Realm expert. The 10-Source Grand Serpent sighed inwardly. He had been stuck at the mid-stage of 10 sources for countless reincarnation epochs, yearning to break through to divine king. Yet he could not grasp even a sliver of enlightenment from that final source. Now this silver-winged human was his opportunity. If the Purple Gold Divine King obtained this primordial treasure, perhaps a single promise from him could grant a chance to ascend to the Divine King realm. Everyone notify the other Sacred Realm experts. Have them rush to Floating Sand Island, designated number 9112. As quickly as possible. We need greater strength to send him into the tidal abyss. The voice of the 10-Source Grand Serpent Sacred Realm echoed in the ears of the 40-plus Sacred Realm experts. Contact any Sacred Realm experts nearby and urge them to come at once. I will contact my other allies now. One by one, the Sacred Realm experts began to contact and communicate with others. Luo Feng, observing all this from within the Star Tower, revealed a smile. Standing beside him were Morosa, and Pamir and Morosa had temporarily paused the refinement of his previous devouring. Morosa, it will be your turn to shine soon. With your current strength, you should already be unafraid of divine kings. As for those below the divine king level, I doubt any can escape your grasp. Luo Feng said with a smile. Rest assured, master, not a single one of them will escape. That great serpent possesses a divine king-level palace treasure, but the world within my body can suppress it. Once they enter my world, all their defenses are rendered useless. Even if they hide within a divine king-level treasure, they will be destroyed. Morosa said with confidence. Luo Feng was filled with amazement upon hearing this. The world within the body of a world beast king is similar to the miniature universe within a divine king, yet it is also different. The world of a world beast contains only one source, and that is the source of destruction. Furthermore, this source is not obtained by communicating with the greater world, but is an innate, inherent source. In terms of quality, it is superior to the source of a divine king's miniature universe, making its destructive power naturally more terrifying. Within the world of a world beast, the beast is invincible. A divine king might dare to invade the miniature universe of another divine king, but they would never dare to enter the world of a world beast. Once trapped within the world of a world beast king, there is no path but death. Time passed. About a month later, a second contingent finally arrived, composed of over 40 Sacred Realm experts, but without a 10-source Sacred Realm expert. The two groups attempted a combined attack. Although they managed to shake the Star Tower to a greater extent, it was still far from sufficient. After another 3 months, a third contingent arrived. This time, a combined force of over 50 Sacred Realm experts, making them even more powerful. But even with the combined attacks of over 140 Sacred Realm experts from the three groups, they could only move the Star Tower by 1,000 meters each time, which was clearly still not enough. Everyone, it seems we need to unite even more Sacred Realm experts. We are only the Sacred Realm experts from within 100 billion light-years. We need more to join us. The 10-source Grand Serpent Sacred Realm looked at the mighty gathering of over 100 Sacred Realm experts in the field, and said in a solemn tone, "If the Scene River is not dealt with, I fear none of us will have peace. When the time comes to compete for the floating sand fruit, who knows which of the Sacred Realm experts will suffer? So I urge you all to inform more Sacred Realm experts to come to Floating Sand Island 9112. All the Sacred Realm experts looked at each other, then nodded in agreement. The silver-winged human was like a madman, seemingly never satisfied. Having not clearly stated he would give up capturing other Sacred Realm experts, anyone present could potentially be captured. And once captured, there would likely be no chance of recovery. My Bloodwing clan also has a 10-source Sacred Realm expert in the Floating Sand Sea. Let's send word. I also have a grudge against this silver-winged human. In the past he couldn't do anything to me, but I never expected his strength to progress so rapidly, surpassing me in the blink of an eye. We must get him into the tidal abyss." Qing Yu Saint King of the Qingqiu Kingdom was also present among the many Sacred Realm experts. Other Sacred Realm experts began to spread the message, seeking to unite even more of their kind. Inside the Star Tower, Luo Feng calmly watched everything. In his view, the number of Sacred Realm experts could still increase. If the Count grew and Morosa devoured them all, he would likely master the vast majority of the source of destruction after this. At that point, Luo Feng would no longer need to fear divine kings. Soon, very soon, it will be your time to act. Luo Feng smiled at Morosa, who was clearly getting impatient. "Master, I have waited far too long for the day when a world beast masters the perfect source of destruction. Normally, once the final king is decided, the king should quickly master the perfect source of destruction. I have waited for so long." Morosa said. In the unseen depths of destiny, a world beast king also has a mission to master the perfect source of destruction as quickly as possible. Only by mastering the source of destruction could he escape the feeling of being expelled by this supreme rule. Another 6 months passed and a 10-source Sacred Realm expert arrived. A powerful expert from the Bloodwing clan. During this time, various scattered Sacred Realm experts also trickled in. After another 4 months, yet another contingent of Sacred Realm experts finally arrived. This time there were 40 of them, including several 9-source Sacred Realm experts. The total number of Sacred Realm experts present now exceeded 200. Fire! Boom! At the command, a torrent of powerful attacks slammed into the Star Tower, causing the entire structure to become unstable and be blasted in one direction. This time the combined Sacred Realm domains and the immense force of the bombardment hurled the Star Tower over 1,000 kilometers away. What kind of treasure is this? Even a divine king-level palace treasure shouldn't be this heavy. The combined strike of over 200 Sacred Realm experts should definitely exceed the power of a divine king. Yet it only managed to push this pagoda back 1,000 kilometers. The newly arrived Bloodwing clan 10-source Sacred Realm expert frowned as he looked at the Star Tower. As an old monster who had lived for countless eons, he was extremely perceptive. If it were a divine king-level palace treasure, it could not possibly be this stable under the control of a Sacred Realm expert, who had only comprehended 2 sources unless a divine king was personally controlling it. Clearly the 9-story pagoda before them had likely surpassed the divine king level. Could it be the legendary primordial treasure? As a 10-source Sacred Realm expert of the Bloodwing clan, his knowledge and experience were vast, perhaps even surpassing that of the 10-source Grand Serpent. As one of the most ancient races on the Origin Continent, the Bloodwing clan's understanding of the Origin Continent far exceeded that of some divine kingdoms. In his eyes, the 9-story pagoda before him was clearly not as simple as a divine king-level palace treasure. It seems I must inform the divine king of my bloodline. If this is a primordial treasure, it is absolutely worth the risk. A single primordial treasure is enough to change the standing of my bloodline within the clan. Among those present, only these 2 10-source Sacred Realm experts harbored suspicions about the Star Tower. As for the others, their knowledge and understanding of the secrets of the Origin Continent could not be compared to that of the 2 10-source experts. At that moment, the tumbling Star Tower stabilized and came to a halt over 1,000 kilometers away. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the Star Tower. It was Morosa. The gazes of over 200 Sacred Realm experts naturally fell upon this figure. This was a stranger they had never seen before, and they assumed he was just another servant of the human galaxy. However, they found his sudden appearance somewhat baffling. After all, their combined force of over 200 Sacred Realm experts was enough to face even some ordinary divine kings without fear. The figure before them was clearly not a divine king. Since he wasn't a divine king, why would he dare to show himself? Still, since he wasn't a divine king, they had no fear of him, united as they were. Morosa's gaze also fell upon the 200-plus Sacred Realm experts, and a grin spread across his face. His eyes, which had been black and white, turned completely pitch black. The aura emanating from Morosa began to grow powerful, eerie, and terrifying, as if it belonged to a life form from a higher plane, causing the very souls of all present to tremble. And as this overwhelming aura swept out, the entire space, spanning over 100 light-years around them, was suddenly plunged into absolute darkness. Why has the space suddenly turned pitch black? This aura is terrifying and eerie. I feel an instinctive urge to submit to him. Could he be a god king? No, his aura is strange, filled with the intent of destruction. He might be the legendary world beast. A world beast originating from the cosmic sea. The moment the term world beast was uttered, panic gripped many of the saints. Over 99% of them had never seen one, yet they had read historical records about them. Every appearance of a world beast heralded a calamity. In all of the origin continent, only 2 world beasts were known to exist. One was controlled by the Purple-Wood God King of the Tianmu Nation, and the other by the Haya Nation. These 2 divine kingdoms were among the most renowned super-empires on the origin continent, surpassed only by the pinnacle races. From this one could fathom just how terrifying a single world beast truly was. He is a world beast, but he hasn't fully grown yet. I've witnessed the Tianmu Nation's ruler in action. This aura is identical to the world beast he enslaves, just not as powerful. Still, he likely possesses the strength of a god king. The 10-source Grand Serpent Saint drew in a sharp breath of cold air, and panic began to well up within his heart. Even facing a world beast king of equal cultivation, they would likely be unable to slay it, leaving flight as their only option. Facing one stronger than them was nothing short of a catastrophe. Everyone scatter and flee! The voice of the Bloodwing clan's 10-source saint rang out. As he spoke, he had already activated his forbidden life-saving art, his entire body shimmering with crimson light. But it seemed everything was already too late. As Morosa's aura expanded and his mighty domain of the world descended, a black hole world brimming with destructive energy materialized above all the saints. A realm of absolute darkness where all light was extinguished. This black hole world was Morosa's world projection. Just as a god king could project the world within their body, this overwhelming pressure rendered their combined domain power utterly useless. Quickly, everyone enter the Black Realm space. It is a peak God King Palace treasure. This world beast hasn't fully formed yet. It should be able to hold. The 10-source Grand Serpent Saint was the first to enter his Black Realm space, his voice reaching the ears of the other saints. Enter another's palace treasure. The other saints hesitated momentarily. Entering the Black Realm space meant surrendering their lives and freedom to the 10-source Grand Serpent Saint. Once inside, their fate would no longer be in their own hands. Yet staying outside meant certain death. Amidst their hesitation, some chose to enter the Black Realm space. Let's go. Trust the Black Realm Sovereign. We have no other choice. The remaining hesitant saints finally made their decision. The 10-source Grand Serpent Saint, known as the Black Realm Sovereign, had a fairly decent reputation. If he truly wanted to kill them and seize their treasures, he wouldn't need to do it within the Black Realm space. One by one, the saints ceased their hesitation, relinquished their resistance, and allowed themselves to be drawn into the Black Realm space. Of course, a few still refused to enter. The Bloodwing clan's 10-source saint activated his forbidden art, his body dissolving into streaks of blood light in an attempt to escape. But he couldn't fly out of the domain of the world. Under the influence of the world projection, the streaks of blood light were forcibly drawn towards Morosa. Other 9-source saints, and those who refused to trust the Black Realm Sovereign, also unleashed their respective life-saving techniques, but all ultimately failed. Under the influence of the world projection, none could escape the bounds of the domain of the world. Morosa watched as nearly all the saints hid within the Black Realm space, and a smile crept across his face. Hiding in there like that? It would be easier to catch them all in one sweep rather than hunting them down one by one. Suppress. Devour. With a single thought from Morosa, the world projection above suddenly erupted with a powerful sealing force akin to the crushing weight of a superworld. Even the Bloodwing clan's 10-source saint found it difficult to move,